Foundation.
Right.
And then you have Robert Schoch, you have Hancock, Bavali, all these people that are kind of floating in this Atlantis milieu, you know what I mean? I'll throw myself in there, you know what I mean? Just a little humble brag that I'm connected somehow to the Casey material and the people.
Yeah.
And I just think it's cool in this kind of karmic orbiting of different beings trying to unravel the story. It's just, it tickles my fancy.
My favorite theory is Chris Dunn's power plant theory about the pyramids. I'm not familiar with him. He wrote the famous book Giza Power Plant, and then he followed it up recently with his new book, The Tesla Connection. And he has this theory that basically the Great Pyramid was this a solid-state electron harvester. And that, he's the only guy who's like a legitimate engineer who has back-engineered the Great Pyramid. Like he's looked through every single cavity and shaft inside the Great Pyramid, and he like built a replica and reverse engineered a way for it to somehow create free energy. And he has this theory, his variation to the theory. So he's evolved his original theory, and his new theory essentially is that the Great Pyramid and the two other pyramids, they sit on the Giza Plateau, which is a seismically active area there. So there's like a lot of seismic activity there, and there has been through history. And he hypothesizes that there was a hydraulic hammer device in the subterranean chamber that would hammer the earth and induce earthquakes, which would essentially bring up electrons through the igneous rock up beneath the earth, up through the pyramid, which is built with igneous rock, with the limestone and all the granite. And all those electrons would somehow come through the queen's chamber, and there were shafts that were peripherally outside of the pyramid that they would pour. What was it? It was some sort of acid.
Yeah. Sulfuric acid?
Maybe sulfuric acid. I could be picking that up. But they poured it in those
shafts.
They were like they were pits outside of the pyramid.
Yeah, sorry.
And those pits fed the shafts that went into the queen's chamber, right? Because he believes that they're connected. When they sent that rover up those shafts and figured out there was that Gate and Brink's door there, and then they busted through the door because the door had these little two electrodes that were coming through. Which is why would there be little two copper electrodes coming out of that door, that way up in the middle of that shaft in that pyramid that was supposedly a tomb? And he thinks that it fed liquid, that acid into those shafts, and those electrodes were there to like keep the right amount of liquid in those shafts, and that would create this liquid or this hydrogen that would come up through the queen's chamber, or the grand gallery, will create some sort of resonant frequency and create some sort of combustion in the king's chamber. And the two shafts that came out of the king's chamber were like masers, right? That somehow created some sort of a field of free energy that he believes powered that civilization that was there during that time.
Yeah, I'm friends with Chris. He did Hugh does an Origins conference in London, and I got to tell you, he's a funny man. Like behind the scenes,
he's hilarious.
He's hilarious.
Yeah.
I love Chris.
Yeah, what a great sense of humor that dude has.
Michael Cremo too, Forbidden History, or I think that's a book he wrote. He's another, because people don't know the personalities of some of these guys, but I love Chris. Mm-hmm. I think, it might have been a multi-purpose use, right? I think we all believe it wasn't a tomb, you know? There's no adornment, there's no hieroglyphics. You get into the Howard Weiss 1834 seemingly forged cartouche and stuff like that. He's looking for funding, he's using dynamite, he's a piece of shit, you know?
Right.
So, and it's fine, you know what I mean? See, I know Zawi gets a lot of shit, but he pushes back because they've robbed antiquities from Egypt. They portrayed the Egyptian people in really bad ways over time. You know, science has. So I dig where he's coming from. I would just say, I think the archaeologists would agree with this. I think world government should lay out about $20 billion a year and do archaeological digs around the world, especially at this point in history, to figure out our past, because there may be clues within the past about like ways to understand our true nature and understand what's going on, you know, in time and space, all those big questions. But my point is, let's excavate under the part of the Sphinx. Let's get into the Great Pyramid as much as possible. Let's excavate all around the Giza Plateau. If you're interested in this, my boy Trevor Grassi and William Brown spoke at the Casey conference. William bought a piece of land near the pyramid, and they do have like a 3-series video set on YouTube. Beneath Gaza, no, the underworld of Gaza. For anybody listening who's into the story
Of Giza?
of Giza, yeah. So they're looking for the lost hall records. You know, they're not dogmatic; they're just following, you know, the traditions and stuff like that. So the moral of the story is like a lot of people don't believe the pyramid was a tomb. So let's find out.
Right.
You know,
And it seems like there's a lot of young Egyptologists that are coming up in Egypt that are taking Chris Dunn's stuff seriously and like looking more into it. So it's like sort of like a new guard who's looking at that. And like we should look into this stuff that we don't understand. Like we're never going to get anywhere if we just keep accepting the narrative.
totally, and it's part of that cult-like belief system. It's like this is a belief in my ideological enemy. I'm not going to give anything to this. It's even like, you know, I'm a stonemason with engineering experience, and you look at like Göbekli Tepe and Karahan Tepe, these Hugh probably talked about, 12,000-year-old sites.
Mm-hmm.
It's not impossible technology, but it's like incredible work that requires like feeding this huge population and skilled masons and all kinds of organization through a civilization or a society of hunter-gatherers. You know, that's where Hancock is like, where was there a transfer of technology at the same time? You know, because it springs up everywhere, and the massive scale of it in Turkey now is just like incomprehensible how much of it is. But the skeptics, because they don't want to yield, they don't want to give anything to Hancock. It's just like, yeah, you know, there's some rudimentary stonework. Instead of embracing how up it is and how like paradigm shifting it is, you know. So I would like more honest, objective evaluation. Like, let's take Hancock. He starts off in the 90s and the late 80s. He has his hypothesis. There's a cataclysm, and there's a lost civilization that's destroyed that goes around the world and teaches the arts of civilization. And lo and behold, we find the evidence for his cataclysm, supported by an international team of scientists called the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't considered a mythological and religious idea, it would have been accepted like 20 years ago. If you look at the evidence, it's pretty incontrovertible in my estimation. And then we find a super civilization in Turkey that's 12,000 years old. That was one of the main arguments against Robert Schoch. I am saying the weathering indicates like a 10,000-year-old date for the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx. He sits with Mark Lerner, and he gets scorn poured upon him. There is no contemporaneous advanced culture or civilization or temple sites around the world that meet a 10,000-year-old date. And then it happens, right? And I don't think the apologies came rolling in. And the same thing with Hancock. It's like, I don't agree with your theory, but you predicted or what came to support your theory has been evidence for a cataclysm and civilization being vastly older, right? You start there. Now, for me to buy what you're selling, I need to see more than just a thought from Plato that may or may not be true. I need to see this evidence and that evidence. But then you start calling a racist or all this unhinged stuff, then you're losing the audience, right? Then you're like, that's not cool. You know what I mean? Right. And instead of like a scientist, once again, got to be like a cop. You deal with a lot of weirdos, you take a lot of shit, but you get the respect of objectivity. Science is apolitical. We need these dates. This is what we need to see. And I just say that, because, people, and the shortcomings of the alternative space. There's no peer review. You got an audience who wants to believe that you can fool and grift off of. There's a lot of flaws. There's not a critical analysis of everybody's theories oftentimes. Mm-hmm. But there are strengths too. There's intuition. There are a lot of people who are oriented towards metaphysics, because a lot of people get into ancient mysteries because they are interested in spirituality and metaphysics. Like Megan Fox, for instance, she liked my show, so she had me on her show, which is kind of
Megan Fox, the actress.
Yeah, Megan. She did a Legends of the Lost a couple of years ago. She did a one season show, mm-hmm. and the last episode was about the Clovis Barrier and giants and stuff like that. So we were talking, and we became friendly.
Really?
Yeah. She's really cool. She's into Edgar Cayce. She's into metaphysics.
Wow.
So we communicated back and forth. The first thing she said to me is like, I don't want to incarnate again. I don't want to tell stories out of school, but these are like glowing reviews of her as a person, so I don't think she'll mind. So she said, I don't want to get counted anymore. She said, I'm into the Casey material, I'm into ancient mysteries, but the rest of the world bores me to tears. You know what I mean? And I said, I agree. It's like, what's our real nature? She asked about ayahuasca. I said, you don't want to incarnate again. Go read Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard, right? He's a non-dualist teacher. And it's about the false and temporary nature of the Matrix and our true nature and stuff like that. And it's hardcore and it's radical because that is what non-dualism is. It's like you are not a body. You are a field of awareness outside of time and space with no concrete specificity like the false and temporary Matrix. I know it's mind-bending, but every mystic throughout human history says the same thing. Mm-hmm. So I said, read the book, Megan. She reads it. I mean, she sucked it up in no time. Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard. She gets back to me, and she's like, I'm in the gym the other day. I'm looking in the mirror, and I'm flipping out, and my image is disappearing. And she's like, I understand intellectually everything that's being said, but look, I'm a mother of 3 kids. I'm in my early 30s. What is it in the Matrix when you go back in, you take the blue pill or the red pill? She's like, I'm not ready for this. And I said, I dig that. And I'm not going to like push it. I'm just going to say the seed has been planted and you'll probably come back around to this. Because it's like, when you hear the truth, it's like a Zen koan, right? What's the sound of one hand clapping? That's not a question to be answered. It is a question to dissolve the questioner, the false egoic self. So her appearance is disappearing, right? And that she's having the Zen koan effect. Like, you ever see Jim Carrey talk in a dissociative way about his movie character? Like he's starting to move towards enlightenment. So he's talking about Jim Carrey, this separate being, as if it's a movie character.
Right.
And my brother and I studied with like an enlightened spiritual teacher for 20 years. Like, and you're like, what is that? Liberated from fear in this blissful state. You're like, how the fuck do I get there? You know? Mm. And the point is that he encourages almost a dissociative orientation around your movie character. Don't take yourself too seriously. You have karma to play out. Your true nature is benevolent anyway. So, you know, if you're really in alignment, you'll do nothing but good deeds anyways. It's only the twisted whispers of the ego that get, leads you down the wrong path. So Jim Carrey talks about this like dissociative, in a dissociative way about his movie character. It's really interesting. And people are like, oh, he's a fucking victim of MK Ultra or whatever. It's like, no, he's starting to move towards enlightenment. And that's what happens. Mm. Like, and these are the lifetimes when you deal with all this trauma, you reflect, you forgive. And then next time you have to show up in the Matrix. Your parents are like mystics or whatever. You've undone so much. And then you flip the switch like Eckhart Tolle, right? Like, he came into this life, you're like, power, now I can't fucking focus, but he came into this life ready to be switched on or switched off, I should say. Mm. And that's what the mystics say, that you undo. You keep coming back to the Matrix until you break the cycle of reincarnation. But you undo all that is false about you. And that's the book Megan read. It's just like, you undo.
What's the name of that book?
The Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard. But it's not like the Course in Miracles is this kind of new, channeled, non-dualistic teaching, which is interesting. But the Advaita Vedanta, the Vibhu Gita, the Ashtavakra Gita, all these texts throughout history, the teachings of Lao Tzu, Ramana Maharshi, even Jesus in the Nag Hammadi scrolls, the Apocryphon of John, he comes to John and he speaks about the inexpressible one, the field of existence, in completely non-dualistic ways. Go read it. He's like an Eastern mystic, not the Jesus of kind of the evangelical movement. He's been transformed. The Gospel of Thomas, who Elaine Pagels talked about, the shortest passage is be passerby. Leave everybody alone. Do not try to change anything. Bless, forgive, turn the cheek. You are making it real by conflict and judgment. You are experiencing a false and temporary, and you can make whatever you want about the sojourn, its time and space, right? People have different ideas. God made man, so man could become God. These theories of like, oh, God wouldn't know what it was like to like turn his ankle and see a sunset, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not like a white dude in the throne. God is the field that you are. That's what the mystics say. The point is, I think it's worthwhile pointing to our eternal nature and then make of it what you want. Because we could talk intellectually about this all day long, but all these teachings and ceremonies are geared towards the experience, the literal, visceral experience of what you already are. So when you break through and you're in the zone of the one, you're in the field, all doubt is cast away. You don't even want to describe it. You don't even want to think. It's a realm without thought and time. It's fucking crazy, and it's awe-inspiring and enthralling. So I could talk shit all day, but it's just like, what can you do in your life to get you back to your real nature? And the mystics would say, forgive. Don't do it out of phony goodness. You're already perfect. So I don't want anything out. I don't want anything transactional out of you.
Right.
I don't want to manipulate you to get an extra hit. I don't want to look for my soulmate on Tinder. You know what I mean? I want to treat people for what they are, which is divine, and forgive. And when I don't, I'm being a fraud and a piece of shit, and a hypocrite.
Right.
And you don't condemn yourself, though. You're like, kind of laugh at your movie character.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
So I know I went on a long rant there,
yeah.
But, that's where I'm coming from. I think that's a kind of a cool
that seems to be the consensus with people who experiment with psychedelics. There's a guy who I had on the show about a year ago named Andrew Gallimore. I don't know if you heard of him. Yeah, he's doing this study called DMTX out of Tokyo, where he's putting people on extended state DMT trips. And they're essentially trying to map the DMT realm, right? And figure out what's going on and try to build some sort of consensus or some coherence of what people are experiencing when they're on these things like ayahuasca and DMT and what's going on. Because there's a lot of very similar things. It's not just everyone's having their own unique experience. A lot of people are seeing and reporting the same exact sort of things, like entities and patterns and colors. And he is a neurobiologist. And what he seems to believe is that there's more of a reality there. And what our brain is essentially like a filter. And our brain is here it exists evolutionarily to filter out everything there so that we can only sense what we need to survive and to evolve and to reproduce. And what happens when you're ingesting these substances and integrating with them is you're activating more of your brain so you can experience more of what's already there. Like reality, if we were to have our entire brain engaged and somehow be turned on, it would be something that's so overwhelming for us, we might just dissolve. Maybe we can only handle a couple hours or 10 minutes of this. But it seems like there's definitely something there. And when you hear people talk about their experience with these drugs and tapping into this other realm or whatever it is, they seem to talk about these kind of things.
Absolutely. I've experienced that. A mystic would also say you're not going to experience all your lifetimes at once because it would be overload. You'd have a nervous breakdown, but you can,
right.
Well, there's some psychics, there's some artists and grifters out there, but there's some psychics whose game is pretty tight, who have a good track record, right? So it's what are they doing tapping into the past and the future? It's because, Einstein would say it's a false construct in a false world for whatever purpose. It could be the experience, one of the shamans that I've studied with and did ceremonies with, he says there's a beauty in forgetting. It's when you realize, you're in this blissful state of eternity and it's incomprehensible, but it's almost kind of a cool game to forget, because when you remember what you really are, it's so awe-inspiring. It's beyond comprehension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I thought I was this hopeless piece of shit, but I'm this glorious divine being that has to do nothing to be what I already am, right?
Right.
So I don't know about the nature of that. I'll just say that on a worldly level, it's worth looking into psychedelics. Are they letting us go into other dimensions? Are they showing us our true nature? You have Johns Hopkins just built a $17 million research facility. End-stage cancer patients are losing the fear of death, right? It's this is the shit that we need in our society. We don't want to demonize it. That's why I like Hancock again. He's always pointing to psychedelics, and it's hard, man. Have you ever done ayahuasca?
Never done ayahuasca, just DMT.
It's stop the ride. I want to get off. It's really rough.
Yeah, no, it seems terrifying.
Yeah,
I imagine, I always thought, from the descriptions I've heard of it, it sounds like you're literally going to hell and facing demons.
Pretty much. The demon's your own. Well, There's third parties in the room too. That's another strange thing. Like the spirit, like if you do ketamine infusions, which are very helpful for like intractable depression.
Sure.
There isn't a third party. There isn't a spirit being there. But ayahuasca, they call it like grandmother. It's like this supercomputer intelligence knows exactly what you need and will kick you in the balls. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's like it or she or whatever is seeing that there's a limited window to get to you, right? Because most people run from these things.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is what you need to see. You want to heal? You got to face this darkness. You got to face the ugliness in your subconscious that hasn't been healed, that's been calcified with trauma and false beliefs and self-hatred. And it's a deep dive. But then then you're like, it's unicorns and rainbows out the other end oftentimes. You're like, oh my God, I feel liberated. I feel a weight. I feel like my soul's come back to me, you know, which is cool. But it takes some sack to get in there and do it. You know what I mean? And it takes like, it's not a weekend seminar that's going to heal your problems. It's the little changes you take every day. Like you catch yourself, oh man, I'm back on Twitter. I'm back on Facebook. I feel like I'm worried. I'm filled with fear. I'm filled with survival concerns. I'm filled with emptiness and heartbreak and depression. And that's fine, man. Everybody, because we're in an unnatural state in this configuration as a temporary movie character and dies eventually and gets sick and all this crazy. We are plagued with psychological difficulties. So have empathy for people. And there's another thing, you know, people think they're like good online and they're helping and they're educating and they're fixing. And just like the vision I had, it's just like you're just blowing smoke up each other's that nothing good is happening. If you really want to be helpful, Lao Tzu says it, look at all that is dark and unhealed within yourself. Ramana Maharshi, the greatest social activist in human history, does nothing compared to the seeker who forgives, who evaluates their own weaknesses and liberates themselves through forgiveness. And I found that, go work at the homeless shelter. You know what I mean? Literally, there's got to be a family in your neighborhood that would be thrilled if you showed up with a freaking bag of groceries every week.
Right.
This isn't a diss, but see where you're a cokehead looking for another hit on social media versus true empathy. Like look somebody in the eye and do something kind for them. And that's not a judgment because I've been in the cokehead zone, you know?
Yeah.
So, and then when I act out of empathy, you know, a couple buddies of mine, we call the Hilltown Helpers. We live in the Hilltowns. I'm always like shoveling off old ladies' roofs and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like really, you know, some old lady hasn't seen anyone in a while and you sit down and you talk to her and you're kind to her and and she's like, oh, let me pay. And it's like, no, that's not what this is about, you know? And it's those acts of empathy that really have an impact, you know?
Oh, for sure.
When you look back at your life review, you're going to be fucking pissed if you didn't do more, and not more in a fake way, more in like a loving, empathic way. And that's true. You can say that this dude is like, you know, hawking some new age philosophy, but I'm telling you, man, it's you can't even feel it. You don't even have to believe it. You know, when you're truly kind.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think you're spot on with that. What other kind of stuff are you looking into that you're working on? Like, are you writing any new books? Are you working on any new shows?
We got a pitch. I want to give a tip of the hat. If you did this Fish God story, Paul Anthony Wallace is a friend of mine, and he wrote the Eden series. Paul, he's Australian. He's an awesome dude. He's a former archdeacon in the Anglican Church for 32 years. That's one level below bishop. He left the church, and he's writing about how in these ancient documents and ancestral narratives, there are these bizarre androgynous and genetic engineers that I talk about that are in the Old Testament. Yahweh has a consort called Asherah. They're androgens, right? The first Adam in the Bible is androgynous, and then Eve is made, through genetic engineering. That's that parable there. Anyways, he tells us this wonderful story throughout human history. He's half Ghanese. I think he's like half Welsh or English. And he's connected to all the African ancestral tales that tell the same story that I've been sharing about Viracocha and Fuxi. It's utterly fascinating. And he's a really solid dude on top of that. I mean, I'm sure you'll have him on at some point. But the Eden series is highly acclaimed. it's like this new version of the ancient astronaut theory almost.
Oh, wow.
But he's brilliant. I can't talk his game up. So, anyways, we're kind of collaborating, and we got a pitch into one of the networks right now as a Search for the Lost Records investigation of the ancient gods that I've talked about here type of show. You know, go to Edfu and look at the Lost Hall records. Mm-hmm. And I'm also writing a book about polydactylism in the ancient world. Extra digits, right? 6 fingers, 6 toes.
Yeah.
It's associated with the supernatural, the divine, and giants. The giant of Gath has 6 fingers and 6 toes. In Australia, you have rock art everywhere of giant feet with 6 toes. I was just touring with Hugh in Malta. We go to the Hypogeum in Malta, considered the underground temple, once thought to be one of the oldest temples on Earth before they found Göbekli Tepe. They through construction building in like 1906 or something, they broke through to it. You go to room 20, there's an enormous handprint with 6 fingers there. You go out to the American Southwest, there are giant hands and feet with extra digits. You go to North Carolina, there's Judaculla rock, where the Cherokee talk about the legend of Judaculla, and there's a 7-fingered handprint. The greatest hero of the Ulster cycle in Ireland, in the Táin, the English Iliad, has 7 fingers and 7 toes in the Oxford translation. Just throw out a couple more. You go to Botswana, Mat Singh emerges from the underworld with humans and animals, and there's a giant 6-toed footprint there or engraving there. And then you go to Kiribati, and on the island, there are giant, almost beyond belief, 6-toed footprints that the old man told anthropologist I.G. Turbert in 1949 about. They are attributed to the giants. So the world is littered with giant hands and giant feet associated with these giants that the indigenous people tell us about. So that's another, I know it's, here you go. See the giant foot and Newspaper Rock. On the left is Chaco Canyon. On the right is Newspaper Rock in Utah. Look at that, and there's this legend about...
Is that picture of that person's feet real? With
yes.
7 toes?
Yes, it's called polydactyly.
I met a woman who said that she was born with an extra finger the other day. She was from Haiti or something.
It's a rare genetic condition. And some people are born with extra digits.
It's pretty common in some the Caribbean islands.
Exactly. But it's associated with giants. It's associated with the supernatural. The sorcerers, exorcists, and temple priests of Samaria were obsessed with polydactylism. The Summa Ibzu is a series of 2,800 tetralogical omens, and they talk obsessively about what it means to have 6 fingers born on one hand, 6 on the other. The giant of Gath, once again, has 6 fingers and 6 toes, and there is no genetic condition that associates polydactylism with gigantism. So
really?
It's like, I get that if some freakazoid has a bunch of extra digits in ancient culture, might say, oh, this dude's a god or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's everywhere associated with literal giant rock art of hands and feet. It's wild in cultures that had no connection. You go out to Baja California, El Carmen Cave, Google that.
Look at that. Giant footprint of Pinguin.
I'll say this. Professor Paul Tasson in Australia, I think the University of Kimberley, a couple of years ago, there was this story that went around the world that world's oldest ancient narrative found in Australia. This Aboriginal super ancient narrative. Mm-hmm. It was the Pleiades, it was the serpent, but it was also giant feet with 6 digits, right? So Professor Tasson actually wrote a paper about how he found these examples of giant hands and feet with extra digits, in all these cultures around the world. Mm-hmm. And if you look at it, if you go to Marawanga, Professor Tasson, Tacon, giant footprints, 6 toes. If you Google that, you'll get.
What is the conventional explanation for these footprints? Like that one right there on that rock that guy's standing next to, the Pinguin one.
It could be that. It's that's 200 million years ago in granite, so I don't think a giant stepped in it. It could be the indigenous people carved it.
Yeah.
But then it raises its own kind of mystery because Yeah, if you could throw up Marawanga, Australia, six-toed footprints. I know that's a lot. And let's see if we get a picture of that. The moral of the story is the androgyny that I spoke of and the polydactylism are displayed in the iconography for the oldest cities on Earth. Ayin Ghazal, Jericho, and they just found a 16-fingered statue at Karahan Tepe. Me, Andrew Collins, and Hugh Newman did an episode for Ancient Aliens about it, where, say what you want, these people revered this trait, right? So, Sayburch is another place that was just unearthed. It's super ancient in Turkey, and the dude's holding up his hand. He has six fingers. And the professor who did the excavation, Karul from Istanbul University, said the statues of the humanoids always have extra digits or a strange number of digits, never five. So the thing I'm talking about is being unearthed in real time at the oldest sites on the planet. Androgyny, polydactylism, make of it what you want. I'm just like, the story has a thread through the oldest iconography in human history. And it continues, like Malta, all these places. Yeah, six digits. Yeah, once again, I don't know, Marawanga, is it rejecting that?
Do you think that these giants were responsible for some of like the megalithic structures around the world?
See, that's the tradition. So like Pizarro and other Spanish explorers, right? They show up at Sacsayhuaman in Peru. They show up at Lake Titicaca and all the ruins there. And the Spanish are like, oh, these are built by demons. They don't know what to make of it. They ask the Inca, they ask Pizarro, and they specifically said they were built by the Huaris, the giants, after or before an age of darkness and cataclysm, essentially. So that's what we're told. Because if I say, I don't know if you could build that, like with the tools of the time. That's not a diss against the Aymara, the Inca people. Then I'm right out of the gate like I'm some racist, But then again, go to Malta, it's the same story. They're like freaking Sicilian farmers. But the point is that the indigenous people have all these myths and legends about giants. And Stonehenge is the same way. And, the Neolithic Britons, they're going to be pissed at me if I said giants built Stonehenge, It's just like, I don't want to go round and round with that. But the point is, these traditions are the things that's interesting, not my theorizing,
absolutely.
Right? So what the f does it mean? I don't know. Is it pure fantasy? These people who we attribute having the wherewithal to do these amazing things are telling us these kind of wild stories. So you can't have it both ways. It's like, or at least be open to the idea that there's more going on.
Yeah, man, absolutely. What is that one on the bottom with all the holes in the ground? You see the one with the circular carvings in the ground?
That's Pueblo Bonito. That's a kiva in Colorado, and that's where the footprints going up the wall are. Yeah, the six-digit hands.
This is in Colorado?
That's in Colorado.
Wow.
So go to Palenque, and there's hands and feet all over the iconography there. Go to Peru, go to, so many places are, and it's not just because we know it's a rare genetic condition. It's just not associated with like some
gigantism.
Giants. It's literally associated with the supernatural, the divine, the malevolent, and giants. And to any I've never analyzed the 10-foot skeleton. I know why skeptics are skeptical about the idea of giants. I just like, how can all these traditions exist? How can there be giant hands and feet associated? Not just, they don't stand alone, they're associated with giants, and the legends are.
Right.
The Cherokee, Judicaula in North Carolina, Mat Singh in Botswana, on and on and on. The Australian Aborigines, they have the same stories of malevolent, extra-digited giants like the Native American tribes do in the Southwest. Right. It's like, I'm not like cherry picking and trying to make an argument. I'm just saying, how can it be that there is no story there? I don't know.
Right.
I don't have a time machine, but it's pretty interesting.
I'm just curious, I wonder what the academic consensus is on that, and like how do they try to explain it?
I actually, my book is like heavily dependent on academic sources. Like 90% of it is academic excavation reports, academic analysis. Dr. Richard Barnett wrote paper in 1986 about polydactylism. He says the academic world has given this subject zero attention. And he was right. He's the first one to piece together, like, holy, there's this polydactylism everywhere in the ancient world, right? So there were a lot of academics who took on, like Patricia Crown wrote in 2016 about how in Colorado at Chaco Canyon, the natives revered polydactylism, extra digits. So there's like an article about that. Other Warble and other academics wrote about Palenque and Mesoamerican reverence for polydactylism. They call it divine polydactyly. So you have different academics in isolated areas talking about it. And I understand the skepticism, but I would like to know, just like we had Professor Todd Dissetel, evolutionary biologist, on our first show. And I love Todd, he's great. And I asked him, like, how can, what's the anthropological explanation for skull elongation all around the world between cultures that had no contact? It's the most bizarre and specific thing to do. Are they emulating something? What's going on? And, he didn't have, he's just like, I don't know how to explain it, essentially. And I agree. It's just like these levels of specificity by cultures that had no contact. Like when you have a kid, would you elongate little baby Timmy's skull? It is like so bizarre and so crazy. Goes back at least 10,000 years to China.
Right.
But you have it like Choctaw, a bunch of Native American tribes did it. It's crazy, you know what I mean? So that's the kind of stuff where if it is dismissed as like garbage or lunacy by the academics or the pseudo-skeptics, people push back and they feel like these ideas aren't getting a fair shake.
Right.
And then they start to believe in conspiracies and then they're down some TikTok rabbit hole.
Right.
Where the professionals should say, there's a real mystery there. I'm not going to jump to conclusions. This is what I need to see to prove the case. But that is very interesting. Common sense would tell you the level of specificity and the ubiquitous nature of these things is telling you it's worthy of further investigation.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to like bridge that gap. It's just like take your foot off the brake a little. Put your foot on the brake a little, chill out, and address this as it's an interesting puzzle to solve, not a belief system of your ideological enemy. Which is completely different.
Totally, man. Well, Jim, thank you for doing this, man. This has been a fascinating conversation. Super fun to talk to you about this stuff. I love learning about this crap. You and Hugh are really. I think you guys are really onto something with what you guys are doing and teaming up on this work. It's fascinating shit.
That's great, man. It's just being open to these seemingly bizarre ideas is really cool. I think that's why your platform is so popular, and it's just like people dig it. And I hope and I appreciate like, especially being dudes. To like give permission to men to like talk about difficulties, talk about depression, talk about empathy, shit like that, right? It's really important to embody contradiction, be the best of what a man is. It's not like a tough guy getting drunk at a bar and beating the shit out of someone. It's about like empathy and concern. And I really, that's the best part of it, that we're in the same zone there, and I dig that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, man. And where can people find more of your work or get in touch with you?
I'm in the witness protection program in fucking Ancient Mysteries. I'm such a loser. I got like the tech skills of an Amish preacher. I know. I got to pick up my game. I'm on like Facebook. It's a picture of me and my brother at Roanoke when we're filming The Lost Colony of Roanoke. So I'm like doing this, and my brother got hammers in his hand, and I got a couple dead accounts because I got freaking locked out of them. But I'll say at Hugh's site, megalithomania.uk, there's a Jim VR section of videos. I think that's the best place.
Okay.
And Hugh's always like, if I'm doing tours with Hugh or we're going to do a show or something, he'll post there too. So I talk about all this shit, Edgar Cayce, fish gods, metaphysical secrets of the ancients. There's all videos there if people dig any of this stuff. Or you can reach out to Facebook and, say hi or anything like that.
Okay.
But, one day I'll like get a tech assistant or whatever. But no, it's fine because I just like putting content out there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't want to push away prosperity, but I don't really want to try to overly monetize any of this. I just think it's cool and it's interesting, and I like that I can interface with both sides of the aisle, if you will. Because I got some tight friends who were like skeptics, and they're always shitting on me and shitting on Atlantis and busting my balls, but I love them. You know what I mean? And it's not like it's not confrontational. So thanks for everything, man.
Yeah, man. I appreciate your time. Again, we got to get you on a flight. So
oh yeah, that's true.
We'll wrap it up. All right. Goodbye, world. Do you listen to punk rock?
I listened to the Sex Pistols.
Yeah. When I saw you, my initial reaction was like, this is like a kind of a grungy German punk rock dude.
Well, but I
literary punk rock kind of dude.
If you say grunge, I saw actually one of the last concerts of Nirvana in New York, and then I was in a grocery store, like an organic store, and they announced that Kurt Cobain had shot himself. And that day I received a music tape from Berlin with electronic music, and I kind of concluded all this punk rock, grunge stuff that's dead, and the new music is electronic music. So that's actually why I moved back from New York, where I was living in '95, to Berlin.
Really?
Yeah.
And then you started listening to dubstep in Europe.
And then I just went to clubs in Berlin which were playing techno music, which was new at the time. You know,
Yeah,
I
it
thought
exploded right around then.
Yeah, I thought it was
Like
always
they call it house music, though, right? That's what it was
well,
called.
no, there's different kinds of electronic music.
okay.
House is one, techno is another. Then drum and bass came, so it was a big kind of flourishing culture, which at one point stagnated. I think it's just stagnated, but I think it's still fascinating. But at the time, it was like new. So
Yes.
I don't know where we're trying to go, but this is.
We're not trying. We're not trying. We're just going.
I'm happy.
Good. Me too. Your shirt is amazing. That's the meth that the Nazis were taking on your shirt, right? The Pervitin.
Yeah, I mean, I like the branding, the design. Also, the name is very good. It's a good brand name for methamphetamine, Pervitin, because it's the word perverse kind of
Perverse.
in it.
Yeah.
Which it is a perverse toxin, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Methamphetamine.
Yeah. The famous saying that everything goes back to the Nazis couldn't be more true. Even the drugs go back to the Nazis.
Well, I mean, somehow it's not surprising because they were really interested in performance enhancement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they were the Nazi movement was a very modern movement. They were applying the newest technology, the newest forms of propaganda, the newest medicines. So they were
on the cutting edge of everything.
That's correct. Yeah. But they didn't have empathy and they didn't have the right morals.
Right.
So that can always be a problem. A very efficient system can also go off the rails. You need some kind of, I guess you would call it morals. I mean, it's a term that Nietzsche hated, but what do you do without morals? Then you just become kind of the soulless machine that can go anywhere and in a big way too. You know?
Yeah. So you've written 2 books on the history of drug use in the Third Reich, right? You've written the first one, which was Blist, which was all about the amphetamines and the uppers and all the kind of shit that Hitler's doctor was giving him. And the second one was Tripped, which was more about the psychedelics and the LSD research they were doing, trying to find truth serums, which is eventually what happened, what the CIA got its hands on in the Cold War. First of all, how did you get into writing, and what made you want to write a book about Hitler doing meth?
Actually, we have to be very precise. What we say, and Hitler was actually not into meth.
Oh.
The German army was into meth.
Oh, okay.
They were really methed up.
But he didn't do it?
No, because he thought this is for the foot soldier, just the robot that has to function, because that's what meth does. It just releases neurotransmitters, and you follow orders good. You kind of, but it's not the drug to use the most complex questions. That you don't do that on meth. So Hitler wasn't using meth. he was using a certain opioid, which is actually the same one that is now being used in America excessively, which is oxycodone, it's called, right? Or Oxycontin. I always confuse the two.
Yeah, Oxycontin.
What's the difference between oxycodone and Oxycontin?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think codone. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think codone comes from codeine, which is like a syrup, and the contin is just.
I think that has a time release in it somehow.
Yes, I think so.
So that was Hitler's favorite drug, actually, the opioid, which at the time was a German product called Oikodal. So it was a German product. It wasn't a crazy, illegal drug that he was taking.
Yeah. Wasn't he mixing it with? Or no, maybe he was speedballing it with Coke, right?
Yeah, he was doing that.
Oh, okay.
But only for like 2 months, and he stopped the Coke. He wasn't a Coke guy.
No?
He was an opioid guy.
Okay. Usually they go hand in hand with those kind of dudes.
I don't know. I mean, I think... But, yeah, maybe. But his doctor, his personal physician, Morel, he was the opioid guy. He always gave him the oxycodone. And a new doctor came in after the bomb attack on July 20th, Operation Valkyrie. A new doctor, an ear specialist, because Hitler's eardrums were blown in the explosion done by the bomb of Stauffenberg.
Oh, yeah.
And this ear doctor brought the cocaine, because cocaine was like also an anesthetic against, was against pain, and he had pain. So he received the cocaine, but the doctor realized immediately that Hitler loved also the high of the cocaine. Like this guy wrote a report that I found in the National Archives in Washington. It's quite funny. Like, he realized immediately that Hitler's like a totally drug. Like, some people really like drugs, take a lot, experiment with it, and Hitler was one of these guys. I mean, and the doctor realized that immediately when Hitler was demanding more and more coke, and then Hitler was happy when the guy left, and Morel came and gave him the opioid, so he was kind of speedballing for a while. But then this other doctor fell out of favor because he was actually trying to get into Morel's role, but he didn't succeed, so he had to leave. So also the cocaine left. So Hitler remained with opioids.
And didn't they get the coke from one of like the biggest pharmaceutical companies that's still around today? Wasn't it Merck?
Well, that's Merck.
Merck, yeah.
Merck's cocaine was apparently the best in the world. It was very famous. Peru's annual production of coca leaves was shipped to the Hamburg harbor and then processed by Merck into the finest cocaine in the world.
Wow. Do they still make it?
Not anymore.
I know they use cocaine for like certain surgeries.
Yeah, right. Actually, every pharmacy has cocaine. Like there's eye drops containing cocaine.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's not. It's in a very small quantity. So back then, cocaine was actually a big hit. It was a very successful product because it was so famous. The Mac cocaine. There were product pirates in China that faked the label of the Mac cocaine and put it on different cocaine bottles, but none was as good as the.
They were trying to make knockoff Coke with the Merck logo.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of like they make like fake Nike Jordans.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You could probably get it in Bangkok at the market or something.
Oh. So, how did you first become interested in all this stuff and start writing about it?
Well, I grew up in West Germany, and West Germany was considered the world championship in dealing with its shitty past. Like, we were always getting educated about it, which I actually thought was good, because it would be weird to grow up in Germany and not know about the Holocaust. And
right.
That would be a weird way of dealing with it. But it's also a possible way. Like, Japan is not looking at its past like Germany does. Like, Germany has an obsession with looking at it.
Right.
So I grew up kind of knowing a lot about fascism and the Third Reich. And it was always... There was always like this image created of like a law and order system where like everything was disciplined, and so like it has nothing to do with drugs. The Nazis are too square to take drugs. Basically, it's not. And no one ever combined this. So a friend of mine then in 2010 found old Pervitin packages in an old East Berlin apartment, which were still there from the 40s. And he took them, and he still could feel the methamphetamine effect. And he told me this story. That's kind of how it started.
Whoa. How many years? This was like 70-something years?
Yeah, that's what they used to mean with like quality coming from Germany. Pharmaceutical company Temmler makes Pervitin in the 40s, and some guy finds it in 2010, uses it, and tells me that it was really quite strong actually. And he's a DJ, so he knows his drugs. He could really evaluate it.
Oh yeah.
He took 3 in a row because he liked them so much. And he said after the 3rd meth pill from Nazi Germany, he really felt like a strong drug effect.
So
that's what got me researching, because that's pretty interesting. No historian had ever evaluated that.
He's DJing at like nightclubs all night long. You got to stay awake, so why not take some Nazi meth?
Well, I mean, he would take probably meth anyhow, So
right.
But he was interested because if people take meth today, they usually snort lines, right? That's the crystal meth that comes from black labs.
They just take, I mean, the most sophisticated version of meth now, which everyone takes, is Adderall. Pretty much every kid in college.
Is that meth or is that amphetamine?
Isn't it pretty simple? Is it similar or no?
Well, methamphetamine is like a stronger sort of amphetamine, and I've heard that Adderall is methamphetamine, but I'm not sure.
What is the difference between Adderall and meth? Adderall and methamphetamine are both stimulant drugs that belong to the amphetamine class, but they have distinct differences in their chemical structures. Methamphetamine has an additional methyl group, which makes it more potent and able to cross the blood-brain barrier more quickly. Okay.
Meth is like a Porsche, and amphetamines is like a Volkswagen or something. That's how you can compare it.
Right. And the Pervitin was like a Lamborghini, like a golden Lamborghini.
Well, actually it wasn't like a Volks pill because it was like a pill for everybody. It wasn't like you take one pill and you go like insane. It was like you go one pill and you have like, you can just drive a bit, your engine is a bit stronger, let's put it that way, but it's still the same kind of, so it enhances your performance, and that's why it became very popular. It wasn't like now we're drinking
Kratom. This whole entire table is loaded with drugs.
Yeah, right.
Legal drugs mostly.
So it was not so unusual actually to take a pill of meth. Because also at the time, they didn't have so many substances at their availability as we have now. It was in late 30s. So when Pervitin came onto the market, people liked it. They talked about it. Everyone would use it. Yeah. So,
and not just soldiers, people in the military. No. Like everyday people, business people were using it. It was a kind of like a common thing for folks.
Yeah. Also, it wasn't so available, popular to go into like a coffee shop. I mean, there were coffee shops, but not as many as today. And I think especially women would often not go into coffee shops because the Kaffeehäuser, they were male dominated, which they still are in some parts of the world. So it's not so. What do you take? You take methamphetamine. I can understand it. I probably would have taken it back then.
Yeah.
Because also it's beneficial in a dictatorship that's all about functionality to function. And methamphetamine is it's a stimulant that makes you,
it doesn't make you think, right? It makes you just kind of like a machine. Like
the machine is a bit exaggerated.
Well, I mean, I've done Adderall before, and I know the feeling. I hate it.
Right, you kind of can't stop, right?
Right. You're not. Yeah. It kind of kills creativity, and it makes you just want to get more things done and get more shit checked off the checklist.
Yeah, I don't think, for example, amphetamine is a good drug for writing because you do write a lot, but it lowers your your ability to self-criticize yourself because you just feel too good and you just do it too fast, and that's not what literature is actually about. You have to be very subtle in each step you take forward. So amphetamine, I'm surprised like some writers can write like stuff on amphetamines, like Philip K. Dick was writing on amphetamines.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
But also On the Road was written on amphetamines by Kerouac. supposedly in 2 weeks without sleep, which is possible because you can actually write a lot of pages quite quickly.
Wasn't Stephen King also doing loads of coke when he was writing some of his books, like Cujo?
I'm not familiar with that. I could imagine it.
I'm pretty sure he was. I'm pretty sure he was like drinking like crazy and doing.
Freud was developing a lot of his theories on coke.
Yes,
also.
Freud, my favorite philosopher.
Sherlock Holmes was created probably on coke by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I think Holmes himself used coke to solve his cases.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm also not a Sherlock Holmes specialist.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just a Hitler specialist.
Some of the most prolific, most famous works in history were done by authors who were bombed on drugs. Like just from the last couple of people we mentioned, right? Like that's. Did you, when you were writing this, did you try any of these drugs and try to dive deeper into the literature and understand them better?
Actually, I did, because I thought I have to make this experience to write about it.
Yeah, I would do the same thing, I would think.
So I was to be honest, a bit afraid to use crystal meth, because I had heard, like I was also introduced to this by mostly American anti-drug propaganda, which says if you take crystal meth, like I was a U.S. high school student in the late 80s, so this was, I think Reagan was still president. So it was like, just say no, and if you take crystal meth once, you will automatically be addicted, like forever.
Right.
That was kind of what I had in mind, which is total bullshit. I mean,
yeah.
But so I asked my grass dealer, at the time marijuana was still illegal in Germany, can you help me find, like, I just want to have like one sample of crystal meth. I was kind of, and still am, a fan of Taxi Driver. It's one of my favorite movies. And Schrader, when he wrote it, he had a gun in his writing desk in the drawer to be kind of closer to the vibration of his story. So I thought it's good to have like a gram of crystal meth like with me.
Yeah.
And but she said no, I don't want to bring it, because she was a weed dealer, and weed and crystal meth, they don't go together, like they're totally different animals basically. But she said, I know a guy, he has crystal meth, and then she asked him, and he actually brought me a 1 gram, and he brought a Xerox copy of the old Pavitine patent that they made on methamphetamine. He Xeroxed that and gave it with the gram without knowing that I was researching this book. Yeah. So he was like some kind of crystal meth dealer that was like a history buff or freak or whatever, and wanted to educate where it comes from. It's kind of funny. I don't know. And I took it also to try it.
What was it like? Versus, like, what did you expect it to be like? Because usually those two are vastly different.
Well, I know the effects of amphetamines, just like legal amphetamines, but also illegal amphetamines. So I was expecting it to have this effect, but stronger, and that's exactly what it is. So the effect in itself can be quite interesting and pleasurable. You're not going to feel bad on crystal meth, while the high lasts. But the problem for me was, once the high receded, I actually felt worse than I had felt before I took it. And that's something I don't like. So it didn't really become my drug, basically. I thought this coming down effect is a very bad structure for like a drug effect, basically, which is different with the psychedelic drug. You have the problematic experience in the beginning when the psychedelic drug starts to kick in, but then once you're stable, it's going to be great, and there's no like hang up afterwards.
Yeah,
I think it feels much healthier.
It does. Yeah, it feels almost psychedelics and mushrooms and LSD. They almost feel like godly, like you're getting closer to God in some way, and the cocaine and crystal meth and stimulants almost feel like the devil. It's like you're going to hell, because it borrows it sucks up all your dopamine. So you feel like dog shit when you're done, and you either need more to keep that thing going, stay on the wagon,
horrible, actually,
or you're gonna dive off head first. So what else did you actually get a hold of any of the the pervitin. How do you say it? Pervitin?
No, I've never taken it
No?
myself because my friend, he took everything he found. It was actually a couple. They were and still are antique dealers, and they found it and they took it amongst themselves. Like I spoke to the guy and said for 1 month we were taking methamphetamine like every day. It was great.
Wow.
So that pill actually from the company Temla, which is Pervitin, it was probably a good product, you know. It did lead obviously to addiction and problems, but it's a in terms of performance enhancement, is a very good product.
Yeah, seems like it worked. I mean, well,
Yeah.
no, I mean in the end it didn't really work, but
It works for a specific task while it happens, but it doesn't work in the long run. It works in the short run, but not in the long run. And
Yes.
a war was in this case a long war. The only chance for the Nazis to win this war was if everything becomes a blitzkrieg, if every campaign is a quick campaign like the one against the West.
yeah.
Because that's how long the Pervitin works. It works like for 1-2 months. You can stay awake the whole time. The whole army is like fighting like mad, you know. But then they come down. So if this victory has been achieved after like 2 months, they cannot sustain it.
So they're like sprinting instead of running a marathon.
Right.
They're trying to run as
Yeah.
fast as they can.
That was the new idea. You sprint. You don't go slow.
Right.
Which is kind of shock and awe. It's a very modern approach. I mean, it's a progressive military approach, I would say. But it only works in certain situations.
I just read a report on, I forget who sent it to me. I think Travis Kitchen sent me this report, and it was about how the Russians in the Ukraine war are using a certain kind of methamphetamine that Russia is giving their soldiers, like they're all jacked on meth.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it. It's like a newer version. There was a brand name for it.
Right now in the war?
Yes, right now in the war, the Russians are freaking jacked on meth. What was the name of that drug? Captagon?
Oh,
Have you heard of that?
yeah. Mm-hmm. Captagon is interesting because Captagon was made by the Assad regime in Syria. That's how they kept themselves in power, and they had obviously strong ties with Russia. Assad is now in Moscow.
Yes, right.
So it kind of makes sense that this Captagon was made probably even in Syria and then brought to the Russian troops, because it is a good fighting drug. It's not good for it's not healthy, it's good for the soldier, but it might be beneficial if used, intelligently.
Can you Google Captagon ingredients, or like what is in Captagon?
It's just a different form of amphetamine.
Yeah, but is it actually methamphetamine, or is it just amphetamine? Phenethyline? Okay, it's just an amphetamine. They can contain amphetamines and caffeine.
That is a very strong amphetamine.
Very strong amphetamine. So it's not
crystal meth is strong.
Well, yeah, I'm sure. So this is actually.
I think a pill of Pervitin would have been stronger than a pill of Captagon.
Yeah, I'm sure it would have been.
Because the Nazis always wanted the strongest, Even though it wasn't a Nazi invention, it was just a German invention of a pharmaceutical company. It has nothing to do with the Nazi party.
It's just a German company.
Yeah, just a product. Drugs are neutral.
Also, there's in that same report that I read, they're saying that they're giving Ibogaine to the soldiers on the Ukrainian side.
Oh.
And I don't think it's just the report was saying that it was for brain injuries and for PTSD, but I think they're also using it on the battlefield for things like edge detection and stress and combat fatigue. So that's an interesting thing. And I know DARPA, I've read some stories that DARPA has been funding psychedelic research for soldiers, not just for after the war, but for when they're in war. Like, how can psychedelics enhance a soldier moving through the battlefield and shooting and being more accurate with his shots or things like that?
I spoke with the doctor of the Orlando Magic team after the NBA game about psychedelics, whether it's good also for basketball player. And the problem is that basketball, just as I think fighting in a war, is a lot about motor precision, and that could be not enhanced through psychedelics, which maybe make you think too long, or on the battlefield, I think you have to react. You don't need complex thought processes. I think you need it maybe for strategy, for generals it might be good to see it in a different way.
Well, I think actually now that you mentioned that, I think what I heard about DARPA studying this stuff is they're trying to take the trip out of it. So you get the benefits of visual acuity and edge detection and other things without having the trip, right? So maybe that would have some benefits to it if they were able to alter it somehow. Yeah, this story only says that they're using it for PTSD and anxiety. But what I read and what I heard from Dana was they're using it. He's trying to fly it into Ukraine, and with other stuff that David Nichols is working on with DARPA, trying to take the trip out of this stuff for enhancing soldiers on the battlefield, like while they're in.
It's very interesting, especially with ibogaine, because ibogaine is so unexamined yet, and but I would imagine that it's probably quite healthy for the brain to use ibogaine. So an army on the one side using amphetamines, if it's true, then this would be the Russian army, and another army using ibogaine is, of course, looks much better for the Ukrainian side, because it's a much smarter, more sustainable way of being.
Yeah.
Because ibogaine is good for your brain, while amphetamine is not good for your brain.
Not in the long term, right? So, when you wrote your first book, you didn't do it the way typical authors do. Like, I've had a lot of people that on this podcast are talking about JFK and they write books about JFK, and the vast majority of them, in fact, all of them except for one of them, when they write their books, they read other people's books to come up with their ideas and to write about, to come up with their material, and they rework it or whatever. Very rarely, when somebody writes a story or a book, do they actually go to the sources of things. And if I'm not mistaken, when you were writing your first book, you weren't basing this off any other writer's books or any sort of previous research. You were doing it sort of like going to the grassroots of this stuff.
Well, I mean, once my friend told me about having all these Paritine pills and being like stoned on methamphetamine, I became interested in and then I started researching it actually I wanted to write a novel, but then my publisher said, this topic is too interesting to turn it into a novel, it should be a nonfiction book. So I had never written a nonfiction book before, but I had written 3 novels, so I thought, okay, now I can't invent anything anymore. That kind of sucks, because I like to invent things for novels. Obviously, it's hard to write a novel.
Right.
So my first idea was to write a novel, but then the publisher said, no, it must be a nonfiction book. And he was right with his decision. It must be a nonfiction book, because if it's a novel about Nazis and drugs, you as the reader, you don't know if it's true or whether I imagine it. Yeah, so in the nonfiction book, this is not the case. So for me, it was, I don't know, what was the question there?
I was just asking you about how the research process. Like, you didn't go and read other books to come up with your.
So I was trying to figure out what is a nonfiction book. How do you write a nonfiction book? Which is obviously, if you find out something, it must be the original material. So for me, actually my girlfriend at the time, she said you should go to the archives. And it immediately clicked, and then it made sense to me, that I really want to find out the actual truth. And from that, in the beginning, I wanted to construct a novel, but later on I made it into a nonfiction book. But I wanted to actually know the truth. And I mean, there was one book out at the time by actually a friend of mine, but it was more like a random collection of articles he found on drugs in the Third Reich, but it wasn't really structured. It was like a treasure trove.
Yeah.
So I started expanding on this, and especially everything changed when I met a historian who had researched this for a paper, and he told me where in the archives to actually find it, because it's very difficult to find stuff in the archives. Because at the time, like this archive about the military, about World War II, these documents were filed probably sometime in the 50s. They were all collected and then filed, but they didn't file them for drugs. Like, it didn't read like through where was methamphetamine used, and then we make like a note that anyone ever in the future searches for this keyword drugs, he will find these papers, because the archivists didn't think of drugs as a relevant category. So you have a big archive, and probably you have a lot of documents relating to drugs, but how do you find them? So I was lucky enough that like a scientist who had researched this before told me exactly. So he shared his knowledge. It's actually quite important. People share that knowledge. Yeah. Which is kind of the spirit probably amongst researchers, because most people don't research. It's kind of a secret cult. Like, you go to the archive. It's very fun, and everyone is kind of friendly because you're like such on the fringe, but at the same time you're like at the center of it all, because only at the archive are the documents, in their original form. They have not been processed by, let's say, books.
Yeah.
So being a historian, just copying passages in books of others or ideas in other books. You can probably write a compelling book, but it's more interesting to try to find these documents. I guess I was also lucky to find them. It's not so easy.
I bet it's way more exciting to do it that way, because you feel like you're probably getting something out that hasn't been out before, right?
Yeah, right.
The world hasn't seen this shit yet. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of work to do, to actually go somewhere, physically dig through paperwork, like ancient paperwork, versus just like looking up some shit online on a directory.
Well, and also you find different things in the archive. Yes. Because what's in the archive is not online. Like, it's really you have to find stuff, and sometimes you don't find stuff. There's actually people whose job is they're historical detectives. You can hire them. You can say I met one guy in the National Archives in DC. He said his client wants him to find out why a relative of his, a U.S. soldier, died falling out of a window in Heidelberg in summer of 1945. There's all the information. Then he goes to the archive to actually find that story. Wow. It feels good to find it. It seems highly improbable, actually.
Very. Oh, yeah, I bet.
But who knows? How good a detective you are. So I have this side hobby, which I'm like a hobby detective also. But basically I'm a writer. Yeah. Sometimes it has the shape of non-fiction books, and sometimes the shape of novels. Both are great. Both forms are interesting.
Yeah, I bet you like the difference between writing about stuff that you're finding in archives. Like, how is that process different versus just writing?
Well, when you find something in an archive, there's no one that helps you at first to evaluate what you've seen. Like, the problem with Hitler's drugs was the writing of Morel, who shot him these drugs. His personal physician is a bit hard to read. Like, most doctors' handwriting is hard to read for some reason. They kind of hide. They want to hide stuff all the time. Like, it's hard to read. And the Americans who investigated his papers, they misread oikodal. They thought it's enkadol, which doesn't exist. So it was just, that's how it was, filed, but it was never examined. So when I found this, I didn't know what is oikodal. I just found it, and I also showed it to Alex, my friend, the DJ, who told me first about Nazis and drugs, because he became like an advisor, because he's such a knowledgeable guy on history and on drugs. He's like the perfect, actually like a Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson situation. And he's like, oikodal, are you insane? Hitler took Eukodal. This is like the heaviest, most euphoric-making opioid. He shot like 20 milligrams intravenously. It was crazy. You don't realize what this means. So that's yeah. Thanks to Alex.
And what was exactly was Eukodal?
So that's the oxycodone. That's the that was the drug that defined Hitler, basically. It was his favorite drug.
Is that the drug that he first took before that famous meeting with Mussolini?
Yeah,
he wanted to pull out of it.
Yeah, that was like in July 1943 or something.
Right.
Mussolini wanted to kind of leave the war because it was not looking so good for the axis of evil.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to become like neutral, and Hitler hated that idea. And so he was very nervous before the meeting. And Morel describes him as depressed. So it's like he was like depressed, and he was like, no, it was not really happening. And as the Führer, we can't be depressed. I mean, that was also John F. Kennedy's problem. He was suffering from depression, and as he was president, you can't be depressed, you know. Can you say, sorry, American people, I'm depressed today, I don't want to take any big decisions, I hope everything's going to be cool, but Kennedy didn't do that, so he was taking medicine. Same, obviously, for Hitler. Mm-hmm. So before that meeting with Mussolini, he was taking Eukodal for the first time, and intravenously, because I think Morel tried to keep that a bit away from Hitler, because he was realizing once Hitler tastes those opioids, nothing stopped, which is then exactly what happened. So Morel was in a difficult position of having to administer these opioids like on a regular basis, kind of making his patient, who's also the leader of Germany, into an addict, which he must have known. Or, because Hitler wanted these opioids, and when he wanted them, he just wanted them. He didn't want to, argue, You can't argue with Hitler about anything, especially not about when he wants these opioids. So Morel just gave him the opioids. So it's an interesting Hitler biography that's kind of enclosed in this Blitzed book.
So Morel, what was his first name? Theo Morel?
Morel.
How much would you say how much literature was there on him that you had to read?
I mean, first of all, when I researched where that stuff was, and that's in one archive in Koblenz, in Germany, the Federal Archive. And then I went there, and I could see the history of recent checkouts of this material of Theo Morel, the personal physician of Hitler. Yeah. And it had only been checked out 3 times since the end of the war.
Wow, really?
And no one actually thought of doing what I did. And I thought that would be standard for a historian.
Right.
Because Morel played a very important role. He was with Hitler all the time. They were close, very close buddies, and
you wouldn't leave home without him.
Not really, because he's eventually he's your dealer, because he injects you with a very strong opioid into your vein, every other day. So that becomes a very important person to you. Yeah. So that without this Morel story, then you can't really understand the Hitler story, I would say. That's fascinating. Actually, there's some stuff I left out which concerned Hitler's shit. Hitler's shit is examined by this doctor, and there's tons of writings about it, and what's in there, and is it bad for him, is it good for him, and
his shit.
Yeah, it was always sent to a certain lab in Bavaria, even during the war, special career.
Why did they do that?
Because they feel had to be healthy. So it was all about the health, Heil Hitler also means health to Hitler. So it was the health, the status of this person's health was kind of the status of the whole, so-called Third Reich.
He was a vegetarian, wasn't he?
Well, I discovered that he had basically 3 drug phases, which was 36 to 41, mostly vitamins and harmless stuff, and 41 to 43, he used a lot of animal concoctions, pig's liver extract, injected, thyroid glands extract that he used. He became a bit crazy because Morel was inventing new medicines. Morel had his own pharmaceutical company. So he was inventing stimulants. Like, you take something from the animal, it could be a stimulant,
Mhm.
So he was using a lot of animal products, basically. I don't know if you could
But he wasn't-
technically call that a vegetarian. He didn't
Right.
eat.
It wasn't
orally.
it wasn't in his diet, but he was blasting it into his veins.
Yeah, so he's like even more of like, I don't know if he realized this, that technically speaking, I think he's not a vegetarian.
Mhm.
So I also uncovered this, by the way, that he's not a vegetarian, but only through the help, because I didn't even think about it anymore.
That's so weird that they were studying his shit and sending off his shit to labs to see how.
If I would shoot a movie on the Third Reich, or Blitz, that Blitz is not a movie yet, it's very strange to me. That's because that's like, it has a lot of good scenes. And one of them would be, the ship moving through the front lines and moving all across Germany and being examined by the German scientists. And reports are written, which are now in the archive. And
On Hitler's poop.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Ship was a big part of the movement. I mean, it's a brown movement.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
So
You're
I
right.
must have a fascination with ship.
That famous video of him at the Olympics, I think like 36, I think it was, where he's like gyrating back and forth. What was he on in that video? Do you know?
Well, I studied Morel's writings, and Morel's writings are very extensive. Like, almost about every day he writes like how Hitler looked, and not only how the shit was, what he said, how his skin, the color of his skin. Like, he writes a lot, but he doesn't mention this thing. So I kind of think it looks a bit unnatural.
It looks sped up, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think
It's definitely sped up.
I think it's not natural. My research actually would say that this is a fake video, because at the time Hitler had no problems. He was very healthy. He was younger looking.
How old was he here? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. But he was pretty young. But
In his 30s?
He looks older in this. He doesn't. Something's off with this, but that's just my gut feeling.
What do you mean is off? How do you think it's fake?
Just the movement doesn't seem natural. I think I think it was done by a director.
Oh, really? So someone staged this and recreated it.
I think it's digitally manipulated to look this way. Maybe he was moving a bit, and maybe there's a way to kind of speed that up.
They definitely sped it up. You can tell by the guys in the background how they're
maybe it
moving
was
their
just,
arms.
maybe it was nervous and doing like this, but if you speed that up, it looks already weird. So for me, this video is nothing, basically.
Maybe he's just got to pee really bad. That's kind of what I do when I have to pee.
I have some insight on this sped up.
Hang on, Steve. Can you see when this video was uploaded, by the way? It was 3 years ago. Okay, yeah, could have easily been fake. What do you think? What's your video analysis on this one, Steve-O?
Film cameras back in the day, if they were cheap or small or portable, they were hand cranked, which means that the speed of the film going through it is dictated by your hand movement. And so when you play that back on a machine that plays it back at 24 frames a second, it's typically sped up. You're not gonna speed. Your speed is never gonna be as consistent or as fast as a machine. And you'll see that a lot with like the Charlie Chaplin videos and stuff.
Oh, okay, interesting.
That's why the old black and white stuff looks sped up.
So 36 was before he was really experimenting hardcore with drugs.
Yeah, that's when he met Morel.
That's when he met him in 36.
Yeah, so he was basically on nothing.
Huh.
But she could still behave.
Okay.
He's a hot guy. But she was on nothing in 36. At least Morel doesn't write about it. Maybe he gave him something, but it's a slow increase of. Maybe methamphetamine wasn't invented yet, so also it wasn't on there.
It wasn't invented yet.
No.
Was Coke invented yet?
Yeah.
When was Coke invented?
It's like
I don't
a spicy pepper from Asia. I don't know if it's from Asia, but it's used in a lot of Asian food.
That was older. Methamphetamine was patented in October 37.
1856 by a German chemist, Frederick Geitsche.
The Germans invented all the drugs.
The Germans invented everything.
Do just drugs and cars.
And time machines, spaceships, flying saucers apparently came from them too.
Rockets.
Yeah, rockets.
There you go.
Isolated active ingredient from the coca leaf. How crazy is it? The coca leaf is illegal. It's illegal to own a coca leaf in the United States.
Why don't you go live on
I
TikTok?
landed once in the airport in Cusco, Peru, and I was given coca tea as a welcome present. So I should deal with the
Not right
elevation.
Yeah, they use it for.
It's pretty cool. At the airport, you drink it.
How crazy is that, right?
Correct, because
For altitude
if you are streaming on there
I
on a
think
mobile
it's actually quite
device,
healthy, the coca.
after
Yeah.
1 hour of
It's just
streaming,
a
you have to do
It's
a
just like a normal
CAPTCHA.
stimulant.
So it's too much work for me to do
we're not allowed
CAPTCHAs
to
every
have it
hour.
because we might mix it with gasoline and other chemicals and try to produce fucking cocaine. But the soldiers in war, they weren't necessarily giving the soldiers cocaine because cocaine, I'm sure, would be too hard to manage. You have to constantly be taking it and ripping lines all day long, and it's not like with the Pervitin, it's the methamphetamine. You can take it one pill, and I'm sure it lasts for hours.
Well, I mean, they did. They wrote a so-called stimulant decree, which kind of says.
I don't know if it's true, but I heard they changed it that anybody can do it now.
Oh, really? So they have like a guidebook for it.
Yeah, they had a. It's the stimulant decree. It's also in the archives. It's I think it's.
Okay, the stimulant decree was a significant order issued by the German Army High Command on April 1940, which mandated the production and distribution of stimulants to the military personnel. The decree was crucial in enabling soldiers to stay awake for extended periods of time, which was seen as essential for the success of military operations. For instance, during the invasion of France in 1940, soldiers were instructed to take Pervitin, a form of methamphetamine. Yeah, right. In intervals to maintain alertness. Did they source your book here? And strategic positioning. Wow.
Yeah, they cite Blitz.
Oh, look at
At
that.
least one of them.
Look at that.
Yeah, Blitz is the first one.
Good shit.
Yeah, I kind of I guess. But basically, Alex and Cody.
Oh, look at that photo. Can you pull up that photo of the little bottle of it? No way. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a successful product.
That's the plus.
I mean, it's normal for a soldier to take drugs in battle. This has happened since
It's happening today.
there's war, and because you always want to, because it's just such a weird situation. You have to deal with anxiety, you want to improve your performance. It's a very complex situation to be in a combat situation.
Yeah.
Also, it's risky to take a drug, it might go wrong. But drugs are a big topic for the soldiers. And
Slide left to right or right to left.
World War I, cocaine played a small role for pilots. Because they're the coolest anyhow, so they take cocaine and they fly better.
Yeah.
Just
it wasn't
It makes perfect sense.
Okay, here's how you do it.
Pilot's drug, maybe,
On
but
iOS.
It's not a mass drug. Really.
You
It's
go
too expensive, so that
open
you
your
can't
app.
really give it to 3 million men. It
And
doesn't
then
make
you
sense.
press the plus button.
Methamphetamine is quite cheap to manufacture, and
You're right. You're right.
that's why it became meth. And
The
and
person
not
who told me
cocaine,
that you
while
didn't
the
need
French, for
1,000
example,
people,
still
it must be wrong because usually
banked
you
on their
can
red
just do it
wine.
from there.
So every French soldier, when Germany attacked them, drank 3/4 of a liter of red wine, while each German soldier was using up to 20 milligrams of methamphetamine.
So they're running circles around these French guys.
I mean, the French guys didn't really stand a chance.
Right. They're running
This
around
is
drunk.
this is
Fucking
asymmetric.
Germans are in their tanks.
I mean, just imagine the
Grinding their teeth down to
situation
nothing.
in the tank,
Oh my God.
because the tanks received the most Pervitin because they were used differently than before. I don't know how many are in the tank. 3 guys or 4?
I don't know.
So let's say 4 guys. I always think of 4 guys. So they're in the tank. Oh yeah, and the tanks were used as the avant-garde of the military movement. Usually, before that, tanks in the old thinking, tanks are like the backup. So you run, and then you have the tanks and the big machinery from the back.
Behind you, yeah.
So 3 tank generals had the idea to kind of reverse it and put the tanks in front and race with the tanks through the Ardennes Mountains, and that kind of paved the way for like the others to kind of run after them. And these tank divisions also received most of the methamphetamine because they had to reach the French borders against Sedan within 3 days and 3 nights. Being that fast, they would cut off the British and French who were north of them in Belgium because they thought the Germans would attack up there. The Germans kind of ran through the mountains on tanks, and that was only possible because of the methamphetamine. That was used especially by people in the tanks. So that's why I always think of the tank with the 4 guys high on crystal meth, like racing into France. Like they were young guys, they were just like in the tank on meth. Like I think it must have been a very intense experience, And then it just kept going, and that's what led to this victory against France, which no one thought would have been possible because it was Britain and France together, stronger army. The defenders always are, to invade successfully, you have to be overpowering. You have to have much more strength than the defenders, usually 3-1. But in this case, the Germans were weaker, but still won because they had the better strategy to go through the Ardennes Mountains on crystal meth, basically.
Right. Wow. Crazy.
That's what happened. And the French, they still, I received a lot of feedback from France when my book came out there. They said, finally, because for them it had been the unanswerable question, why did we lose? What happened? Why did these fucking Germans overrun us and we didn't know what was going on? And because they were still fighting they had a different mindset, right? We were not there yet. So that has been a problem for the French psyche for decades, which now is finally being solved.
Yeah. The Germans were ahead of their time. I know, some of the guys that were close to Hitler were really upset. I think maybe it was Himmler, who was obsessed with, ancient civilizations and, what the Egyptians were doing, the pyramids.
Well, he had a Tibet expedition, for example, where he sent scientists to Tibet to find, the origins of mankind.
So, yeah.
The Nazis were about creating, a big story. It's not just limited to Germany. It's a global kind of narrative that they spin. All the superhumans conquer everything where they come from. So they had historians look at history in a totally different way than we do today. Because they were supposed to interpret it a certain way.
Do you know if they were into the Greeks and what the Greeks were doing?
Well, that's classical.
Because the Greeks were big into drugs.
Yeah, but I don't think the Nazis looked up to the classical Greek period because of drugs. Because drugs also was not something that was officially enhanced. Officially, the Nazi government was an anti-drug government. And when they took power, some of the first people they threw into concentration camps, and already in 1933 were drug users. So they were. That's why I, growing up, always thought, Nazis, they're all about purity and cleanliness.
Yeah.
So that was also the image that was a big part of their image. So, what did I want to say?
I was asking you about how they looked at the classical Greek civilization and how much attention did they pay to the stuff that was going on then, or did they read any of that stuff? Did they translate any of it, or were they taking any ideas from classical civilizations or any other ancient civilizations that you know about that you've discovered?
I mean, the swastika does exist in India. It's just reversed.
Yeah.
So, and Himmler apparently did 3 hours of yoga each morning in his office because he was connecting with the ancient Aryan roots that come out of India or out of the Himalayas. I think he was he was like believing in magic and that there was something higher going on, more than the eye can see.
Mm-hmm.
While Hitler was much more like on the ground, but Himmler was this kind of evil dreamer.
Yeah.
So he's a very interesting character, actually. Quite scary.
How was so you said you went to high school here in the U.S. and then went to Germany?
Well, I grew up in a German town which was 30,000 Germans and 10,000 American soldiers. So we could say there was like a big military presence. So I kind of grew up with the American culture, and then when I was 16, I was offered to go to the United States as an exchange student. This was financed by the U.S. Congress and the German Parliament to like make people get to know each other better. Like Americans would go to Germany for a year, Germans would go to America.
Sure.
Which I think makes a lot of sense actually, because if you live in another country for a year, you learn the language, you understand the culture. So I actually became a state sponsor or something. I don't even know if it still exists. Exchange student.
Yeah.
And at the end, we were all invited to Washington, and I was chosen to give a speech at the Senate of the United States. Not in the big hall, but like in a smaller room, but it was still big, about the different perceptions of the term freedom in Germany and in America. I had to deliver that speech.
Interesting.
And that night, I got late for the first time.
Oh,
by
really?
Someone who was in the audience. So
No way. What a great story. Unforgettable.
At Georgetown University. Never told that story.
Very cool. Very exciting stuff. That sort of changed the trajectory of your life, didn't it?
Did it? We're still good friends.
Really?
Yeah, she's my old friend.
Wow. Amazing. Does she live here or Germany now?
In Berlin.
Berlin. Okay. Yeah, that's something I was curious about too. Like, when you go to school in Germany, like, what do they teach you about the Nazis? Like, what is the view on... And I know they put a lot of emphasis on how we don't want to go, like the Germans obviously don't want to go down that path anymore, and there's like an inherent guilt that they have. Like, what is that like?
Oh, it's getting deep. I have to talk about the German psyche.
I think it's interesting, because I know Annie talked about this a little bit when she came on here. She was talking about the research she was doing for Operation Paperclip.
But she's not German.
Exactly. But she was explaining to me sort of like the people she was dealing with. She was dealing with some of these German scientists' children, and talking to them, like, this was the German psyche was really becoming aware to her on how they felt about all this stuff. And she had to explain to, I forget this guy's name, which is terrible, but one of the most prominent Russian scientists that was brought here, or not Russian, German scientist, that was brought here during Paperclip.
Maybe Werner von Braun.
It wasn't von Braun, it was someone else. A guy who did a lot of evil shit. But he eventually had to leave his wife and his kid behind in Germany. And she met with his son. And he absolutely resented his father for all of this horrific shit, being a part of the Nazis and doing all these experiments. And, basically she sat there and had like a 3-hour conversation with this guy. And this guy was like every day writing love letters to his wife and his son about how much he missed them and how much he wanted to reunite with them and how he was back in America doing this stuff. And like, this guy had like a deep love for his family, and he thought his dad just abandoned him. And like, it was a really complex, like, deep story, but like, this guy ended up giving Annie all of the material, all the books, all the letters that he's been writing his son his whole life. And she went back to America, and she had to hide all this stuff because some of his letters had swastikas on them and stuff, and she had to like hide all this in the bottom of her bag because I think you go to prison for trying to take this out of Germany. Like, they're very, very strict about anything to do with studying Nazi history or Nazi propaganda or anything like this.
Well, I mean, yeah, we are taught a lot, but it's always we see like secondary, how other people evaluate it. So it's kind of, in a way, you could say it's force-fed to you. It's a very, you learn that the Nazis are bad and that everything's horrible, and it's probably the right way to go about it, because the general consensus is that it was bad, that it shouldn't happen again, that we don't want to engage in such behavior anymore. So I think that's good. At the same time, I think certain things might be weird. Like, I'm not sure, for example, if Mein Kampf is prohibited or not. So maybe, usually maybe some sources are not. I don't know. I think generally we're dealing with it quite okay. Actually. I mean, there's no the call from the new right in Germany to pay less attention, because they said that it has been over emphasized, the negative side of the German history. German history is so much more, which of course it is, but it's just kind of a choice you made, how you present yourself. But it's interesting how the society deals with its past. I think Germany's doing a pretty good job, actually, compared to some other countries. Like Great Britain, I think there's very little critical examination generally about its role as colonizing the whole world, and what it actually did to the world. So I think they're doing a really good job. But it's actually getting less and less.
Yeah, it's so different for different countries, right? Because I don't think there's really much, because like in Germany,
what'd you say?
You said they're 11, 19 over here. You might be level 20. Yeah, you level 20 over here.
In what?
I'm near my TV.
Oh, okay. Is that good?
You're leveling up.
What are
I
you?
don't know how you get to level up, because I ain't been on here. Every time I get on here, I'm like leveling up. So I'm trying to figure out what am I doing. I'm on level 14 now.
There you go.
I don't go by with it.
Oh, no, bigger. No, this is bigger. Like what? I don't know. Something big, man. With the Nazis, like it was all happening there, right? Like all the death and the concentration camps
Watch your show.
and all the fucking war was there in Europe. But like for
Watch your
Americans, we never saw anything. Everything was away from us. Like we dropped 2 nuclear bombs on Japan, and killed millions of civilians and children and innocent people. And like we don't sort of have, it doesn't feel like, to me at least, that there's any sort of like guilt, for lack of a better term, in all our culture for doing that, right? In the American culture, there's more guilt over like Jim Crow era, when like women and blacks didn't have the right to vote, over slavery, which is it's humanity evolves, right? But like, and I don't want to compare evil, but dropping nuclear bombs and killing people is like crazy, crazy. And like I said, there's no real it's fascinating stuff. Like people, like just the development of the bomb too, which was a huge, in part hugely to people that we brought over here from Germany, right? Like that Cold War history is just so fascinating and complex, and how like that put America, at least, into the trajectory that started the trajectory of where America has ended up now, with like this bolstering of this military, to spend more money on weapons than any other country, all other countries combined, I think, and like getting its foot in controlling governments of all these other countries. It's interesting how that moment in history after World War II was such a pivoting point, and it's, I think, very directly dictated where we've ended up now.
I mean, basically, this is what I examined for my second book, Trip.
Yeah.
Um,
Want some more?
Okay. So what do? You always cut it out, or you just leave
No, we just put it in there. We didn't do drugs on camera.
Huh?
Oh, we just do it
No, I
ourselves.
mean, in general, do you leave it running, or do you cut the talk?
We don't cut anything. We leave it all in here. I think it's better. It's more raw. I love it.
Yeah?
When it's brand new, when it's fresh, when you first get it out of the package and you take a whiff out of it, it'll literally ruin your day because it's so strong. So yeah, I just kind of like did like I really was long-winded on that elaboration on how the Cold War and bringing the Nazis over here to get all the bombs and the creation of the CIA and all that shit kind of spiraled out of World War II. And your book Tripped essentially is about LSD and how we got LSD from the Nazis and tried to use it as a truth serum to try to do different things. And people are familiar with shit like MK Ultra and Operation Chaos and all the stuff that was going on.
I mean, I wanted to write about the early history of LSD, not about what went wrong in the 60s when the hippies were taking it. So I was actually curious about why was Sandoz, the Swiss company that made it, not able to turn it into a product. Because I had found reports, like when they found LSD in 1943, they didn't really know what it was, so they created an intoxication room within the company. Employees could just go there and then they would receive LSD, maybe 20 milligrams or micrograms, 100 micrograms. And people then just took LSD and looked out the window and
they'd be in there all day.
Yeah, there was a secretary typing, and people really liked it. Like they loved it. They were like, finally, I feel like I always want to feel like the kid was better. And so Sandoz thought that they had a potential big hit on their hands because this was in 1943. World War II raging.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have and will have mental problems,
right?
Like depression and trauma.
Also, I didn't bring this up earlier, but I meant to. Weren't the Nazis spending a lot of time in the Amazon jungle studying this stuff and trying to find different plants and herbal stuff?
I'm not familiar with the Nazi expedition to the Amazon.
No?
But I heard rumors about it, but also this would have to be carefully checked, because this could also be
fake news that I heard.
Fake news, yeah. But it's, I mean, I would imagine it's possible. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So when the Nazis were looking for the truth drug in 1943, there was one guy that played a crucial role in the search, and his name is Richard Kuhn. He was the leading German biochemist. He received the Nobel Prize for chemistry. And he was best friends with the Swiss CEO who had discovered LSD. And they had been friends since the 20s, so they had been friends for a long time. And they'd always shared their knowledge. And I found the document, like the letters between them. I wrote the letters between them. And so this Nazi chemist who's supposed to find the truth drug for Hitler receives the knowledge in 1943 from his best friend Stoll. We found this compound that works so potently in the mind, you only need like a few micrograms, and someone has completely different perceptions and everything. So the Nazi scientist, and you can call him a Nazi scientist, I mean, he was basically a German scientist, but he like started his lectures with Heil Hitler and stuff like that. So he makes it clear that he's part of the system. So he finds this very interesting, and he asks Stoll to send him half a gram, and he receives half a gram. And then the Nazis, the SS, which is a Nazi organization, the SS started testing psychedelic substances in the concentration camp of Dachau. at that time. So the Nazis
They were testing the prisoners with LSD?
yeah, and mescaline. They were trying to, and then they would talk to them like it was one-on-one, and sometimes the person was told that in the coffee there's a drug or something, sometimes not, but it was like checking out whether you can use that situation to your advantage in interrogation, which I guess would be true, because the other person would be confused, and that gives you an edge over that other person, I would imagine. And if the trip's very strong, if you're able to exploit that somehow with your power position, it's like scary mind control experiments done in the concentration camp of Dachau. And I read some reports, like one guy who has like the most amazing trip on mescaline, and he really loves it. And during the trip, he realizes that the trip will be over and he'll come back to his life as an inmate in the concentration camp. He said that was pretty hard.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. But he survived it. He later wrote about this.
Oh, yeah.
So that basically put LSD in a position where when the US military, when they invaded the concentration camp of Dachau, became aware of it because they confiscated the SS papers. They had them reviewed by their drug expert, which was Professor Beecher from Harvard University. So suddenly the knowledge of LSD was in American hands, and then the Americans, I mean, they thought if the Nazis were so interested in it, maybe there's something, we should also look at this, And the US started their own search for truth back then, because right after World War II ended, the Cold War started. The confrontation that's going on until today.
I'm sure they knew Russia had it, so we had to figure out everything we knew about it too.
Yeah.
And Sidney Gottlieb was a huge part of this.
Well, Gottlieb was like a weirdo who was chosen because he was not like usually the CIA directors and higher officials. They were all WASPs. And Gottlieb was Jewish, so he was like an oddball.
Was he Jewish?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, Gottlieb, I'd imagine that is, I guess, that's Jewish.
He was from the Bronx.
Yeah.
And his parents came from Hungary. Maybe okay, to the United States.
Okay.
So he was like an odd choice, but the kind of department that he was leading, or the program at MK Ultra, was so secretive that he was kind of the right choice, and kind of merged with that program. And that program, I guess, was understanding the human mind in order to pass through like certain means. Like, for example, LSD was a big topic for Gottlieb, but not only LSD, but LSD for him was very interesting. Can we, as the CIA, investigate like properly how to develop LSD into a pharmacological weapon?
Yep.
Which is very difficult, because LSD is so weird. What does LSD do?
Right.
They didn't know at the time, really. We're only starting to understand it more now, and I'm happy to talk about what we understand now, what actually happens in the brain, because it is quite interesting.
I don't think we know.
We know certain things.
Really? What do we actually know? And it's how do you prove it? Like, it's all like so much of it is subjective and anecdotal.
There's brain scans are being done with brains and substances, so you can see the difference in the energy flows in the brain. And one of the leading experts in the field is Professor Vollenweider. I write about him in Tripped. He's a professor at Zurich University. And he's been putting people on psychedelics since the 90s and put them in brain scanners, and then examines exactly what happens, what changes in the brain. And what changes in the brain is...
You said in their 90s?
Yeah, early 90s. He's at it for a long time. That's why he still works with me.
How old are the patients that he's doing this stuff to?
I don't know. I think it's countless.
Because you also said that this stuff was used for your mother because she had Alzheimer's. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I actually asked Vollenweider while doing research for the book. I got to know him because I knew he's the world's leading expert. He can actually tell me what happens in the brain. And I had read a white paper that low dosages of LSD are good against Alzheimer, and therefore we decided to research this properly and then maybe administer it in the family. So it was kind of my family job to research the true story of LSD. That's basically the story of Trip, of this book, which I therefore wanted to call LSD for Mom, because it was basically about LSD for my mom. And so the story of Trip, the story of LSD is what I came back with at the end to my father, who had been a judge before, not a drug person, but a man of the law. And he read my report on LSD, and he said that he also thought it was a good idea. So we all in the family decided to use it. It's been very helpful for my mom. And for example, in Australia, it is now dementia patients are receiving LSD legally. Australia is the first country that has made this kind of treatment legal and possible. And from my experience, I think psychedelics are very interesting in treating dementia. I think this is something that has to be looked at. It's very important because dementia is the pandemic of the future. It's what a lot of people are really getting. More, it's an increasing disease, and we have no medication right now.
Do we know why it's increasing?
More people, more old people, but I'm not a dementia expert. But I know LSD works against dementia from my mother. And that was quite amazing to see when I actually tested it.
And what is the law in Germany in regard to using psychedelics to treat different ailments like this? Is it the same in the U.S.?
Yeah, it's illegal, and my father was visited by 4 young policemen. And since he was like one of the highest judges in the state, and everyone knows that, they were very timid and approached him in a shy and respectful manner, but asked to have a glance into the fridge. And because I write about it in Trip, so apparently they had read the book, and I write about that he takes it out of the fridge. But that day there was nothing in the fridge. So they were like, okay, we see there's nothing in the fridge. And they left, and they stopped the investigation, so it was officially dropped. It's officially been dropped. He was already kind of looking forward to it.
That's the benefit of having being a judge. Just kidding.
No, he was actually, he thought it would be fun to be in court.
Oh, yeah?
Accused. Yeah.
Did you ever convince your dad to try it?
Yeah, he's tried it a few times in microdoses, and it usually doesn't feel it.
You can't feel like the hallucinogenic effects.
Microdose, but you could feel a little like drinking an espresso, maybe.
It does something to the brain, right? Like it does. Like the first time I microdosed mushrooms, like I didn't feel high at all, but I felt just like smiley and happy, and like was just, I thought everything was funny.
I mean, so what Freudenweider found out is that certain areas of the brain receive less energy when you are on a psychedelic, and the area that receives less is kind of the command center. Some neuroscientists call it the default mode network.
Oh, yes.
And that is what kind of tells you right now that you're doing a podcast with me, and that it's like
associated with like the ego, right?
Yeah.
Like me, I'm here doing this now.
Yeah. And if this receives less energy, then you're more open to perceiving something not being separate, because you don't the ego like immediately judges this as a can, but if that judgment wouldn't be there, you look at it and you kind of maybe see like it's how beautiful it is, maybe as an art. I don't know. You would see something else. So that is what he could see actually in energy flows. Also, he could detect that on psilocybin, unpleasant memories are less often recalled than not on psilocybin, and that makes the anti-depressant effect.
Really?
Because we all have negative things inside of us, obviously. Yeah. Some more severe than others, but we all have them.
Yes.
It's just a question, do you access them the whole time? Do you get into loops and repeat them the whole time?
Right.
Psychedelics disrupt that.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you think about something else, and then it immediately becomes a little less relevant to you if you can get out.
Isn't that so wild about psychedelics? Because with marijuana, for me, when I smoke a lot of marijuana, or if I do like a marijuana gummy, which can be like 10 times more potent, psychoactive, all of the dark shit creeps in. Like, for me, like, if I take too much, if I get too stoned, I will be like in the fetal position in the corner with my world caving in on me. But at the end of it, usually it's positive, right? At the end of it, I kind of like, I have an epiphany about something, you know what I mean? But it's not the same with like DMT, for example. First time I tried DMT, I thought it was going to be like that times a million, right? And it was completely not even in the same universe.
Yeah.
Have you ever done DMT?
Yeah, I've done it a few times. I had once a DMT vape, which was kind of nice. Just vape DMT.
Yeah.
But it's also crazy because it's a very strong drug. Just to use it so casually is a bit weird.
It's interesting because it's the one of the few drugs that's illegal that is in every living thing on this world. Like, it's in every plant, it's in every biological creature.
DMT is a bit under-examined, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's a very important substance, but we don't really know that much about it.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a different thing than the other drugs, right? It's like it's like almost impossible to become addicted to it.
To DMT.
Or to like
ayahuasca.
Because for most people, when you talk people like psychonauts, people that are very into this kind of stuff, when you ask them about like their experiences, they'll explain to you like in vivid detail everything they've learned from it, how they do it, and what they see and what it's like and how it changes their brain. It's like, when's the last time you did it? You'd be like, oh, it was October of 2022. But I can describe it like they did it yesterday. It never leaves you. It's not something that you constantly are chasing and want to do it again.
Right.
Like heroin or cocaine or meth or some of these things.
Yeah, it's hard to become addicted to psychedelics. I tried it once with LSD, and I took like every other day LSD for like half a year, and I wouldn't leave the house without LSD. And then I just stopped and never became addicted.
You did it every day?
Every other day.
Every other day?
That was
in microdoses or like big doses?
Zero doses.
Hero doses.
With my girlfriend. We were both experimenting. This was in Berlin in the mid-90s, so you didn't have to work. Because everything was so cheap. I just partied.
Wow. Yeah. How did that affect you?
I think I couldn't have written a Nazi drug book without drug experiences, because I was able to understand much more because of the drug experiences I have had, and I worked on the book closely with an elderly German historian, Hans Mommsen, who was like the leading German historian on National Socialism, and he kind of said that we historians, we don't know anything about drugs. That's why we have overlooked it the whole time. Like, for him, he immediately understood it when he saw my, all the Xerox copies I had made from the, from the archives, and like said, this is it. This is the missing piece. We just never thought about it because we don't use drugs. So in a way, I'm kind of thankful for using these drugs. First of all, it was a lot of fun while I was using them. I thought for a while I would become just going to parties and nothing ever comes out of it. This is what usually happens if you become a Berlin kind of party person. You just kind of, you have fun, but you kind of waste your years. Maybe, Yeah. So I could use it all for this book. So that was actually, I think it really helped me to grow up in Berlin, to understand that much about drugs and about German history, because Berlin, this is where it all happened. This is where the bunker was, whatever.
Have you heard of a guy by the name of Karl Ruck?
Yeah.
He wrote that book with Gordon Lawson and Albert Hoffman. Oh, did you really? When you were researching your book?
Yeah, I wanted to know if he still thinks that it's a valid case. And he was totally convinced. In the book, The Road to the Eleusis, they try to prove that a hallucinogenic potion was used in the ritual there.
For the Kukion mix that they would take.
Which is
Ergot.
That's what they think.
Yeah.
So they went there, and Hoffman, being the chemist who had found LSD, like his drive was to show to the world that this freak that he found, LSD, was actually a compound that has helped us evolve as a culture, especially as the Western culture, Western civilization. Most important ritual, Eleusis for Athens, secret ritual, had a psychoactive drink called kykeon. That was the thesis, but the problem is so far it has not been proven.
Right.
And it has not been proven because technology only recently is able to examine like residue in like pots.
Yes.
So when they were writing the book, the Road to Eleusis, this was like, let's say the 80s.
No, it was in the 60s, I think.
Yeah.
I think it might have been.
No, I think
Well, Ruck was I think he was at Harvard in the 60s, as early as the 60s. And maybe it was find out when the Road to Eleusis first came out. But he was blacklisted from academia, that.
Yeah, now you're like the hottest shit. You're doing psychedelic research, back then you were blacklisted.
Yeah, Steve, so I'm sorry, but you're going to have to go back to Chrome, man. There's just some stuff. So, okay, 78, published in 78. Interesting.
So they didn't know, and the problem in the book is that it all makes sense. It's very probable, but it still just remains a speculation because they don't find the proof. Like Hoffman really goes all the way, he like examines plants and like tries to find ergot there, and I think you find something and then they brew it there and then you take it, but it's not strong enough. So it's like they really try to figure out what was taken back then, but the only way to figure it out would be to examine like cups where the kykeon was in, and then we would know. Yeah. So this is probably gonna happen.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons that Ruck was sort of blacklisted, and then there was a famous guy from Boston University named John Silber. I think he was the head of Boston University, who basically came out and said that Ruck's work was vanity press. And I think the academic institutions didn't like the idea that Ruck was basically vindicating the psychedelic renaissance, which was happening with the Vietnam War and the psychedelic movement in the United States, connecting that with the people that founded Western civilization, the people that came up with democracy and the scientific method. These people were doing the same thing that these crazy psychedelic anti-war people are doing, right? So it kind of like validated that.
The problem is not that there's no proof, but still it's an interesting work that they did in this book. And I mean, today I visited the Tampa Art Museum, and there's a now famous like cup
of Bess.
Yeah.
Bess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Pull up that article, Steve. That's fascinating. They found like breast milk and vaginal fluids in this thing. So you saw this?
Yeah. I had a conversation with the curator.
Yeah, one of the things that Galen, Marcus Aurelius' physician, writes about is the use of bodily fluids as antidotes for viper venom. Because a lot of people were getting bit by snakes around that area, right? They were everywhere. So what they were doing was one of these classical philologists that I had in here, Amon Hillman, wrote about this stuff, how they were taking bandages and impregnating the bandages with these venoms, these viper venoms, and they were making cuts on people and wrapping the bandage around the cut, so it would slowly induce the venom into their body. And they're young people, young kids who had robust immune systems, so they would develop the antibodies to this stuff, so they could use the bodily fluids of children as antidotes to snake bites and viper venoms and stuff like this.
Curator basically said that there's so many artifacts that could have contained at one point like psychoactive stuff, But since it's not evaluated, we basically look at these artifacts in museums and we have no idea really what was in all these bases, especially in Greece. The problem is that it's expensive to examine it. There's no funding for it. So we don't pay enough. Because he said it's important to imagine people back then, because there were also drugs, psychoactive drugs found in this mud. Yeah. He said it brings us, these people, closer. If we imagine that they were, maybe using the same drugs as we are today, because a trip is a trip, If it's a certain strength of a mushroom trip, I think today a trip would be very similar to someone tripping thousands of years ago. So this kind of created empathetic notion. So,
it's very interesting that some of the most brilliant, bright minds of antiquity were engaging in these rites and these rituals, and we're so into if the Eleusinian mysteries and the Kykeon were partaking in some sort of psychedelic trip. People like Aristotle and doing all this stuff, and coming up with all of these crazy ideas like democracy and the scientific method. It's crazy to think that that stuff kind of got buried. I think it was in the 3rd century or something like that. The church they burned it down. They burned down the Lucis and made all this stuff. The devil.
I have to actually examine how it degenerated. It's interesting.
I think it was going on for like 1,000 years.
I've been there. I looked at the ruins because, as a historian, you have to look at archives and documents. But if you look at a time that's older than documents, then you have to actually look at ruins. You have to basically become an archaeologist, which is also an interesting profession because it's just like a story. You just see like some carvings.
So you're working on a new book right now, which is about what's it about?
It's basically about all kinds of historical epochs and how drugs played roles. And that's why I was interested in this bass head, because that's sheds some light on a certain period in time that psychoactive drugs for sure were used, because it's hard to find proof. If you examine the residue in an old cup, that's a proof. If you see, like, for example, there's ruins in South America where you can see San Pedro cactus, that's also a proof that this cactus was known there. So
Your new book. You want more kratom?
No. Because you said the second one makes it tired, right?
Yeah, the second one's a downer.
I would drink another green tea.
Yeah, sure. Steve, would you mind hooking up another green tea? Yeah? Sweet, we can take a little break. I gotta take a leak in. Yeah? We'll be right back.
Yeah, I think it's important to try to figure out why we think this is interesting. Because I think that it does actually connect us with the people back then. When they were using the same alkaloids that we were using. Even though here it's not so clear because so many different things have been found. It was like a magic concoction. But it had psychoactive stuff in there too. The blue water lily.
Oh yeah, the blue water lily. That was a huge thing with the Egyptians, I think. It was growing all over Egypt. Right?
I think so, yeah. And it had, but it had more like a calming effect. It's like lotus, you didn't notice. But also, harmonine was found in there, which is it's basically an MAO inhibitor. So I think it's still not pharmacologically clear what it was in this plasma. Yeah, it was something very intense. And Branko van Oppen, who's the curator of the museum, he thinks maybe it has something to do with giving birth, because giving birth was very difficult back then. Yeah. A lot of women actually died a lot of infants died, so they had
Mortalities of 50%.
with like a big challenge to actually keep humanity going, basically.
Yeah.
And apparently, because this was also because vaginal fluids are found in their mother's milk and blood, it seemed to have some kind of connection to something very female going on here.
Very. Yeah.
So,
The ergot thing's interesting though. There was a guy that you mentioned, I think, in your book, who was he was the guy who did the most research on ergot.
well, I know the guy who produced the most LSD, which is Leonard Picard.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if you mean him.
Maybe.
But there's also a scientist in Switzerland on the mountains who did a lot of ergot research. It's a very nerdy topic
Yeah.
to become an ergot expert, but it's quite interesting.
Well, it's an alkaloid that comes from a fungus, right?
Yeah.
That grows on it. People were getting stoned off it by accident because, wheat and barley was just infected with it.
I think in the Middle Ages it was a problem, ergot poisoning, that
Yes.
could lead to like mass psychosis and people freaking out. But Paracelsus said it's always the dosage that makes the poison. So that was the idea of Sandoz, who created later LSD to extract the potent alkaloids from ergot and turn that into medicines. So their first medicine in the 20s was a migraine, anti-migraine medicine, anti-headache medicine. Because ergot basically makes you contract your vessels, like your blood vessels.
Oh, really?
So they also made a successful medication that is, I think, still given during birth, that after the birth it contracts the blood vessels, so the bleeding stops.
That's how a lot of women died in antiquity, from bleeding out after birth.
So Sandoz developed a medicine against that. That was one of the big early hits.
Hmm.
So LSD for them was just a freak medicine. They didn't want to develop LSD. It just happened.
Mm-hmm.
They just didn't know really what it is.
Right.
They weren't very good in bringing it to the market, because they basically sold it to Richard Kuhn, the Nazi scientist who was looking for a truth drug. So that was the big mistake the CEO did. And that's why LSD is not legal at this moment.
Right. I always wonder, like, what kind of version of MK Ultra are they working on right now that we'll find out about in 10 years, Who knows? Who knows if they're even still interested in drugs that much, other than, like, that guy who I mentioned earlier who's doing the DARPA-funded research on soldiers, trying to make better soldiers with psychedelics.
I think it can improve soldiers with psychedelics. Not for the actual battle situation.
Yeah, because if you're giving them psychedelics, like, why are we here? Like, we shouldn't be here. We all need to give each other hugs.
But I mean, if you try to create a powerful army, you need a powerful narrative.
Yeah.
And so a truthful narrative would be better than like a fictional ideology.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense actually to make your people aware of who they are and their surroundings. Maybe then they wouldn't want to be soldiers anymore.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But maybe maybe you can create a narrative of an army that makes sense to serve in.
Yeah, if you could take the hallucination or the psychoactive element out of it, and just induce the other benefits that you get from it, where the like brain enhancement or focus, vision.
Yeah, I mean, what also happens is, apart from the default mode network receiving less energy, is that for a window of 2 weeks after the psychedelic experience, your so-called neuroplasticity is enhanced.
Oh, yeah.
Your brain is more
Mm-hmm.
kind of flexible and moving. It's
Yeah.
not like rigid, like it always the same thoughts. It's more like it's reinvent ourselves and look at everything. So I mean,
like when you're a kid and you're learning new things.
Yeah. So it makes sense to me that this is a healthy process. But maybe if your brain is very unstable, that additional instability could cause you problems. So I think everyone has to decide for him or herself.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very weird that the U.S. government or any government in the world would kind of put up a chemical wall in our brains and kind of dictate what we can do and what we cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Kennedy claimed that he would reevaluate this and legalize psychedelics, but I'm somehow very skeptical. But that's at least it would be a very libertarian thing to do, also to remove these kind of regulations, because I think that's what the new administration is all about: kind of removing regulations and kind of disrupting what was here before. And anti-drug laws, like really old school stuff, they come from the Cold War, like they have no correlation to reality. They're not working. They're not contemporary anymore. So that should be one of the first things that need to be reevaluated.
Yeah, the drug cartels would lose a lot of business.
They would not be happy. I think it's interesting also. I mean, I would like to, like, it's said like big corporations will benefit from like a change like this, but I actually don't think so.
I think it patent it. I think you get control of the patents.
Yeah, I think psychedelics is more. It's not a big company thing. I think it's. I have a feeling it would be interesting for a lot of startups to come up with stuff and develop things and get into the market. And I think it would be a shift. Big companies would lose money, obviously. They would not sell their products as well anymore.
So Kennedy said you have a theory that Kennedy did LSD.
Well, I mean, there's one source only for this, and it's Timothy Leary's autobiography. So if you believe the source, then he received a visitor in April 1963, Mary Pinchot, who was kind of Kennedy's lover. She was always in the White House with him, and they were alone a lot. And she said to Leary that she wants LSD for a very important person. And Leary kind of suggested that he would do the ritual with them, but she never said it was JFK. She was like
what year was this?
63.
63.
She was like an influencer, like a it.
How do you spell her name? Steve, can you look her up? What's her name?
Pinchot, Mary.
Pinchot, Mary Pinchot.
Yeah, she was married to a CIA guy, but divorced him and then became kind of a peace advocate in DC. Was trying to.
Interesting. So she went to Leary.
She's quite hot, actually.
Is she hot?
Oh,
there she is. Oh yeah, she's not bad.
She's great fun in the White House. So they were smoking weed. That's proven that they were smoking weed together in the White House. And she had been married to a CIA operative before and divorced him and then kind of changed. She was murdered at this...
what?
Yeah, she was shot in the head a few months after Kennedy was assassinated. And I read, but I don't know if that's true, I just read that her diary also was confiscated and it's never seen.
Pinchot was murdered in the Chesapeake, Ohio Canal towpath in Washington, D.C. on October 12, 1960. October 12th, so a year after Kennedy was killed.
Well, they had to wait a bit.
The suspect, Ray Camp Jr., was arrested and charged with her murder, but he was ultimately acquitted. Wow. Beginning in 1976, Pinchot Meyer's life, her relationship with Kennedy, and her murder became the subject of numerous articles and books, including a full-length biography by Nina Burley.
So in any case,
so she went to
Timothy Leary. Because Leary was known that he's the LSD guy.
Yeah.
Clear.
Oh yeah.
So she wanted to turn on JFK, and she received LSD from Leary. And then she gave
he wanted to go, but she was he wanted to go and participate, but she was like, no, you can't go. You just got to teach me how to do it, because this guy's a big shot.
Yeah, he's too big.
Find some more photos of her. Is there any other photos?
And also, you should look up Kennedy's peace speech at the American University.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
Which he held after she returned from Harvard with the LSD. So that's the theory that
they tripped.
Well, they tripped together, and then he realized.
And this was in what month? This was late, right? Like close to his death.
Well, like half a year before.
Half a year
Because
before.
he changed his policies. He was like a hawk before, like really into arms race, and with the peace speech, he kind of said the arms race is bullshit, and let's just. He basically is kind of hippie-esque, and he wasn't like that before.
In June 10, 1963, rather than a speech at Harvard, however, Kennedy gave a speech at Harvard University on 1456, where he expressed his views on the importance of peace in the swollen United States. If more politicians do poetry and more poets do politics, I'm convinced the world would be a better place in which to live. That was
he
way
says a
before
lot
that.
of things like, the Russians also have children, like just like us, and so we just want to take care of our children and friends and people.
Yeah.
And I think that's I think that's the reason why he got assassinated, because he wanted to end the arms race and really make peace on Earth.
Of course. Yeah, no,
that was not really wanted.
The Joint Chiefs of Staff were planning a global nuclear war. They wanted to nuke China and Russia, and they wanted to do that before Russia got intercontinental ballistic missiles, because they knew that they wouldn't be able to retaliate before the beginning of 1964 when they did get ICBMs. And
only in 64.
Yeah, they got ICBMs in the beginning of 64.
America had an advantage.
We had an advantage, right? They didn't
because
cheat
of the German technology. Ran off on home.
Right. Well, hey man, thanks for coming and doing this. This was fun.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. I love learning about all this crazy history of the Nazis and drugs and throughout history has also been super fascinating to me. So, thanks again. I really enjoyed it. Tell people where they can find your books and find more about you on the internet.
Well, I want to do a Substack, but so far I haven't done it yet. But I think it's a really good medium because it's you kind of own the content. I think, well, let's say on Instagram, you don't really own anything you put out there. Right now, I'm just posting shit on Instagram, but I think it's unworthy somehow. I think reading books is quite good. I find it hard to focus and actually read, but I would encourage everyone to actually try to read maybe Tripped and Blitzed.
Yeah.
And my third book, The Bohemians, which is also out in English.
Okay. They're on audio too, right? You can listen to it.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, thanks for having me.
Beautiful. I'll link it all below as well as Instagram. Cool. We also have our super secret community of Patreon subscribers who have very detailed questions for you that I'm going to have you answer as soon as we wrap up this podcast. So that's the end of the podcast, folks. Thanks again, Norman. It's been amazing. I really enjoyed this. And if you're not on Patreon, sorry about your luck. All right, this guy said, what surprised you most about the role in drugs shaping the Third Reich's military strategy?
How long should I answer?
A minute, maybe 30 seconds to a minute. You don't have to elaborate too much. You can keep it pretty short.
Well, I think understanding that methamphetamine will be enhancing the fighting capabilities. I think it's quite something to discover that and then to actually turn that into a program that millions of soldiers are using. And that it actually works, at least for the in the beginning against France. I think that was kind of surprising.
Okay. Tristan says, how much of an effect did Hitler's drug use have on his motivation to target the Jews, besides the master race claim? How far did the Nazi super soldier program... Okay, these are like 3 questions. How much of an effect did Hitler's drug use have on his motivation to target Jews?
I think none. I didn't read any description of morale where it says like Hitler's taking this and this, and then you realize that Jews are bad or something.
Right.
So I also think this answers the question of accountability. I think the responsibility is not lessened because he took drugs once in a while, because I think the crimes were really had nothing to do with drugs, but with his kind of evil ideology.
Right. Okay, Sharma, this is a long one. What's the biggest difference between amphetamines of today and the stimulants the Nazis were using? Kind of explained that on the podcast.
Yeah, we did.
What's the long-term result of the drug use amongst the average soldier? Any evidence of typical substance use disorders associated with symptoms or behaviors that we see now, or did they just returned to whatever the new normal looked like?
Um,
Was there a long-term side effects of all this stuff with those guys?
it was never examined. I mean, the army had a program, like a rehab program, but they didn't put it into place because the war was, it became so chaotic and they didn't have any resources anymore. So the people just came back. Like I spoke to one guy, his father was a writer, and he said he just took it then in the evening when we all went to bed, and at 10 he took a Pavitine in the 50s and wrote his books to like 2 at night. So people knew about it. Also, Pavitine is not like heroin, it's not the withdrawal. It probably just stops, you take methamphetamine for 2 years in the war, and then you come out of the war. I think many people just didn't take it anymore.
Right. Are you still microdosing with your mom? Any positive long-time changes? Got any updates?
Well, it was really good for quite a while, like over 2 years, and then now my mother is in an old people's home because my father couldn't take care of her anymore by himself, and he stopped giving the microdoses since she's in the home because it's still illegal, and he doesn't want to give it secretly, and he doesn't feel like talking to like the nurses there that he wants to do this, which I think he should try harder because it's always been good for her. Because it seems to be good for her brain. I think he's giving up too quickly, but I respect his decision. She cannot make the decision anymore.
Right.
Because Alzheimer does not. I think he said so before she went into the home that Alzheimer gets slowed down through the LSD, but it doesn't get stopped. So the Alzheimer basically wins even over the LSD.
Right.
It's just more and more Alzheimer in the brain.
Okay. Thank you for the work you've done. What is he saying? Questions. I know, right? How did the Nazis source the ingredients?
Well, Temmler, the company that made Pavitine, made it very clear from the beginning when they advertised the medicine to doctors and then later to the military that the ingredients for methamphetamine are very easy to come by. It's nothing that's like scarce or couldn't be found anymore during the war. And so it was just like basic chemicals that a company just has, So they were able to make still millions of dosages of methamphetamine in 1945. And, there was not much being produced anymore in Germany because of the bombing campaigns. But Temmler kept producing. They relocated their production facilities to a brewery in West Germany. So in this brewery, they made beer and methamphetamine at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Like in 1945.
Was there any connection to, I can't see it, Steve. Was there any indications that of hallucinogenic drugs used by the Nazis in regards to their occult worship?
I didn't find anything.
No.
Also, the whole occult thing, I think it played a role, and I think Hitler was really into it. But I don't think Hitler was really into it, and so it's not so. I mean, people might disagree, but I don't think it's so important. This occult part of the Nazi movement.
Were the Allies on drugs?
They noticed in the fall of 1941 that the German pilots had been using methamphetamine, and then Churchill ordered a drug program also for the Royal Air Force, and they examined different types of amphetamines and methamphetamine, and they decided then to use amphetamines. And they started an amphetamine program, but they thought methamphetamine is too strong for them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But amphetamine is actually a better choice. Yeah. I mean, the Nazis would say so.
Right. Do you see any correlation with the current day big pharma medical industrial complex and the massive amounts of vaccines and drugs given to people? Is there a way to control, dumb down, or make people sick? Wow. This guy thinks you got all the answers.
Yeah, I think the pharmaceutical industry is not really helping people to get more healthy. And I think it really needs the legalization of psychedelics. I think that will be a game changer because then it's like the truth is there,
Sure.
Then they have to compete with that.
Yeah.
Right now they have like a protected playing field because the right stuff that can really help is not allowed.
Right.
That really needs to change.
Were mushrooms used in any ways Were mushrooms used in the same way as Nordic cultures, or was it mainly narcotics?
Um, I think there have been. I haven't examined it properly enough, but there have been like mushroom depictions on like boats and stuff. So I think they used mushrooms, but I haven't researched this properly yet.
Thoughts on Gravity's Rainbow by Thomas
Thomas Pynchon.
Pynchon.
It's actually my favorite novel, and I read it in the mid-90s in Berlin when I was like coming home from Kit Kat Club and other underground venues in Berlin. So still high on acid, and I think it's one of the greatest novels ever written. It's very complex, very hard to understand.
What's it about?
It's set in Germany during the war and right after the war, and it's about an American special agent, Tyrone Slothrop, and they find out first he's in London, and he always like has sex in places where then the next day the German V2 rockets land. So he's kind of psychically connected to this, and so they kind of follow him, and wherever he kind of fucks at night, they're going to evacuate the area the next day because the V2 rocket's going to hit there. And then he later goes into Berlin, and he has all kinds of crazy adventures. I think it's an amazing novel, and I'm wondering really how Thomas Pynchon wrote it, because he has so much esoteric information about drugs and rocket science in Germany, and it's a very knowledgeable book. It's a bit hard to read.
When was he? When was he around?
He's still around.
Is he really?
He's the most famous, completely unknown American author. No one knows where he lives and how he looks.
What's his name? I gotta get him on here.
He won't.
I'll have him on here tomorrow.
It's very hard to trust him.
He lives here, though?
I know the city where he lives, but I wouldn't disclose it.
Oh.
Because he just doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be known.
Right.
It's hard.
Yeah, I'm sure.
He's not gonna do Instagram stories.
Right.
But he doesn't need to. He's great. He should receive the Nobel Prize for Literature. I would be interested in whether he would come out with that.
Yeah? Interesting. What year did he write that novel about the Gravity Rainbow? 70s? Solar panel death sentence? I don't even know what that means. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't know what that means. It's good though.
All right.
That's scary.
It does. Maybe that lived. Do you think the Nazis' history of drug use and experimentation influenced the knowledge or practices transferred to Operation Paperclip? Yeah. I think we talked about that, right? What's the best drug for inducing lucid dreaming or enhancing a creative flow state? AI says that maybe galantamine and modafinil.
Well, AI is pretty bad, actually. Everyone praises how intelligent it is. I think it's pretty stupid still. It makes a lot of mistakes. And this, which drug did it recommend? Oh, modafinil. Modafinil is okay, It's like
what the hell is modafinil?
It's like it works a little bit like an amphetamine, but it's not an amphetamine. It's like a brain enhancer or a performance enhancer. Like the German army, when they were deployed in Afghanistan, they would use modafinil in certain combat situations because it makes you more awake and more alert. But it doesn't really have a great trip. It's kind of like what you said. It's like it doesn't have an intoxication effect, but it does have like a stimulating effect.
Okay.
And galantamine, I don't know, but I think the AI didn't give a.
This guy's talking about lucid dreaming flow state.
Yeah, you need something else.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine that to get into a flow state, you would be wanting to go towards like stimulants like that. That's just me. Mr. Oler, are you suggesting that your work shifts the blame from Hitler to drugs? Yes, Farouk. That's exactly what he's saying. Are drugs? No, he's not. You're not saying drugs are responsible.
No.
I don't know. He clearly.
No. Well, I mean, it's a legit question, so I'm not suggesting that. It could be my angle if I was like a right wing kind of guy, but it's not really my angle at all.
Yeah. What historical connections are there between pharmaceutical giants of today and the Nazi regime? Well, Merck is still around, right?
I mean, IG Farben was like a conglomerate of the biggest German pharmaceutical companies, and they were like.
Weren't they also making rubber?
Yeah, they're making rubber, but they also made like Cyclone B, which is
Cyclone
the
B,
gas
yes.
chamber. So
Yeah.
they were like a big influence from a business side into the government. That's Mussolini said democracy dies when money has too much influence on the political process. And this was certainly what the Nazis did. They allowed, you know, CEOs to talk into their politics.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy quote coming from Mussolini.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very interesting quote what fascism actually is. It makes sense to me. He thought that was good, and a lot of people think it is good. But
What? I think what's good?
If money kind of decides
Politics
has a big,
Mussolini thought it was good?
No, he was a fascist. He invented fascism.
Right.
So,
what's the most surprising discovery in your research for Blitz?
I mean, I actually didn't think Hitler was on drugs, before I started this research. And then when I read all the notes by his doctor, which are very detailed, very vivid, and also kind of well written sometimes, like how he washes the syringe. He actually used the same syringe over and over again, yeah. Because it didn't have it was a different time. Also, the syringe was much thicker, so it was actually,
oh god,
it must have been quite painful. But I think Hitler was a bit of a masochist. He kind of liked that pain going into.
Yeah.
So he really liked to get injections. Okay.
What was
the question?
Keep going.
In relation to the question?
That was one of the questions. The other ones we talked about. Thanks again. This person just said thanks. This person is saying, Danny, get up with me on Instagram. Okay. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much, sir.
Sure.
Fascinating shit. All right. Thanks, Patreon. Mwah. Oh, we are rolling. Beautiful.
Like
all
you
right.
mean jiu-jitsu rolling or just rolling?
Not jiu-jitsu rolling, just regular rolling. Maybe later we'll do some jiu-jitsu rolling. I gotta read my math over here, though.
Maybe we can smoke DMT and then you guys can roll.
Well, could you imagine? It wouldn't be much of a roll. I mean, he play with me like some cat toy or something.
I think that's regardless. Well, Dan Hardy, right, the MMA fighter, he used to talk about his usage of psychedelics in fighting.
Who?
Dan Hardy was his name?
I don't know.
Yeah. He was a famous UFC fighter.
Really?
Yeah, and he used to talk about how he used to get in the cage on mushrooms. And he said, I could see the future, he said. Like, I can see that. Yeah.
Well, they do that. They give that to war fighters now. That thing, remember that article I sent you last night?
Yeah, but
they're giving people in Ukraine, they're giving Ukrainian soldiers ibogaine and like that, and psychedelic mushrooms. DARPA's doing this study that's they're funding people at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, I think, to study the use of psychedelics like ibogaine and even psilocybin on soldiers and on the battlefield.
On the
battlefield for edge detection. Because I guess
I thought this was for healing.
Not just that, but to be more optimal with a fucking gun.
Ibogaine?
I guess.
The story you sent me looked like.
Did you read it?
I just saw the title because it was in the middle of the night. But the title seemed to have been implying that it's for healing, trauma.
I think part of it's for the trauma, and part of it is
also remove your trauma so you can go back to battle.
Also, a huge part of it is for optimizing battlefield, like soldiers on the battlefield.
That's what it says in that story.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yes.
Maybe it's not that cool.
To make them more accurate, like shooting.
I mean, that's insane. That's the wrong usage of the thing.
I can see LSD definitely would be.
LSD, that's what they thought.
Yeah.
MK Ultra, all that stuff, that's what they thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the government's been weaponizing drugs since the beginning of time, right? If they are studying drugs, they're going to figure out a way to weaponize them,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
I mean, that you would think it sounds like it should be an obvious thing for us, and yet I think that the problem is that it's an obvious thing for us.
Yeah.
Like, that should not be the attitude of humanity as a whole. Like, this idea that it's always a zero-sum game just needs to go away, basically.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's just no chance. Because you're going to get bigger and bigger weapons. You're going to be able to go wham, and you're going to destroy more things. So the attitude of the monkey is the only thing that becomes actually matters.
But there is that meme, that people who run the government, those people never took mushrooms, and the people who took mushrooms know why this is a problem.
Yes. Yeah, exactly, right? Oh, man. Well, it's great to have you guys here today. Danny Gohler, you're back. We had a fantastic episode talking all about the DMT laser experiment you did. And I'm sure we're going to talk more about that today and some of the new stuff you've been doing with it.
I had a blast.
And Zoltan, it's awesome to meet you, brother.
Right.
We had a fucking wild conversation last night at dinner. You are like a Renaissance man. You're born in Hungary, correct?
That's correct.
Soviet-controlled Hungary.
Yes.
Double black belt, jiu-jitsu, judo, and you're founder of the band Five Finger Death Punch.
Dabble in some music. Yeah.
You do everything. What don't you do?
That's pretty much it. Like you have a check mark on life that these are the things I need to do, and I just check them. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah. So how did you guys get together? How did you guys first meet?
We met through a mutual friend who I'm never sure if he necessarily wants to always be mentioned in every context, but we met through a mutual friend, very good friend, and we basically met at an event that Zoltan is now the founder of as well, which is the PGF. It's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Would you call it a league? Was that?
Yes, a professional grappling federation, and we have jiu-jitsu competitions.
Oh, okay.
I was invited to come help with the event, just kind of shoot stuff and all that good stuff. And then me and Zoltan I was invited to Zoltan's house to shoot a podcast, or just do a little setup. And I had to stay for another day because we were kind of rolling behind. So then I was like, hey, can you stay overnight? I'm like, sure. That evening we sit down, start talking. He starts talking about some profound, that, always kind of the conversation drifts towards.
Yeah.
And then I remember the short version of the story is that I asked him some question about something that he was describing in the psychedelic space. And then he kind of threw me a glance, and he goes, okay. And then he kept on talking, and then I asked him another question, and then he goes, wait a second. And he goes, what's your name? I go, because we didn't really, I go, Danny. And then he looks back at our mutual friend and goes, wait, this is DMT Danny? I go, what? Yeah. He goes, bro, I've been following you. I'm like, what? No. Yeah. I was like, first of all, I didn't know my name was DMT Danny. Second of all, and he's like, bro, and then later Zoltan was saying that the reason he looked at me is because he knew that the question I asked him, which I wish we would remember what it was, but I asked him something that he knew that only somebody who went really deep in the space kind of would know that kind of stuff, because it's very specific.
Yeah.
And then from that moment on, we just literally became best friends. Like, we were just like two, buttheads just sitting there, like, talking till 5 a.m. about all kinds of...
He stayed a week.
I stayed a week.
When we started a conversation, it lasted a week.
Stays at your house a week.
Because, that's the kind of thing where, somehow people who are in the space usually find each other. I always joke about it. There's no secret society. What it is everybody's underwater, and you pop your head out and look around, and whoever is out, you can see them. Like we kind of have this network. We all sort of know each other.
Yeah.
Or eventually we find each other. And I heard about him. Like, that was his nickname, DMT Danny. And I kept hearing the stories, and I was aware of the laser, and I was aware of Pepe, the guy who was making the lasers for me. So I knew of him.
Yeah.
Right. And I had sort of a spiritual conversation. People were asking questions, and I was talking, and I look up and I see like this circle around me. Everybody pulled up their chair. I'm like, oh, shit, it became a lecture, sort of, right? And that's what Danny said. He asked me a question. And the reason I looked at him, like, okay, he cannot possibly know that. I wish I remember what you asked.
I don't remember.
But there's no way for you to know that if you haven't been there, right? And then he asked a second question, and that's when I'm like, okay, hold on for a second. Are you Danny?
You knew it.
One thing I can say that was kind of surprising to me is because a lot of people in the psychedelic space in general, they have this way of exploring these spaces that is very loose, so to speak. So people go into these spaces and they have their experiences and then they exchange notes, but ultimately it's always a very shifty ground that people try to describe to one another, right? So people come to a conclusion about particular things like beings or spaces and things like this. But with Zoltan, it was so obvious that not just that he explored it very deeply, but also, I mean, his reputation kind of runs in front of him. So like, it's not like, so Zoltan, a lot of stories, he has a lot of stories, but at the same time, there's the execution level is so high, right? Every single thing he touches, I call him like a master pattern recognizer.
Yeah.
The martial arts, the music, he was never taught to play the guitar. So it's like he just understands what patterns work. Like he just started, like what I started telling you, like he started building this property he got, and then he was like, well, maybe I'll get into like understanding some things about architecture. Pulls one of the most reputable architects in Vegas back from retirement, brings him into the project. The reason I started telling you the story is because we met the guy when he was already finishing the project.
Yeah.
He told us, completely unsolicited, he said, Zoltan is the most talented architect he's ever worked with in his life. And I said, wait, are you an architect? Zoltan goes, no, I just understand what works. So he gave him ideas that he never thought about. So like, he has this one of these minds that just understands what works in terms of functionality and outcome. And this is
fascinating.
Yeah, and this is why when he started talking about the space, usually it's a conversation between two guys like, dude, I went to that space, I did this thing, oh my god, it was crazy, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
But it doesn't usually come from someone like Zoltan, who's like, on the other hand, like has all these responsibilities and serious stuff and all these businesses riding on his shoulders that he has to make like serious decisions. And somehow it all works. And Zoltan always, if you hang out with Zoltan like just one-on-one, it always looks like he's just hanging out. Like there's no effort whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I had this moment. I'm gonna share this one small anecdote. I had this moment. We were sitting with Aaron, the director of the film. Again, shout out to Aaron Benjamin. We were at Zoltan's show. We went to see Five Finger Death Punch, and we're sitting there, and Zoltan is sitting and talking to everybody after the show. Security, other people, like all this stuff happening, right? And Aaron and Zoltan are sitting, and Zoltan is telling him a story. And then later, we spoke to Aaron, and it goes like, "Dude, how does he have time to talk and talk to us?" And I go like, "I don't know." But I'm like, do you understand that everything around us right now, the arena, the security, everything that is happening right now, this is a machine that he built. Like, the bus is here, everything. Now, obviously, there's other people involved, and they're doing their jobs and everything, but the mind to put everything together in a way so it's like, it works like this lubricated machine, that's all Zoltan. So somehow it put it together in a way that now you can just sit and enjoy and not worry about too many things. Like I said, he travels with a posse of all black belts in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and a full dojo just so he gets to also train. So he thought of everything.
Yeah, how many black belts do you travel with on your tour?
The last tour we had 7.
7. And you guys just drop a mat out in the driveway and just.
So I'm carrying my mats, and then pretty much I have 2 video guys, both of them black belts, the rigger, light guys, a black belt.
And you video sessions?
Guys. Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, but it's
that's super helpful.
So I can train, basically.
Yeah,
but that's the case for the last, 19, 20 years. I always have at least one, and as we, progressing and more crew we can afford, everybody I would hire people who have a skill set and also martial artists. You can expect more from a person who's a martial artist. It's because martial arts restructures your mind. You start thinking differently, right? Because I started when I was a kid. I was 9 years old, and it develops rewiring in mind, meaning like it develops a personality that otherwise you wouldn't. And that doesn't mean that you have to start when you're really young. You can start right now. It still will do the same thing, right? Because there are these moments where you have to go on the mat and fight this other guy. So what happens there? Procrastination. Can you push this fight back? No. This is happening right now, right? So you have to accept the inevitable. Like this is going to happen right now, you like it or not, comfortable or not. This is going to happen. So you have to accept those things, and if you parallel that to life, right, things happen, and you have to deal with that. Then second, nobody can jump in. This is not a group effort. This is gonna be you and the other guys. So no one's trying to save you. So you have to be responsible for everything that's gonna happen, right? So there's a teaching in that. And then as a martial artist, you start to, let's say that the fight starts or the match starts, and then you have to figure this out. Right? Again, in life, difficult things are happening, and you have to figure it out. You get caught in uncomfortable situations, and you have to know when to fight your way out or where to tap and fight another way. Right? So that's a skill that you will have to understand in life. And the skill that my natural reaction is to figure out a way. I have to problem solve, then both mentally and physically. I'm being pressured, basically. Right? It's because it's a human chess game. So it's both mentally and physically intensive, right? And then as you master this, you start to realize that, wait a minute, I can also use your emotion against you, right? And so the uncomfortable situations will turn into, advantages. And it's the same thing in life. That's what crisis management is. Like, you look at the crisis, like, wait a minute, I can use this, right? This is maybe a great PR moment when it looks like a crisis, but I'm going to turn this around. So you start to see that in martial arts, what we do, it will develop traits in you that you can parallel to your career, to your life, because these are the same things. But most importantly, it becomes a reflex. Like when you have some kind of adversity, I don't think about the adversity. I immediately go to the solution. I don't even think about it. So it's that element is not there anymore. Like, oh my God, right? Like, oh my God, what do we do now? That doesn't happen. It's like the situation happens, and immediately I automatically go into solution, and automatically go into how do I use this, whatever it is that's happening. How do I use it as an advantage? Because it becomes automatic. If you start to live your life that way, it's a game. It's the whole thing is a game. It's a chess game. So life becomes this chess game of basically strategy, and then it becomes fun. Right. And then once you do it for a while, you walk on a map. You're not scared. Doesn't matter how big the other guy is. It's like, okay, he's like 350 pounds. Can I beat him? Right. I'm not thinking like, oh my God, I might die. No. It's like, can I beat him? Is there a way? How am I going to beat him? Right. See what I mean? And so that becomes your personality. And then I think that's one of the reasons I became successful is
overcoming obstacles.
Because and it's that's the thing. You're looking at a situation, and you look at it. It's a problem, right? It's like, ooh, there's a problem. I look at it like, oh, it's an obstacle, so I have to jump over. It's fun.
Yes.
Yesterday when we were sitting and having dinner, you asked Zoltan a question that I kind of chuckled at. You asked, "What do you do in your what do you do? Like, what do you do on the day to day?
What do you do every day?
Yeah, every day.
Like, what's your routine?"
And that's a really funny question if you actually get to hang out with him for a little bit, because I've seen the switch. So like yesterday, you just experienced like us just talking and exchanging stories and all of that stuff. I saw the switch happen with Zoltan when somebody walked in the room and said something to him. One of these, like, in the movie moments where somebody kind of whispers something in his ear, like something happened. And you see, like, this immediate switch in his face. He just gets up. He all right, I'll be right back. Walks outside, comes back, and something just happened, right? Something, he just solved some kind of a problem, and you never felt it as the guest. Like, he just walked outside, you saw something was going on, somebody asked something, he had to, like, give input, serious input, comes back out, hey, and you just continue the conversation. I'm like, whoa, holy shit. So there's this immediate switch of like, oh, we got to go into a different mode now. Okay. The warrior kind of wakes up. And then you see it in real time. It's very interesting. It's also why I realized that nothing that he does, at least from my interaction with you so far, is unintentional. So when we just sit and hang out, it's like, yeah, that's my free time. I'm going to talk about whatever is close to my heart and I want to talk about. But he never does the thing that is unintentional. And because of that, when he told me, okay, he recently just decided to come on my podcast, which is not even that huge yet. So there was a very intentional decision. It's like, no, I think this is important to talk about now, because he never spoke about this publicly ever before, because there was no reason for it. It was just, and now he felt like it's important enough. And I took that also as well. First of all, it's kind of like a check mark of like, okay, we're on the right path here. But also there's an understanding that something, even if we don't fully understand what it is, none of us, there's something very major that is going on that needs attention. And that attention needs to be put on in the right way. Not just, I see a lot of people kind of like in a lot of different communities, from spiritual communities of the awakening, UAP communities, disclosure, the rising of AGI in the tech world. All of these things seem to be like types of crescendos that are arriving, and we're all in some relationship to them. The mapping of the human mind, Neuralink, all of these things, right? Yeah. And it seems like, the truth is that none of us actually knows what the real thing is, my discovery, but I don't think it's coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think all of this is almost like the universe goes like, hey, pay attention.
Yeah, there's end of chapter.
Yeah, this conversation is going to get very meta, for lack of a better term. And we're going to talk about a lot of deep philosophical ideas and
but also practical things.
Practical stuff, the DMT. I want to get into the DMT laser stuff. But before we do that, I'm really interested in hearing your origin story and where you come from and how you grew up and how you ended up here.
Origin. So, like you, Adam and Eve, or
yes, exactly. The snake in the garden.
So basically, I grew up in Hungary. That was at the time it was a communist country. So I grew up in Hungary and set out to be a scientist. The communists had this, this idea of separating people into various castes. So like they come to the kindergarten, which, by the way, we walked to in the snow when I was, 4 years old, 5 years old. That's completely normal. The snow is taller than me, and the kindergarten is like 3-4 miles away, and your parents just put you out in the cold. So, all right, kid,
don't die.
It's that way. Don't get lost, and and then see you later. That's it. That was completely normal. Anyway, so we have a pretty different upbringing. Like, okay, here's a spear, you go and fight for your it's Sparta. And so they come to the schools and they pick out the kids and they're like, okay, you're good at this, we're going to put you in a special school. You do good at, let's say, athleticism, and then you go to a school that is specifically for sports. And so they pick me out and they're like, okay, you're math, science, and we're going to put you in a special school. So I had like 2 or 3 math classes every day. That was my jam. I was going to be a particle scientist. That was I was interested in. The moment I could read, instead of reading, books about cowboys and Indians and everybody did, I'm like deep down in the tectonic systems of the planet and particle science, and that was my jam. And then somewhere around when I was 12 years old, I had because we're sitting here, so I'm going to contact this story. I had an out-of-body experience. I had an accident, and at the time I didn't understand what happened, but I didn't look at my own body. I hit a truck with my little bicycle, and but I had the sensation of whatever I wanted to look at, wherever I wanted to go, I was just there. And I understood, like, whoa, something's bizarre, something's weird. And I got up. Eventually, I sit up. I was in a pool of blood with a circle of people around me. And I just grabbed my bicycle, went home. My mother has come to this country, that's how it works. Like, kid, I'm bleeding out of my hair. It's like, kid, don't get it on the carpet. That's it. You can have a sword sticking out of your head and like, oh, probably you should go to the hospital. But you gotta walk because I'm busy. So, that's pretty much how this worked. And so I went to the library and I started to search. And at the time, the Google search all the times were like, you reading the books and then you have footnotes and you just simply find where where those excerpts coming from. So I dug down the path of eventually I find books about life after death and eventually find Eastern philosophy. So by the time I was like 14, 15, I was knee deep into Kriya Yoga and meditation and all that. And I also had issues with science. So I had a moment where when I was about 15, I started to battle my professors about theoretical math. I disagreed with a lot of things, and there are issues of practical math and theoretical math. So I had a conflict there while I'm researching and experiencing early days of wasn't psychedelic, so to speak, but I'm down on that path. Yoga, meditation, it's a science, breathing techniques, various techniques.
Because that seemed to be connected to what you were, the idea that you were searching for with that near-death experience you had.
I understood very early the question that, wow, we have, scientists like, Higgs and Einstein, and, this is important. This is very important. Their work is really important. Science is really important. I was going to be a scientist. But ultimately, the most important question, all these things, science is subservient of the most important question. The most important question, what the hell is going on? What's going on? Why are we here, who we are, why? What is this, right? So if you look at science, why we're looking for science? In one way, we want to make ourselves comfortable. We invent things and build things to make ourselves less dependent on physical labor, right? That's one reason for science.
Yeah.
But the ultimate reason is like the explanation of what the hell is happening. And I felt like yoga and these mental sciences are on the same path. This is, then try to answer the question, and later in life, psychedelics. To me, it's the same exact thing, trying to figure out the ultimate question of what the hell is going on. What is this perception? How am I alive? How am I perceiving? Not even how I'm alive, but just the perception itself. And why? And why are we here? So that's the most important question. And so while I was having clashes with certain scientific ideas, I was also battling down this path of yoga and mental sciences and trying to figure this out. And so, and in the same time, I was playing music, which is, I was very interested in music. And again, as somebody who's scientifically oriented, I started to understand, like, wait a minute, music, everything is a vibration. And as a musician, I'm playing with the source code, basically. I am playing with harmonies, melodies, and their correlation. And if you think about the entire universe, is basically cymatic patterns, right? And so I understood that at that age, that okay, so as a musician, right, I am playing with the source code, and also with music, I can affect you as a human. Like, just to give a very short example, I can give you a guitar riff and I put a drum beat to it. I'm going to make this drum beat a little bit shuffle, meaning that the snare will not come mathematically what it's supposed to. It's going to be a little bit late, barely a little bit, right? It's gonna give you a feeling that, oh man, you're cruising. Yeah, this feels this island time. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now I take the same guitar riff. I'm gonna put a drum beat on it. I quantize it, so it's exactly in time. It's gonna be like, oh man, let's go to war. Bam, bam. It just feels like, let's go. Or I take the same snare and I push it a little bit. Again, it's not really audible. You can only feel it. And so now snare comes a little bit early. I'm giving you anxiety, physically giving you anxiety, right? You're like, oh, yeah, go, right? So imagine if I start to just mix those patterns within a song. I give you an anxious verse, and I release it in the chorus.
Is there a moment you can remember that inspired you to start practicing music and learning?
There's the obvious cliche that music kind of chose you, right? So I don't really have a I was always interested. I wanted to be a guitar player, so couldn't afford it. I got a jigsaw and my parents' coffee table. I'm like, this looks good. All right. And I just made myself my first unplayable but very heavy metal guitar, So, you have to make, Eastern philosophy and Eastern life is like what we have and how far we can go with that versus a wish list of what I need to accomplish. So I made my first guitar.
Right.
I wanted to be a guitar player. I wanted to, I was interested, but I don't have a specific moment that ignited like, oh yeah, that's what it is. And
what kind of music were you listening to at that age?
So I started with British punk.
Okay.
Was just like the voice of the rebellion in a communist country. And then eventually switched into heavy metal. And it was a purpose. The purpose was really like, it was not, it was not that it wasn't illegal, but it was frowned upon, right? So it was like a little kid. What can you do when you're 12 years old? You're not gonna, steal your grandfather's AK that he hid in the Second World War in the backyard. You're not gonna start a revolution. You need some kind of an outlet. Like, how do I oppose the system? And the heavy metal felt like, well, this is the rebellion. So it was also loaded, so to speak, for me. That was kind of like a Western culture seeping in, and also, if you think about rock music, was sort of a voice of the rebellion. Even in the West, it was countering social standards that they disagreed with, right? So, so for me, it was both interesting, as in playing with the source code, understanding that with playing with the source code, I can physiologically even affect how you feel. And I've just talked about rhythm. Now there are major and minor scales. Minor scales are sad, major scales are happy. So I can manipulate how you feel. And I thought that's fascinating, right? Then understanding how there's a math involved with music. These are mathematical correlations. And then beyond that, it's also geometrical correlations. I see patterns on the guitar versus learning the scale. I see patterns, right? So I thought that was amazing. And it was a vehicle for rebelling. So I'm like, oh, this is perfect. So I was doing that.
Yeah.
Right? I'm doing visual art in the same time. So I went to school for that too. Like I have a commercial art and design degree. And I'm barreling down on the path of yoga and trying to understand what's happening. And eventually science started to sort of phased out of my life. Like I always gonna have the scientific approach to things, but it kind of was phased out because I felt like science is a loose explanation, a collection of ideas that try to explain what's going on. And there's a difference between experiencing what's going on or trying to explain.
Right.
Because I look at it. There are four kind of people. When the reason that then is said that I finally said, like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna start talking about it. What we talk about, the psychedelic space. I've been involved in that for decades. There was no reason to talk about it because it's not like I needed the attention, and I felt like the world is not ready. It's just not there yet to talk about it. But something's changing. There is a end of childhood from a spiritual perspective for this planet. People growing up spiritually, and the four caste of people. Like there are the flower child, the joke around tree huggers, right? the modern the hippies who jump into the place and it's a playground. And there's the explorers. The explorers are people who also jump into the psychedelic world, but with a scientific mind, trying to explore that there is something more here, something tangible, something real, because our experiences correlate and we can verify that this happened to me, I saw this. Did this happen to you? You saw this too. So then we can verify each other's experiences. So something is real here, right? Then there is the observers, the scientists who watch this thing, but they want to stay outside. They they try to measure and figure out without being part of it. Right. And then there are the civilians who have no idea. They just NPCs. They have no clue that this is happening.
I don't know about NPCs, but
but there's different functions, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that today we arrived to this moment where, when there are enough attention on it, and the observer class, the scientists who generally held highly as scientists, are getting taking on notice and getting more and more attention going on. That's why also the laser comes in. That's why these tangible things where, okay, something's going on here. And then is it not that our job is to figure out what's going on, or function in life, or existence, figure out what's going on. And when there's this space is opening, even though it takes a substance to get there, but it's verifiable real, then we need to explore that. And be there. And then so now to make the full arch where I came from, growing up in the country and eventually coming here. But
how hard was it to get out of there and get to the U.S.? How old were you?
Took a revolution. I mean, communism had to collapse.
There's a lot of
Yeah, we didn't have passports. We couldn't go to countries that are Western countries. We were completely aware of Western culture, but we were just not participating. So we were sort of in a pit. Life was the race cars were going, and we were just sitting in a pit watching the race. We were not part of it. So while we were completely aware of Western culture and we can be the system. Right? Oh my God, that's pretty cool, and this sucks. Right?
Right.
So we wanted to get out of there, but there's a minefield, like an actual minefield on the border with trigger-happy border patrol. You can't get out, and you don't have passports. And if the system was great, then you don't have to lock us in. We would have stayed, obviously. But we all wanted to get the hell out of there, and in '89 it started to cave in. It started in Poland, actually. The dock workers started to strike. That was the first crack in the system. Like, oh, wait a minute, you can strike. And I remember a moment when I was very young, actually. And we were watching TV, and the one TV channel we had, black and white, one TV channel, communist propaganda, does not work on Monday, no TV on Monday, and stops at midnight. That was life. And I remember that there is a transportation industry in America was striking. And then, these guys were gleefully like, oh my God, the capitalist system is crumbling, the bourgeois will fall, and, communism will succeed. That was the propaganda on TV. And they were showing how the Americans were out on the street with those signs, and I'm looking at my dad, and I'm like, well, hold on for a second. So in America, I can go on the street with a sign and yell that I'm not happy, and nobody's shooting me, nobody's arresting me, and I don't disappear. That's how that works. I need to get the hell out of here, right? And the bewildering part, like, he didn't understand what I was asking, right? Because they were born into that fear-based system.
Yes.
Like, they were telling me, like, kid, shut up, you're gonna get arrested, we'll disappear.
Hyper-normalization for them.
Oh, that was completely normal to them. So they were broken souls born into this system. They never knew anything else, right? So they were that experiment, the fleas in the jar that can't jump out. I don't know if you know that experience. They put fleas in a jar and put a lid on it, and they try to jump out and keep hitting the lid. And after that, you take off the lid, and they will never jump out.
Right.
Because they learned that that's the lid. And so it's kind of like the broken souls that couldn't even imagine. When I was telling to people, like, oh, I'm going to America and I'm going to play rock music, I'm going to tour the world, people thought I'd be crazy. Like, that was ridiculous to them. Like, what? You're insane. That's not possible. We don't have passports. That's just not a thing. Right? So I never had a doubt that I'm going to do it. And, well, obviously it's proven that I did. But, but that was basically growing up there in 89-ish when it started to crumble and eventually collapsed. And once we had passports, then it was like everybody was like, okay, let's go. Wow. Yeah.
And then you said you spent a lot of time practicing Buddhism with actual monks?
Yes.
So how did that happen?
So once I was in America, I came here without speaking a word of English. So I could say, like, yeah, be, that's it.
Is it true the Hungarian language is like not connected to any of the other languages around that area?
Yes. The closest would be Finnish, but we have maybe 30 words, 40, 50 words, I don't know, that rooted in the same, word, but not really. Like, so we basically nomads, like Attila the Hun, the first wave, and then the second wave was Arpad, that was his name, Arpad, the leader, who...
Arpad,
yeah. Okay. So basically it's on North China, Mongolia, that area, the nomads were coming to Europe, and so that's how the Huns, Hungarians, the Huns came, so they were barbarians, right? And then, they picked the current territory of Hungary as their home base. So we're not, so with the European languages, we're not connected.
Right.
So there's probably 12, 13 million Hungarians in the world who speak that language. It's a very different language. Logistically, is absolutely different. How it's built, and I didn't speak English, so I had to learn that. Where I was staying in this place where somebody left a book, Shawshank Redemption, and I had a Hungarian English dictionary, and I translated this book word by word.
Wow!
Without any understanding of grammar or anything. So to translate it, I read the book 30 times because I always started it over because it started to make sense. And I would watch TV. I had a little black and white TV in the room, and I put on the closed caption, and I could recognize the words and the pronunciation. And once I could understand English, I would live in Barnes and Nobles and Borders and Nordic bookstores because they let me just sit there with a tea. It was the cheapest version. I couldn't afford anything else, right? So I would have a tea and I would sit in Barnes and Nobles and just anything I could devour, because all of a sudden I have this library of Eastern philosophy, Mesoamerican philosophy. I read Carlos Castaneda's entire, work 3 times at least, and then all the books that I could never get in Hungary. So that was my just devouring that. And I was a seeker, so I would seek out yogis and people that I would hear about that could do things allegedly that are superhuman. And then I met people and I saw things that I can verify that, okay, I saw that this happened. This is not, current set of understanding that what can physically happen, right? So I would go and meditate, and then I found these Sri Lankan monks that I spent a lot of time with. So that was parallel to everything else I was doing.
That's fascinating. Yeah, and last night we were talking about the monk who lit himself on fire during that protest. Yes, in Vietnam. And you were saying that was a recruiting call. That was not sort of a protest based on the gasoline exports.
So if you understand, if you understand the way they think, the Buddhist monks, and it's very, very similar to the shamans or the men of knowledge, so to speak.
Can you pull up that photo, Steve?
Of Mesoamerican history, right? When the Spaniards came and what happened there, they have a very similar way they relate to oppression, because the smooth seas won't make great sailors. Sort of idea, that spiritual or physical oppression will lead it to your most rapid development as a person, right? And so if you know that they understand that concept, right? If you understand the concept, then you know that they're not going to get involved in political. The motivation is not political. And if you read the Dhammapada or any of the teachings, right, it's always the meaning of those teachings is dynamic. It's almost like you will understand what you're capable of understanding at the moment. And you read that same thing a couple of years from now, and it will mean something else. And that's the brilliance of that, right? And so there's so many of these teachings and these anecdotes that you read it and it might mean one thing, and then later you realize that, that's just a seed, and there's some amazing things in it. Right? So if you understand how they think and how they operate, then you know that it's that there's a different motivation. So things that what you see on face value is usually not what it is, right? And that particular picture that we're talking about, it's to me that was a light tower moment. What I call a light tower moment is when you look at something and in face value this is a political protest, and as a political protest, this picture was one of the most famous picture in the time. I think it's 1962 when this happened.
Can you find out, Steve?
Yeah, I think 62.
Pull up the Wikipedia page about it.
And so so this triggered this major event of human rights, and so the picture was published everywhere, and it was a very well-known picture because how the world related to this, like the shocking element of you see this monk motionless, right? Just burning to the absolute most horrible death without flinching. Yeah. One book, pick one book, right? 1963, June 11th. Okay, there you go. So 63. So Kennedy was president, right? So
go back, Steve.
All the time. Well, 63. So I think Kennedy was president at the time.
In June, he was still president. Yeah,
right. So this picture, this moment, right? Because of the nature of the picture, because how shocking that is, right? This became sort of and even if you read Wikipedia, it's probably still to this day going to relate to why this happened as a political event, right? And again, go back to how monks and how how these guys actually think and operate, if you intimately understand them, then you know that this is the face value, but there is more to this. And what I meant by a light tower moment, that this was a perfect vehicle for the whole world to see this. Because this picture was everywhere. And some of us, a small percent, but some of us saw this picture, and my question wasn't political. My question is like, hold on for a second. If this monk can sit there, burn to death without a blink of an eye, whatever power this human attained, I need to know and attain. That's incredible, right? So some of us looked at it like, oh, I need to investigate this. I need to get into meditation, Buddhism, right? Because I need to understand this is superhuman.
Yes.
Right? So it's a light tower moment, because I wasn't the only one who thought of this. A pretty large amount of people saw it as, most of the people saw it as a political issue.
Yeah, right.
But a pretty large amount of people also saw it as I saw it. Like, hold on for a second. How is this possible? There's a miracle. Is happening right there. A miracle is happening right in front of us. If this monk came out and says, check it out, guys, I'm going to light myself on fire, I'm going to perform a miracle, nobody would have believed him. Everybody would question, like, oh, maybe there was some kind of an ointment, or everybody would have questioned that this is real. But because it was sort of presented as a political thing, it just kind of went through the system without being questioned. But those of us who see the world differently, those of us saw superhuman powers. That if this is humanly possible, I need to know how. I need to know how to calm my mind and how to put myself in that position that I can do this. And now if you think about it, at the time, Buddhism was kind of getting eradicated. And the knowledge that these guys were, the libraries were burned, and the knowledge that they obtained and put in libraries were being eradicated. So this picture probably recruited more people to Buddhism and to this path. And I don't even like to use the word Buddhism because it's an ism. But more people was recruited for this path than probably anything else they could have done. Yeah. Right? Wow. Because even though there is a small percent of people who saw it as an incredible human feat, right? That's still a huge number, because the whole planet was exposed to this picture.
Can't even imagine.
Yeah, it really
being
makes
there
you
watching
think.
it in real time. It's just.
Yeah, I think there's video. There's video of it.
I keep trying to imagine what it's like to
it's called the immolation. That's the immolation. The immolation.
Yeah.
And and again, right there, you see something that humanly should not be possible.
No.
Humanly should not. So right there, this picture should trigger you, and start you on a path that I need to know this. This is absolute control. This is when your mind has full control, and that is the point of meditation. That is the point of the whole path, that you attain that power when you have this incredible computer in your head, right?
Yes.
This mind of us, right? And then and the train of thought never stops. So this is a constant. It's always moving.
Right, Steve, you can play it for us, but don't show it on the actual podcast, because it'll get us no, not copywritten, but it'll get banned. No, this isn't the same thing, is it? This is different.
Yeah, no, this is it.
This is really it. I think so.
This is the same guy.
There were a couple of more.
Unless
So
it
this
says
wasn't the only movie. It could be a movie, or there were a couple of more. So
I thought he did it to himself on the original one.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
He poured that, yeah. I mean, his students were there, but
Right.
so
Those were his students.
yeah, around him, yes.
Oh shit! I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So, ultimately, the point of meditation, that you have this train of thought completely uncultivated, running free, right?
Yeah.
And there's this idea of mindfulness. If you, at all time, you're completely conscious of what your mind is doing. Think about it. You drive home, and I ask you, like, what did you see on the way home? What roads you took? Probably don't remember. You just autopilot home, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that means, like, that's a simple proof of you were, like, took you half an hour, let's say, to drive home. For half an hour, you were not completely conscious of where your mind was and what it was doing. But you're saying, like, hey, this idea popped in my mind. Well, it didn't just pop in your mind. Something triggered that idea. You saw something triggered it. And before this idea popped in your mind was doing something else. And you're not aware of what it was doing. So the ultimate way of existence is that you are at all times completely and fully aware of what your mind is doing and thinking, and you're in control of that. Can you be depressed if you're in control? No. Can you have a suicidal thought? No. Can you have crazy thoughts? No. You're in control. And so we are not fully in control with our mind. And so the point of that meditation and what this Taekwondo to achieve is that absolute control. Wow. So that picture right there has so many things in there.
It's like a fractal.
Yeah, there's so many things in there. Like you see a man in absolute control of his body and his mind.
Yeah.
And it seems superhuman. There's a lot packed in there. And so some of us saw that as a light tower. That's why I call it the light tower. Even when you see this and you go, okay, I need to understand this. I need to learn this. I need to be battling down that road, that path.
And how, so when you started practicing this and learning more about it, you mentioned last night that there's something you can achieve, like a certain level you can achieve in the practice of this stuff and of this meditation, where you can basically like tap in to this, for lack of a better term, DMT state automatically, like by the flip of a switch.
Yes, it's a there's a so that's yoga is a science, and there's a physical elements to it, how the the Kundalini, which is basically a spinal fluid, moves up on your spine and how it triggers certain things. But so there's an actual physical exercise. But yoga has 7 different paths, and there's Kriya Yoga, and there's various forms. But it all goes to the same spot, right? You have a narrator, right? And this narrator is basically explaining to you the world as you're moving around, or it's like, did I close the garage door? That's technically a voice in your head. Yeah. Okay. So if the voice in your head is talking to you, that is bound by it's in a prison of the language. That voice will never say anything to you that's not being already spoken, invented.
Sure.
Because it is using a language. And you're a prisoner of that language you speaking. Because everything, and so this voice will talk to you in that language. That's one issue. The other issue that we have a built-in automatic filter. An automatic filter is that you have the base operating system is the survival of the individual, then the survival of the species, and so forth. So,
right.
And there is a hierarchy of what's important, right? And so the most important part is you survive. That's the red telephone of like, hey, you're in danger, run or fight, right? So there are those things, but in everything else, there's like almost like there's an equalizer of what's important, what's not important. So let's say you're sitting in an airport and there's a million people talking. You don't hear anything, just noise. And I was somebody saying, say the word podcast. You'll hear that word because it's important to you, right? But you didn't hear any of the other words, right? If you bought a new car, you start driving it around and you start to notice like, man, everybody has a car. Well, the number of those cars didn't change. Right. It just wasn't important to you. Yeah. So what it means that your mind actually deletes information that is seemingly not important, right? You perceived it, but it deletes it.
Save energy, right?
Correct. And it's just a lot of data.
Yeah.
It finds it not important. Now, here's a problem. So you have 2 elements here. One, the voice that's processing everything is in English for you, right? So you're prisoner of that language and the boundaries of the language. And then there's also a filtration system that you're not even aware of. You don't even know what was deleted. You drove home, and a lot of things happened that you didn't see. Because you saw it, but I shouldn't say you didn't see. You saw it, but you didn't register it.
It's like I notice sometimes, like if there's ever like a route you are used to driving, like on a daily routine, you're driving from here to there, whatever, and then one day you decide to walk the same route. All of a sudden, it's a whole new world.
Right.
Like, I never saw this building here before. You know what I mean?
Now, the question there is that, okay, So I have the filtration system that takes out information that might have been important, but I did notice. Right? And everything that is described to me, my mind is kind of speaking to me in English. How do I get out of this? And that is the science of yoga, that is the meditation. Let's get out of the filter. Let's get ahead of the filter.
Yes.
And let's do non-verbal communication versus verbal communication. Right? And a way I could prove that to you, I could point at certain things in this room. And if I ask you to tell me what I'm pointing at, right? Like, literally, we can do that. So, go for it.
Microphone. Danny. Cup.
So what's going to happen?
Too much.
I'm going to outrun you, right?
Yes.
Okay, you still saw what I point at, and you knew what it was, but you didn't have time to formulate the word. Right? Because that takes a microsecond. You have to reach in to the library, grab the word. Your hard drive has a speed, right? But your attention moved faster. So your attention moved faster than your language could possibly move. So is it possible to see and perceive things faster than you can formulate the word? Yes. And you knew what I was showing. You perceived it. You just couldn't say the word, right? So with that, imagine if you meditate and your language, like your mind is speaking to you. That whole idea to outrun that. You can't engage. You have to kind of like do a Mayweather boxing style, like you just stepping away from the punches. You're just trying to talk to you and stepping away. It becomes a game of the mind is trying to talk to you and you're not engaging, and eventually you achieve that silence when it stops talking, right? And then the first step of spiritual realization is a self-realization, when you have this moment when you realize that the witness, you're watching, you're the witness, and you're watching your mind trying to talk to you. And then all of a sudden there's a moment of, hold on for a second. If I'm watching my mind, then I'm not the mind, and who am I? And that's a very profound moment of one of the major steps in spiritual, processes, when you realize that, like, whoa, I can watch my own mind and process this from a different perspective. That who is the watcher? That right. And so these are the two. So that's one step. Like I was ahead of the language,
separating yourself from your mind.
Yes, and I was out of the. And then so there are techniques. There are physical techniques. There are mental techniques. The mantras, the little songs, or mandalas, very complicated pictures that you look at. There's various techniques and tools that that various people use to achieve this. But you can play piano or do jiu-jitsu. Because you're not thinking. While you're doing jiu-jitsu, you're playing guitar. I'm not thinking like, did I left the stove? My mind is kind of in the flow state. Yes. So that can be also meditation. That's kind of the base of tantric meditation, tantric using that. But anything can be a meditation as long as your mind shuts up. As long as that. Right? So that's one. Second is that getting ahead of that filter. Getting into that mindset when you perceive all. And you get to decide what's important versus the routine of you drove home, you don't even remember. Like the filter was down. If I didn't tell you to watch the red cars, you don't know how many there were. But when I told you, watch the red cars, now you're back, right? So we are in charge of that. So these are all our practices. And then comes psychedelics.
So how do you, without psychedelics, turn that filter off?
That's basically the process of meditation. The first step of the process is stopping the language.
The language first.
The language first. Like
okay, so that's part of it.
Yes.
Okay, I understand.
Because once the language is there, right, then your communication is verbal. Now you're inside the box. Now now you can't. Well, and here's the thing. Like, about composing music, painting pictures, right? Doing any sculpture. I'm gonna give you a really good example with that because you can't make mistakes there. So, okay, so if like everything, I see the view that everything is possible, and when I'm talking about everything is possible, is there's a potential. How to make a light bulb work? That potential was the same a billion years ago than it is now. You just didn't have the technology or the need or the, but how it works is the same. If time travel exists, that exists right now. We don't know how to do it. That doesn't mean that there's no answer to that. There's a way to do that. If we need, nuclear fusion on a room temperature, if it's possible right now. We just don't know how to do it, but it's possible, right? And it's the same thing with art, sculptures, painting, music, right? All that. So I'm not really inventing anything. I'm just reaching and more like discovering. Or I just bring something into this space and manifest it, right? And I would say this exercise of like if I give you a pencil and say, okay, draw a straight line, you can execute that. Draw a circle, you can execute that as perfect as you can. Okay, a triangle, square, a sine wave, yes. Okay, sine wave, yeah. Everything. Okay, cool. Mona Lisa. I draw the Mona Lisa. Everything that needed for that, you execute it. All the elements that it's made of, you execute it, and I can see that you have full control over the pencil. Yeah. Right? And so there should not be a problem to draw anything, to paint anything. Right? And what that is, it's about you getting into this flow state, making that connection with the potential, the muse, creating a bridge, right? And holding that vision, like you're not painting the Mona Lisa. It would be so the most obvious when you're making a sculpture. When you're making a sculpture, if you made a mistake, that piece of stone is gone. You can't glue that back. Right. Okay. So you have to have a full vision of what you're about to do. Right. And so that is the process, like getting into those flow states when you can create this bridge. And the reason I'm bringing this example is that's kind of what happens in meditation, right? That I'm getting to this flow state when I have a bridge to the ultimate potential. And I'm just giving you the example of how it happens when I compose music. I have to hear all the instruments in my head to write the song. I have to be able to do that. I have to create that bridge. If I'm making a sculpture, I have to see that sculpture in my head and hold that vision in order to make that. Yeah. So I'm copying what's in my mind. What's in my mind is not mine. Exactly. Right? So I created the bridge. I am making a sculpture. I can't make a mistake because I chipped the wrong thing. It's no longer gonna be possible to make this sculpture. And so that's the thing that you're trying to strengthen in meditation. Like, how do I make my connection to this universal soup of consciousness as solid as possible? Have you ever heard of the book called, I think it's called The War of Art, by this guy named Stephen Pressfield? Art of War, yes. Art of War, yeah, of course you heard that one. There's another one called The War of Art. He's a guy named Stephen Pressfield. He's a writer, and he talks about the idea of tapping into this muse, which is similar to what your idea is of universal consciousness, where like he every day he basically follows the same protocol, where whether he feels like it or not, he sits down at his desk at the same time every day and forces himself to write for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is. And he says sometimes he doesn't want to fucking do it. It's the last thing he wants to do, but he forces himself to just start fucking writing for the first hour. And then eventually, with no distractions, locked in a room with just his pen and paper, the muse will start flowing through him and take over, right? And then this creativity, this magic will start flowing through his hand. So what he is doing, I could equate that to, well, that's meditation. That is the process, right? So the difference, I guess, is that we are very specific. When I'm talking about the reason I use that an idea was sculpture, because it's so permanent. If I made a mistake, that's a permanent mistake. Not even like drawing, when I can use an eraser. That piece of stone was chipped off of that rock. It's gone. Right. You know what I mean? Right. So that demonstrates like how strong your vision has to be. And I can also parallel that to your life, because that's just what I do as an artist. But I do the same thing with my life. So when we talked about like, okay, you do all these things. Well, that's how it happens. I wanted to race monster truck. Okay, I'm gonna race monster truck. I wanted to work for the space industry. I have worked for the space industry for years. Right? I wanted to be a musician. Yes, I am a musician. I wanted to work for the fucking space industry. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Doing what?
We can't just gloss over this.
He was the guitar player for this.
Right. We were experimenting with zero G guitar solos. No, it's like, look,
Oh my God.
it started with, not to take a big side note there, but yeah, for a few years I was a consultant for the space industry. I have been in a conversation with Anusha Ansari. Was up on the,
With who?
Anusha Ansari. She's a Iranian astronaut, basically.
Okay.
And she was on the space station. We were on the phone while I'm on this tour bus. My band is hanging from the chandelier, throwing bananas at each other, and I started screaming. And they're like, guys, shut up. I have 14 minutes to be on this phone call because then it's out of range.
Oh my God.
Everybody looked at me like, what?
Why did they want you to consult with the space astronauts?
Okay, I designed a spacesuit and the mission patch and all that. So I was a designer originally that I was doing, 3D movies, and the short, the story, to compress the story, started with, scientists were, and, engineers were looking for somebody who can make their visions into 3D animations so they can build certain things or get funding for certain things. So that's where it started. Then a friend of mine who was working on a flying car, which eventually became a flying motorcycle, which flew, and in the Smithsonian Museum, came to me like, hey, can you help me engineer or, at least do the representation 3D movies of this? And I do have understanding in engineering, so I start to build this thing for them. And I'm like, okay, this is not going to work. Right? I can see this is not going to work. How about move this here, move that there? So did some modification, and that made it patentable. Right? So I'm one of the inventors on the flying, motorcycle. And we got the patent, and it flew and all that. So that was the origin of this, and then eventually kind of sucked me into the world because they needed somebody who has the design abilities. Right? I could do 3D animation and all that. I can design all kind of stuff, and the understanding of engineering. So I'm not going to do something crazy that's something unfeasible. So that's how I kind of got built in. Mm-hmm. And then I also did user interface design for various, electronics and whatnot. It just means like if you pick up your phone, if you think about how it works, it's already gone. I have to be able to guide you. I have to give you a user interface that is obvious. That's the magic. That you should not be thinking about how to use a VCR. It should be obvious, right? To give you an example, the arrows, that's pretty obvious. Probably ancient times, if you draw an arrow, you kind of know, like, look that way or go that way. Where let's say a stop sign is learned.
Yes.
A stop sign is the color red is ancient because you will recognize color red warning, right? So that's sort of it's in our genetic history now. But the stop sign itself, the shape of it, is learned. So there's a science of what is learned and what is, for example, something in between. If you look at a poster, if somebody's looking to the, this way or that way in a poster, right? If you're looking it this way, right, then it feels like you're looking to the future because of the motion of the clock. If you look the other way on a poster, it feels like you're looking back to the past. And these subliminal stuff that, that's just there. And some of them is learned, some of them is inherited almost genetically. Like how the birds know which a snake is poisonous. They have one trial. They can get it wrong once. Right? So if that was the case, all birds would be dead by now, right? By chance, right? So somehow the birds know which snake not to mess with, right?
Right.
So there's a genetic history. So a good user interface designer knows this. That what are the things that are natural, almost a genetic history, and what are the things that are society taught you, right? And how much of that you can use. And so anyway, I was involved in that.
So you helped design the spaceship, the space suit.
That's just a design. That's like it's almost fashion. It's not like
not like the functionality.
Not the functionality. But I was involved in a lot of stuff that more technical. But I'm not a airframe engineer. I work with them, but I'm not. So anyway, but I was a consultant for them for various things. Wow. Yeah.
I think I just realized something about you. So in terms of meditation, the way I see it is you basically learn how to quiet your immediate field to get access to the bigger field where there's more information.
Yes.
And most people are just like in the immediate instance, constantly splashing the pond of their immediate field. They're like, all the time.
Like the stuff that's right in front of them.
Right in front of them. So then it's that's the immediate language you interact with,
Yeah.
the words you say. That's why everybody sounds so repetitive all the
Right.
time. And because you're constantly excited, that's where you believe the boundaries are. That's my mind. But if you learn different forms of meditation, what you learn is to, every time it tries to get excited, it's like asking you, like, hey, excite me again. And usually you just tap, right? But then you learn to not tap. You just wait. And then eventually it quiets enough, and you start seeing the further parts of the mind where there's like more interconnected information. And it's actually easier to acquire some form of genius in a lot of different things, because you all of a sudden see, oh, I didn't realize that's like connected. Oh, then you start like connecting all these things, right? And essentially the ultimate path, the Buddhist path, is to stay not excited forever. Basically, till the moment that the full dissolution of the form just happens. But the degree to which you can do that, that's the degree to which how far you can see into the mind space, so to speak.
Well, you create or recreate. Meaning, what do you mean by that? Meaning that, like you if you're ordinary human playing, you have a language, you use the same words, same phrases, and I'm looking around, and I take things and I combine them and I recreate, regurgitate, recycle things that already are here.
Yeah.
Versus if I can get beyond that, if I can shut down my language center, if I shut down the chatter, right? And then I also manage to even the filter system, the filtration, which basically what we travel to the spaces, what some of these psychedelics do is just jump over that. It's like a shortcut. Boom, you just ride that.
It just shoots you through the,
Yeah, so technically a little bit of a cheat, but we jump over that. But you end up in the same space where, okay, I'm not bound by the language, and I'm not bound by by the filter system. So all of a sudden I have access to things that still you didn't create it because you just bring over the potential. You just bring over what can be, but you're outside of this regurgitated sort of recycled human space. You're not reusing existing stuff. You have a space now to bring things over and have original thoughts. I'm doing it in an air quote because it's just my personal belief that you're just an antenna, right?
But let's say you bring it for the first time.
But yeah,
that's innovation.
Manifest. Right? Meaning, like, we're living in this three-dimensional universe that we accepted as a agreed upon reality. And by having these meat puppets, these exoskeletons of meat puppets, I guess I can call it, that can interact with this per se physical world, I can create things. That sculpture exists because it was somebody's idea. And then that was a non-tangible, just an idea. It's energy, sure, but it was non-tangible, right? So that was an idea. We could argue about it, like, what an idea is.
Well, yeah, that's a good
what
question.
What is an idea? It's energy, but it's a conscious energy.
Yeah.
So that was first, and then somebody through the exoskeleton that we can control, the real puppet, will physically capable of bringing that into this world. The same way that I need this body and an instrument to create a guitar piece, music, right? But the idea, the melodies and all those things, the idea itself, we could argue about what that is and where it is from. My personal belief that is the number of beings in the universe is one. There's one field of consciousness, and we have a capacity to capture some of it.
Yeah, can you explain? I thought it was fascinating how you explained last night. You had the cup, and you were explaining there's a lid on the cup. And through these practices, whether it be meditation or whether it be smoking DMT, you can basically lift up the lid a little bit and access that stream of consciousness or poke your head up above the water. Right. And you explained, I guess, you had one experience with like 5-AMO DMT where the lid just flew away.
Right. So yeah, basically, it's you think about a jar, has a top, and we can. So you're compartmentalized. Yeah. You contain and you have access to a certain amount of processing power.
Yes.
Right. So processing power meaning there's a general field of consciousness. You can call it the phenomenon, you can call it God, you can call it whatever, but it's just one giant consciousness, and that's all there is. Right. And then we, as these beings, have a certain capacity to capture a certain amount of them. So we have capacity to to contain or use or channel a certain amount of this energy or this conscious energy. And so basically that was the idea, like, like you are the container, you have these physical bodies that we perceive, right? And, and that I put my hand on the cup and look, that's all you got. And then certain meditation techniques or psychedelics start to create some cracks on the cup. So now all of a sudden you are connected to this, universal consciousness. And if I was to take my, hand off the cup, then you are connected. So somehow you, almost like you delete the membrane.
Can you fill the cup up more and retain some of that and save some of it?
You could grow your capacity. So grow your capacity of how much of that you can access on channel or contain.
It's kind of like building a muscle.
You're growing the cup.
Growing the cup.
Yeah. So you have and again, we're talking about something that we are using a language that these words and these concepts were not really used or often used, right? So basically, we're forcing ourselves to describe certain things that there are not really words and concepts for.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we're using a very rudimentary tool when we talk about these things. That's why it's amazing when we go into the space and we can talk about things. We both describe using language. We describe certain things that we saw or happened or experienced, right? And that's the amazing part, that we're giving you an 8-bit version of a 256-bit experience, kind of, right? So it's like it's a crypto punk of what actually happened, right? So that's generally the issue, that when we're talking about these things, that I'm using words and concepts that I'm kind of forcing.
They don't do it justice.
Yeah, they don't. But for the lack of a better explanation, or like you say, that the point is to crack that lid open or take that lid off, and the worst part of actually coming back from that space is understanding, like, I'm getting dumber by
that's
second.
what you were saying.
Right. Like, I feel it, like, man, I understand everything, I'm right here, and then you have to come back, and then you're getting dumber by the second,
right?
Because as you're losing that connection, or you're losing the access. Is
Well, I've never met anybody dumb who's done a lot of DMT.
Right.
Everybody I've ever talked to who does a lot of DMT, they're super fucking smart.
Right. Well, it's
Like you guys.
relative.
Yeah.
Dumb compared to what, and it's one of those things.
But I think in general, with all contemplative practices, from meditation to psychedelics, any seeking beyond the immediate space that we're familiar with, the best part of it is the practice. Like, the main difference between the Eastern way of doing things and the Western way of doing things is that in the Eastern way of doing things, the emphasis is fully on the practice and the experience of it, versus the theory and the stuff that you believe about it, right?
Right.
Dogma, whatever it is.
Sure.
You might believe all the stuff about Jesus, but be nothing like Jesus.
Yes.
And you might believe nothing about Jesus, but be exactly like Jesus.
Yeah.
Just by understanding certain things about life, about experience. And the point of, in Vipassana, for example, the main point is to keep your lid open as long as you possibly can, and you don't resist and you don't push. And then what you watch happening is that all these little wiggles that are trying to convince you that something is important right now, eventually, when enough time passes and that thing expresses itself fully, you realize it wasn't. And then there's only so many times this can happen to you before you realize,
Wait,
say
that again? All the little wiggles?
Yeah, so the little wiggles, what I mean is that all these little things, all the little convictions you have of, like, what you quote unquote must do right now, right? You sit there, we can make it specific, you sit there, you just basically, you scan your body in a particular way. You're trying to do that and thoughts constantly interrupt, right? Like, oh, I gotta itch this place. Yeah. So that's a simple one, right? Everybody's familiar with that. Okay, well, what happens if you don't itch? So the conviction, in the immediate moment, the mind goes like, oh, the world's like, I gotta itch. Like, that's not a what if. Like, no, we gotta itch right now, okay? And then you practice, like, okay, well, then let's stay 5 more seconds. And then you wait. And then eventually that itch goes away. like it never existed. And that feeling of complete conviction that you have to itch goes away with it. So this sounds like, oh, that's just like an itch. Well, everything's like this. The thought of like, oh, whoa, I gotta call this person right now. Because, I don't know, like, they're gonna get upset, or like all these stories you have, right? Okay. Listen, if it's important and, they need to get in your house to fix something, okay, I get it. But you don't need to panic about it. But usually, most things are not as important as we believe they are.
Yeah.
And the point is that the stress that is created in our bodies, because we are convinced that we have to do X or Y, are actually a much bigger problem than any X or Y. So basically what you practice is, how do you let things go, literally? Not in terms of, how do you not push, not pull? If something is pleasant, how do you not get attached to it? Like, oh, I want more of that. Or if something unpleasant happens, how do you not immediately recoil and try and push it away? Versus like, hey, you can fix it if it's uncomfortable, but you don't need to like freak out about it. It's like, okay, how do I just stay with it for a second? That's really the main practice. Now, from that simple practice, you start understanding that really it's the concentric circles, the fractal of life. Everything is like this. So when you try and get to like a solution to something complicated, under pressure, you can be more or less successful in it, but you will for sure be more successful in it more of the times if you can have a more quiet mind. A mind that is not constantly trying to compete with a million ideas of what's important, what's not important. If you know how to quiet that pond, the right ideas find you immediately. It's almost like as obvious as I just got to pick up this cup, versus all these competition that happens in your mind. So I think that ultimately when you're looking at all the practices, meditative practices, and the psychedelics, the late part is just the realization that your immediate space is not everything. And most of the time, you don't have to make as much effort to achieve things as you think you do. It's more of just your neurosis. I don't know how to pronounce that word. How do you say that word?
What was the word?
Neurosis.
Neurosis.
There you go. Neurosis.
The Hungarian guy.
Yeah, that's the Hungarian guy.
Yeah, correctly.
Neurosis.
So your neurosis is basically the thing that really convinces you that something is wrong, when in reality, you could have just relaxed and not say anything. So this is actually a perfect example right now, right?
So it's making you like basically. This is basically you're comparing something like myopia of the mind to
perfect example.
The forest.
Yeah, I just want to say this was super interesting for me. I'm watching you guys talk, and every single thing you guys are saying is so fascinating to me. And I'm like, oh yeah, I want to say this thing about it, right? And then I was like, okay, but then you just wait a second, and then it was expressed. I was like, oh, perfect. But imagine how much this happens in life, right? Where you just like kind of like, oh, I gotta do this. It was like, well, what was your goal? Your goal was that idea would be expressed. Well, it was just expressed. So don't worry about it.
Right.
Yeah, just relax. But that is very difficult to do because we always want the self-expression, and we want to in some way to existence is already implying you there. And if you can be comfortable with not being implied, the degree to which you can be comfortable with not being implied is the exact degree to which you're free. Because if you're okay to be completely to dissolve into the background, that's essentially nirvana. It doesn't matter. You just kind of float there. Now, given that's a very difficult thing to achieve, because, but that's really, that is the ultimate seed of the ultimate path, where there's really, you can enjoy whatever happens, and you can go through very difficult times when they do happen, but the extra suffering on top of it, with all the inner struggle of the mind, doesn't actually have to be there, and you can just let it go.
It seems so counterintuitive to the way civilization is going, right? Because like everything we do, like everyone is just in such a rush to get shit done. And it's like,
to what end?
That's what makes technology advance. That's what makes things more convenient. That's what makes more money. And like that's what's pushed our society so far, like to where it is now, to where we literally have self-driving cars and headsets where you can fucking fuck other people across the world on, and like all this crazy shit.
But that's a great example. Like in a company, there's never, even when they say, they have an upward driven trend, right? But when like a company cannot stand the idea that there's a downwards trend of some sort. Like there's a flux in everything, right? So if over 20 years the company always makes money, but some years it goes a little down, the year that it goes a little down, everybody are losing their minds.
Yes.
Why? You know what I mean? Like it's just part of a natural flow. Like if the company is constantly losing money, it's just not working. Okay, that's a different story.
Yeah.
But if you can have, like you said, the myopic nature of it is a perfect way of describing it. It's if you can just relax around the downwards trends, which is literally in everything. You can't escape it in stock market, in natural processes in your life, in every
Sell.
Dude.
Buy.
Yeah, and again, it's okay.
Do the line.
Exactly. No, and this is why I keep saying, I love technology, but it's absolutely true that if we have everything, and yet we still can't enjoy it, what's the point of having everything? Yeah, it's finding that balance, basically.
So I think that's what we were talking about is the end of childhood, for end of spiritual childhood for this planet is coming. That's why these conversations, and especially exploring these spaces, when we talk about psychedelics and everything, is coming because what you guys right now talking about is this chaos. What's happening on this planet? This chaos comes from a very simple place. Again, none of us know what the hell is going on.
Right.
What is our purpose? Why are we here? What is it we're supposed to do?
Yes.
And in that chaos of not knowing what we're supposed to do is where all this happens. Let's build this, let's build that. Like there are obvious things that we, as humans, we're trying to get away as far possible, let's say physical labor and difficulties. So we build machines and we build help that alleviate that necessity. Now, eventually, we're going there when human labor will be completely eliminated, right? Or most of it will be eliminated. AI and technology and robots will do most of those things, and when that happens, that will be a massive change how this planet behaves. Because once human labor is unnecessary, that will crush completely the financial systems, because if you don't work, how do you afford the things that are being produced?
Right.
And so that will completely change how money and finances and everything works and how society works. Also, it will give you the freedom that now you can do really whatever the hell you wanted to do because your physical labor is not necessary. Also, the exploitation of that will has to end because we don't need you to, seed and harvest those, I don't know, rice crops or whatever the hell, or you don't need to go and mine because robots are doing that, right? So that is coming. That is definitely coming. But there's the spiritual side of that we're going back to the times where, the great philosophers from ancient times when they had the time to sit around and think about what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so I think our society, or species, I should say, is going back to that point where we will, what we're doing and core is what we're talking about, what our connection is, like me and Danny, and a bunch of people who are in this space talking about is like, okay, there are answers in that space, and humanity, the entire species needs to figure this out. Because again, there's science. Is science important? Yeah, but what science is basically looking for answers for the same question: why are we here? What's going on? Or if you just think about if science is looking for explanations, well, thanks, you explained how it works, but that doesn't give me the answer why am I here still, right? So if you can scientifically explain how I exist, or scientifically explain the processes in my biology and all that stuff, cute, awesome, yay, right? But still did not answer the ultimate question. What the hell is going on? Why are we here? Why is this happening?
The way that science is done now, I feel like it basically decided that there's one modality to understand the world.
Yeah.
So the original question was always, what is going on, right?
Yeah.
And then people went about it in different ways. Through religion, philosophy, fill in the blank.
Right.
Science came along, and it was another way of coming at what's going on.
Yeah.
But it produced a certain amount of tangible goods through that method that kind of verified it on a different level, because it made something that everybody can see regardless to their, inner seekings. Like they're just like, oh, I made a camera, I made this and made that.
Yeah.
And it is a very, very strong tool.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what the confusion became then is that is the ultimate modality, where of course it isn't. So like I always say that
Science?
yeah, well, capital S science for me, in the grand scheme of things, has to be just the enterprise of human understanding. That's it. Which should include all the inner science, which is like what it's like to be you, what it's like to be a society. It has to do with everything that is contained within what we call existence, including experience and everything else. So contemplative science is part of science, capital S science.
Yeah.
And it's only when we're going to start understanding that it's one project and bringing it together. So like the technical stuff, but also the hard problem of consciousness. Like what is actually the connection between consciousness and all the technical stuff and how it works? And what Zoltan was alluding to is that we just started Code of Reality Inc. So I guess it's just in its infancy, and I asked Zoltan to be on the board of directors just to kind of help guide the process. He has a lot of experience both in building things, understanding what works. And our ultimate goal is to basically bring as many smart people from all the possible domains together to work on this problem without feeling the pressure of either being ridiculed or we want to create a coherent picture of what it's like to have what we call capital S science. So the enterprise of human understanding.
Science.
Well, not institutionalized, more like how do you create a container for people to come together. There's already by the way, this is not necessarily that. So there's there are scientific endeavors that are doing it in that way or starting to do it in that way. Santa Fe Institute are doing that. That's a known thing. They bring interdisciplinary minds onto a project. So like if they have a problem in engineering, they would still bring philosophers or even musicians to think about the problem together, because there's certain understandings from other domains that are much more holistic if you approach it that way. Now, and those are very important things, and we want to create something that will put even a bigger emphasis on the fact that, hey, you bring a neuroscientist, a physicist, a really experienced psychonaut, work together to understand. Because I keep hearing these people think they're somehow domains shouldn't be talking to each other. They'll say why are you talking about your experience with DMT from the perspective of physics? I'm like, what do you mean? Why wouldn't I? It's part of whatever's going on, right? But that's something that has to do with the mind. I was like, wait a second. Yeah. Is whatever the mind not somehow related to everything else that is physical? And this is super smart people, and they keep there's this confusion that somehow there's this separation because of the domains that we've created in our minds. No, that's biology. It has nothing to do with physics. What are you talking about? Of course it has to do with physics. We just don't understand that connection. So we want to create a container for people to express themselves in that environment in a way that will build towards a common goal versus just having a patchy kind of interaction online that sometimes maybe somebody will stumble upon some information somebody else did in a different domain. We want to bring it together.
And it's also by nature, this thing, you can't really study this thing with the scientific method. And
which one specifically?
With the DMT experience, with the laser.
Gallimore
define science, right?
Right. So reductive science, the reductive method of of figuring out what the fuck is going on here, right?
I don't agree. I think it's just broader. So I think it's just how wide the ontology you include. So right now, if
you can't actually put it in a fucking on a scale and weigh it.
You might,
right? But you're talking about science when we look at science from the observation point of I measure and I verify processes and see if it's repeatable, right?
Yes, exactly.
But here's the thing: is it repeatable? Yes, because we are going regardless of the method, regardless of what way, and it is a chemical process. So this is scientific. Something happens that a molecule gets introduced to your mind, and out of a sudden switch something on, that I can access spaces that otherwise are inaccessible to me. And when another person, and many of us, doing the same thing, and then we can talk about verifiably the same thing, that you see the same things in that place, right? even even as a scientist, you go, oh, well, you guys all hallucinating. It is pretty strange if you're hallucinating the same things. So it needs to be explored, right? So, what the science look at things like, it's science if it's repeatable and verifiable. Well, you can talk about a lot of psychonauts and they're going to draw you the same, let's say, beings that they saw, the same places that they saw, right? So it's verifiably, we have similar experiences. So that means we absolutely, as a species, we need to explore this, right? Beside, your body generates DMT, right? So your lungs and your mind is manufacturing this to begin with.
So crazy,
right? So, so needs to be now. If I just go from the individual perspective and say, okay, I'm in a space, and I am seeing structures, incredible structures, like incredible, complicated cathedral-like structures, right? Where the Notre Dame is child's toy compared to what I'm saying. Okay, then let's say I'm hallucinating. All right, let's go with that route. If I am, then clearly my mind is capable of creating such complicated structures that was before unknown to me. If my mind can imagine these incredible things on its own, that means I need to step out of the way and let this mind roll and create and bring these things here.
Yeah.
Or I am going to something that exists, something that is tangible. And this is when, the scientists drop off. Like, But if I can go back to the same places, which I can, I've been mapping this for over a decade, and going to the same places, have familiar places, and then we have conversations with people who also going into the space. Now, that's what I mean, like childhood ends. This conversation is now out in the open. I haven't been talking about this, but I am, because now a lot of people start to understand, so we have common references. If 15 years ago I told you or told anyone this, they would look at me like you're crazy. We have to have a common reference. Now, enough people being in this space when we have common references, there's a common library. Even words that we use. People talk about the machine elves.
Yeah.
And everybody knows what you're talking about. Whoever being in that place.
Came from Terrence, right?
Right. But the thing is, like, when you have many people saying the same thing, then it's like, okay, there's something to this, obviously, right? So if that's the case, then these places we're going to are more likely to exist than not. And what would fulfill the scientific, question here? That if we can talk about the same place completely independently, describe it to each other, many of us, and it aligns, it parallels, then absolutely we need to explore this. So I think it's an absolute necessity. That's why I said there's 4 cats. There are the flower childs that jump into the space and like woohoo, colors and explosions, awesome. There's that. Then the scientific minds, the explorers like us who go into this place and okay, what's happening here? We're going in there with a purpose and a question and explore. And then there's the scientists who would like to measure things and looking from the outside. And there are research on this, right? But they're not researching it with using the molecule. So you cannot have the experience. So that's it's like that's a difficult. That's the barrier right there. Mm-hmm. And there are the unaware who have no idea.
To be fair, DMTX is doing that, but I would say they are one facet of a much larger attempt at this, and it shouldn't be limited to the way they're doing it. And I think the main difference to what you said about that, I guess you can't quantify it. That's because you didn't have a wide enough of a sample of it. So it was repeatable, but not repeatable enough, right? Now it's repeatable enough because you have more people doing it more often, and they can actually. So you had Dennis on, right? The legendary Dennis McKenna.
Yeah.
By the way, wonderful book. That he wrote.
Oh, the Brotherhood from the String of Best.
Incredible book. And here's the thing. What happened to him was particularly interesting to me because he was the one experiencing this incredible opening of whatever happened to them in La Chorrera. And it is also the thing that made him recoil and go a different route into science. And then somehow through science, he acquired this separation factor that I feel that when you train in proper science, it happens because you basically are trained to be less and less fooled by your own inadequacies in thoughts and all of that stuff. But it's almost like you're now being convinced that there is no place to your convictions and all the stuff that you're experiencing. And the truth is that everything we do is just conviction in the aggregate. Everything we do, like I always say, especially in neuroscience, is some consensus between what we can see that the brain is doing at the time that somebody's reporting something.
Yeah.
And then we just collect that data over many, many individuals. But that's
Right.
the cache values from somebody reporting something to you,
Yeah.
right? So if you have enough of a sample, and this is where things like the code actually come into play, because they're repeatable enough for you to potentially try and actually probe in a way that you would anything else in science. It's not like when you go and see the beings, like, well, describe to me the being. Well, it was a big spider. Wait, was it purple? No, it was black. Interesting. Okay, but you saw a purple one? Yeah. I wonder how many years it would take us to reach any kind of consensus this way,
Right.
especially because we know that the worst kind of data point on the planet is hearsay by a witness, right? So it's
Sure.
like, okay, you have to be able to record directly from the brain, right? But if you have something as concrete as the code, you can potentially do like perturbations to it, see if actually something changes. Now, it might pan out to a different degree and not pan out to other degrees, but that gives you the freedom to actually exploit it in that way. Now, to be fair, again, specifically with the code, people like Gallimore, in a very good faith way, from a scientific standpoint, say, well, I do think that with all my expertise, I'm saying that, yes, there are hallucinations that should be able to be mapped on this perfectly as you describe it. Fair enough. Let's explore that proposition. There must be ways. The question should never be like, can you explain it away with science? It should be, okay, is there a counterpoint to what I'm saying? Yes, great. Let's explore how we can discern then whether it is what A or B. We should come up with experiments to make the discernment versus saying, can science explain it in the way that we perceive it currently? Sure, but we should explore how it explains it. And maybe what we should question is certain assumptions that science makes about the world. Because I think at this point it's pretty clear that at least physicalism, as it's perceived in the most naive way of it, which is like there's just physical matter and then there's just us arising from physical matter, I think that's pretty clearly out.
So I think it was really interesting what Gallimore said on that video. He was explaining, and which you explained on the podcast, was this term called objecthood.
Yeah.
So it's like this idea of, and correct me if I'm fucking this up, but like I see this can, right? And I know it's a can because I've seen this a million times before, right? And I know it's on the table because I've seen this table a million times before, blah, 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 blah. But if it's the first time I'm seeing this can, I'm going to be like, whoa. Like, it's going to, like, freak. I'm not going to know what to think of it because I don't have any sort of frame of reference for this can, right? To know that it's real and it's sitting here on this table.
Just a small correction I think matters. It wouldn't be the can. It would be a can that is of a completely different gestalt. So you have what's called gestalt. So they're basically frames, right? So you have, this is the way we perceive the world at the moment. You can think of this level of qualia for each and every one of us as a gestalt. So it's like, that it has a quality to it that I recognize, that I never think about because it's the water I swim in.
Right.
But this can is part of that gestalt. It's like, I know. So if another can appears with a different writing on it, you're not going to freak out. It's like, oh, why does it say, these letters?
Right.
Well, what happens in DMT, which is why it's so interesting to so many people, that there's no argument about that. The reason it's so unique is because it's a completely different gestalt. Like, it's a completely different thing that you've never experienced before if you've never done it before.
Right.
That would be equivalent to that can you just describing. But even in that space, and this is where it gets kind of dicey, because on the one hand, Gallimore's point is, the reason that DMT is so interesting from a neuroscientific perspective is that it seems to be extremely coherent. And we know the brain is not just receiving like a camera, but it basically does a lot of guesswork according to what it already knows to happen. So it's projecting from the inside. So if something immediately comes to you that you've never seen before, of a completely different flavor, and it's super coherent, well, that's difficult to explain in neurological terms because the brain is not just, again, receiving like a camera. It should have some form of inner representation of it. With the case of the code, and this is why it's very unsatisfying because you kind of have to see it to really understand that point. When you project the laser on the surface, the reason that it's very difficult to postulate that it's somehow the result of the light hitting that particular surface in a particular way combined with a really psychedelic substance. Because whatever you see is not even on the surface. It's almost like you're now seeing a subspace that is hovering within our space, and it goes infinitely into the z-axis with extreme coherence, and it doesn't kind of dissipate as you would expect a random pattern to be. It's a completely coherent framework. It's its own gestalt, and it's completely coherent on its own
And
right.
your eyes are open when you. It's not so. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've only done DMT.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you see stuff, is it typically in 3D space when your eyes are open, or is most of the stuff you see with your eyes closed?
You mean in DMT with general?
Yeah.
It depends what you do.
Like anything.
Yeah.
Like remember when you saw this
You can
console?
get-
It's a choice. You can choose.
It's a choice.
Yeah, you can choose.
So some of it would be, this is why it's dicey, because some of it would be mapped on as a result of the extreme condition that your brain is under. And in that way, your brain might be transforming some things you already see and transforming it into something else. But the claim that we're making is there's other things that are not the result of that. They actually exist and you become aware of them. So now the question is, how do you discern? How do you make that discernment?
Yeah.
Which is where the conversation around the word objecthood comes in.
Yeah.
Gallagher's correction, just to be super fair to what I said on your latest podcast, was that Anil Seth is using the word objecthood not to describe some objective component of what real objects would have. Now, it's not actually what I was saying, but I understand his correction because maybe it came across as if I was saying that. So I'm not saying that objecthood, that quality that Anil Seth is talking about, is somehow an objective component, and this is how we can discern what's real and what's not real.
Right.
But it is a good enough of a parameter to use to triangulate what might be more that thing that just exists and we become aware of versus the thing that is like a hallucination, where it's just something your brain saw that is now incorporating into a larger cognitive structure that it's making it by itself. Because for all intents and purposes, the one point that is constantly being missed, what is physical matter? Because in the end of the day, even if it's all mind, even if it's idealism and, mind is the most fundamental thing, whatever you picture about the world, something is regular enough that you can't walk through the wall.
Right.
And I actually asked this when I was out with Yalmo, we were like meeting face to face, and I asked him but what is in the context of everything you know, right? How would you define what's out there? Like, what is this physical thing? And he goes the multi-billion-dollar question, man. And that is the question, because even if you do believe that everything is spiritual stuff, ultimately, something is happening that prevents you from going through the wall.
Yeah.
And
There's
that
a
part,
rule set.
there's a rule set. And that part is constantly being overlooked by modern neuroscientists, it seems, that they're saying, no, but it's all, it's all mind. Like, sure, but we have to talk about what is it that gives it this quality of being physical, because there's clearly a difference between that and what there's a reason why it's so difficult to manipulate the physical stuff, and it's so much easier to manipulate the mind stuff, right? There's a lack of malleability there that needs to be talked about. This is why physics has to enter the picture, and you have to combine our understanding of physics, because there are abstractions. Nobody has ever seen an atom and all of that jazz. Sure, that's true. However, these abstractions help us to understand certain functionalities that we can make predictions on, and it checks out. So, the reason we can build complicated things is because we understand something about this processes. So how do these processes then connect to what we call consciousness? Not just from a philosophical perspective, because where DMT is exactly this margin. It is the event horizon between the physical and the non-physical, because it is so profoundly real and at the same time not physical. So it kind of, the event horizon is that's where quantum physics and classical physics meet, because it's such a extreme condition. Extreme conditions allow us to investigate the deeper parts of nature.
Right.
DMT is an extreme condition that allows us to probe into that question. What is the connection between the physical and the non-physical?
Look at your dreams. You can have a dream where your eyes are closed but you're dreaming of the beach. There's light on the beach, right? Your eyes are closed, but you're experiencing in your dream of full color, the smell, the feel, that you can have even lucid dream that you wake up from and not even sure at the moment when you wake up, like, oh, was that real? Oh my God, you're still almost physically affected by the dream. What happened there? Right? How real is that? And what's the difference between right now and the dream? Right? And so there's this idea that, not proven yet, but the idea is that DMT is the reason that's the fuel for the dreams, right? That's the fuel from the dreams. And so when we talk about the event horizon, right, and you look at the dreams and how real is that and how real is this, right? The only difference is when you're talking about the mind work, it's the same. The only difference is that in this reality that we perceive, if I move this cup and I wake up tomorrow, it will be still there, right? So wherever it is, tomorrow I come back and it will be there. So there is some kind of permanence of this when we.
And the code has that.
Right.
That's what I meant by the code has object. It's clear to you it's there, just by observing it. So now it's very difficult in linguistic terms. So to give you people now email me all the time, obviously, with a billion theories, right? And there are as many theories as there are people, right? That's the easy part. You can come up with all kinds of theories. What I'm personally interested in is what is it that we can postulate about the world along the lines of what we're talking about here, with like the connection between consciousness and physicality, that is actionable, repeatable, testable. Most of it will not pan out, just like in everything else in science. But my point is it should squarely fall within the purview of what mainstream science is, and it should stop being this margin thing that we're doing, because it is the central substance of what, in fact, is going on. We have to be able to say something concretely about what it is, instead of keep relying on very vague general statements like, well, the brain is a very powerful machine. Like, okay, well, you said nothing. Because, like, sure, you just said I have a magic wand that can do anything. That didn't explain nothing. So, like, what is it that magic wand is doing specifically to make A or B or C happen, and how it relates to what we can actually probe? I'm in the habit of talking about some of my ideas, but only to illustrate that there are concrete ways along which we're thinking about this. They might not pan out, but here are propositions. What I'm trying to do is to encourage more smart people to think about this in these terms, in serious terms. I think the holographic principle is exactly correct. And there is a way to map. So the holographic principle is a principle in physics. I think we talked about it a little bit last time. But essentially, I want to see if we can map onto what is happening with the laser and us and the universe in terms of a hologram. What is each component in the setup of a hologram that maps onto what our real world is? Because the holographic principle is one of the most promising frames in physics at the moment. So I think it's exactly correct, which is that we are a holographic projection from a two-dimensional filament. I think we're a three-dimensional projection from a four-dimensional projection from a three-dimensional filament, but that will take us far afield. But I think that in a hologram, you have the source light coming in. It's being split by a beam splitter. Each beam goes its separate ways. This one goes to a set of two mirrors, or one mirror. This one goes to a set of two mirrors, or one mirror. And then this one goes to an object. It's a screen. Okay? That screen records the information that the beam hit after it already passed the object. So if the first beam comes from here, hits the mic. From the mic, it goes to a screen. The screen records the information. Just like in a photo.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the difference between a photo and a hologram is that the second beam that was split from the original beam comes to the set of mirrors from the side now, and it meets this first beam here right before it hits the surface.
So it's stereoscopic.
Essentially, it measures not just the amplitude, but also the phase shift. And that gives you this ability to basically measure more information about from all directions of the whatever it hit, the mic in this case, instead of just hitting the two-dimensional imprint of the mic.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So what I think, here's one proposition of how to think about this problem, and we'll see if it checks out. I think that our consciousness, whatever it is this is called the reference light, the one that comes from here. So I think we are the reference light. Literally, our consciousness is a form of light. It's the reference light that hits the source light that came from here. And where they meet, the source light and the reference light.
Where's the source light coming from?
Big question. So that might be the source, God, whatever you want to call it. Okay, if you want to use esoteric terms, I don't know what the source is. I have no idea. Whatever started it all. Okay, but where they meet at the sheet, which in our case I would say it's the bulk, which is space-time. Okay, the sheet that registers everything is the substrate of whatever physical matter is, whatever space-time is. Okay, so when the reference light and the source light meet, that instance, together with the bulk, they create the triangle that creates conscious moment. Conscious moment. It's the information being registered in real time. And I call it the pistons of consciousness. Like it's that sort of like instances of actual consciousness. Now, this sounds super theoretical, esoteric, cool. I think there's a way to map this in a way that is testable. Because we can say, okay, if this is the reference light and this is if we are the reference light, certain things would be true and other things would not be true.
Like,
what are they? For example, there would be a related angle to perception, specifically with light, so diffraction, for example, that would yield a certain kind of observation the second we get to the details of it, and wouldn't yield other kinds of observation. So if I make the turn 30 degrees, it would create a certain coherence of the image, and if I go 50 degrees, it might not create the same amount of... Now, we have to get to the details of that, and I need a lot smarter people than myself to actually think about that, because there's a lot of math involved. But here's an example of how you can think about this specifically. You have to come up with a theoretical framework that would lend itself perfectly for experimentation. And then you have to run the tests. We tried 30 degrees. Didn't work. That must have been wrong. As Feynman famously said, if it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong. That's the part that I feel that is missing. You either have people that are so far deep into the experiential side that they simply don't care about experiment. They just want to keep everything being whatever they think it is. And you have the other side, the extreme on the other side, which you have this form of rigidity, where people just go like, no, it's only what we can verify with external tools.
Yes.
That's another component of it, I agree, but it is not the whole picture. There's certain things that we, as the collectors of data that we are, can experience that at the moment other instruments can't, and that should be taken into account. It complicates things, I agree, because people have aspirations, ideas, confabulations. We're not a perfect, thing. But even though it complicates things, it's the only way to go. Because you have to include what we're experiencing if we see that we can, recruit the right kind of people that are interested in finding out what's true instead of, constantly just believing whatever it is. So you have to kind of bring it to a central point where you both take into account the hard experiments, but you also take into account our agreements of what we think is going on in that instance, and that's something to get. But this is just an example. I'm not saying it will necessarily pan out, but there are ways to think about these things in concrete ways, and I want to encourage more of that. And I do think that actually explains quite a bit. So, for example, if you look at a hologram from the side, like a regular hologram, right? If you can envision it, if you notice the reason I'm saying we're a four-dimensional hologram and not a third-dimensional hologram is because the hologram on a when you look at it, it's actually three-dimensional only it's implied because it's a two-dimensional sheet. The third dimension is implied. The fact that it looks like it has depth, right? But there's no actual degree of freedom. If you would be that hologram, you can't actually move in the third direction. It's just implied. But you can move in two degrees of freedom.
You can't walk around it and see it from all angles.
If you would be that hologram, you can't, right? But we can move in three dimensions, which means that we can't possibly... The third one is not implied. The third one is actual, which means... So there has to be one more dimension that is implied, and I'm claiming that's time. The reason we cannot move in time on our whim, because time is implied. It seems to be there. This the change from moment to moment that we experience seems to be there, just like the third dimension is implied in a hologram. But we have 3 degrees of freedom, so we're a 4-dimensional hologram projected from on a 2-dimensional sheet, which is the bulk, which is space-time itself. Now you can say, well, the bulk is actually 4-dimensional. I'm saying that time is actually implied. The bulk is the surface of it is 3-dimensional. And again, this actually lends itself to real experimentation. Like, is there ways to curve the surface in a way that we can see that if we do that, then time would appear to move slower or faster, depending on our perception of it, which we know to actually happen, right? And again, this is where
we can do forward time travel. Like, that's been proven.
Well, at least your perception of it is, right? Like you use, it's like somebody charges you $50 to move 50 minutes in the future, and then you just go in there. It's like, all right, it'll take you 50 minutes to move 50 minutes in time. You have to somehow explain what appears to us to be the case in terms of what we think the larger structure is, which is what the business that physics is in, right? It's just that it's constantly omitting the first person experience. And I'm saying you cannot omit it anymore. You have to somehow explain the fact that we're experiencing things a certain way. It's part of existence. And neuroscience will tell you, well, you know, these perceptions, these apparent time changes in your perception, they're just in your perception. Fair enough. But is there a way to test for that? Is it possible that time for you is actually moving slower, just like physically it's moved slower closer to a mass in physics? Right. Is it possible that it's actually, your brain is taking less computational steps? Is it possible that it's actually moving slower because of whatever happens in your mind? I don't know, but I'm claiming there's a way to discern these things, and it needs to be entertained more seriously in that way.
Whoa. I'm gonna pretend like I understood everything you just said.
And then you can ask the question about time. Is there such thing?
Yeah.
Just the perception of it.
Yeah. Well, that's an interesting idea, right? The perception of time and time being a dimension. And like, how does the dimension of time specifically relate to DMT?
I don't know. One thing before you jump into that, I do want to say, because it's important. We just conducted the first officially Magnus experiment.
Okay, yeah.
That, for all intents and purposes, I think most likely is actually bunk. Like, I think it actually doesn't work.
Okay.
But here's an example of us actually trying something.
Okay.
I doesn't see something happened there one time, actually, with my fiance, weirdly enough. All the subjects, including myself, we couldn't see any difference. So the experiment was, we put a magnet behind the surface, we projected the laser on the surface from the other side, we smoked DMT, we look at it, and I thought we're going to see some change because of if a magnet is powerful enough in the back.
Behind
the surface. So if I just have a sheet of paper, I put a magnet here, so you can't see it from here, right? And then you project the laser from this side. And then I'm smoking DMT and I'm seeing the code. I thought that if the magnet is powerful enough, I would be able to see some kind of a change from this side that will tell me where the magnet is, even though I can't see the magnet. You understand?
Understand me.
I couldn't.
Nothing, no change.
So far for us, no. However, there was one instance where we had a camera from above that sees almost sees both sides at the same time. My fiance, she just kind of jumped in and she just we probably Aaron got very mad. He's like, we can't do this. Like, okay. But for the experiments that might be viable, she saw, well, she didn't see, but she, I guess, guessed 5 times in a row where the magnet was. Exactly. So that was strange, because I have to admit, I didn't see any difference.
Okay.
So either there's some other component here we don't understand, or she just got super lucky. I don't know. No, we have to look through the data. But I just want to emphasize this, because this is how it should be. This is how people should go about this. They should try whatever it is they think that might work. I don't know why we didn't think of actually putting, because we had not that powerful magnets, but they were pretty powerful, like 100-pound magnets. And we should have used more of them, like also on the laser itself, to see if anything. And we had my good friend Pablo is an engineer. He helped us create rotating magnets experiment by Persinger. He helped us create a device, who, by the way, was suggested by John Chavez. Shout out to John, who also, by the way, invested in our film quite a bit. So thank you, John. And basically, the rotating magnets is something we can maybe put the laser in between and rotating the magnets and see if that does a difference. We didn't do that. We're learning. The larger point is, there should be more of that. We should just test this in this way, and if it doesn't pan out, doesn't pan out. But we're going to keep trying. And I want to encourage more of that. This insistence that, where I feel that I mostly depart with the way that Andrew chooses to go about this. Again, I have tremendous respect for him, and we had since then really great conversations. But where I would openly disagree with him is that there's this insistence that DMT is so crazy that there's no way anytime soon we will ever be able to make sense of it. I'm saying that attitude actually shoots you in the foot. Because if you decided that, of course you're not going to make progress. You have to believe that it's possible to actually discern certain things.
Yeah.
And maybe even he does think that in other ways. Maybe he just disagrees with the specific way which I'm doing it. But this is the way I choose to go about it. And I want to encourage more people to do that and not to get caught up in what they want to be true. If it doesn't work out, say it doesn't work. So we can proceed to the next thing. So we can try another thing. So we can all think about it together.
Well, one of the things that he said, which struck me, was, or one of the questions that he asked was, what makes this code any more real than anything else that you see in the DMT world, right? Like, for example,
it's closer to what this is.
It's closer to what this table is.
Yeah.
So it's always the same thing.
It's matter-like.
No matter who it is.
No, it's as real. I'm claiming it's as real as Jupiter is there. That's what makes it different.
Huh. So, like, when you explained that console thing that you saw, you explained that sitting in 3D space, that was anchored.
Yeah, it just exists in
the floor. You could walk around it and see all around this whole thing that was there. So it was similar to
I
that.
see it all the time.
So that would be the equivalent of, you still see it all the time?
100% of the time. Every time I smoke.
Every time you smoke, you see the console?
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. Did I send you our Laszlo, our VR guy? Well, he's much more than a VR guy, but he's also a VR guy. He created a fully immersive environment with the representation of the console in it. And it really delivers how real it is. Now, this is like Zoltan says, an 8-bit version of the real thing.
Right.
But it delivers how real that is for me. But that's just me. The reason the console is much less impactful is because I don't know what to do to make other people see the console.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I can show you the code.
You don't use any sort of external devices like the laser to see the console. The console just
it just appears. It's as real as this mic for me. By the way, the console, this is a small anecdote and unrelated to, not going to be that interesting probably, but the console was doing something when we were shooting that experiment that it never did before. Usually the console opens up and has a lot of sections all over the rooms, and only the very small sliver of menus come and like follows me, but the rest of the console just kind of hovers in the room. It's almost like the body of the console, right? It has different sections. One of the sections, the more physical sections, the one that is just always there, came out and started scanning the people that were looking at the laser. I've never seen that before. Yeah, it was like a plate that came off it, and it was scanning them. Like, it was interested in what we were doing. I've never seen that before. Again, this is one of these, like, trip reports. I don't know what to do with that. It's not a... People say, hey, can you release the next video of the console? Because I'm working online. I'm like, dude, I need to have some information there that I didn't have the first time, and I don't have that yet. I want to say something new. I don't want to just keep repeating, what we already said. And if I'm not sure, I'm not sure.
Zoltan, how many times have you seen this code?
So, maybe 4 times. But, the idea is that eventually this will reach a critical mass. There was a time when we had an idea about geocentric universe, right? And who thought that was geocentric? The scientists. It wasn't the workers in the field. It was the scientists who agreed to, and so there's a scientific class agreed to something that wasn't the case. And then came, Copernicus, Galileo. They were there were people who thought, well, I don't think that's the case, right? And at the time, that was the craziest idea. It almost cost their lives. It definitely cost their freedom, right? And it had to reach a critical mass where it flips. People start to be interested in this deeper because there's a critical mass of people, right? And that's what. So that's kind of what's happening. That like what Danny was explaining is that he's actually approaching it in a very scientific way, right? Of scientific mind will get into the space and will try to analyze it and that's the point of these experiments. That is there a scientific way to prove beyond the anecdotes that there's a code, we all saw it, right? That's an anecdote, and how do you physically prove that? But eventually there are going to be enough people to see this code. That's what I mean by a critical mass will happen. Or enough people venture into space. That's why I said end of childhood spiritually, that more and more people venture into space and our anecdotes start to, be parallel.
Right.
When it's just simply not, I'm coming from a pragmatic or a spiritual direction than a scientific direction, but I'm just pragmatically saying, like, when 10,000 people say that, hey man, I saw this, and our experiences are verifiable in a way that there's a mass of people that saw this, right? Then it's not possible to ignore it. It is asking for that. It is asking for the scientific community to like, well, we gotta look at this, right? And the whole idea of basically creating the DMT TED talks, that a community that can start comparing notes, and then there is enough data just alone by witnesses, right? Then is it tangible evidence? Well, when 100 people saw you rob the bank, you probably robbed the bank. It's just one of those things. So,
by the way, did I tell you that we might have figured out a way to see the code without the molecule?
no.
What?
Yeah. So David Carter, the other board member, who approached me a few months ago with the opening line, "You don't know me, but I've been following you for a while," which is and disconcerting.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, no, he's incredible. Carter's incredible. So he basically, I guess the best way to describe is who he is a large. He would say he's a organizational expert, but I think he's a large scale problem solver. So basically, he worked from everything from government projects, software development is big into crypto and AI now. He understands what makes big processes work. He even worked on some classified, projects. And he said, look, about a year ago, back then when he reached out to me, I ordered the laser, I saw the code, I never reached out to you, but I started basically talking about it in my circles. And because I have a certain reputation, people listen to me. He said when I would go to these conferences, I would when we're at the end of whatever, conference we are, I would whip out the laser and start showing them. And I said, wait, what were you showing them? He's like, well, here's the thing. I have a certain kind of reputation. So this was a prop. I was removing one more step for them to venture into. So instead of me telling them there's this laser, I'm like, no, here's the laser. And I would just turn it on. It's just a simple diffractive laser. But I was telling them, I've tried this. I've seen the code, and I was explaining where you would see it. And people got so interested because they are looking for this next step of understanding. So David recently told me that I haven't seen it myself yet, but he is, there's a certain reputation that he has with being accurate with what he's saying. He said he thinks they figured out a way to see some visibility of the code with these old sensors of Sony cameras that had this night capability. And if we string a bunch of them together, I think we'll be able to see it much more coherently. Now, if it's true, that will automatically change the conversation entirely. And there's also a team from Japan that apparently from 2014 was collecting data from light coming from stars and they discovered that they can actually discern statistically at this point pretty concretely that there's information in there. There's some kind of a code. There's some kind of a glitch running in there that is not pareidolia. They can actually discern that now with machine learning.
It's not what?
Pareidolia, which your tendency of your brain to just make shapes out of nothing, because your brain is really good at creating patterns.
Yeah.
So they can discern that this is not it, that it's actually real information of some sort. So all of these things are kind of converging, but I just wanted to mention that because Zoltan keeps referring to the end of childhood of humanity.
Yes.
I really think that all of the stuff that I mentioned before, these crescendos that are all rising at the same time, the reason that you have all these like very animated conversation here about, you know, God and what are these, the disclosure and all of this stuff, is because something is happening that is bigger than us, but not in an esoteric sense, but in an actual sense. It's actually happening. And whatever it is, and the reason that I guess there's, maybe urgency is the wrong word, but maybe more of an attention needed on this than currently is being allocated to it, that is an important component. We can no longer pretend that it's just a 9 to 5, we go to work, everything is normal. Even the people that think of it more in terms of like I think the UAP community, the disclosure is a good example, is because I've had the conversations with people from that community. And when I ask the question, have you ever considered what you're going to do the day after the disclosure? There's always silence.
Sure.
Because that's really the important part. Okay, disclosure, now what? Like, what do you? How do you envision yourself being a moment after?
You gotta find a new dragon to chase.
That's exactly it. So
It's interesting that you said about the light and the stars, because in that space I did have that experience that it's much more than just light. And I saw this scientific paper were talking about like, well, the electromagnetic processes within a star are much more complicated and much more than the processes in our brains. So is that possible that they have consciousness? Theoretically, yes.
yeah.
That's kind of insane, you know. But when we talk about end of childhood, like, look, if human, right, realizes its purpose, like if that question gets answered, of why are we here, what we are doing, right, that would be such event. That probably the most monumental one. And it sounds to me that you're gonna most likely find that answer or get closer to that answer in that space, not in the scientific explanation of how processes work.
The process is just a result of the much deeper space.
Right. I was gonna ask, when you're studying this stuff and when you try to help more people become more aware. But see, the only way to study this is to have obviously lots of people look at it. If you have 1 million people look at this thing and 900,000 see it and 100,000 don't.
Or to see a way to substantiate it on a screen, or to send the information directly into some kind of a chat GPT.
But at the same time, when you're saying like we're seeing this code, like how do you eliminate this confirmation bias that they're expecting this to see something? Isn't that a way to that people would attack this? Say, look, these people are expecting this, and they're already seeing something. Like it's not double blind.
So,
right?
That's two separate things. One is the people attacking it, which they will. It's just natural.
That's how you make stuff strong.
That's fine.
Right?
That's fine. So that's a non-point for me. People can attack it all day if it's real. Like I always say, as Terence used to say, it can take the pressure. I don't mind that.
Exactly.
The second part of your question is, even Gallimore, you haven't watched the full video yet, but at the end, he says...
I finished it.
Oh, you finished? Okay. So you know how he says, which is actually a self-contradicting point, which I alluded to in my response video, which is, he says that priming doesn't have this longevity that people attributed to it with the code. And yet he himself somehow...
Priming doesn't have... So, okay.
It doesn't have this longevity. So priming is, if I give you a cold drink to hold, if you don't know me, and I asked you general questions, most people would have more negative kind of things to say about the person. The same thing with a warm drink in the other way. Okay, that's priming.
Okay.
I'm priming a certain state that makes certain general occurrences more likely. Priming does not work with specific content, hyper-specific content that I would kind of convince you. If I say, so this is easily testable. If people think it's priming, take a group of people that you know for sure didn't hear about this, right?
Sure.
And then tell them about elephants. Inject it subliminally, talk to them about it, do all of that. Then show them the laser.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
if they still tell you they see Japanese letters, can we then agree that this is not it, right?
Yes.
So that's easily testable.
Okay.
The other point that people make, which is like, oh, but, which by the way I've done, I've told people something else and they came back and said, I didn't say what you told me, but I saw these weird, they said Chinese.
Like me, I saw the gears.
The gears that you see in the beginning, yeah. But it's just the way it appears. So, but the other point of like, yeah, but if you do make it big enough, I was like, okay, hold on. So you're telling me that you believe that if one guy can say something convincingly enough, you can then convince the entire Earth that something is there? Well, then I think that's a whole phenomenon all by itself we should study then. Because what are you talking about? If people go to the DMT space all the time, right? How do you know about the machine elves? Somebody told you about it
all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
so
like,
are we saying, oh, we shouldn't talk about machine elves because if we're going to keep talking about it, it's going to be confirmational bias, and then how do we know if they're real or not? Well, the only difference here is that I'm claiming that this is actually real, which was already in the zeitgeist, already in the conversation. I think it's the level of emphasis that I'm giving it that people are uncomfortable with. They're uncomfortable with the amount of certainty I have about it, which I get, right, which I get, but at a certain point you have to admit when you do know what you know. So the reason that I'm saying things with this amount of conviction, the things that I am saying I'm knowing with conviction, again, to remind everybody, the only thing I'm saying that I know for sure is that whatever it is, people say, why are you calling it a code of reality? I don't know, it's a placeholder. It kind of looks like a self-executing code. Do I know it codes for all the environment and everything? Of course not. Here's what I know for sure. Whatever that is, exists on its own side even when you're not looking. It's a real thing. Or if you want to say, yeah, but everything is mine, okay, even within that frame, whatever it is that you mean to say, the external environment, within the perception that everything is mine, okay? Yeah. However you want to play the language game, okay, it is an external thing to you as you are perceiving yourself right now. That's a real thing. That's all I'm claiming. Why I know this with absolute amount of certainty? Well, there's a certain long process I went through personally over years and years and years before I even spoke about this publicly, where I actually never assumed anything about it. I just allowed it to unfold. I just kind of looked at it for what it is. I didn't really land on any conclusion or anything. And eventually, with a lot of hammering into me, with like insistence from the other space to say, yo, what else do we need to show you? And I'm like, wait, so you're telling me? They're like, yes, it's what this is. I was like, oh. They're like, thank you. So then eventually you go, okay, I know this is real. I no longer feel the obligation to pretend to think that maybe. I don't think that maybe. I know for sure. Does that mean that everybody has to have this amount of conviction? Of course not. But I don't feel apologetic for the amount of conviction I have, because at a certain point there is such a state of the brain, of the mind, called knowing. It's a very limited knowing. It's a very small portion. I'm not claiming to know the ultimate secrets of the universe, but I know I can't walk through the wall. Do I know this? Yes, I know this. Do you know this? Yes. And anybody who insists otherwise is just playing a weird language game, right? You know you can't walk through the wall. Let's not be silly. Okay, I know that the code is there as much as I know that I can't walk through the wall. So at a certain point, I have every right to have the conviction that I have, and I can defend these convictions, and anybody else has the right to criticize my convictions, which is exactly the situation where the move that the other side sometimes makes, which is like, if you would just have less conviction, I would be more comfortable with it. Well, that's you.
That's not how this works.
That's fine. But we're going to have the conversation with the amount of conviction we're going to have for both ends about it. And the only thing that would substantiate it ultimately is if something comes from it. If something that can actually comes to fruition from it. Up until this point, the main criticism was, well, if these things are real to any degree, how come they're always so elusive? How come they don't really leave any mark or like real information behind. Well, here it is. Here's the thing. Let's start playing with it. And now people push the horizon even further.
Do you ever get the feeling that maybe this stuff wasn't meant to be studied in science?
Why is it discoverable then? That seems to be an arbitrary
that's
point.
a paradox. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be known by everybody. Maybe this thing isn't meant to change humanity, right? Maybe it's not meant to help humanity mature or evolve. Maybe it's just for specific people to discover on their own, and it's not. Are you familiar with this study? There was this Johns Hopkins study that went on. I just had this journalist on here named Travis Kitchens, who was a part of a Johns Hopkins psychedelic research study in like the 90s or early 2000s, with a couple. What were the gentlemen's names who started that study? Like the guys that were like the pioneers of the psychedelic renaissance were a part of this study. And it was this study where they brought in a bunch of people from different a bunch of different religions. Like they brought in a Buddhist, a Jewish person, Christians, people like the heads of all the faiths, right? Who had different religious beliefs. Mm-hmm. Put them on psychedelics and tried to find out what the common theme was behind all of their experiences and how they projected their own religious frameworks onto it, right? Mm-hmm. And they had this hypothesis of this idea called perennialism. I don't know if you've ever heard of perennialism, but perennialism is this idea that all religions came from one common source. Like they're all drawing from one source, which goes back to like some of the stuff like Brian Marescu talks about, is like the Eleusinian mysteries. And the Greeks were experiencing this psychedelic. They were going into this DMT state or the psychedelic state where they were seeing God, right? Or they were experiencing these things that eventually got translated into different religions, right? For different reasons, mm-hmm. Which, religions kind of like Christianity spiraled out of control and became, this thing that we know of today. And like, it's like the ultimate goal of this was trying to find one common core to all religions and to all human belief and the core of human consciousness almost, right? Mm-hmm. But it's like, to me, and what Travis pointed out great was like, I don't think it really matters that much, right? Like if you're a Christian or if you're a Buddhist or if you're a UFO person or if you're a psychonaut who thinks that, whatever you believe, as long as your belief makes you a better person, more power to you.
I tell you why it doesn't map onto the way I see it. Because the answer to your question, is it possible that it's not meant to take by everybody and it's not supposed to help us? The answer is, of course, maybe, yeah. Maybe, sure, maybe you're right.
Right.
That's a lot of maybes, right? The more reasonable way to proceed, I would say, is to look at how any other big understanding in human history ever happened, which is always a correction of the map. The reason that in some domains it might be okay to hold opposing views about different things, but in other domains it isn't. I forget who gave that example, but it's a perfect example. The example is, if you think you're on a ship and you go out and you just open the window, crack the window because you want some more air, but you happen to be on the submarine, you get confused. It really matters. No, forget about the fact that you can't really open the window in a submarine, but let's say you could. Yeah. The point is, if you don't understand the situation you're in, you might make moves that can be detrimental. So making the map match the territory is a very important endeavor. And just notice that whenever people sailed outside of the domain of the current conviction of society, either intellectually or physically, into the ocean, you're going to fall off the face of the earth. What if, just stay here. What if we say, hey, wolves are going to come to the village, either you like it or not. You have to understand always the larger environment you're in. It's just the nature of the game. And if then you want to say, well, look, I understand the game has worked this way so far, but maybe this is it, this is the limit, well, that's an arbitrary limit.
These things can be connected. You can connect these two. But the conversation. you were saying about the what is religions, right? And what Danny just said. So there's actually a connecting element here. One is starting with every single religion, right, is in the realm of verbal communication. What we talked about originally, the filters and beyond the filters. And so it's in a box of language, right? So whatever religion that is, the search is the same ultimately. The question is the same. What are we? Where we came from? Is there an entity that created us, or how does this operate, right? And all that happens in the verbal realm, because regardless of the religion, they use a set of a language, be it Sanskrit, being Hebrew, being English, being whatever it is, right? You are operating in that box, and everything that you can talk about is a loose description of something. So you have to move outside of the box, outside of the language, and move beyond that point where it becomes an experience. And it's an experience, I'm pretty sure the experience is exactly the same to every religion. The split comes from the different culture and language that we explaining or talk about things. But if you go to the experiment part, which is outside of language, which is before the filters, right? That exact information, then it's probably exactly the same. It's your description of your experience is what difference, right? Yeah. And then, but then he was talking about the functionality of yes, it is our purpose maybe to go and experiment and figure out things and have answers to this ultimate question. What are we doing here? Why are we doing it? Now, you equate it to the submarine that you might open a window that you shouldn't be opening, right? This could be true that we could be barreling down paths that that are not exactly optimal or even detrimental, right? But if we just stay with the absolute pragmatic basics, then the experience of it, right? One is non-verbal, it's most likely the same. So this is the language there, and the descriptions that puts it into different buckets of religion. And the question always gonna be the same: why? Why? Right? What is the purpose? Right. So that is a fundamental question of all. Everything else is a subset of that. Yeah. And the ultimate question is: what is happening? Why is it happening? What is our purpose? Right. That's it.
And I think that's part of the human brain's operating system, is to ask that question why. Because everything comes from something, right? We both came from our parents, came from our grandparents. A tree comes from a seed planted in the ground. But like, where did the first one come from? The very, very first one. It's only by us being able to have the gift of reason is to believe in a God.
I don't think it's human. The question is general. Right? I think in any other species exist in this universe, will have the same questions. The same exact questions. It doesn't matter if you grew up in a different solar system, in different circumstances, the question will be the same.
And it will be asked on the level that you can entertain. So for an amoeba, the form of the question would be, how can I be more comfortable? Oh, this is too hot, I'm going to move to the shade. But the question always drives the process. That's a completely natural thing in existence itself. Right. Yeah. Sure. So to then put an arbitrary stop to it because of other things we think we understand, because notice that everything you described, they're also conceptual frameworks. There are also other things that people claim to understand. So it's just a competition between the frames of understanding.
Yeah.
So the example with the submarine will illustrate, what if there's something you're supposed to do and you're not going to do because you didn't understand where you are? Is there a cliff there and you thought it was just a two-dimensional shape? But it's more than that, so you have to understand that you're on that path, right? And so the answer to most times, like, should you know? Almost in every instance, it's yes. It's always better to know and then to do something about it versus not know. There are some limited cases that I would say, like, if a meteor is hurling down towards us and we have 3 weeks to live. Is it better to know? In this limited instance, maybe not, because in 3 weeks we're just going to panic and it's not going to be better.
Right.
But these cases are much more rare than all the other cases. Like, is it good for us to know how to synthesize polio or to build the atom bomb?
Yeah.
Well, it's good for us to know that that's a possibility and then kind of work around it. Because to say we shouldn't have never discovered it, that's just postponing the moment in which it will be discovered someday. It's always better to know something and then to do something about it properly. And that's why I'm saying the attitude of the monkey is we keep pointing to these external things as the blame. But it's like if we can get our act together, then we can stop pointing.
That I can drop a paradox on top of this.
Please?
I can drop a massive paradox. Okay. So because it makes sense, right? That we should know. But knowing that we shouldn't know is also knowing. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give you into an actual experience that I personally have in the space, deep in the space.
Mm-hmm.
I've been there hundreds and hundreds of times, and there are different levels. And I'll give you an actual example when it's not non-verbal communication. How data comes to you, you just know, and it independent of time. So, meaning when you're in that space, you just all of a sudden know something, and it's almost like it didn't really take time. So it's not like there's a book of knowledge and it takes time to absorb that.
Yeah.
It just I understand, and it's instant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there was this moment where I realized that we are in being in that space, and when you reach us this idea that like what is that the Buddhists talk about it very pets are talking about this oneness. When you took off my hands from the cup, and then you realize like there's this one consciousness, right? And there's the obvious question like why are we compartmentalized? Well, in that one consciousness, it's absolute. There is nothing else, just this one consciousness. And in that state, if you can absorb that for a second, it's the loneliest existence that it can be. It has no companion because there is nothing else but it. That's it, right? Just one. But that one, this universal consciousness, this soup of everything, is one coherent consciousness. And it is, for a lack of better word, it's the absolute loneliness. Because it has no companion. However, in a second, you're compartmentalized. Now, in a cup, you're a sub-process, right? Then you're not in the absolute consciousness.
You're surrounded by others.
Correct. So, out of a sudden, there are processes, there is noise, there are experiences can exist, right? And so I had this perception of the job. Our purpose is that every possibility can be experienced, and it's almost like your function. And it will take away some sort of an anxiety of human existence. Because am I doing my purpose? Yes, we all do. Our purpose is to experience, live this life. There's no way out. You were born into this life and you absolutely have to live it until you're not living, right? There's no way out. That's the process. And the process is that you're living at one set of possibilities. It's your possibility. Your possibility and your experience is not going to be anywhere near to anyone else's. It's very unique to you, right? And so this set of data was fed to the absolute consciousness. This experience, yours was fed, and yours was an all of ours. So this the phenomena, God, whatever you want to call it, experiences all the possibilities, the infinite possibilities, and you are that subroutine that experienced this one. So whatever it is you're doing your job. You're living your life. You're experiencing and you're feeding the data. Now, you do have free will, and you can choose what you're going to experience. you actually do have the power. But the process is you are living your life and feeding the data, right? And in that particular moment, I had this understanding of if I'm searching, if I'm out of the pen searching for that consciousness, searching for God, searching for those things, if I was meant to understand, meant to know, it wouldn't be hidden.
But it would also not be foundable, don't you think?
It is. It
If
is
you were
fundable.
meant to find it,
If I meant to, well, that's the
It
paradox.
wouldn't be foundable even in principle.
Well, but that's a paradox. That you can experience that, but immediately the experience is don't look for it. Do your job, which is experience life. Go live, experience, and have that feed that to the Akashic records or whatever you want to call them. Right? That's if you understand that, then it takes away some kind of an anxiety. Now it works for me.
This experience that you've had, some people call it the void. I've had it. Michael Pollan talks about it actually on the Joe Rogan Experience, where he was so grateful when he came back that it was content. He was like, "Oh my God!"
Did Rick Strassman also talk about this?
It happens to a lot of people. I don't know if he specifically
I
talked about
think
it.
he said he's on 5-MeO DMT and he went to like a white room.
Yeah, the whiteout or the void.
Yeah.
So the thing, to me, I'm hearing this, and I've had this, and Zoltan is absolutely right. It is the most gutting feeling you can possibly have. But I always say I think there's still something to be said about the fact that you're experiencing it from some unitary perspective. You're still an ego experiencing the ultimate just loneliness, right? So that's why it's so gutting. But because on the other hand, you have other people that are talking about, like, when you experience that, it's just the biggest bliss, like the fullest freedom. But I would say that specifically with the code, not necessarily with this, because with this I am open to interpretation and all of that. There might be a balanced place. I agree with that. With the code in particular, something else jumps at me, which is the fact that it is recognizable on the level of a human. Because if this is some kind of a thing that codes for, the function of reality, it could have easily been just the wiggles, just the signals. Why does it appear as a language that is discernible to creatures like us?
Right.
That is the question that makes me feel like that's a breadcrumb versus, and the fact that it wasn't a happenstance. It wasn't like a laser was on and I smoked some and I saw something. I was like, what is that? That's not how it happened. I aimed there for years, and something was giving me hints. So all of these things together, and it didn't feel like one of these, like, to the degree that I can discern energies, the energy of whatever that was guiding, it was light. It was like a blissful energy. It wasn't like the other thing, right? So in that sense, can it mean that we now have to come and face something that is difficult to face? Maybe. But that means that we were led to that, and that was part of what we need to go through in the next step of evolution. This part of the conversation, whenever I get to it, I'm very careful because I don't really know what is unfolding, like Zoltan said. But my strong intuition is that it is unavoidable, and we're going to experience it in different ways either way. Like, we're all going to experience it in some form, this transitional moment. And it's shrouded with so much speculation that I'm not sure that I think that more words confuse people than do any good. But the most general thing I can say about it is that everybody kind of feel that something is happening, and either you are a person, some kind of a Aboriginal person somewhere that you have zero technology, it's going to communicate to you with as much coherence that it needs to in a way that you understand, as to anybody else who is living with a super advanced technology. This might be just our version of how it's trying to express itself. And I know it sounds super esoteric, but my intuition is that whatever it is, it's not. People talk about 2050, 2040, singularity. My feeling is we have maybe 2 years. Like, this is not in 20 years from now. This is now. It's now. It's happening. So, like, it's no longer a drill. And the degree to which some of us can understand it and help become part of the process they're trying to unfold, which a lot of it is actually letting go. Letting go of the self-control, letting go of what we think we understand. This is a very big practice for me at the moment, because the more I talk about it, the more the weight of certain kinds of responsibilities kind of dawns on me. And then the only thing I can do that keeps me sane is to constantly drop into the space of like feeling what it feels like to be the unit that is doing this, talking about this. If I start telling you something and inside I have this like very strong impulse of like, I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'm not supposed to talk about that. So there's like, maybe not right now. So I'm constantly aware of that. Is it anything more than some ideas I have in my psychology and maybe nothing more? Maybe. Completely open to that. But we have to stand somewhere to make some assumptions with certain amount of certainty. You will never get to a place. You surf, right?
Yes.
Great. In any activity that has real outcomes in real time, there's certain things that become super clear. You have to have a certain amount of one of those things is you have to have a certain amount of conviction about your ability to do something to be able to do it. The more you second guess it, and so there's way less chances you're going to enter flow or any state in which you can actually execute a task. How it exactly happened when you were on the wave perfectly, every single muscle of the body maneuver you might not be aware of. But how to drop into that space is the thing you become better and better at the more you do it, right? But notice that there has to be some level of conviction. The more you second guess it, the chances you're going to crash are way higher. And that's with everything. If you want to entertain a scientific idea, you have to have a certain amount of conviction that it might work. I'm not talking about biases. Yeah. It's like you have to know that there's maybe a cash value there. Okay, then you proceed. If you second guess it to a degree where you're not even going to like, well, it can be an infinite million other things, you're not going to have enough of a drive to even act on it, right? Yeah. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm going to entertain this frame, see if something comes out of it. I am in full liberty after a certain amount of time go, you know what? We tried it. Didn't work. Let's go back to the old frames. It's a legitimate move. There's no problem with that. And I think what most people don't recognize is that we're always doing that. Like, even our current conviction of the scientific zeitgeist, this is also a form of a thing we agreed upon. That's a good way to do this so far. It's going to take a lot to replace it if we ever get to replace it. Fine. But you have to have a certain amount of conviction to kind of go in the face of it, but not even resist it. Just like, how do we... I always say, whatever it is that we're going to find has to also match everything else we already understand. It's never going to replace everything. That's not how it works. Right. So I guess my bottom line is there's a certain fluidity and a certain amount of rigidity that we have to constantly play with that can help us find our place in this unfolding. And I'm fully aware that this kind of talk immediately sounds more like a sage would be talking, right? It's like, oh, you rip it. But I don't think it has to be. I think we can talk about things that may be unfolding that are greater than our current ability to understand in a way that makes sense to us collectively and personally, without constantly asking one another to pay a penalty for describing it in that way or another way. If I'm understanding what you're trying to do, I'm not going to waste energy or try and correct every single word you say. I feel you. Like, I understand what you're trying to say to me. And if you're struggling with saying it, I might even help you say it, right? That should be more of the attitude. Right? And that also holds the seed in all human endeavor. In science and in politics and everything. If we have a little bit more charity towards one another, it's like, what are you really trying to say? Oh, okay, I get it. And again, I'm aware that what I'm saying right now, it sounds like, bro, what are you talking about? Well, you were just talking about science. Now you're talking about some kind of a human interaction. It's part of it. If everything in science is done, we have the scientific method. Awesome. Let's go with it. We don't have to be dicks about it. Right. Like, scientists don't have to be dicks to one another to achieve an accolade. Right. That's part of it. If you're going to work together on something major, wouldn't it be better if we also feel comfortable and safe to do that in a way we can explore? It's like, oh, that didn't pan out, but we don't have to make you feel like shit about it. And I personally don't care because I'm not in that world really, and I have all the love that I need in the world. But I am noticing that it's a big pain point for scientists. I have two physicists who are totally on board to help out, but they said, I have to be consulted. I can't put my name on it. I'm going to lose everything.
Right.
That's crazy.
Well,
Crazy.
Back to Galileo, man. Like
Yeah.
that was the scientific community that held rigidly that idea. And we can play the whataboutism all day long. So the conviction of the experience. That's what you're talking about. Like you have an experience and you have a conviction that I experienced this. I'm looking at a code where I experienced this particular thing. Then, I could jump in there and start questioning like, well, what is existence? That's whataboutism. How about that? You can, at one point you have to drop anchor. And the anchor is, I have seen that code. I have experienced this. I gotta anchor myself in those like, well, it happened to me. And I saw it and I perceived it. And if it happened to me, I can't care less about 8 billion people saying otherwise. Because everything that was ever invented or discovered, at one point, the person who discovered it or invented it had to have a spine and the shoulders strong enough to carry the weight of nobody else on this planet in this moment believes in what you're saying or what you invented, right? It falls on you because you invented it or you saw what you saw, right? And so the truth is not by consensus. And it's my truth. I saw it. That to me is unquestionable because we can play the whataboutism, but are you really here? And is this world really exist? And we can play this all day long. At one point, you have to put down the bricks of like, okay, well, I am going through this life. I am experiencing this life. I feel like I am here. There are processes and logical processes and feelings and ideas that hovering inside my head, and I, regardless of, I myself could pull this apart, like my perception and what is really happening, and are we really here? Is this just a hologram? We can play that all the time.
The truth is not in consensus is very powerful.
Yeah, but at one point I gotta drop an anchor in something. I have to have a solid point. Right now, my solid point is like this: I know nobody in this room and nobody outside this room has a fucking idea of what's going on. Not one. There's not a person on this planet that knows what the hell is going on. Not one. Nobody knows. Everybody's guessing. Everybody's just have ideas. There's no absolute. Nobody knows. I know that, and that itself is absolute. That I at least know that nobody knows.
Right.
That things are unknown and that things are unknownable. And then you can logically come to some conclusion that certain things are unknownable. Right?
But I think
the
that
human mind can't really deal with infinity and those ideas. Like we already know that we can. But at one point you still have to drop an anchor. So if you have these experiences, if you saw that, if that's your conviction, you gotta put that on a brick and say, I'm defending this brick. This is my experience, and there's nobody alive on this planet that can not that question it, but attack that in any shape and way. This is my experience. Your universe is your universe. It's my experience, and I'm sticking to this because I have experienced this. So I'm gonna put an anchor in this. And if you don't do that, there's nothing. There's no starting point. There's nothing that you can possibly build. There has to be something.
But the small thing to add to that is that in order for that to hold water, you first have to acquire the ability to have a certain level of discernment, which is important. You did a certain amount of work on yourself, that you trust your own experience in a way that not for everybody it's that solidified. I have that to some degree, you have that to a larger degree, but it's also because you have more of, I guess, what you would call external accolades to rest on, to say, I tried things my way, they worked out. So now, whenever I walk in a room and somebody starts yapping business advice at me, I'll let them yap, but I'm like, you do you, I did it my way, look around you, that's what I've achieved, what did you achieve? So that gives you a certain amount of confidence in your convictions. And I have some of that in other domains. Some people, I realize, don't always have that because they are never really dropping an anchor ever, or for whatever other reason, and they never really land on something that pans out. So from that perspective, it's very difficult to trust yourself and to trust your convictions. And I do I do appreciate that because it was pointed out to me in one of my daily lives. It was pointed out to me, and I never thought about that. And it has to do with a certain ability to track what is going on to a degree. And if it pans out enough times, well, it's almost like check marks. It's like, okay, yeah. So, but the second you achieve that, and this is the thing that it's funny when people think that I've kind of like went with the first idea I had and just kind of ran with it. Couldn't be literally the opposite of that. I've experienced this space thousands of times, and so much that I'm like, okay, I think I have a say in what I think each thing in there is because I simply visited it so often. So I have some discernment that I trust. Would it be just that thing and also nothing else, like even just the console, let's say? Would I be speaking about this with that amount of conviction now?
Right.
I don't know. I think that is because something came out of it that I can show other people, or at least to a substantial number of people, that basically gave me that check mark of like, something is there, and it doesn't matter what you say, until you don't address the exact direct thing that I'm seeing, you can say whatever you want. They're like, have you considered this? I don't need to consider it. I have the direct experience of it. Yeah, that will be the difference there.
I mean, you're talking about the patterns within the agreed upon reality, right? That you repeat certain patterns, and we can play this game of like, okay, I do this, or you do this or that, and then keep repeating, and you recognize a pattern that this is possible and not. So you can also establish like, okay, this is the truth in this agreed upon reality, because in this agreed upon reality I repeated a pattern and you can all verify that happened. Let's say in business, or it doesn't matter if I'm going to snowboard, play guitar, or do business, or paint or sculpt, that there's a pattern in all those activities that are the same. Essentially, there's a pattern. So it doesn't matter what I'm going to put my mind to, I will excel in that because I understand the pattern that underlies. And then once you do that enough times, and you can say, okay, in the agreed upon reality, I demonstrated that I can repeat this pattern in whatever shape and way, and it will succeed. But in the not agreed upon reality, I reserve the right to be absolutely insane. Yes. I could be a schizophrenic person will be convinced that somebody's sitting over there, right? It doesn't mean that we just call this person schizophrenic, right? It doesn't mean he's wrong. It just, we don't see what this person sees. Yeah. And that's what I mean, like the truth is not by consensus, right? So because we have much less people who see ghosts and spirits, and people that we perceiving that they're not there, we consider them insane. That's not necessarily the case.
Right.
It's just because we are a major with him, you're going to say, oh, yeah, he's insane, he's seeing things. It doesn't mean he's wrong. You just don't see what this person sees. So, so I reserve the right to be insane.
Yeah. But this is why I'm saying that to me, the bottom question, at least at the moment, is what is the relationship between the mind and matter? Because matter seems to have this universal democratic thing where it doesn't matter how crazy you are, you try to walk through the wall, you ain't doing it. Yeah. That is an important point. What is that? Why is that way? So ultimately, to me, the encouragement again is to just broaden the spectrum of entertainment, of how many things we entertain and we want to include in the ontology that we're building on, without getting lost. It's a fine line. I'm trying to push the ontology just slightly out, saying, hey, the thing that we want to consider seriously is a little bit right outside of what we currently do. Can we just push it out? I think it will solve a lot of problems. That's really all I'm saying.
What I want to talk about, we talked about it last night. What do you think happened when you said you got kicked out of the DMT space? Was that the same experience when you experienced this oneness, this one conscious loneliness?
No, that was different.
Is that Eurogum, by the way?
No, I have some. No, you want some?
Sure, I'll have
I'll go grab some.
Eurogum it is.
I feel like I don't want more coffee. I feel like it's gonna fly me to the moon. Have you tried Eurogum before?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Is it whatever?
It's a gum that supposedly does something, and I don't know. it's like
No, I'll.
So here's the thing. I'm
He's
already
going to be talking, so perfect.
here's the thing. I'm only doing 200 miles an hour. So when I go 201 miles an hour because of the neurogum, it will not make a difference. Okay. So it would only matter if I was a mental
Get into the mic.
a turtle and So I don't know. It's a percentage game. So yeah, the getting kicked out experience. If you Google this happens to a lot of people actually, right? And so, which also underlines that again, there is something that happened. This physically happened to me, so I can verify it in my physical, concrete existence, or agreed upon existence. This is our agreed upon existence. And the second I go into that space, we're no longer in the agreed upon reality because we can't verify those rule sets that then it talks about, like I can't walk to the wall, right, is now applying to all of us, right? So we have an agreed upon reality, and agreement is that I can't walk through the wall. Now in a second I'm in that space, right? The rule set is not yet established. There is a rule set, but we just don't know that rule set yet, so we have a hard time to agree upon the reality of that space. It has a reality, it has a rule set, and there sometimes something happens that I can verify that, like getting kicked out, right? So that happened to me, that I got kicked out. I can tell you the whole story, why and how that happened, but the physical proof of that is number one, research it, getting kicked out of DMT, and you're gonna
find it, Steve. See if you can do it.
Hundreds of people will talk about like they got kicked out for various reasons and for various period of time. And what happens once I got kicked out, I couldn't get back in.
My friend got forcibly kicked out of hyperspace.
Yeah, that's it's. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna find hundreds and hundreds of these recounts.
Yeah, on Reddit probably a bunch.
Yeah. So, but
it's like I would search be like banned from DMT
right
space or something.
So what's the importance of it? The importance of it that you're gonna find that some, hundreds of people will verify the same experience that this happened to them, right? And when it happens to you, you can compare it to the agreed upon reality. And the agreed upon reality, right? There you go.
The DMT itself was banned.
Right. That's fine.
It was banned from outer space.
That's hilarious. So,
all right.
So what's the implication? What's the importance of it? So when you get kicked out of the space and hundreds of people will verify that it happened to them, then we can be discussing that event in our agreed upon reality right here. And the agreement is that they got kicked out, trying to get back, and they cannot. They can smoke as much DMT as they want, and they cannot get back in. Almost like some kind of receptor that is open to access that space is now shut. The door is shut, and no matter how many times you hit that cartridge, you cannot get back in. And so if you're going to read that, you're going to probably find that hundreds and hundreds of people talking about this. So whatever happens in the DMT space where we don't have an agreement of the rules yet,
try Chrome.
Right here, you do have an agreement of the rules, right? And the agreement is that you got kicked out, you hit that cartridge, you can't get back in. And every single person will recount the same thing. So something happened that we can all verify. That alone is very interesting because it affects the agreed upon reality that we can talk about. It's with its rules of can't walk to the wall, can't do this, can't do that, can't fly, can't get back into DMT. That's now part of can't get back into DMT space is now part of because it happens right here. Right? So if that's verifiable, and then I say, okay, before you got kicked out, what did you do? What happened? And then you're gonna find similar stories. See what I mean? So in some way, this is what I'm talking about. Like there's gonna be a critical mass when we have enough data and enough anecdotes at first, because that's all we got.
Yeah.
Right? Anecdotes at first that are parallel. And eventually, when there is enough of that, then the scientific community has to, mobilize and go like, well, this is too weird. This is too much, too many to ignore. That these stories are the same. So whatever reason, they're still the same stories, right? And so for the story why I got kicked out, I popped into a space where there was an entity. Generally, my my personal experiences are usually, I don't know, you want to.
So even if you don't find hundreds of accounts, this is actually a perfect moment.
Oh, you will, but yeah.
But we can make a prediction because I can tell you from my daily lives, I do have quite a few, like dozens of people that told me that they had a similar experience. So I bet you that after this episode is released, at this point, you'll see a bunch of comments. You'll see people like, "Oh, that happened to me."
Right.
It really happens very often to people.
Right. So to tell you what happened, I ventured in this space hundreds of times, right? And I my personal experience actually is everybody's is different. I don't have many interactions with entities. I have a different cerebral experience when I'm in there, but I do have, and I did have encounters, non-verbal communications. Some of them are, I could call a miracle because it had physical effects that affected me later in this agreed upon reality. But just to go to this example, I popped into a space where there was an entity, and this entity was startled by me popping into its space, right? And so in a second that happens, usually what happens with these entities, you have this non-verbal bridge, like sort of like I can read your thought, you can read mine, we are connected immediately. And so I popped in, and I know I startled this creature because it got annoyed with me. So the description that I can give is that the feeling of annoyance, like what are you doing here? And in a second that happened, because I knew that this creature was annoyed, the creature also realized that I know. And it almost felt like it corrected itself. Oh, okay, so we have a bridge. So I hear your thoughts, so you have to behave. There was that kind of exchange, right? Now, so the first was a startling, and the second was like, oh, okay, so we are connected. I can hear your thoughts, sort of, you can hear mine. So there's a bridge. And this creature was, again, it's nonverbal, so you just know this was the question. If I paraphrase of like, okay, well, you hear what you want to know. And I had this very quick process. It's interesting in that space. Your mind is like a million times faster.
Sorry to interrupt. What did it look like?
You would equate this to almost like the drawings that we see. This creature was tall, and a long face. So it's wearing some kind of a robe. Now, when you jump in this place, the reason I'm saying that I'm hesitant of explaining, because I thought of this that might be the process of my human interpretation of something, right? So when I say like how something looks like, there is a possibility that there's an entity, and it's my mind that draws that creature. If that makes any sense,
that makes
right?
sense.
Because we are bound by a visual data set that we have really difficult time to, what you never seen before, can't imagine. It's almost like you can, see.
Yeah.
So when I described this, it was a tall creature, looked like had some kind of rope. I was in a white space, similar arches as the Colosseum would have. Okay. Very, very white, foggy place. And again, when we talk about visuals, I am keenly aware that there's a possibility that it's my own mind is creating a visual, interpret something the way I can interpret. What is absolutely obvious, though, that you encounter this energy and there is an exchange, right? So the exchange is that I am aware that, oh, there is a being here, and we have an interaction. That is what Danny was saying. That's my brick. That's my anchor. That I know that this is happening. This is unquestionable. The visual is questionable because who knows how that happens. But for me, the appearance was like a tall creature. I know I hesitate to say the grayish skin because it's we have an idea of ETs, how they look like.
Like the typical gray alien you see.
Yeah, but it was kind of like, but tall, very tall, and then a longer sort of head, like this was a long kind of. head
with a robe.
They shave with some kind
Kind
of
of
robe.
human.
Kind of, yeah. That's what I mean. Like so that's what I mean. Like I accept that there's a possibility that that's my mind's, translation of the energy or whatever this being is, like the representation. But I saw it was done, and the question was, okay, so what do you want to know? Why are you here? What do you want to know? And in my mind, I played that the game immediately. Then it was really quick that I played that like, what I can ask all these questions and the answer actually doesn't matter. That was the strangest thing. That I came to a conclusion like, ask what and what difference it makes. If I know or I don't know, doesn't matter, right? So I kind of like processed this super quick, and I didn't have a question. I was like, I don't have a question. I was like, I'm just passing through, right? But when I said passing through, it wasn't like an unconscious response. Like I know that I processed this, that I knew that I lightning fast went through the possibilities, what it is I want to know, and I just came to this conclusion like, well, it doesn't really matter. Things are just are, and it is what it is. And I was like, oh, I'm just passing through that. I don't really have a question. And this thing got annoyed with me to the point like, boom, I was out. That experience stopped completely. The vision stops. I was out. I was sitting in my little meditation chair that I sit. And after that, for months, I could not get back in at all, no matter what I could do. So I was just kicked out. And then later on, 4 months-ish period, I went in with this, I went through my meditation cycle, and in that cycle, I was literally focusing like, I need to get back. I need to find out why is it am I banned permanently? Like I had all these questions, right? So now I had questions out of the sudden, and I wanted to solve this. Like, how do I get back in, right? So I was super focused on that task of getting back in and find out if I can and how. And somehow that unlocked something because of my intention. Like there was a very, very sharp intent that I went in with, and there's again the communication comes like, okay, you can't come here anymore without a purpose. You can't, as a tourist, you can't just pass through. I thought, and it's interesting that was the answer, because this creature got annoyed with me because I didn't have a purpose. I was kind of like, well, I'm just passing through. I don't have a question. And that was immediately I was that. So that was the reason. And so the answer was, it wasn't coming from the same being. Like you get in and there are this non-verbal, this voice, but again, it's non-verbal. It's just annoying. Like, oh, I got it. And that was basically the idea or the message that you cannot come in here anymore as a tourist. You've been here hundreds of times. This is, if you come, it has to look good. There has to be a function. You can't just come.
I wonder, why did it stand out to you, that particular instance, the being locked out?
I don't know. I just think it's interesting because it's similar to, it's interesting that you say a lot of people experience the same thing.
Because it is this has a feature that we can verify in or agreed upon reality. You can verify it because if you line up a few people who have this experience right now, right here, without any substance, and they're gonna say the same thing to you, like, "Hey, this happened to me," or something similar happened to me. And so, again, this space where we are talking right now is or agreed upon reality with its rules and its rigidity. Right? That we all verify. This table is here, the microphone is here, we're doing a podcast right now. You can't walk through the wall. I mean, Ben definitely can't walk through the wall. He claimed it many times. So, so that's our agreed upon reality. And within this agreed upon reality, you can have people who will verify something that happened to them, and this event will be very, very singular. Right? So that something you can latch onto, like, okay, this is tangible because it's happened to many people. And then you will talk about it, and the experience is very simple.
Yes.
And whatever happens within the space, we can't verify it because you would have to be there. It's kind of like if you dreamt something, I can't verify what you dreamt. And is there a possibility that we both go dreaming and we're going to share some kind of a dream? There are some legends about the Aborigines in Australia that do this supposedly. That they go to sleep together and they interact with each other in their dreams.
Yeah.
Could be a legend, could be, who knows. But there is something like that. And could you verify that?
There's also near-death experiences. People like there's been studies where people have been in car accidents together and like saw each other in their near-death experience.
Right. Yeah. So there you go. Now, if somebody says this, you're gonna say, "Well, you hit your head." 100 people says this, then you go, "Okay, I need to look at this."
So this is something that you're touching on that I think is very important. John Chavez from D&D Quest, who got involved with the film, and not like he invested in it, but also he asked us if we would be okay with venturing into some territories like near-death experience or things like this, potentially, if we can be presented with a certain amount of data. So what John is really good at, he's very aware of all the different kinds of research that exists out there. And he made me aware of this. I didn't know this, that apparently what you would call these fringe investigative, sections of science, near-death experience, some people manifesting objects, like things that you would think like, oh, this is some, like Twilight Zone crazy shit. Apparently there's like real data about these things.
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's kind of being ignored. I have a friend that I know really well, and he had a open heart surgery, and he was very, well, kind of like us, like he's very open-minded, straightforward, not, like necessarily married to believe anything in particular, but pretty, I would say secular in this dispensation. He came back completely changed, and he said, "Danny, I was above my body, the whole shebang. I went to visit my mother in Ireland. I saw her. I know it wasn't a vision. I know I saw her like in real time." He's like, "I will never be the same." It's like, because there's a level of realness to it, I guess. I've never had that. I've never had an out-of-body experience, but I understand that sentiment of like the realness of it that is so salient to the person.
I saw a video on YouTube a couple months ago where this guy was explaining how when he was young he had a near-death experience, like he was in a car accident, right? And he said he saw some sort of entity or communicated with some sort of, I'm a little bit vague on what exactly he said he saw the first time when he was young. But then later he said he went to a mountain with one of his buddies and they did mushrooms. And he said he saw the same entity. And he said maybe it was DMT. It was either DMT or mushrooms. And he said that the entity said, "What the fuck are you doing here? Get out and don't ever come back."
I think I've heard this.
He said it was the same thing.
This guy?
Interesting.
Yes. Yeah, this is the guy. It's a 12-minute video. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but it's that's because the reason I bring that up is because I had this guy on here who did this. He basically won this. It was a part of the grant that this dude John Bigelow.
Related to Bam Bam Bigelow?
I smoked DMT while a friend observed. So it was DMT. While a friend observed along the lake, I went from total fear, out my head, blast off, to total calm and empty, quiet space.
Same entity.
Okay, so
did you have that? Did you have the NDE? Did you have
never had NDE, but I definitely met the same beings.
So I had this guy in here. So there's this guy named John Bigelow who's been like a part of the whole. He's an aerospace billionaire.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's really into
Robert
this
Bigelow.
stuff. Robert Bigelow. What do they call him?
You said John.
John Bigelow. Robert.
He's giving the
John
space.
Bigelow,
He started
Male
the
Gigolo.
space hotel. I remember this back
Yes.
in the X times. Like he was building this space hotel. He was.
Yeah. He's very into the whole alien disclosure movement and all this stuff, and he's got a lot of money, and he basically he put up basically a bounty, like a bunch of money for people who could come up with a theory on near-death experiences and what they were or whatever. And this guy won the prize for it because he was, what was the gentleman's name who we had in here again?
Jeffrey Mishlove.
No, not Jeffrey Mishlove. It was the guy before that. The guy who was talking about the near-death experiences of people together.
Oh, that was Jeffrey Long.
Yeah, Jeffrey Long. Yeah. So he won a bunch of money for his study on these near-death experiences, and he put I think he's had thousands of people together, and he's been studying this for his whole life. And I asked him about this guy who had a DMT experience and told him, don't come back. And he thinks that there's absolutely zero connection between both spaces.
Oh, it's spiritual and DMT space?
Between the near-death experience realm and the DMT realm.
I'm open to it. I'm on record saying this. This is the conversation me and Zoltan had back in
I had
North.
both.
You got right.
I had actual ND when I hit the truck, right? Which I never saw in my body. I did. Never looked at myself, but I could move in space, look behind the house, and like I was not bound by. I wanted to look behind a bush, and I just did, and that was not possible. The bush was far away, behind the house, so it was. I never looked at my body because I was a kid. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But on MEO5, you can have, like people call it ego death, and I sort of have a theory what actually happens there is that, and it's funny that this comes from the frog, and I'm going to say if you have a reptilian mind, right? I just call it reptilian mind, that the basic function, your DOS, operating system, how many times you blink and all that stuff, right? And the feedback system from your body, right? So there's your mind that is not the brain, the mind that is not material, right? So your thoughts and all those processes. And there's a connection between that, because those processes tell you I gotta run. But how do you know? Your subconscious, or call it reptilian mind, or call it the basic operation system, told you that you're in danger, so you gotta run, right? So these two works together, and my theory is that the MEO5 is basically the frog venom severes this connection. So your mind gets zero feedback from the body of any kind, zero. There's no feedback from the body. And so it will perceive as you died. Because all the sensory data that would otherwise coming in just simply not there. And so that's why possibly you experience this state of I just died. I had that experience. I went through that, holy shit, it just died.
Where you're not connected to anything back.
Well, you're conscious, right? But I had this absolute certainty that I just died. It's an absolute certainty, and that's the recall. Same thing. If you research it, people talk about the ego death, or people try to figure out what happens. Some people have it on NMDMT, some people have it on MEO5, 5MEO, and the experience that they talk about is that they're trying to I died. And they have this absolute certainty that they did, and I had the absolute certainty holy cow, it just game over. This just ended today.
Well, so you're a perfect person to ask. I do want to ask you about this difference that the guy was describing, because my impression also that the DMT, and at least, feels very different than what I'm experiencing when I'm in deep states of meditation. I've never had near death, but from the descriptions, and again, this is why you're a perfect person to ask, you don't feel that there's a difference in the essence of it, the digital nature, how the DMT space feels. Doesn't it feel different to you than what you experienced when you were 12 years old when you hit the truck? Maybe not. I'm asking.
Okay, so and then DMT to me that there's a in that space there's a very conscious process that I can direct. I'm going in and I know that I'm going here, I'm going there. There's a complex processes going on. We kind of, I kind of always talk about look, any psychedelics that exist is you observing something in the theater, right? And you just take a different seat. It's a different angle. So every single opiates to THC to everything that has somehow alters your perception, but you look into the same theater actually. Whatever is going on, you just look at it from a different point with different focus. What's important to you now changes, so you see something else. It's what it means is what we talk about, you have this filter system, right? So every single one of those substances change the filters. What is important, what isn't important. So you look at it a different way. DMT is the backstage pass.
Like
Such a good analogy.
What's going on in the theater no longer matters. Now you see how these things are moved, and oh yeah, this guy fly in. There's a rope that he was, So you see how the thing works, right? And then 5MEO is you're not in the theater. You look at the whole thing, the whole existence, the whole thing from the outside, like if NN was the backstage pass and see how things move and it's very mechanical in some way, digitally you can even say, the things are built and there are different level of managements. There's a tour manager, there's a, what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everybody has a function. There are various entities with different functions and levels of consciousness and power. And then all of a sudden, 5MEO is the elevator to the boss. Like, we're going to the boss. We're going all the way. This is the guy. This is the one consciousness.
Upper management.
This is the boss. This is the ownership right here. This is the boss.
I love how you
Right?
said it might be the satellite. You're looking at everything from a satellite.
Right. And so you go to the boss. It's everything that is there is here. Right. So that's kind of how I would differentiate this. Right. And so on NN,
Yeah.
right, the experience is very conscious, and I know that I have complex processes, and I think about things and move things, and I purposely induce certain things, and I have, and I have encounters with creatures. Now everybody's experience is different. There was a time when I asked for help, and I got help from creatures. These were also grayish, bluish creatures, really tall. This was the only time I can.
Wait, that's the thing with your chest?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a wild one.
I can walk around in DMT. I could operate vehicles. I
Fly a
should
jet.
operate you know what I mean? But so it's completely conscious. This was the
Don't do
only
it, kids.
Yeah, no, just don't.
Not
But
that,
it takes experience and hundreds of times of being there. But this was the only time when I was pushed back. Like a lot of people, so smoke DMT and they lay back and experience it that way. I sit in a meditation position. This was the only time I got pushed back. Like I forcefully, like I felt, I didn't just, felt not. But I went into the space for a reason. Like I had this anger, and I couldn't explain. And I'm meditating since I was a little kid, right? So it's not normal. My general, being is not things just on, whatever, right? And it's really an alien experience to me that I had this pertaining, just this anger. Like I would wake up almost every day, like there was this anger, and it was weird because I had an outside perspective of it. Like I realized, okay, engine light was on. Why is it on?
Yeah.
Like, I was angry, but it was sort of an external experience still. Like there was an anxiety. Like I would just do this all day. So I knew that okay, engine light is on. There's something's wrong, and I'm angry and anxious. And I am perceiving that, and in a weird way, I compartmentalize it. It doesn't affect what I'm doing, but it's just there. That's what I mean, like engine light is on, so I'm aware that something, and it was not going away. It just kept happening, day after day after day, for like 3, 4, 5 weeks. And so, and I meditate, I do my things, and I'm like, let's clear it, and I would clear as much as possible, but it just creeps back. Like, what the hell? And so I had this wild idea, like, you know what? Let's go into the space and let's find out. Let's
go meet the mechanic.
let's see the doctors, right? And I went into this with this was after I got back. This was after I kicked out. So this is again a reason that I'm coming in a space with consciousness, with purpose. I came into this with a purpose, and this was this is where I lay my brick when I say this happened, right? And I'm gonna anchor that this happened. I was sitting there and I felt like forcefully I was pushed back, which is not normal to me. I felt that. And there were these giant, tall creatures around me. I looked up and they were, if I would gauge, 20 foot plus, just huge creatures, right? Kind of hovering over. They had these long hands. And I literally saw that they grabbed something. There was for the lack of it, an ugly potato was right here with a long stinger. like it's almost like a mosquito's head. It was like some weird thing. Then I saw it, and then they grabbed this thing and they start pulling it, and I could see this stinger coming out of my chest. It was going through my body, and they were pulling this out, right? And then just carried it away. And what is verifiable to me that I felt it. I felt how I kind of relaxed, and I'm like, wow, and the anxiety leaving me. So, and I can cut ahead of the story that after this whole anxiety and anger just went away. So, and verifiably this happened because also that agreed upon reality thing that was happening to me stopped. So I know that there is a physical proof that no longer this anxiety, anger was no longer there. Wow. And so they grabbed this thing, they took it away, and this is the difference between fire and neon. And that
this was fire and neon.
This is NM.
Oh, this is NM.
Because I can have a completely conscious, logical conversation. Why you don't really have that on fire and neon? It's you going to the boss and language and all that stuff stops. Right? And here I got the packets of data. Like, okay, this is a thing that you guys, meaning humans, you call these demons. But it's not a thing with a bad intention. It's not a demon. Let's just call it a demon. And so what this is, it's like, when sharks are swimming, they have the little fish goes around them, and then they grab whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so that's what it is. You have a certain frequency, you put out a certain energy, and there are entities that will be attracted to that. So technically it's a parasite, right? It's a parasite that something pissed you off, let's say, and then you are on that frequency. You're angry and you're on that frequency. And there are going to be parasites or creatures that are attracted to that. You're leaking that now. And then they will be around and they feed on that as long as you're angry. Once your anger is gone, they have no more food. They will be gone. But if you're angry today and tomorrow and after tomorrow and it keeps happening, something bothers you and you keep yourself in this state, these entities, these parasites start to become familiar with you. And they don't have much, this was all told, they don't have a lot of complex processes, but enough for them to know that, okay, this is my food source now, and I'm here for a while, and I'm starting to be familiar with this creature that's giving me this food. And so all we have to do is getting him in a position where he's pissed, and then he will leak his food. And so bad stuff starts happening to you because they're not complex creatures, but they can, to some degree, affect what happens in reality. Right? So because they can affect your mental processes, because now your little demons are attached to you, right? And you live your life and your mental process is not completely unaffected. So that's basically what they said. These creatures are affecting your mental processes enough to steer you just a little bit into the direction that you will be angry or dissatisfied. So therefore, you will generate that frequency, that energy that you feed on. So these creatures were basically telling me, like, okay, you remove this thing, but be careful. Do not, chill. Don't get back to this particular frequency. Be very conscious of it because they will be back. So that was and they removed this thing, and then after that, like, it was just gone. Like a month worth of anger and unaccounted anger. I don't know what I was angry about. Or this anxiety. I don't know. I have no problems. I don't know where it is coming from. Yeah. So that's why this was strange. And so I used NMENT for this process, and this is what happened. And I don't care. 8 billion people can argue about this. I don't give a crap. Right. This happened. Right. I experienced this. Yeah. I don't care what you got to say about this. This happened to me. Right. And it's verifiable, and I can verify it in the agreed upon reality right here. I'm not anxious, not angry, and I was for about a month, unexplainably, right? So those are those experiences when you gotta drop the anchor, like, hey, it happened. Nobody can take this away from me. This happened, right? And so, so like this was just an example of entities and how that process works. In NNDMT, for me, it's rare that I come across entities. To me, it's it's very cerebral. And there are places I go to. Like there's this place I would go to where I call it the ecstasy of existence. Like it's almost like a giant structure, and I am aware that there are a lot of beings are in there, not formal. Like these are not like the entity that kicked me out. I had a full vision of, like a figure, right? These are almost like non-figurative or like what would be the word for it?
They don't have a form.
They're formless. I just feel the energy, and there are thousands of them in there just whirling, and they're like in this state of ecstasy, of almost like they realize that we exist and how amazing that is. And so generally, that's my process. I go to the NN space
With an intention.
first. I body check. The first hit is always, am I clear to go? Meaning, it's like, Houston, all systems are good. Are we angry? Are we distracted? Are we cool? Am I sharp? Am I focused? This has to be the first. So I'm not distracted. If I'm distracted with something, then I stay in this space. I will not take a second. Okay, I will stay there. And then I simply can find this place, and I go there, and I just exist, and there is this ecstasy sort of feeling. So I know this place. I go if my system check is not coming back clear, there's an engine light on, washer liquid missing, whatever that freaking is, right? Then I'm staying here, and I'm gonna go to this place, and I just have this renewed, happy sort of place, and I just stay there. If everything is cool, then we go further. And then those processes are very cerebral. It's rare for me that I see entities and countries all these mental abstract processes. Now, 5MEO, none of this happened. This is elevator straight up. There is nothing in between. It just goes to dissolution and entering this space where everything is just this one thing.
Dude, I mean, it's really cool to listen to you describe this stuff. Like, it seems like you're using it as a tool to enhance every part of your life.
Yes, absolutely.
And, I mean, you're a great example of that, just by the fact that all the things that you do and the success that you've had. It's so interesting to me. Like, and I think you said earlier that there's and I've described this to you too, like there's this lingering effect afterwards, after you do it maybe a few times, and like when you get back into the real world, where maybe you're a little bit more tapped into something else, and maybe your antenna is a little stronger each time you do it, that kind of helps you with solving problems. Do you experience that?
Yes. The form of that is, so once this is a very similar space to where meditation takes you. I just feel like this is a fast tracking those things, right? But it's very similar. And you realize that what all this is about, reinforcing and optimizing your being, not just your physical being, but your mental process and the witness. The witness is that thing I told you about, where I can, especially 5MEO actually, that's one space when it's very obvious. Like you have your body, your mind, which is all the lexical data that you collected, what you were taught, all those things, all your experiences on this planet, how you operate, everything that you know about things is your mind. But there's another layer, the witness, that sort of drives it all. So I would, people can call it the soul, the spirit, or whatever you want to call it, but there is this other thing that is just there, right? And then you can be very aware this differentiation. Like my very first 5MEO years and years ago was, I definitely had this experience of like, okay, my body and then my mind was freaking out, like, oh, we're not going there. Like they knew that road is ending for them. Like the body, like I'm dying, The mind is like, well, am I dissolving? What's going to happen here? Like, what happens to me? Like, what's that? Freak out. And then, but then I noticed, but I am also witnessing all this. And the witness was fed undestructible. And later in, for many, many other 5MU experiences, I got to get a hold of that. Like, okay, I got it. I can't do that. That the witness is permanent, right? And so that witness, that spirit, whatever you call it, that attention that is inherently you. It's just no matter what happens, this exists. And then the more you go there, so the more obvious that this exists. So what you're going to get out of it? One is that you stop being afraid of dying. Because it's not just you think, I don't have to believe that I can die. I know I can. Because I was there.
Right? Well, the body can, but
yes, but but that thing can, right? And so
that soul, you think that soul
right.
just it gets put into a container?
Yes, and then you just you know, and then when you experience it, it's obvious. Like you kind of laugh about it, chuckle about it, which I had. Like, it's funny. Like I'm just laughing out loud while I'm in the space because it's fun. Like how we didn't know that, so how do we, So there's that you reinforce that understanding, and when you stop being afraid of things, that's obviously happening. So that's fine. And then you have these processes, right? And in these processes, you can optimize yourself. Like it's very obvious, like how everything happens, even human emotions and how they structure it, right? Like you have this moment of realizing that I exist, that flash of like I am. I'm here. The very next feeling will be fear of losing that awareness of being. And then you understand that every single thing that exists in human emotion is rooted in one of these: existence and the fear of not existing. Yeah. And so negative, from jealousy to fear, everything that's negative in this yin yang is connected to the fear of losing something, but ultimately your existence, ultimately your consciousness. And everything that's positive is I exist and need to enjoy that. Love, care, all those belongs to that. And then the whole play is the interaction between these two. Mm-hmm. If I can tell you that existence, the one that the fear shadows, cannot be taken away from you, and now you can start knocking out these negatives. Because if I don't have to be afraid of dying or non-existing, and all these negatives that are rooted in the shadow of existence can be just throw them out. Not unnecessary, right? And then beyond that, also there are processes that have repeatable miracles. Right? That's what I meant by it doesn't matter if I wanted to be a snowboard champion or a guitar player, that the principles are the same. Right? And so you start to see the patterns of like, that's how this works. So there's definitely weaponization,
yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Of this, okay, right, I can do this and I can, perform, miracles, so to speak. And then in that agreed upon reality space, you have to keep track of the miracles. Because keep track of the miracles means something that you wanted happens. Somebody you thought of show up. Something, it happens to everyone. Synchronicities and weird stuff, right? And what happens, because we don't have a physical explanation, we don't have a rule set how that happened, or we just simply don't understand how they happen. What happens, anything, your mind can't hold two ideas that contradict each other. It's not possible for you to believe and not believe at the same time. This is why also.
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Okay, because here's what I'm going to say. If you're on a fence, you don't believe. That's why. So my philosophical answer to that is that either you are in. If you have doubt, you're not in. So either, you know what I mean? It's actually a Buddhist monk told me this. He walked up to me on the street This freaking happened. A Buddhist man walks up to me on the street. He said, I just got initiated by these monks a month before, which was a weird time in my life. Monks in New York City, I lived in New York City at the time. You know, the yellow robe tradition, just walk up to me like, oh, hey, you look good. Like they just knew. That was the strangest thing. Anyway, so my mom walks up to me and goes, do you believe? I'm like, well, I knew what he was asking. Like, you know, sometimes yes, sometimes no. And he was like, well, you know, it's a yes, and everything else around that is a no. Sitting in a fence is a no. Right. It's either yes and everything else. You absolute or everything else is you know. So anyway, so that's my opinion on it. So
yeah, sure. In an instance, it might be right. Yeah, I just feel like you can, you know, you can move between pretty rapidly. That can definitely happen.
That's yes, but yeah, because new information will change what you know. So yes, I 100% agree with new information changes what you think instantly if you're not a rigid, you know, petrified person that is holding on to dogmatic crap, right?
Yeah.
But you know, but beyond that, what I meant by holding on to your miracles is that when that happens, like I had a close encounter, right? Which if I told you, everybody would know this guy is crazy, right? But it happened with witnesses, so it's crazy. Your mind will try to find an explanation, and if it can't, it will try to erase this because it's contradict your agreed upon reality, right? So what happens to all your miracles when you start thinking about them like 5 years from now, something crazy happened to you, you start to question yourself: Did that really happen? Did I make it up? Did I color this story? Maybe I embellished it a little bit, right? You start questioning your miracles. And I think it's important that you write them down and hold on to them. All the synchronicities, all the weird stuff, and man, you know, because what that teaches you, what more and more happens, you're more and more open to accept them. And more open to accept them, more and more happens. Right? Because you are open to that possibility.
You're noticing that channel, basically.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yeah, so what I get out of, I mean, I started with psychedelics in the mid-90s, right? So obviously went down to the psilocybin and the LSD and all that, experimenting. And, you know, I never touched anything until I had a friend who was a professor and I highly respected him and he started to talk to me about it. And I'm like, if this person that I highly respected, a massive intellectual giant, is talking about this, I need to understand what's happening here. That's kind of what happened with psychedelics. And then, so from the get-go, I never went into the space with like, hey, let's just get fucked up. And, you know, that was never, that I don't do that. It was always intentional, and it always was I always took it, I'm an explorer, and I'm going to sail west, and let's see if we find a continent. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that was always my thing. So that was always my relation with this. And because of that, I came into this with a scientific mind and the explorer's mind. And so that means you observe, you stay pragmatic, take notes, find patterns. That's how I approach it. And so that's what I've been doing for decades after decades. And so my relation is that to the space. And so because my relationship was that, instead of like, woohoo, party, eventually I could create these structures like, okay, I see processes. Okay, this works. Oh, I can use this. And you know what I mean? And what that happens, what it does, it modifies, 100% modified who I am. In fact, I don't think I'm the same person. I would go as far like, if you can modify yourself genetically, turn on certain genes and turn off certain genes, I'm pretty sure that I have. Right. And, you know, and then I went down to the transcendental meditation and all that stuff as well. Parallel to this, that, you know, like you go into that space and with a flashlight, let's see who I am. Everything, all the corners, leave nothing unturned. Because I have to look at everything that ever happened to me, everything that ever taught to me and told me was embedded when I was a kid. Is the data real? Did I understand it correctly, first and foremost? And was that real? Is that real? Is it verifiable? You were taught, like, don't cross your eyes because it stays that way. Is that true?
Right.
So, I mean, the dumbest little things, everything that was taught to me, had to go through that process and discover that, is it real or should I discard? That's the point of that. So I transcend into a different person. Everything that, and it's a little bit of a in-between transcendental meditation and the recapitulation of the Carlos Castaneda, sort of the man of knowledge of the Mesoamerican tribes, how they were handling that. There is a process, like how to clean house. So this is the big cleaning house. So I went through that. And so the combination of exploring new territories through psychedelics, and going through traditional in quote actually, processes of meditation and the cleaning house, the recapitulation process of let's change who I am, let's optimize, let's build, Warhammer 40K, right? Let's rebuild, let's build a machine, let's build a war machine that's conscious and can do these things, and how I can give you examples like how, just one of them, right? So how crazy this process is. Since I was a kid, once I started playing guitar, every time I tune my guitar, it's kind of leaning away from the guitar. I had this fear of the guitar strings break and hit me in the face. I had this fear, and so I always stayed away from it. I did that my whole life until I find why I'm doing it. So when I was a kid, somewhere around 6-7 years old, we used to have a commercial on TV when a little girl was playing a violin, right? And then playing something, and all of a sudden, like, it came, ping, the string breaks, right? And then the violin goes, just because she broke a string. And it was a life insurance commercial, right? The metaphor was that anything can happen in life, and we have this, in my language, it makes all the sense that the string of life can break, and you need life insurance. A 6 years old not gonna understand this concept.
Right.
All I saw, string breaks, and the little girl that's playing the violin now need life insurance. What happened to her? So ever since, I'm tuning my guitar, leaning away from the guitar because that thing was in there. I was not aware of this until I'm doing my recapitulations, my transcendental meditation, and as I said, it's a big flashlight. You're finding all the dumb shit that you ever taught or did or been taught of. And so I found this. Like, oh, that's why you're doing that. You don't have to do that. That's a metaphor. Throw that.
Yes. Yes.
So that's an actual example of what kind of stuff you find. There's the craziest stuff is in there. Like, imagine you and your personality was formed in the first 6-7 years of your life. By who? People were saying they didn't want to tell you the truth because you were a kid.
Right.
So teachers were all lying to you about stuff because they didn't want to tell you the truth. You know, like babies come with a bird and dropped in a chimney, whatever the hell they were telling you, right?
Wait, what are you trying to say?
Yeah, right. You have a bird on the way. See what I mean? So there's dumb stuff that was taught to you, and there are irrational fears that were, so all that stuff. You become a person, and the personality of yours was constructed in a time when you were not really conscious of it, right? So it's kind of unbeknown to you who you are.
Yeah.
And that's the point. Let's go back.
Yeah.
Right? I feel like psychedelics are supercharging that. Like, I can really look at things like, what's going on? Who am I? How do I modify this person into the most optimal form?
The reason that what you're saying right now stands out to me is super important is because this is actually something that people can verify for themselves easily. Even in the crazier ways, not in the because everything you just said can still be folded into kind of like the psychoanalytical frame, right? But even in the crazier things, like, people don't necessarily have to go into psychedelics because, to be fair, there are worse things than not existing, like suffering forever. So that there are worse things, right?
Okay.
But I take the fear, but everything that Zoltan did in his life revolved around a simple attitude, which is, I'm going to find out for myself. And I think that is such an important thing to emphasize. Recently, I told this to Zoltan yesterday. This was told to me by a friend of mine, and he read it somewhere, so I'm definitely cutting somebody out from the chain of commands that actually uttered the idea. But it's a cool experiment. This friend Nico told me about it. Basically, you sit down in the house before you do some mundane task. Bank, store, whatever it is that you're about to do. Okay? Sit down, close your eyes for a second. Envision yourself with everything you're wearing as accurately as possible where you're going to be. If it's at the bank, in front of the teller, doing whatever you're doing. Okay? If it's at the store, maybe the cashier, doing the checkout. Whatever it is that you're going to be doing. Envision yourself there and then say, please deliver me there safely. Simple. Then when you're at that spot, standing in front of the teller in the bank, you don't have to close your eyes, obviously. You look like you're tired, but envision yourself on that couch 10 minutes earlier, sitting there. Talk to yourself in the past. Say, thank you for delivering me here safely. So what's interesting is that you basically create a portal. You communicate to existence. I understand how this works. I know at the moment, from my limited perspective, I think of it as like, oh, what do you mean? I just got up and I went to the bank. No, it's an occurrence that happened because you had an aim, you had a vision, you stayed with it. It's a simple one that you do all the time and you can accomplish easily, but you're signifying that you understand how it actually works, which is you have an intention, you have an energy you're putting into the intention, and you're staying on it for a particular amount of time until it occurs exactly how you wanted it to happen. You don't necessarily know how you're moving your hand or moving your body, or you just kind of accept it to be true. But what actually happened when you wanted to go to the bank is that you had all these ideas about going there, and then you had an impulse, and you stay with that impulse. The point is that when you start communicating to yourself across time this way, quote unquote, you're starting showing, wait, can I do this with a thing that I don't necessarily expect to happen? This is where you start playing with it. This is what I mean by anybody can verify this. The practice is that you're supposed to be expanding the amount of miracles or synchronicities that can happen to you, and you can test this. So then you go, okay, next time I'm going to the bank, I'm going to imagine, I'm going to do the same, is deliver me there safely, but I'm also going to envision something that might not happen. Like, I'm going to see somebody with a pink hat or something. If you show up to the bank and somebody has even clothes, something pink, distinctly pink on their head, go, oh, interesting. Thank you for delivering me here safely. Also, yes, interesting. And then you start playing with it. Okay, how far can I take this? I'm going to the bank. I'm going to meet somebody on the way, and I'm going to have some kind of a big life change. And you start believing in it because you look at, well, dude, that was crazy. Like, why would they have a pink thing on their head? And now you start playing with it. Try this.
Right.
Try this. Anybody can try this. Testing the matrix.
I had this dude on here, Eric Wargo, who wrote a book called Time Loops. Have you ever heard of it?
No.
Fascinating book he wrote about basically the idea of how time is like a loop, and what he started doing was he started recording his dreams down, and then shit that was happening in his dreams was happening in his future, right? Whoa. So and then he also points out all these times in history where people had dreams that actually happened, like where people that were jotting down their dreams had things happen. For example, and even around big events, the Titanic, there was multiple people who had dreams about the Titanic sinking, even somebody who wrote a book about it right before it happened. There was right before,
that's a thing.
Pull it up, Steve's got it.
That's great.
Also, before 9/11, there was hundreds and hundreds of people who woke up and talked about having dreams about towers being taken down by airplanes before 9/11 happened, and the idea is that the future predicts the past
as well as the other way
around.
It's
right?
one system that communicates to itself across all the time back and forth and just one block. Yeah.
Right.
Or there is no time.
Or there is no time and it's just one block.
So if you know, or if your future self is projecting, is somehow communicating with your past self, saying like, oh, I'm successful, I've done all these things, I've achieved all these amazing things, you somehow have this intuition that like, I need to become this. This is what I like. This intuitive thing you can't really describe that is your path and your journey, right? But what it really is your future self communicating with you, and he has this whole. I'm fucking this up a little bit.
No, I'm in full agreement with that. Yeah. And I think it's just that the more you have these check marks, so like, that worked. Yeah. Again, in Zoltan's example, it's very pronounced because he knew he was going to be a rock star when he was like 14. Right. So, but he knew. It's not like he just postulated. He communicated that across time to say, I know that well enough to know just to step into that frame. Yeah. Is there a world line for a version of Zoltan that didn't get there? Yes. It's the one that didn't postulate it strongly enough. Right. So now that sounds like one of these, parallel universes. Right. Test it. Multiverse. Try it. It's not, it costs you nothing to try this, right? And I promise you there's going to be something there that's going to occur. And again, don't fall into any like silly trap of like, well, I wanted to see some silly hat, but then I went outside and on the way back home, I saw a pink bubble gum. That doesn't count. Like, be fair with with your assessments. Right. But the more you're fair with your assessments and like you're better manifest. Yeah. It's just that you're better at envisioning things and connecting to them in a way that will actually make it happen.
And when you pay more attention to them, they happen more. And I gave just Google the book, Steve. Google the Titanic book that came out before the Titanic song. Sorry. Want a water or something? Steve, you got my liquid death.
Liquid death.
So I was explaining this thing that happened to me recently, where I get you water. There's this dude who is friends. We got any left? Yes. Nice. Thanks, Steve. There's this guy who's my dad works at the post office with forever, and I see the guy. Sometimes when I go to my parents' house, he's there. I see him maybe like 3 times a year, something like that. Right? He's just like this funny New Yorker guy. I never think about him. I mean, that's mean to say, but I don't really. He's on the very far periphery of like people in my life. Right? Not somebody I think about every day. I happened to be driving home one day, and a random thought popped into my head about him. Like his voice popped into my head saying, I was imagining how he would react to something I knew was going to happen in the future. Like I knew I was going to see him in the near future. And I was just thinking about like what our interaction would be. So random it popped into my head. No reasonable explanation to why that thought popped into my head. 10 seconds later, he calls me. The dude's called me 5 times in the last 15 years.
Those are the miracles I'm saying that you have to keep track of. So your mind does not believe them as unexplainable phenomena, because your mind is not comfortable. That's why I kind of said that doesn't like conflicting information. And in our everyday reality, we're not talking about miracles. We're not talking about these things. It's not a thing that everybody just agrees. So it kind of goes against the grain of general agreed upon reality. But they happen. And so the more you keep track of them, the more you solidify them. No, that happened. That happened. Do not erase this data. Do not bleach it or whatever. Keep this data, right? Yeah. The more you have, the more accustomed you are to the miracles. And so the more you can perform. And once you accomplish a bunch of impossible things, in turn, any task is in front of you. You're no longer thinking about, which is the enemy. You no longer have doubts. Oh, I'm going to do that. I have no doubts. That's what Danny was referring to. We had this conversation that, when did you know? And I'm like, I was a kid. I knew exactly what I was going to do. There was never a moment in my life when I thought it might not happen. Never. Right. Not for a second. And I would say that it's the weaponization of your intent. So intent is a really interesting thing, because let's say, to give you a pragmatic example, you get up in the morning and say, I'm going to go get some bread. That's my intent. I'm going to go and get bread. You get in your car, you get a phone call from your friend, he gets a flat tire. Well, I'm going to go help him. Then some time passed, and are you hungry? Yeah, sure, let's go eat. You go to eat. So that, as you see, the path is nice, it's really convoluted. You're all over the city. As long as you didn't forget for a second that you left your house for bread, right? You're good. Because the path to success is not a straight line. The path to achieving the things you want is not a straight line. life will knock you around. But the important part is that vision. The intent has to stay there, unfazed, but life is there forever until you achieve. And then once you achieve that, check mark, I got it. You fulfill the cycle. And then you probably have more goals, more things that you want to do. And every single time you fulfill one, you check mark it and keep track of it. I did that. What was impossible? Yes, we here. All those miracles. And then what happens, that's just the record keeping for your own mind, so you not habitually delete these things and you believe in your own miracles. But in turn, what happens to you is that whatever vision I have, whatever I want to do, I don't have the automatic question of, yeah, but that's not possible, that's maybe too difficult, oh, it's going to cost a lot of money, oh, I don't know the right people. I don't have those thoughts. Zero. Silence. I have a goal, I focus on it, and I'm going to go and get it.
Right.
I don't have the doubt process.
Yes.
And the reason I don't have the doubt process because since I was a kid, I'm practicing this. Keep track of the miracles.
And there's a state of mind that and being that amplifies these things. So definitely with DMT and certain meditative states, I don't know if you know this, but all the participants in the DMTX study in Imperial College, I hope I'm not confabulating this, but I'm pretty sure that Alexander Boehner in his book, The Bigger Picture, is described. He was one of the test subjects, and he is talking about, I think he said all of them experience an incredible uptake in these synchronicities even before they started the actual tests. So like I think it was like a month before that they all started experiencing crazy synchronicities during and a few months after it like tapered off. And when you're on certain like I guess calm states or like after deep meditative states, all of a sudden all of these things are much more pronounced. You can see them, but at the same time you see that you just flow through them. You're not even trying to grab them or anything like this. There's this thing that people call Burning Man magic. It's a real thing. It's like when people go to Burning Man, there's this insane uptick in synchronicities that happen there that way outside of the realm of thought, just chance. And I think it's because that everybody kind of in a particular state that it just kind of makes these things happen. Yeah. But again, this is, anybody can test this. You know, Ricky Gervais famously said, I don't know why, because he started kind of late in his life. And he said, I don't know why, but I just knew it's all going to be all right. Like, never, even when we had no money, like, I was just like...
Isn't it weird? It's like something when you have this knowledge, like this deep knowing of what's going to happen, right? How it's going to end up. It dictates your actions to get there, right? It like dictates every move you make in your life. Like I had a similar feeling when I was young, which is what I think is the reason that in my life, when I have big goals I want to do or to achieve, the analogy I use is I always dove into the swimming pool before it was full of water, and I would just fucking like I would have to make sure or somehow believe that water would fill up before I got in the pool. Where I make the big leap, right, knowing that it's possible, it's that I could land and lose, I could miss my mark and lose everything, but I'm like fucking hoping to God that I'm gonna land on solid ground, you know. And I always find a way to land on solid ground, and I don't like I always take the risk.
You burn the boat.
Yeah, there are the patterns in it.
Right, yes, yeah.
There are all the books, but there are the patterns in it. Look at the patterns.
Yeah.
Right, the pattern is like, let's say we talk about creative visualization. Mm-hmm. I think people talk about it, books were written about it, the principles are the same, right? The universe yielded to willpower, right? Countless books about that, countless thoughts about that. If you look at the underlying patterns again, you're going to find, there is something here, right? And so again, to weaponize it and make it in a pragmatic, practical practice, there is something about following one side of this fence. Either you are happening to this world, or this world is happening to you. And it's a mind state, and you have to make a choice. And if typically, when people, if I come from a pragmatic perspective, which that's the side I live on, and that's the choice I made, I was born into this world. Allegedly, it was here before I came. Right? We don't know, actually. But allegedly, there's a history. Allegedly, it's not a software that was downloaded to me. Like, it's not like I just start to play Call of Duty and all the buildings were there for whatever reason because a programmer put it there. Right? So you could argue, well, like, was it really here? But let's say, I was born into this world. The world was already here. That means I am impacting this world. Whatever I'm going to say, do, whatever activities I'm going to have in this world, I am changing now its course because I'm here, right? Someone impacted, right? And if I take that side and I accept that, like, okay, that means it also comes with responsibility. Whatever I'm going to do will affect permanently this physical reality, and it will have long-lasting impact, right? So I'm responsible for the things I will say and do in this world. That's one side. Or, well, the victim mentality of like, I'm here and why did this happen to me? Why me? Why me? If you look at people, they fall on one side of the story. The victim mentality is, I'm here, all these things are happening to me. And, I see why it's easy to take that side because data is flying at you 24/7. So because you're the perceiver, it's easy to take that stance like, I'm here and I'm perceiving all these things and all these things are happening and all these things happen to me and stub my toe and it's your fault, not the couch, right? But and the people do this to me and that, and then you pick that side, and so you're a traveler, not a traveler, a passenger. You're a passenger in this. And generally those people don't really go far in life. You're a passenger, you're a victim. Totally. Or you say, no, I'm here. You guys have to live with me now. Yeah, I'm here. I arrived. And it sounds like, well, that's an egoistic point of view. Yeah. I am here. That's not the ego. I am. I'm here, and I am going to impact this world, and I'm going to live by my rules as much as possible. I'm going to do the things I want to do. Right? And if you are solid in that side, you will succeed. You have to, because you also take responsibility. Like, anything that happened to me, right, is my fault or my achievement. If I was in the wrong place in the wrong time, even that, some sign I missed, something I did read, I was there. I got myself there. I didn't accidentally appear somewhere out of nowhere without my will being involved. So I take full responsibility for everything there is in my life, right? That mentality, that path will make you successful. There's no other way. And now couple that with this idea of unbending intent. Whatever I focus on, now I'm not going to take my eyes off of it. Even though I'm understanding that I will have to do a million other things, but not for a second I forget. I'm going for the bread that I need in the morning.
Still left the house to get that bread.
And all these things, you can find it through again meditation or the spiritual processes, right? Or you can shortcut it because you can find it in those spiritual realms through psychedelics as well. And the two together actually is pretty powerful because one enforces the other, one verifies the other. And then you always have this world, this agreed upon reality when I can check it. Did this work? Right? It wasn't like, well, let me read your poem and right. And then this is verifiably, I wanted to do that, happened. I wanted to experience that. And then the more and more you have, the more and more will happen. You just open the door for it. That's an actual mechanical process.
Well, guys, we just did a 4-hour podcast.
No way. Really? Oh my god!
I think that's a perfect spot to end this. I didn't realize this is a mind melt of a conversation, man. I appreciate you guys both for coming to doing this.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having us.
Sultan, it was fucking awesome meeting you, brother.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, yes, of course. Tell people where they can find out the next thing you're doing with the DMTX experiment, and or not the DMTX experiment, the laser
reality,
the laser coded reality experiment.
So they can always go to the website codeofreality.com. We have a new website coming up right now, and Dango Thoughts on YouTube, DANGO Thoughts. And Code of Reality Inc. is basically going to be now an official thing, and we're going to be working to actually, bringing the right kind of minds together. Yeah. We have incredible minds coming into the space from literally, well, I don't know how many of them I can talk about yet, but from scientists to people who are just higher level thinkers and software engineers, and we really have incredible people that are coming online, and we're very excited about bringing everybody together and encouraging more entities around us to also do more of the same, more of investigative processes that are more open-minded and more also, I guess, open-hearted. So not so much rigid with what they believe is true, including more things. And Zoltan, I guess you're a famous person.
but Zoltan, where can people find your we need to get your band some more views. Where can we?
It is a very family-friendly name of Five Finger Dead Punch. Actually, it came from a kung fu movie, but it's a manifestation.
Did you
of all
create that
these,
name?
These things. Well, yes and no. I mean, it's there was an old kung fu movie, Five Fingers of Death.
Oh,
and then remember the 5-point exploding heart technique in Kill Bill. Right?
Oh yeah.
I was literally watching that movie, and I'm like, man, that sounds so ridiculous. It should be a band name. So here we are, right? So you look at it, and the .com wasn't taken because it was so crazy, right? So it's both the best and the worst band name on the planet, because
that is pretty incredible.
Well, when some old lady sitting next to me, right? Some old lady sitting next to me in the airport and asked me like, "Oh, you look like a musician." I'm like, "Oh, here we go. I have to tell her, so I'm going to preface it like, so, do you know what Kung Fu is?" Because otherwise you get the faces. But look, yes, that's the manifestation of all that what we are talking about. So that's a vehicle for me. But then he was saying I would add to that, that's exactly what has to happen. I think we need to achieve a critical mass. That means high achievers and high-level thinkers, the intellectual giants need to come together and explore this. There are a lot of people involved. There are a lot of them are already there, and most of them will not yet speak up. I was silent about it for over 2 decades because it just wasn't the time. There was not right now we can talk about, encounters with extraterrestrials, and people no longer think that you're crazy. 20 years ago, right, you definitely were. I had experiences that had witnesses, and we were like, holy cow, this is actually happening, right? That 20 years ago I couldn't even open my mouth about.
Yes.
And then, so this psychedelic space was kind of similar. So as I said, we reaching that space where end of childhood, and then we need to pull together the people so we can achieve the critical mass, and we start to define the agreed upon rules or reality of that space. The same way we define what this is, right? There are rules there. There are happenings that and visions and things that we see and experience that are verifiable by massive amount of people. So that means there is a rule set. This is real. There is something here that is important. And what's more important than try to find these answers? Why are we here? What is happening? What is perception? What is going on? Really, that is the underlying question on everything else. Everything that exists around us, from science to everything, is basically a form of discovery of that very basic original question. What is going on? Yeah. What is this? Why? What are we? Why? What's our purpose? Done. I don't think there is a more important question than that.
I agree. I think what you guys are doing is really pushing the conversation forward in a big way. So we should definitely do this again down the road. Man.
Absolutely. Hopefully we have fun things to update on.
Yeah, man. All right, guys.
Thank you, Doug.
Good night, everybody. I've been waiting to have you on for a long time, man. John Kariaki's been on the show a few times, and he's the one who connected us. So shout out to John. Love John. You guys are both in good company, being fellow whistleblowers. You worked for the NSA. John worked for the CIA. And for people out there who are listening to you, why don't you just, we're listening to the show for the first time and may not be aware of who you are. Why don't you just give us like a brief introduction to your background?
Well, no one knew who I was until I became what I call an asterisk American, at the point that the government made me a very public figure, especially in the United States, when I blew the whistle on a number of different things going on at NSA. So if you want to start there in terms of just, I'm at NSA as a senior executive.
Yeah.
Day one, when I reported to my duty station, reporting to number 3 person, was 9/11. That day was my first day on the job.
We'll talk about the whole story on how you blew the whistle on the NSA and how all that came to be. But going back before that, like, what made you decide you wanted to be in the NSA in the first place?
Long story. So, in my early 20s, I made a choice. It's a volunteer military, so I volunteered. It's no draft. They still, technically, there's still you have to register. So I joined the Air Force in late 1979, right before Christmas.
Okay.
After going through a bunch of screenings and tests.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the tests you take is a very special test to see if you qualify for a very special program, which is in the crypto-linguistics arena. And they actually make up a language.
Crypto-linguistics?
Crypto-linguistics. That's
wow.
Yep. And they actually test your propensity for proficiency and being able to pick up a language and the structure of it. It's made up. It's a made-up language.
Okay.
There's no resemblance other than just basic linguistic structure.
Okay.
And then they asked you a whole bunch of questions, and I scored high enough to qualify. So that was the first thing. Now, you can still choose to not enter into that program.
Mm-hmm.
I also chose to go airborne. I wanted to go airborne, and I wanted to be assigned overseas. So I went through basic training at Lackland Air Force Base, and then I went on to Monterey. It's the Foreign Language Center, Presidio Monterey, Defense Language Institute. And that's where I learned basic German to a level where you could have at least basic understanding. Mm-hmm. Focus with oral comprehension. You're spending your time listening. You're not spending your time talking. Mm-hmm. So it was primarily, but with a military flavor. I went to advanced classified training, highly classified training at Goodfellow Air Force Base in San Angelo. So now we're in the spring of 1980. Then a very interesting series of trainings. This is even before I go overseas, which involved survival school. So I was at Fairchild Air Force Base, and I went through in the field surviving. I mean, this is the SEER program. It's the whole survive, escape, resist. Right? It's a whole program in which you learn how to evade, how to survive, how to resist, and how to escape. That's, well, the initials for SEER. So you had a prisoner of war camp. It had a highly classified component, which is how do you resist when they're psychologically torturing and interrogating.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
This is still super classified stuff, right?
Still super classified. It's probably, of all of the trainings I received in the military, it's the one that has stuck with me the most after all these years.
Really?
And we can get back to that later because there were certain things about that training that actually helped me resist the government, deal with the government.
Oh, wow.
So I was actually using training that the government paid for during my survival school.
Wow.
At SEER in Fairchild Air Force Base, in eastern Washington. Mm-hmm. The actual in the field part of survival and evading. And it was we're talking extremely rigorous. It's still a training environment. So, they had safety monitors, there was boundaries, but we were out in the woods for quite a few days.
During this training,
learning how to survive. And then you come back, you go through prisoner of war camp. That was quite something. I actually went through everything you heard about later, which became the torture program, which they called enhanced interrogation techniques.
Yeah.
It was torture. Because they reverse engineered it. I went through all of that. I know exactly what I was waterboarded a couple times in a training environment. Feels like you're drowning alive. I was put into pretty interesting stress positions. The one that was the worst was the Chinese water drip.
What's the Chinese water drip?
They strap you down and they just slowly drip water onto your forehead.
How long do they do that for?
For a while, until the point where you just want to itch, and you can't because you're strapped down, and it just goes. You just really get
And
crazy.
this is all the type of shit that people like Guantanamo and all those black
Oh yeah,
right?
but remember the constraints were, and they had safety monitors, right? Is in a training environment, but it's extraordinarily realistic.
Right.
The other one, which a lot of people freaked out in, was the box. Something they did later, but that is part of their torture. They stick you in a box and then they close it, meaning it's a specially designed box. And what they do is they bind it down so that there's no room to move. You cannot move and you're all crouched.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. They did this to Abu Zubaydah, I think.
Yeah.
And you did the box?
I did the box. I went to sleep. I did the box.
Is it really that small?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and the box is an interesting design because it's not just a fixed volume. They can actually
Shrink it?
Shrink it.
Oh no.
And you cannot move. They can shrink it down to a point where you cannot move.
That's
Threw me in the
crazy.
Threw me in the hole. Yeah.
I heard that they have, specifically at Guantanamo, some of the stuff they were doing, some of the 9/11 prisoners they had, was that they would like put them in a room and play like SpongeBob SquarePants for days on end.
Yep.
And or just play like Barney, I love you, you love me for a week straight. Until
We had a version of that in this prisoner war camp at very high decibel with the lights blaring. Plus, you'd have a bag over your head most of the time where you couldn't even see anything.
And what, like, the purpose of putting you guys through this stuff is to kind of numb you to it? Is that what this
Not numb you, to learn how to resist.
To learn how to resist
and not have them break you.
And you're not allowed to talk about how to resist it.
I can talk a bit more about the prisoner of war part, but not the classified training. Classified training. So you have, like, what do you deal with when they're pounding on you physically and putting you in all kinds of weird positions, sleep deprivation, bright lights, loud music, and a whole other things I haven't even mentioned yet, a whole range of other, because it goes on for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, they're really, and in fact, they had a special instructor. I mean, the instructors themselves had to be carefully trained. And because what happens if you start enjoying the pathological
enjoying the abuse of people?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can say it right now. They had instructors who started enjoying it, and they would have to pull them out of the program.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Stanford, we're talking way worse.
So dark.
Extremely dark. Oh, no, even that part of the training sticks to me this day. And speaking of sticking, one song I remember was a Napalm song. It was basically a war protest song from the Vietnam era. And they would just play that at super high decibels. Plus, they had all kinds of, like, psychological, I mean, they would try to break you in terms of you being American, and they would bring up all the literal facts about all the issues that, yeah, there's some dark history in America, and it's going across, the continent and pushing all the indigenous peoples out of the way and slavery. They would actually tell you the truth about your own country. And that was one way, because that was indoctrination. It would basically attempt to re-indoctrinate you, but they had to basically separate you from your own culture and your own history. And pointing out, of course, all the worst of its evils. I put evils in quote. Wow. Some of which were pretty dark. There's no question. There are aspects of American history that are dark. We're not a perfect nation.
Right.
But we are America.
Yeah. So what was it like getting through that, getting out the other end of that?
Pretty challenging.
And what after the SEER training?
Went to water survival, Homestead Air Force Base, which doesn't exist anymore because of Hurricane Andrew. But I was there before that, so this is still 1980, 81 now. We're now in 81.
Right.
Yep. So I went through water survival. That was the funnest one. That one was still strange, but it wasn't psychological. It was just learning how to survive if you found yourself having to bail out of an airplane.
Right.
So parachute. They would take us out into Biscayne Bay.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And it's funny because that was the fun part. It was the very last of the training. Some people go the other way. They don't end up with the nice training. They end up with it first, and then they go to some the real survival school. But this was water survival, and it was several days. But we're out in the bay, with all the sharks floating around, and they would actually lift you up into a helicopter. Now, for safety, they wouldn't bring you all the way up, but you would have to learn, depending on your ground or air, what it was like to get onto the hoist or what was at the bottom. So there's different ways they could extract you.
Right.
But you also were exposed to the prop wash, the rotor wash, which is pretty huge. Mm-hmm. Out and we're talking a couple of miles plus out in the bay, right? So yeah, you can, on the horizon you can see the city, but
so at what point did you finally deploy somewhere to gather surveillance or intelligence, or what specifically were you doing?
So I show up at Mildenhall in June of 1981, and then my training begins, and I wasn't fully qualified to listen in. This is Intelligence Collection, Peacetime Aerial Reconnaissance Program. That's actually the name of it. There was a number of different missions I flew on, but it was on the RC-135 airframe. But it has different missions depending on how it's modified.
Okay.
They call it Rivet Joint. That was like the primary name of the platform, but then each mission had its own name as well. Everything has a program name.
Right.
So we did intelligence collection, and we used to say we were the vacuum cleaner of the sky. And this is primarily analog. The digital world was just beginning, but it had already started with computers, and we had a computer-assisted technology that rapidly came into the fleet. But you're learning some radio spectrum. We have to learn all kinds of different signals, not just voice, but all kinds of different signal types. You have to understand and recognize multiple languages. I specialized in the languages was spoken in what was then East Germany, the DDR. Mm-hmm. So you're listening in, right? You're listening in, picking up signals, you're reporting out. Sometimes there were world events where you'd actually have to send out, certain messages that reach a certain threshold.
So
very long missions, by the way. I mean, these were
long flights.
Minimum was in the 9 to 11. Some went sometimes 20 plus hours.
And I imagine you're flying over countries that don't know that you're flying over them, right? Or that you were flying into airspace that you didn't have permission to fly into. Is that how it worked?
That was never the case. It was always either over allied or friendly countries.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Known air routes. Right. It's not like you're invisible. We weren't stealth in that regard.
No. Okay.
As we said, we were alone, unarmed, but unafraid.
Right.
Because you have to rely on our ears, literally. Although we had ground support. And
so how does that
we
work?
Primarily flew in international airspace. So international airspace, when you're out over water, it was international airspace.
So flying over like ships and stuff?
Well, just over the ocean, but at very high altitude. You're talking 40,000 feet plus.
Oh, wow, that high.
Oh, yeah, easily. Oh, yeah, no, I had the experience. Extraordinary. I mean, I went kind of look back on it. There were some missions we went even higher than that. And when you looked out the porthole window, the portholes of the plane and looked up, it was starting to get a lot darker. And when you looked out to the horizon, you could start to say, yeah, it looks like it's beginning to curve. You're that high. When you approach 50,000 feet, that's when you start to see the curvature. Yeah. Looking down inside of a thunderhead like it was cut out, that was pretty cool. Yeah.
So how long did you do this kind of work?
That was 4 years, and then I was sent to Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, and I was a mission crew supervisor flying on EC-138 Compass Call electronic warfare aircraft, so a different application of my training. Combat support, or direct combat support.
Combat support, so like flying into combat zones and stuff?
Could, if we have to train for it. So if the balloon goes up or some operation, or you're going to support what they call suppress enemy air defense, that was our fundamental. You're protecting fighters, bombers, etc., and other military assets going into whatever. When the decision had to be made at the highest, what we call the National Command Authority level, then you were there to support it.
What kind of combat zone would you have been in? What year are we talking about?
I never actually deployed to a combat. Like, we did training. We would go to Europe for training. We would go up into Nevada.
Right.
We would support red flag, green flag exercises. We would fly out near Fort Irwin, the National Training Center, and play games. I say play games.
War games?
War games, all kinds of war games. Oh, yeah. And then we actually provided specialized support.
Any kind of stuff involving nukes?
No.
Or like,
No,
nuclear,
I did.
like nuclear war games, things like that?
Well, there was always in the background the SIOP, the Single Integrated Operating Plan. I mean, that was always there. There's all these scenarios. What would happen if, and up to and including a nuclear exchange.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And on the RC-135, we did have a post, I'll say, Holocaust, a nuclear Holocaust mission, which was what's left.
That's interesting. You're the second person I've ever heard use that term PSYOP.
Oh, yeah.
The SIOP version.
Well, super classified because it was operational, meaning depending on the scenario, the military doesn't do anything without plans.
Mm-hmm.
And plans always change.
Right.
But you always had plans, and you're always updating, and you're always playing games. You're always doing war planning scenarios.
Right.
I would participate.
Yeah, the other time I heard the term PSYOP was when John Newman was in here explaining how the Joint Chiefs of Staff had a plan to drop nukes on China and Russia when Kennedy was president, and they wanted to do it. And these meetings were called PSYOP meetings or something like that. Bobby Kennedy was in the meetings and stuff like that, and they had this full all-out nuclear war plan, and they wanted to do it before December of '63. Before Russia was able to get ICBMs, because I guess they didn't have intercontinental ballistics before that. So, anyways, that's
plans were not just defensive; they were also offensive. I mean, that's part of what makes them so classified. It wasn't just what would happen if they launched. What do you do? Because you didn't have much time. But then there was first strike. So you had to plan for the possibility of a first strike that you would launch. So there's times where it came really close. Naval archery is one of the exercises where they actually thought that we were engaged in a first strike. This goes back to '83.
What was that one? It was called what? Naval archer?
Able.
Archer.
Remember, all exercises of any kind, no matter what it is, will have either operation or they'll have the NATO phonetic, like able, and then there'll be a series depending on what it is.
Okay.
Remember, I was fully immersed in that environment.
Oh, look, 1983. Military exercise conducted by NATO that took place in November 1983 as part of an annual exercise. It simulated a period of heightened nuclear tension between NATO and the Warsaw Pact, leading to concerns that it could have been mistaken for a real attack by the Soviet Union. Wow.
And what's interesting was actually on the Soviet side realized it was a notional exercise, but it was ultra realistic. It was so realistic that they were actually preparing to defend themselves with their launch of their nuclear weapons.
Really?
And he was in the command and control. He was an alert officer. He said, "This is an exercise. Stand down." And then it's like, what if of history? The what if of history. And that's just one example of how close.
The nuclear war thing blows my freaking mind, man. It's just like, from what I understand, the last time that the president of the U.S. was able to get the president of Russia on the phone, just with a phone call, it was not quick. It took days, I think. So, if there was just say a rogue nation, like North Korea, for example, launched a nuke towards us, and we saw it coming, we have that, what's that? There's a term where we have to basically use it or lose it, where we have to empty our ICBMs, because if there's one coming at us, it's called I forget what it's called. Anyways, where we have to empty our silos, our ICBM silos, because they're super vulnerable, and we can't risk a nuke hitting that. So if there's one coming at us, we have to empty those, and assuming we know where this is coming from, for example, say we know it's coming from North Korea, we have to blast those out towards North Korea. But the problem is this all happens within 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And those nukes that we launch towards North Korea will have to fly over the North Pole, over Russia, right? And what are the chances we're going to be able to get Russia on the phone in 5-10 minutes to tell them these nukes aren't coming for you, they're going for North Korea or whatever, and
That's probably not going to happen. So their generals are going to see all these nuclear, they're going to empty their silos, and it's like before you know, within 10 minutes, it's just Armageddon.
That's why they call that MAD, mutually assured destruction. No one really wanted to do it, right? Especially at the great power level, particularly so in the U.S. because of what could happen.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just one nuclear mushroom popping up. You're talking just dozens, hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
But that was why we had a triad, because true, the fixed sites, like Minuteman, right, are very vulnerable, right. Even although my father, who was a World War II veteran and then was Strategic Air Command, he actually helped develop almost single-handedly the whole plan, the whole fail-safe Chrome Dome plan, where the B-52s in particular, because they were the intercontinental bombers that carried multiple nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
At least they were mobile, but they were basically, once you launched, then they would have their particular locations and it would change depending on world events and all of that.
Yeah.
But if they got the signal, then they would go in. But they knew that it was probably a one-way mission. So you had the other part of the triad, which were the submarines.
Submarines, yeah.
So the submarines were the ones that were super mobile, but essentially hidden.
Mm-hmm. And they have the MIRVs. They have
the MIRVs can be placed on any nuclear.
Any kind of missile.
Yeah,
right.
sure can.
Well,
that was developed later.
Typically multiple warheads.
Multiple. You could have multiple targets. I mean, that's really multiple. It's independent re-entry.
Re-entry, right. So the idea is the booster, after the booster gets knocked off, the rocket goes up into orbit, and then the three individual warheads
or more, depending on the type of platform,
re-enter the atmosphere, and they can literally be programmed
to
go multiple different spots.
And then we start
wild.
Yeah. But then you started like the Tomahawk missile, right? Then you started getting into cruise missiles, which could be launched from B-52s, could be launched in a number of different ways, or from ground sites.
Right.
Yeah.
And the submarines, they're nuclear powered too. So like in an all-out global thermonuclear war, they would be the last ones to survive.
Yes.
Because they'd be underwater, they have nuclear power. I mean, they would just basically be locked in that tube until they ran out of food and water, I imagine.
But that could be months. Potentially months.
They had that much.
In a wartime scenario, they could stay underwater for quite a while.
Yeah.
But all the parameters of all that's classified.
Have you seen? I saw recently. Actually, Annie Jacobson published it in her book Nuclear War, her recent book. She published, and Steve, I don't know if you still have this screenshot saved. You might be able to Google it, but she basically published an image of the traffic patterns of all the nuclear submarines throughout from Russia and China. And Russia and China both have literally submarine highways that are coming right off the coast of the east coast of Florida and right off the coast of Southern California. It's crazy.
Some of the routes are known. Some of them are loiter. Some of them you can remember. Think about it. You don't have to launch from your homeland.
Right.
You can launch adjacent to the coastlines of a country. And then you're talking maybe a couple of minutes at best.
Mm-hmm. A couple of minutes. They're right off the coast of Miami.
At best. Because once it reaches the surface of the water, then, it doesn't take very long after that. I mean, that's part of the problem. That's the thing with the submarines.
And there's so many. There's also, her map showed all their targets, like their top targets and their priority of all the targets, which was even more terrifying. Because two of the top 10 targets are right here in Florida, MacDill, and then there's another like a strategic command down in Sarasota or something.
Short of all-out war on civilians, this has been the case, Cold War even now. There are designated targets that now they'll change, they'll update them, but that's why the briefcase.
The football, right?
Football has been carried for decades now. It always follows the president and the backup vice president. Always. There's a whole team, incredibly specialized.
Right.
There's specialized codes. You don't want an accident, right? So if you decide to make that, I mean, we're talking about an incredible decision that you would be making under dire circumstances. It'd only be under the direst of circumstances you would even launch, whether it's to defend yourself or to go on the offense. But the offense typically is is because we don't get wiped out first. But then what are you initiating? That's why people don't want, this the horror of nuclear war. I haven't talked about it much, but it's those weapons are just, and especially now you'll see. I mean, all you have to look at is the original atomic, which became then hydrogen, and then you look at some of the tests when they still were blowing them, either on land or sea or in the air. My father actually was one of the last. He was part of a team. It was actually it was a team, Christmas Island, west of. It was a site, where they would do air bursts. Then of course there was a treaty that banned all that. But they would actually do nuclear. They would actually blow up a nuclear weapon in the air.
Yeah.
At high altitude.
Yeah, like EMPs.
Yep, and he got radiation poisoning and was actually in the hospital for a while. This is the early 60s.
Have you heard of, I think it was Operation Starfish Prime, where they were blowing up nukes in outer space?
Yeah,
They actually had a plan to blow one up on the moon. If they wanted to hit the moon with a nuke. We're such stupid monkeys. It's crazy.
Yeah, stupid monkeys kind of reflects, I say, the dark side of the human condition.
Yeah.
This propensity just because one of the things, technology ultimately is used at some point. It has been historically used in war, combat, conflict.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We detonate them in space, up in upper atmosphere, underwater, under the ground. And a lot of our nuclear tests have been just like in Nevada.
Well, Nevada, there's still places in Nevada that are off limits.
The biggest struggle with keeping a firearm within reach in your house is, number one, it's got to be in reach when you need it. And two, you got to keep it safe and away from your children, if you have them. And keeping it in the closet is just too far away. I remember when I was a kid finding my parents' guns in their closet, and I don't want my kids finding mine. All that changed when Stopbox sent me this. This thing is 100% mechanical, and I love not having to fumble around with a keypad or a combination in the dead of night. And the best part is, you don't have to rely on batteries. I keep one under my bed and in my truck, and my favorite part is it's safe around the kids. I love how robust, solid, and well-made this thing is, and the best part is when I'm traveling, I don't have to screw around with one of those big Pelican cases. This just goes right in my checked bag, and there's no issues. This is the best solution that I found, and I'm super happy to have Stopbox as a sponsor of the show. Stopbox is made in the USA, keeping jobs in America. Stopbox is also TSA compliant, so you don't need a separate carry case. They also have a wall-mounted version and one for easy access in cars. And for a limited time only, our listeners get a crazy deal. Not only do you get 10% off your entire order when you use my code Danny at StopboxUSA.com, but they are also giving you a buy one, get one free for their Stopbox Pro. That's 10% off and a free Stopbox Pro when you use the code Danny, D-A-N-N-Y, at StopboxUSA.com. Discover a better way to balance security and readiness with Stopbox.
Because of radioactivity.
Right.
John Wayne, they're pretty sure, and a number of other actors, a lot of the Westerns, they would go right through areas that were, completely irradiated. And they didn't know it. They didn't realize the effects at the time. Even the original in Alamogordo.
Really?
That test, the very first test, people were actually, it turns out, there was living close enough downwind, guess what happened? And then there's, all these cases later of people getting sick and cancers.
Right, and the government.
The Trinity.
The atomic, or I think it was the Atomic Nuclear Commission or something like that, and the Department of Energy. I know there's multiple cases where there was contamination in the water and the food, and the cattle and stuff like that.
It's not clean.
Right, and these people just and now this is the number one place in the world to go gamble and bet on shit. Go to the casino.
It used to be visitors. It was like a Disney thing, right? You'd see the cloud go up.
Really?
From a distance. Oh yeah, there was places. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I know. You can imagine that. Oh yeah, let's go. Let's see the little mushroom cloud. The little mushroom cloud.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about the Cold War. I mean, even before the Cold War, after World War II, starting with Operation Paperclip and everything that we did secretly and for the military, and with the innovate with like science, with just getting these rocket scientists and these other physicists and all these, you know, brilliant mathematicians like John von Neumann and all these people that literally were using all of their brain power to figure out how to kill more people and how to develop more instruments of war. And I think it was von Neumann who was he was the one who calculated, like, he came up with the exact calculation of how high in the atmosphere Fat Man and Little Boy needed to be to cause the most civilian deaths.
Oh yeah, no, it was total war. So we had it, and we dropped 2 of them. They had plans for more, but it turns out only 2 were necessary to demonstrate what they were going to do with the rest of the country. If the military high command and Emperor Hirohito decided to keep fighting. See, part of it, there's a lot of controversy over should those. I would argue they didn't need to be, but it was also to send a message post World War II to the Soviet Union that we have this weapon. It was clear already at the end of World War II that the Soviet Union was going to be something other than a friend, unfortunately. You know, they're allies. People sometimes forget this. Allies during World War II.
During World War II.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as World War II is over, we have the competition to go get all the freaking...
But there was my stepfather, who passed away. Father's passed away now. But he was actually on a troop transport. He was a combat engineer. They had plans. 10 million, we're talking 1 million men, and then some, invading Japan, homeland. And they were anticipating, actually millions. There was going to be millions. They anticipated upwards of 1 million casualties. If you go back and actually look at what they were planning for, up to 1 million casualties. Because you can imagine, based on the island command, that's why they started bypassing all the islands, because they just put up, they were extraordinary fighters. There's unbelievable fighters. As good as we were, they just were next level.
Rip. Chili.
Well, you talk the samurai spirit and the willingness to just die for the homeland. And dug in, like really dug in. You can imagine how they would have resisted if we had invaded mainland Japan. The main island.
Right. Yeah, man, that history is so crazy.
But war itself is hell. My father always said, war is hell, but if you find yourself, there's no such thing as a fair fight. If you have to fight, then you take the gloves off if you need to.
Right.
He saw a lot, and it definitely affected him. He was a lone survivor. It's part of my history and my legacy. He flew B-25 missions in Europe for the OSS. 41. Super secret at the time.
Overflying
Europe. This is he's flying out of North Africa and then later Italy as we went up the spine of Italy. The plane got hit. It was on a night mission. Right, they had special goggles and everything else. He operated. At that time he was a bombardier navigator, Norden bomb sight. Fascinating instrument. It wasn't quite as accurate as some people said it was, but it at least would give you within range. So they're dropping things to the partisans. Right, the partisans, they were fighting a guerrilla war against the Germans. Plane got hit, caught fire. Was going down. He was the only man. He just happened to be close enough to the hatch door and bailed out. Took a swing and a half in the harness, hit the side of the hill. Lone survivor. All the rest of it, all his crew. He's got survivor's guilt. He was behind the lines for 6 months until the British Underground picked him up, which means he was always indebted to the British for saving his life, because the Germans really wanted him. They wanted their hands on someone doing OSS missions for obvious reasons.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. He didn't talk about
behind the line for 6 months.
He lost 50 pounds. He would never eat yogurt again because the Greek yogurt is super sour. He just always stayed away from yogurt. And we didn't know this. This was a family secret. We didn't know. We knew he had served in World War II, but it was a family secret. And we'd always wonder, anytime we had food in front of us, right? You say, eat everything on your plate. We couldn't leave the table until everything was finished, because you never know. And he would say that, never know where your next meal's coming from. We didn't. Why was he saying that?
How did you eventually learn the story? He told you later?
Like much later.
Yeah.
Well, what was happening? He retired. This is much later in life. He's in San Antonio, and it was USA Towers. It's now just the Towers. It was actually part of their real estate venture. It was only one that was built. Beautiful place, right? And he would play penny ante poker, with his fellow residents, and of course they're going to relive because that's all you got left to talk about now. You got your memories, right? So they would share their memories. And they say, Bill, you got to write about this. You got to talk about this. So he did write it. It was a monograph. It was published by a military publishing house press called Down in Greece. Yeah, northern Greece. It's no longer, but Yugoslavia. It was what became that part of Yugoslavia, but that's where he went down. But he got picked up. He actually got picked up north in north of Greece.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the partisans they were supporting were in northern Greece. Well, of course, the Germans occupied Greece at that time.
Right. So going back to your story, you were doing the reconnaissance stuff.
81 to 85.
81, 85.
Fascinating.
Lots of war games, stuff like that.
Yep.
And how long did that go on for? And
so the war game stuff in particular. I mean, the war games we did were extremely detailed. I mean, so a lot of those as well. But most of our mission overseas, when I was on the RC-135 platforms of various types, with different types of equipment and capabilities, that was all real world reconnaissance. And a lot of, depending on, we were sending reports out, we would actually have to process our mission, as we called it. But if the information, even real time in the air, was significant enough, we had different types of systems that we would use, different types of thresholds by which you would send out reports, up to and including what was called a critic, which, if it was, depending on the level, right, if it rose to that level, it had to be on the president's desk within 10 minutes. Wow. Because we were a field site. We were part of the other half of NSA that no one talks about, which is the military side. The NSA/CSS.
Oh, interesting.
Cryptologic Service Support.
Yeah. So you were already part of NSA.
Oh, yeah. I was part of the 698th Electronic Security Squadron, Electronic Security Command. We worked, and we even said it ourselves, we worked for Big Brother. I mean, our reports went back through NSA. But we were the military wing. But remember, NSA is a military organization. It's headed up by, then a 3-star, now a 4-star general with a civilian pole underneath him as a deputy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
How old were you back then?
Overseas, when I got there, I was 20. I had just turned 24 after all the training.
Right. Okay.
I was there for 4 years, came back, did electronic warfare for another 4 years, got out, went to the CIA.
Oh, went to the CIA?
I did.
What made you want to go to the CIA?
Because it's my background and interests, and it's like, hey, I knew I finished up my first master's when I was in Tucson, in international relations and national security policy. And I applied and went through a very extremely rigorous review process, including even more enhanced background investigations, and you had to have a poly. It was the first time I was exposed to you're hooked up to the polygraph machine.
Yeah.
And all kinds of test after test after test. I was finally offered a position. I left. I had an opportunity to go to operations and go overseas, basically undercover. There's different covers at NSA. There's like official, non-official. There's something called NOC. You probably heard NOC.
NOC, yeah.
Non-official.
Heard of that recently.
They wanted at one point. They wanted me to be official.
Or a NOC is someone who's like deniable, right?
Yeah, well, deniable, but you're on your own. If something happens, they're not going to It's the most risk. It's the riskiest of all.
Right. Like
they're not going to come save you. That's exactly. Oh yeah. So I chose not to go that route. I had a young family. I'd come back and stay out now. I was like, no, I'm not that young anymore. But I did go into their director of intelligence, and so I was working what they call national technical needs, satellite intercept. collection technology.
So,
And I was at a downlink site, the primary downlink site in which you process all that.
so going back to when you decided you want to go to CIA, is that an easy process? I mean, I imagine
No.
it's I imagine it's more seamless coming from NSA.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The military background. That was partly why they were interested, right?
Oh, so they reached out first?
No,
Okay,
I
okay.
did. I did. But just to give you just a sense of the initial phase of it,
Yeah.
they give you an address, which was a nondescript motel. You knock on a door a certain number of times. There was basically there was a code. They opened the door, and that's how it started. That was the first interview.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
And what kind of stuff did they ask you? What kind of
Everything.
Like John alluded to a little bit of the stuff that he had talked about.
Everything and anything, including sexual preferences.
Yeah, that's what John was saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they get nitty gritty with that stuff.
Unbelievable. I mean, it is about as a true. Think of, and of course, I ended up experiencing this in a different way later when I was under electronic and physical surveillance. When they decided that I was, such a threat to the national security that we're going to have to charge him. But during the investigation, I was under all kinds of surveillance.
Right.
But just imagine an electron microscope being pointed at your life. And anything you have ever done, any evidence at all of your entire, all of it, no matter who you met, where you worked, what you did, and then they get into your head.
How do they know all that? I mean,
They have
what year is
special.
this?
This is 88. I was going. The background investigator was. They don't even. What's interesting, they don't even start the clearance because they can leverage. Obviously, they leverage I had all kinds of background because I was at one of the highest levels because it was sensitive compartment information. That was the baseline.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind SAP, SAR, and a lot of compartments later, or even more when I got to NSA as a senior executive. I'm talking just that. So they could leverage that. For them, the psychological was probably by far. I mean, that was where they really get intrigued, and they had special permissions. This is similar to what I went through in the classified training. Okay. So the classified training, the resistance training, but the highly classified part of it, is they had special permission to violate your privacy, Fourth Amendment. They could. It was basically you're just saying you're consenting to we can get anything on you. You don't have to have you sign a paper or we're going to go here and go there. It's just anything. And they literally had things that somebody I had forgotten about that would come up.
And what is the means of finding stuff in the
they use
in the 80s?
They use
there's no cell phones, there's no computers, right?
Yeah, but they've got all kinds of access to databases even then. And interviews they have with neighbors and friends and where you lived and what your potential. Remember, the whole thing is about trust and risk. Trust. Yeah. Well, yes. There was. You have to forget there were still computers back then. Right.
There were computers. Right.
But they were. And most of them were mainframes. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But there were still tons of paper-based records. Still tons. Much more laborious to go through.
Yeah.
Incredibly intrusive. So yeah, they're just drilling down into your life.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know how trustworthy you were. How so they test you.
Yeah.
And the tests were very sophisticated in terms of preferences and how you thought and if you were in these circumstances, but extremely, extremely rigorous.
To you, what was the most interesting one?
The ones were actually the face-to-face interviews.
Yeah.
Those were the most dramatic.
Really?
Well, because in part, there's interviews without the poly, there was interviews with polys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And which one, to you, was what the hell are
It was the ones where they're really lifestyle questions. Those the hardcore lifestyle, girlfriends, friendships, associations, who you may have been a part of. I mean, like I said, they just
try to make you uncomfortable.
The onion and just keep peeling your life away.
So
ring by ring.
So you get admitted. They say, "Okay, Tom, you're in, baby."
Yeah. So then I
You're
went.
officially a spook.
Well, I was an intelligence analyst, and was an imagery analyst.
Okay.
I could have gone that route, but that's in essence its own CIA. CIA is at the time Central Intelligence Agency, but the one you always hear about is the operations. There's several different parts of CIA.
Right.
The one I was in was the Director of Intelligence. So this is the part that's linked to NRO. Part, yeah. Plus a SIGINT division and a bunch.
NRO is a funny one.
That was even more secret than NSA.
I know, that's crazy.
Yeah,
because NRO, a lot of people don't know about NRO.
No, they don't, because it was one of the other agencies. The irony, of course, for me, I mean, I'm jumping ahead a little bit. NSA itself was never part of the National Security Act of 47. It was never legislated by Congress. It was literally created out of thin air by the stroke of Harry S. Truman's pen in 1952 as a secret military agency to collect and analyze and report on foreign intelligence. Which got you, they were given carte blanche.
And when was the NRO created again?
61. You're talking the Cuban, that period, it's like, oh my God, it became formalized, right?
Right. And NRO...
But it operated in secret under sort of the aegis of CIA. It was its own, but it operated under.
It was like under the umbrella.
Yeah, and it still was, even when I was there.
It's like CIA of the sky.
You could say that, and in essence, it was a subsidiary. You want to use a corporate term, it was a subsidiary of CIA, specializing in national technical means. That was always the phrase that was used. National technical means typically meant primarily spaceborne assets,
like satellites.
But there are other types of assets. Yeah.
What other types are there?
Well,
like
there's
planes and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they had, remember, the original SR-71 was actually a CIA asset.
Right.
U-2 flights, right? Were under, right?
That was all part of NRO.
Well,
there was CIA.
CIA.
Right.
This is where it gets, you get into the weeds with all the different assets. But NRO primarily was focused on that was national technical means in terms of spaceborne.
Right, okay.
And that's spaceborne across the board.
So you were operating...
Vandenberg's part of all that in terms of launches, both military and secret.
Yeah.
But people forget about Vandenberg.
I've heard a lot of crazy stories about Vandenberg.
Well, Vandenberg has a significant launch capability, but it was always the secret launch capability primarily. It's not like Cape Kennedy.
Right. I heard that. So we have that interceptor system to intercept ICBMs, like nuclear rockets that are coming for us, or warheads that are coming for us. And I know that I think it's 44 interceptor missiles currently in the U.S., and I think most of them are in Alaska, but a couple of them are at Vandenberg. I know Vandenberg has some of those interceptor missiles.
I don't keep up with that.
Yeah.
I didn't work in that part of the government. So.
Right. No, I just started. This is relevant to the whole nuclear war.
Well, I remember even when I was at survival school. This is another sort of a vignette here, an anecdote. Where I stayed, so in between some of the courses I was taking at Fairchild Air Force Base, I was in the barracks. Guess where the barracks that I was in were located? Right outside where they kept all the nuclear weapons in bunkers, besides three rows of barbed wire and dogs and lights and everything else. And then I actually watched what they call the elephant walk.
Oh, really?
Well, my father used to fly B-52s as well. In fact, Buff. We always call them Buffs. Big, ugly flying effers.
Yeah.
And they had the elephant walk. They practiced what would happen if. The alert is given, launch. And one after the other, 2-minute intervals going down the runway at Fairchild. Just one after the other. It was quite amazing. I had read about it, heard about it, but I'd never seen the elephant walk, what they call the elephant walk. Just like that. Exactly.
This is it, the elephant walk?
Elephant walk with B-52s.
So these are B-52 bombers?
Those aren't B-52s.
Oh, okay.
No,
B-52s
those are more cargo or cargo stuff. That's C-130.
C-130,
We're talking the 8-engine B-52s, elephant walk. That is a version of an elephant walk, but they're just lined up. We're talking about they're taking off. They come in, take off. Wait 2 minutes, take off.
So if NRO gets intelligence of a rocket, of a missile coming at us. That's basically what they do.
Highly classified early alert systems, which I also worked with. When I was at the Pentagon later as a Navy intelligence officer, another part of my career, that was part of the alert center at the Pentagon. There was a specialized system that would do those kind of alerts.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Get all the planes in the air, get all the nukes.
It could be that bad, right. We're not just talking like a mission, but they have to practice. You always have to practice. Worst case scenario.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it was amazing. Just watch them, and they can cant their wheels because you have to take off. What if the wind's blowing sideways the other direction? They could actually turn. The wheels could they could bicycle the wheels.
Wow.
So it was rich. They're going down the runway, but they'd be, depending on the wind, you would see them turn.
Right.
But the wheels stayed straight.
Oh my God.
But pretty cool. That's why you still have it. It's a massive platform.
Yeah. The other thing, the plane the president has to get in the middle of nuclear war is interesting too.
That's I
forget the name of that plane. That's called it's called the Doomsday plane or something.
We always call it the Doomsday plane.
Yeah, the Doomsday plane. And they have like there's a Stratcom command center in that plane for I think the president, the head of Stratcom.
Yeah.
And
it's a highly specialized. It's not the normal Air Force One.
Right. It's got it's got I think all the windows are blacked out. It's super protective for nuclear blast. It can survive a nuclear blast.
It can even defend itself. But again, there's all kinds of classified stuff on it. I mean, that's where you assign things. There are secrets worth keeping. I'm the first to acknowledge that. There's a lot of secrets that aren't worth keeping because they're using the secrecy system to protect a lot of stuff that this will get into my whistleblower. Right?
Yes.
And why would the government, charge me, right, as they did. But in the military, including our own plane, there is equipment still to this day, or modern versions of it, upgrades, that are incredibly sensitive. You would not want that to fall into the wrong hands by any means. We're talking the very leading edge of how do you collect, store, analyze, pick up, transmit. I'll give you one example, though, without going into all the details, just to give you a sense of we had to be able to operate on our own. We had satellite capability. Well, it was early satellite. You got to remember the whole global positioning GPS, right? It was just beginning to emerge.
That was DARPA.
Right. So our primary radio, which is still, by the way, ham operators, it's all HF.
Oh, okay.
HF, super long distance. So HF was always if the primary means of communication, that's how you would communicate, because no matter what was going on, even with atmospherics, even in terms of stratosphere, ionosphere, you could still get a message out and it could be picked up. So there were specialized ground stations all over the world that, even though we had ones that were designated, that could then communicate with you. But we had to know where we were because of shoot down attempts, force down attempts.
Right.
In years past, because of the sensitivity of the missions I flew on. How do you know where you are? And you also had to keep track of where they thought you were. That's what they in quotes. So we had a special nav system.
Interesting.
Called the LN20. Amazing system. The accuracy, I am not kidding you, is so accurate. Assuming you put in the correct longs, and we're talking way down to within 25 feet accuracy. 25 feet.
This was in what year?
Late 70s, early 80s.
Wow. Imagine what the frick they have now.
Once we knew, and assuming there was no failures, we had no-go criteria, both on the ground, it sometimes would happen, even in the air, going to our, what you call the SAC-sensitive area, or even and then if there were certain types of reactions, there were a threshold at which we would have to abort. Okay, I was on a couple of those missions, not pleasant. But the nav system was such that once you had it properly calibrated, it always knew where it was in reference to your base.
Wow.
Your hard stand. Literally, the hard stand on your parking spot at your base.
That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating just to hear stories of some of the crazy technology that we've been able to develop since the 50s, essentially, and just to be okay, now we're learning about this stuff in 2024, 2025. Imagine what we're going to be learning about in 2050.
Here's one. I'll just give you another one. I have any number of these, but I guess even though I know I'm going to be here a while with you, here's just one. So some of the systems I worked with when I was at the CIA involving national technology, satellite technology. Did you know? And this gets back to, and you'll read it. There's a lot of stuff out there now. The Keyhole program. I'll just mention that. That was the name. It was super secret. It's still secret, but the fact that there was a Keyhole program is not secret.
Okay.
So this is when they went digital. There was all kinds of analog. I was part of that because I was part of the transition. You're talking late 80s. So there was still analysts I worked with who had grown up during the early 60s Cuban Missile Crisis. Mm-hmm. In fact, one of the older hands, he took me under his wing to learn the trade because I was an imagery analyst. And I'm just saying imagery.
Okay.
We're talking 70s. Incredibly, breakthrough in charge coupled devices. Digital camera in the sky, which kept improving over the years. When it was for the years and years, no one knew how good it was. They just did because it was a state secret. Wow, man! And I can't even to this day reveal. It's like, how fast could the SR-71 go? We used to fly coordinates with the SR-71. We call it that particular program name when it was on that mission was Giant Reach, right? I was on Rivet Joint, it was Burning Wind was the mission, or I was on the RC-135 other variant, which was a specialized variant. I flew on that one as well, called Combat Scent. But we would fly coordinates with, and you can see this coming in, man. It's, multiple times, the speed of sound, right? Way over 2,000 miles an hour. No one, the top speed, you'll see books out there. There's things that come out, but it was never revealed what its true top speed was. But it could cruise it easily 3 times and then some, the speed of sound. Easily.
That is bananas.
Yeah. It was difficult for ground stations to maintain contact, even as a blip, because it was moving so fast.
Mm.
Yeah, that was his advantage.
Yeah,
fly super high, 80,000 plus feet, and if you need to, fly really fast. It was faster than a bullet.
Wow.
Oh yeah, fascinating airplane. I used to watch it. So I used to go. I used to I had a little moped because I lived right off the west end of the runway at Mildenhall, and I had a little moped. It was a 49cc moped. My aircrew members would joke around, say, "Oh yeah, here comes Tom in his RC-49," with my big bag, right? And you go around the back of the runway, and the SRs at that time were stationed there. They would rotate, but they were stationed there, had their own special hangar, maintenance, and everything else, in a more secluded part of the base. But it was so fascinating watching them get ready to take off from the end of the runway, because you would see the shock diamonds, as they accelerated at speed down the runway.
Steve, can you pull up an image of the SR-71 so we can see it?
But you're seeing like all the fuel be dripping out of it right at the end of the runway, just dumping. Because it wasn't until it got to speed when the titanium when it started to heat up, they would actually seal the tanks. Amazing airplane. Even to this day, remember, this was we're not analog era. They were using computers to create this, right?
That is so crazy.
This is Kelly Johnson Skunk Works, right?
Yeah.
So you can understand, I was exposed, because this is extremely relevant to no doubt another part of our conversation, the very best of American innovation, ingenuity, was creating things like the SR-71.
Wasn't the edge really sharp?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, it looks. Yeah, look at it.
Just stunning. Even today. It looked kind of out of this world almost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a stunning airplane, and that's just one of any number of technologies.
Mm. And weren't they first developing these and testing them out of Area 51?
Yeah. Well, Groom Lake.
Yeah. That's when they're doing a lot of the first test flights of these stealth crafts.
Well, this is even like radar. I'll get into that. He passed away a number of years ago. Joseph Lockhart. We'll get to him.
Mm-hmm.
December 7th, 1941. I interviewed him. Yeah. As part of my 240 hours of community service.
Well, yeah, we talked about that. Oh, I heard you talking about
Joseph Lockhart. He was there on the North Shore of Oahu with the newfangled radar, which was super secret because it was an edge. Arthur C. Clarke was part of inventing radar.
Really?
Oh, yeah. But remember what he said about technology.
Yeah, what did he say again?
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Right.
So you can imagine, even back in the early 60s, when this started flying, right, even in prototype form, if you happen to see that flying over particularly in the western part of the U.S., what would you think it was? It didn't look like anything that flew. Exactly.
You know, I just had we were talking to a gentleman in here yesterday about this story. There's a fascinating documentary that I suggest everyone who's interested in this stuff to watch. It's called Mirage Men, and it's a really sad story about this man who lived in New Mexico, right within probably a couple miles of one of the big Air Force bases out there. And this guy was obsessed with UFOs, and he was in all the UFO communities, MUFON, going to all these meetings and conferences about UFOs all the time, reading all the books. And he started to, and this guy was former Air Force guy, and he started to see every day at the same time, these crazy aircrafts shoot up off the ground, move around, and come back down, and like weird things that he couldn't explain. And he started to collect video and photos and make notes of all this stuff, and he was even trying to intercept the radio signals and communications that were going on there. And the Air Force caught wind of it, and they sent one of their counter intel guys over to meet up with him, and he let him look through all the photos, listen to all the recordings he had of the radio stuff, and he knew this guy was a big UFO guy. So he goes, "Wow, man, I don't know what this is. You know what? I think these really are UFOs. I think these really are aliens." And then the NSA moved in across the street from his house and started beaming shit into his house, and this code, like beaming code into his house that he was collecting. And basically the information they're beaming to him was like, "We are an extraterrestrial civilization. Our planet ran out of water, and we need to come to Earth. We'll be there in 2 years." And all this stuff literally drove this man insane. Ended up in an insane asylum. And I think he ended up I don't know if he committed suicide, but he ended up in a mental institution, like lost his whole life over this stuff. And like they really dedicated it's amazing the amount of resources that the Air Force and the NSA were able to dedicate to this one guy, just because they could use him as a conduit of disinformation to poison the well of this UFO community that they knew was infiltrated with Soviets, right?
Poisoning the well is a technique to keep prying eyes from noticing things you don't want them to notice.
Right.
So
creating this confusing cauldron of stew of misinformation, disinformation. There's probably a few little truths in there, right? But you'll never be able to fucking find it.
Right.
It probably sounds more crazier than the disinformation.
Yeah.
So
it's a layering technique.
Yeah.
So you always protect, as I learned, right? You always protect the core. You always protect what's really secret that you don't want anybody to know about, and some for legit reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's amazing, man. And even today, just in today's day and age, like the level it's gotten to is like out of control, I think.
I have people right now in my circle, right? Family, friends, who basically are shutting down from like involving themselves with any news of any kind, because the level of the cacophony, the chaos, the disinformation, the what's true, what isn't. I'm going to go crazy and just right, just trying to figure it all out. I just don't want to figure it out.
Right. No, yeah.
How can I? This is where discernment, we may talk about this later, discernment becomes really critical in these kind of environments.
Yeah. Well, it's like, not only is all of the perception management out of control, but like we have evidence over the last few years that FBI and CIA have been meddling with social media companies, with the Twitter files, which John Kiriakou talks about a lot. And that combined with the fact that there are more people than ever independently on the line just talking about stuff and getting their message out there. So there's like more podcasts out there that like there's a fucking zillion podcasts just in this zip code probably.
I get all kinds of invites to subscribe to some new Patreon or subscribe to right.
And
Substack. I mean, it's just and it's like $50 a year, $60 a year. I don't even remember as much as I don't.
Right. And
part of this is flood. The zone gets flooded.
It's flooded.
Yes,
it's
flooded.
Absolutely flooded. And one of the downfalls, I think, of social media is that in order for you to get any sort of recognition for the work you're doing, like you're constantly fighting this, who can be the most sensational, who can come up with the next end of the world story. Yes. You know, the world is falling apart. We're all going to die. Aliens are invading. Like, let's try to keep upping that game. And that combined with all the people that are doing it, then you add in the layer of disinformation to it. It's just like so hard to figure out what's real now.
Yeah.
It's like the amount of work you have to do to do the research to find out how legitimate a story really is absurd. And that, like, I talk about this all the time too. I think it's really interesting how you have all these people, like I'm one of them, I'm guilty of it, being one of I sit here and I talk about great things, right? Yeah. I haven't been to these places. I haven't seen the shit first person like some of the people like you have done, right? Like I'm not going out and filming this stuff and like talking to the people on the ground. I'm just getting information from people that have posted stuff that they heard from someone else.
Yeah.
That they heard from someone else, that they heard from somebody who might have been on the ground there.
But you know about the telephone games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's amazing as a kid. I mean, just how easy it is when you pass on something, how it's so completely distorted by the time it gets to the other end of the classroom.
Right. Yep. Yeah,
in fact, it often has no bearing on what was whispered into the first ear.
Yep.
Remember in 1938, Orson Welles' War of the Worlds?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
How many people were convinced that the Martians were invading? And they were calling up neighbors, the newspapers, keeping them up to date because this is his radio. Even though at the beginning of the radio broadcast, he said it was just a story. It was not real.
Right.
That's 38.
Right.
There was a social media. That was a social media of the day.
Mm-hmm.
It was radio.
Yeah. It's crazy how we're evolving.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how much, like, I mean, like, I don't even know, just like the speculation of how much organizations like NSA, CIA are wrapped up in all this stuff and benefiting from it, and like how much more they can get away with just because there's so much chatter, there's so much noise.
Most aren't, because I can tell you there's a bureaucracy.
Yeah.
See, the real deep state, put that in huge quotes, because it's been completely just, it's an overloaded phrase now, is the bureaucracy. Some like to call it the administrative state, but it's really the bureaucracy, the everyday running, right? They're just, people sitting at desks doing their job, going home with real families and bills and mortgages. And
there's 2 million employees in the U.S. government. I mean, it's like
the vast majority of those aren't involved in anything close to what is alleged.
Right.
But having said that, remember, part of the problem here is I worked in a very, very secret world for umpteen years. It does do something to you in terms of sort of, there's that world and there's the real world. And there was years I couldn't say what I did outside of work. The only place I could even talk about it was at work.
Mm-hmm.
So it does do something to you. But on the other hand, you're also doing things that no one else knows about. I say no one else. That the public at large doesn't know about.
Right.
Can only speculate about. When you have secret agencies and secret organizations, it's very easy to ascribe to them certain activities, certain events and it can make sense. And you even create logic trees from it.
Right.
But you're also generating a whole bunch of rabbit holes.
Right.
And people get lost in the rabbit holes. Yeah. You can imagine, I'll just share this because I have inside knowledge on this, the kind of phone calls that the main desk, just the operator, the main operator, public operator NSA receives. It's a team of people. You can only imagine the bizarre, at times, calls that come in on that line. It's stunning.
I can't imagine.
Oh, no.
So
I've had conversations with people that have had the conversations, right? And it's just they shake their head. They have a whole protocol for how they handle it. There's people that actually, allege all kinds of things.
Right.
Or they'll start saying, I've got a chip planted in my head and I'm communicating. Or somebody's communicating with me. And it's secret. But, I need to share this. In some cases, they definitely want to share it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going to call.
Yeah.
People ascribe. On the other hand, it has enormous power. This is where the spiderweb comment. Remember the uncle? With great power comes great responsibility. Well, also, you can commit all kinds of irresponsibility with the power. And too often, it was my experience, for all the things that are legit, right? What happens when it's turned for other purposes? What happens when you use national security to bend law, get around law, violate your privacy, conduct operations in the shadows?
Right.
See, the Shadowland, I call it the Shadowland.
Yes. And this is another thing that they do is they work with private organizations and private companies to avoid the accountability, right? We talked about this on the phone, but and I've talked about this on recent podcasts, but I just read this fantastic series of articles about a report about the history of Google and how it was funded and incubated by NSA, CIA, and DARPA. The tools came from DARPA, but there were CIA and NSA folks quite literally visiting Sergey Brin at Stanford, him and his professor, through the whole process of developing Google. And they were giving him money through some sort of cutout or whatever. And that's crazy. That's insane. And then if you can have these crazy multinational monopoly organizations that control all the information around the world, the one is Google, and then YouTube comes second. And you say it was created by them, but it's not really connected. Nobody knows that is the case, and it's literally a separate private or a public company, but it's not connected to those agencies.
It's a convenient.
Imagine what they can get away with, and imagine how much they can freaking control. It's just so crazy to me, man. I mean, and learning this stuff blows my mind, even though it should have blown my mind after seeing things like the Twitter files.
This goes back decades, though, way before all of the digital age. It goes back Operation Shamrock, special program, NSA, 1950s. Actually, it was in the government even before NSA. It was the precursors to NSA. So one of the means, how did you send out electronic messages back in the 50s or even earlier? Remember with the invention of the telegraph, one of the things that came about was telex. Well, there was a small set of companies, RCA was one of them, that were responsible. Western Union, okay, they were responsible for telex. Guess what who they were sharing it with? This all came out in the 70s. People forget all this came out during those investigations in the 70s. Pike Committee, Church, Bell Abza, the Rockefeller Commission, and others.
Right.
Secretly sharing, it was supposed to be protected information, but it quote unquote had intelligence value. So basically, they had a special conduit, which all of those telegrams were being provided en masse to NSA. Minaret, spying on Americans. Remember, foreign intelligence. Wait a minute, this is domestic. You're not the agency that does domestic. They did under Minaret for years. All came out in the 70s.
Yeah.
So it's not like NSA has always operated lawfully. It's part of the problem when you're secret. It's too tempting. It's too convenient. And then you partner with certain companies.
Right.
A lot of the partnerships that I'm aware of, the precursors of the partnerships, this is pre 9/11, were already in existence, super secret. There's a special office. They changed the name to quote unquote protect the guilty over the years. There's a special office that deals with corporate partnerships. But imagine it's incredibly sensitive.
But it's quite literally like in the charter. Isn't it illegal for these agencies to be involved in domestic stuff?
If it's the U.S., if it's to support national security of the United States, who's going to argue with that?
Right.
Remember, a lot goes under the imprimatur of national security.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it was a lot easier back in the 50s, 60s,
way easier,
and 70s,
and they're much smaller.
To infiltrate the media. Right?
Oh yeah,
because there's only so many media outlets. But now, like,
well, the CIA had a standing program where they would actually have their journalists, and they would seed certain things into the media years, way before 9/11.
This is like Project Mockingbird.
Mockingbird is the primary one. Mockingbird was a
during Kennedy, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but there was a lot of other programs similar. Where you're using fronts. USAID, for example, which was great. I mean,
they're huge and they're big in the news right now.
Well, because it's too convenient. I mean, if you're overseas, Peace Corps, unfortunately, Peace Corps got used. This is where, for all the right reasons, the Peace Corps did exist. But what if they're being used to quote unquote collect intelligence? Well, what if you're in that country and they find out that you're really a spy, quote unquote, civilian, but you're really you're operating like a spy. Even when you're quote unquote helping the locals, that's a compromise. It's a corruption of the mission.
Yeah.
But it's too tempting. You get into the whole dynamics of this and the psychology of. I've always said this is where he gets into sort of my own, because I was part of that environment. I was part of what I'll call the normal part of the environment, not the sort of the compromise part until later, where it's just. It becomes, remember, spying is the world's second oldest profession. That's kind of the joke.
Yep. What do you make of all this recent stuff coming out about this controversy with the USAID? And
there's a lot of corruption. I just say it that way.
Yeah.
It doesn't surprise me. And I think, remember, the government at large, but particularly the agencies that don't get a whole lot of direct public attention, even though you may hear about them in the news. National security, like USAID, Pentagon at large. How do you audit them? How do you audit them? Remember, follow the money. But what if you don't? What if you don't want to follow the money?
Right.
Meaning you don't want people to follow the money, because if you follow the money, you're going to find out where the money went. And when you find out where the money went, you're going to find out that the money went for things that you don't really want the public to know about.
So the story is USAID has been funding stuff all over the world in countries like our ally countries, right? Third world countries. And it's under the guise, the funny thing about it is it's USAID, but it just stands for something completely different, right? What is USAID?
Agency for International Development. That was the original.
Agency for International Development, right.
No, I knew people. Remember, because of my long government career, I knew people. I had a neighbor that was a senior in the USAID agency.
So, the idea is we're giving huge donations and we're building infrastructure and building stuff in these other countries in exchange for us to be able to have a footprint there.
But we did that, as I discovered, but I well knew that we were doing that with certain, our own corporations. Hey, if you go overseas and have a contract with even an allied government, let's backdoor. Let's just use it and just funnel everything back to us.
So the argument for this is is it better to not do it and let China and Russia do it?
I've heard that argument. I understand the argument. Yeah. I understand that. Then just be open about it. But see, that's the problem. That's true.
It doesn't work if you're open about it.
But that's the paradox, isn't it?
Yeah.
But then it justifies continuing it because we don't want them to take it over. Now you're in just this vicious cycle.
Yeah. And that's the conundrum with this whole thing.
Sure is.
We live in this. We kind of take it for granted that we live in the number one military superpower country in the world, and we live in like kings. Like we have everything at our disposal. We can do anything we want with all the technology and freedom that most countries don't have. And then, we want to criticize the government for going so far in certain areas, but like goddamn, if there's some of the stuff they didn't do, and some people can be blind to this stuff. Like if we didn't do some of this fucked up shit, for lack of a better term, like we wouldn't be where we are, and we wouldn't have the luxury of being critical of the government. So yeah, I hear that argument a lot, and it's hard for me to navigate sometimes. But so let's get back to your story. You went to the CIA. We left off when you went to the CIA.
So I was at the CIA,
Yeah.
working in the National Photographic Interpretation Center, NPIC.
Okay.
It changed its name. There is now an agency,
Which was part of the NRO, right?
Well, it was the analytics side that took what would come down from National Technical Means, including NRO primarily, and analyze it, and report on it. And it could even end up in the President's Daily Brief. But there was, later on, I was even part of a joint team at the military in the Alert Center at the Pentagon, working for the J2, where you put together, a morning report.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, which would include, it was all source. It would include imagery of all types.
Mm-hmm.
It would include signals intelligence, which was a huge component, because there's, obviously, I worked on the ELINT disk for a while, right? So this overlaps.
What is that?
Electronic intelligence. So there's a number of different INTs.
Okay.
SIGINT incorporates basically communication intelligence, electronic intelligence.
Okay.
Signals intelligence.
Yeah.
But I worked in multiple INTs.
Oh, got it.
So there was a time when I was in the Navy. So this goes, now we're talking 91. Mm-hmm. So I left the CIA. And the reason is I had an opportunity to become a contractor doing similar work. It ended up being something completely different. It was a government contractor getting paid a whole lot more money. I'm in the DC area. Okay. And without even going all the details, it was better at that point. So, with a 40% increase plus in salary and a young family.
Right. Who wouldn't?
And
you get to keep your clearance.
Correct.
Right?
You do all of that. Yep. But working as a contractor.
Mm.
Yep. But it was the first time that I actually worked as a contractor. Of course, I worked with contractors even overseas.
Okay.
Highly specialized contractors that helped support, like E-Systems out of Greenville, Texas. They were one of the contractors that supported the RC-135 program.
Okay.
Or Lockheed Martin when I was in electronic warfare.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I ended up applying. I wanted to continue to serve my country. I'm a contractor, but is there a way to do that without going back into the military full time? Because it's clear that I moved on from that. So one way to do that is in the reserves. So I became it was a direct commission program. I had the master's degree, and I had the background, I had the qualifications, and they were looking doctors, lawyers, intelligence specialists. So I applied, was accepted. I went through their training program, and then I was assigned to the DIA headquarters unit in the Alert Center in the National Military Joint Intelligence Center at the Pentagon, reporting directly to the J2. DIA was a day-to-day agency that
people that don't know what is J2.
The J2 is the most senior intelligence officer in the military in the Pentagon, and they provide the consolidated intelligence to the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Right. Okay.
So they work within the Joint Chiefs of Staff office. You have different J's. I was in the J2 part.
Okay.
But we're big feeds from all over the world. Fascinating. I was there for a number of years. I got to the rank of lieutenant. So I was, the railroad tracks on my naval uniform, Navy uniform.
What do you mean when you say feeds from all over the world?
Multiple desks, civilian and military. So, for example, the first desk, I'll just give you an example. We don't have time to go into every, because it's a huge.
Sure.
It's kind of like the SIGINT Operations Center, the SOC as they call it, NSA. This is the Pentagon's version of that. But we had multiple agencies there. CIA had its own desk. State Department had its own desk.
Wow.
The CIA had its own desk. Later, NSA had a desk. I was first assigned, because of my technical background, to the ELINT desk. Fascinating, right? It was another aspect of this. Then I was assigned, and this is critical to the rest of the story, which is really the heart of what we're going to be talking about, because of what led up to it, what happened on 9/11, and then what happened in the aftermath of 9/11.
Okay.
And then how did I find myself on the front pages of all major newspapers in the country some years later?
Right.
Okay. Well, how did that all happen, right? And so I was sitting on the terrorism desk doing incredibly advanced link analysis. Link analysis meaning we're doing advanced social, I'll just to simplify this, right, without getting into the weeds, social network analysis.
Wow.
You're going beyond just raw intelligence. What you're doing is, because it's terrorism, which is an idea, right? But where is it embedded? It's embedded in people who decide, you know what? I'm going to commit acts of violence or the equivalent against others, right? Because I have an ideology, I have a beef, I've got a bone. It could be historical, it could be personal, but it's not basically non-state actors, although states obviously involve themselves in terrorism and even help sponsor with proxies and everything else. So I'm going to stay on the terrorism desk. Guess what happened in 1993 in Lower Manhattan? People forget about this. They attempted to drop the World Trade Center towers with bombs. If they went off, people were killed, people were injured. There was a lot of damage. And if they'd been positioned differently, it may have caused way more damage.
Right.
I'm in the alert center. We're following all of this. I literally issued a report. It's a written report. I am sure it's buried. I'm in the alert center. I'm wearing my uniform, my naval uniform. I'm sitting at the desk. Shortly thereafter, I went to the Middle East, North Africa desk. That was interesting as well. But on the terrorism desk, which was a unique desk because it was in essence focused on a particular challenge of how do you deal with non-state actors, primarily, or the proxies of state actors.
Right.
They don't wear uniforms all the time. They blend and disappear into the population. They have their own unique ways of communicating, both in terms of language and even technology. So I'm sitting on the desk. I issued a report. I said, because we've been following any number of terrorist groups and individuals, including Al-Qaeda.
And when you're following them, are you working with other agencies to follow them?
Yeah, it's all source. I have different phones on my desk. I can call up and, or my colleagues right there in the alert center.
Like the FBI. And
right there.
Right.
Okay. Right there. That was the beauty of it. It was a fusion center. It was really the first fusion center. The 9/11 triggered all the fusion centers. But we already had that, at least the military, right, reporting to the J2. But it wasn't just military. You had all the other representing agencies that had anything to do with intelligence, world affairs, challenges. Period. We even had people dealing with weather. I mean, we're talking. It's a holistic weather, as we would call full spectrum. Yes.
Why were you guys worried about weather?
Yeah, because depending on where you were, right, main things happened.
Yeah.
Right. We had the specialized desks that dealt with alerts for nuclear, like certain, or not just nuclear, but certain launches. You're always tracking launches. Right. You're always tracking. There's signatures, specialized technology to analyze in real time or near real time what those signatures were,
right?
Where the angle was, the
SIBR satellites are a huge part of that, right?
And there's all kinds of, how do you determine like strength of signals, emanations, emissions of all kinds, right? MASINT is a whole nother int as well.
What is MASINT?
MASINT is that's basically the more technical ints in terms of things that basically anything that provides a signature.
Got it.
Yeah. Besides normal signals, besides normal electronics. Yeah.
Like smoke or vapor.
Yeah. We're talking
fire,
full spectrum.
Full spectrum. Everything.
Full spectrum. Oh yeah. Yeah, and there's even specialized even within that, right? It gets really specific. Yeah, I mean, even in the imagery space, we had specialized instruments to measure things.
Did you ever work with the Sibers system?
I'm aware of it.
Okay, I didn't know if you ever monitored the Sibers stuff. Okay.
No.
Yeah, my understanding of it is there's like basically a bunch of them that are traveling around the globe like constantly, and there's a constant, essentially like with all of the different Sibers satellites constantly rotating the Earth. Every single square inch of Earth is covered at all times by these Sibers satellites that are recording. That were recording what's going on the ground, what's going on in airspace, and all that stuff.
There was partial versions of that when I was there. Remember, there's been an evolution in technology that has advanced that.
Find out, Steve. Find out when Sibers became.
See, a lot of the early stuff was prototype, or it was in the highly classified military space. That was always like one of the covers, or operating under military as a cover for other agencies.
Okay, so Sibers. When did that come about? Is there a date, Steve? 1994.
It started in the 80s.
Yeah, that's.
That's the advanced warning system, and then the boost surveillance and tracking system.
They've had that for a while.
1980s,
that's been evolved. Remember, that for me, my period is the 80s and through the late 90s.
Follow-on early warning system in the early 90s.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, I just remembered what I was trying to when we were talking about the nuclear stuff. It's a launch on warning. That's the term they have for
launch on warning
for when they see an ICBM going right. We have to empty our silos.
Well, it's a shorthand to say that's what you launch when you a warning that was they're heading incoming.
It's like use it or lose it with the
use it or lose it. It's not a way of launch and warning.
Yeah, right.
Looks like 2009 is when they started the earliest
that's
launches.
after that. Remember, I'm only aware of prototypes. It had nowhere near the coverage. You have to remember, I mean, this extraordinary evolution of technology has enabled all this.
Right.
And even the ability to launch on a regular basis. One of the things that Musk can do with SpaceX. I met him, by the way. When
you met Elon?
That's a whole nother story.
Really? When did you meet him?
2007. Before the first successful launch of Falcon.
Now, 2007 was when you were going through everything, right? When you were on your way out.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Nope.
So you were still in NSA.
I was still in NSA. I was teaching at the National Defense University at the time.
What was the context of this?
We'll get to it. That's a whole nother. I mean, if you want to jump around, I can. But
okay, we'll get to it.
I get to it. You might want to make a note. Yes. People always say, "You met Musk? What was he like?" I say, "Yeah."
You heard it, folks. You better keep watching this because we're going to hear a great story about Elon and the deep state.
Yeah, it's a story, all right.
He's fat.
You got to remember, when I met him, he was in his mid-30s.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. 2007. Yeah.
Yeah. Full of mojo and just he was. It's an interesting story. It's this fascinating startup. It was.
Also, so you mentioned that the 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center.
Oh yes, that's this is critical to what literally became the split in the time-space continuum for me, the U.S. and the world.
Okay.
Because without this particular event, so let me go back. See, this is Joseph Lockhart. You'll want me to talk about Joseph Lockhart from Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, a day of infamy. That never should have happened either. I can tell you, in terms of the damage, let alone the warning. There was a warning. The warning went out. It got rejected.
Why did it get rejected?
Because it wasn't considered important enough. The duty officer said, he decided that, it's not worth reporting, not worth sending out the alert. To move airplanes on the fails pointed nose, basically wingtip to wingtip, to move ships out or to alert the crews that actually man the anti-aircraft guns. But that gets, I'm in an interview, Joseph Lockhart.
Yeah, there's a lot of documentaries out there that speculate that was, that they let that happen as an excuse to enter the war.
I think there's a both and here. It's not either or. This is all people want this simplistic.
People want it to be black and white.
It's not black or white.
Black and white.
It's not. It's not. But Roosevelt was looking for a way. He was already supporting Britain
Many things can be true at once.
Yes, many things can be true, and they can even appear to be contradictory.
Yep. Yeah.
And yet still, yes. So, 1993, I sent out a message. This is one that's going to haunt me for the rest. This is the first haunt of my life, right? Being within the deep state. I sent a message saying, they may have failed to drop the World Trade Center. I said it this way. I'm paraphrasing myself. They may have failed to drop the World Trade Center, but they're coming back. They're coming back. We must warn all the command authorities about what their intent is. They're coming back. This is not a one-time event. This is not a one-off event.
And how?
We've been doing long-term, short-term, mid-term analysis.
So this was the analysis of it.
Yes.
We knew they were coming back.
Remember, I'm drawing on my entire. This is the thing. People don't realize what it takes to become fully, is knowledgeable in your space. You're basically you're not just an area specialist. In this case, I was sitting in the terrorism desk. I had to know as much as I could know that was possible. And we had all kinds of updated topic areas on terrorism, right? What's the latest? And we keep iterate, publish it, publish it, because the desk rotates. I mean, I was only there on weekends. I was a weekend warrior because I was in the reserves. Usually at least once a month. Mm-hmm. So I was there for 2 full cycles. Sometimes Friday night till Sunday, sometimes from Saturday through Monday morning. And then I would go to work. And at that time, I was working at Booz Allen in Hamilton, a whole other part of my career.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So I sent out this report. Now, it's an internal, but it gets all the way to the J2, which is usually a 1 or 2 star general.
Okay.
He comes down to the alert center, and the alert center itself it's 24 hours. Normally run usually by a 06, usually a captain Navy or a colonel Air Force Army, and it rotates, right, depending on who's on shift and working. Mm-hmm. It can be temporarily filled by a senior like lieutenant colonel in 05, but flag level, because it's a flag level position, it's usually in 06. Generals begin at 07 and then go up to 010. And so he comes down. He literally comes, which is rare. He rarely ever came down, right? But he comes down in the alert center and says, "Yeah, I saw your report." And this is almost literally what he said out loud. Yeah, who cares? Who cares about some raghead issuing fatwas in the desert sitting under a fig tree? And I paused because it's like, he just dismissed it. I was classically trained in terms of intelligence. It's an art and a science. It's not perfect. It has confidence levels. Some cases you have low confidence. Sometimes you have high confidence.
Right.
We had pretty high confidence that they meant business. There had already been a series of terrorist incidents. You can go back to the Reagan, right? Remember Beirut? And we didn't do anything. He just pulled us out.
Yeah.
People have argued about why did he do that. Some say it actually emboldened the terrorists. Never mind sort of the larger geopolitical dynamics in terms of history, which in itself gets complicated enough. Okay.
Right.
I remember a bunch of French military lost their lives too in the there, not just U.S. So it was clear the system, and this is where you get into people, it wasn't considered. Remember, you got to remember what year it is. This is critical in context. Context is everything here. Remember, it's classically trained. Indications, warning. Duty to warn, but indications. You don't want to wait until you warn. You also want to be in the decision loop, no matter what it is, ahead of time. And what's the whole focus? To keep people out of harm's way. Not just you. Yes, it could be allies, friendly, period. If you know there's an international airliner like KL007, I'm jumping ahead again, okay, but the same year. I mean, go back 10 years in 1983, which I have inside knowledge on that one. If you know there's an international airliner flying outside of its route, okay, and you know that it's now being perceived as an RC-135, that's how the Russians in the west, the far eastern district, perceived it. They're not going to take it too kindly. They're particularly sensitive to that part of their country. It never should have been shot down. I'm just going to tell you. But that's a what if for me because it got shot down. All those passengers on a 747.
This was what year?
1983.
83.
KL007. Korean Airlines.
Oh, yes.
I was stationed at Mildenhall, but we got all the reports. I knew people that worked at the Masawa unit. There was then a secret collection unit way up Wakanai. I can say it now, way up on the coast. It was the most northern collection, but at its time it was highly super sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
I knew people that worked there. And they sent out remember I mentioned the critic reporting system was supposed to get on the president's desk within 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Issued it, got rejected by NSA. Issued it again, got rejected by NSA. Then it was too late.
Oh my God.
They thought it was an exercise back at headquarters. They didn't trust the field. That's why you have the alert system. The field site is supposed to provide for that type of coverage. You didn't just have a responsibility to quote unquote spy, collect intelligence on a adversary. You also had responsibility to the civilian side of the world. This is a civilian airliner. It's not a military airliner at all.
Mm-hmm.
But they thought it was an RC-135. Why? Because a Cobra Ball mission, another variant of the RC-135, didn't fly in it, but I certainly knew people that did, happened to be in the area. What were they waiting for? A launch from Kamchatka, because that's typically how the Soviets at the time, they would launch into the Pacific. Got thousands and thousands of miles. It's out in the boonies on this huge peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
But we monitor it with super specialized equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Without going into all the details, they end up going home. They switched the tracks, they call it, on the radar, because radar back over there wasn't that as advanced, and they kept thinking, as they saw this, what they thought was an RC-135, violating their airspace as it flew over the peninsula and into the Sea of Okhotsk, and they said, "Oh, we better go up and shoot it down." The order was given to shoot it down, and they got shot down. All this was captured. Now, Reagan made a big deal out of it because it was incredibly embarrassing, because it turns out they shot down a civilian airliner.
Mm-hmm.
In the profile, if you're on radar, the profile, even looking at it, even though a 747 is actually quite a bit larger than an RC-135, but it kind of looks the same.
Can you pull up a picture of an RC-135, Steve?
They both have 4 engines. It's similar in terms of the angle of the wing. That's one, that's I believe, the combat scent variant.
Wow.
There's different variants, of course.
Okay.
But if you look at that and then compare it to a 747,
very similar.
In profile, from a distance, it's similar.
Mm.
On the radar, a few feet here and there, you can't really tell.
Mm.
They thought it was an RC-135.
That's a 747.
Yeah. What's the story? There was also, and this is probably after you were out of NSA, but there was a story similar where an airline got shot down right off of New York, or maybe it didn't get shot down.
Oh, TW-800?
TW-800, yes.
That is wrapped in a mystery inside of a puzzle that's then smothered with an enigma. I had to paraphrase Churchill.
I had a fellow, a former FBI agent on the show about a year ago, who was there on site cleaning up, like trying to rescue people that were. I mean, there was no rescues, but like he was there, like in the recovery process of that. Yeah. He said it was the worst day of his life, having to see that. And the official story is what? Like what was the official story of that?
Electrical short.
Mm-hmm.
That's the official story.
I think he said on the podcast, he said it looked like it got shot down.
Many people said, yes. I can't definitively say, but by virtue of how they sealed the whole investigation and a lot of the mystery around what really happened in terms of reporting, it raises some really hard questions that still remain unanswered to this day. I think there was an accident, but I can see, and some have argued, that variant of the 800, right? There was a flight, but a variant of that plane could have been susceptible to, and gets into static electricity, and it could have ignited. But there are safety mechanisms. Yeah, machines are imperfect, but there's other things around that in terms of what appears to be some kind of launch coming from the vicinity of the ground that would lead to a possibility that was. It reminds me of what happened with the Airbus. Remember, right, KL-7, the Airbus, the Iranian Airbus. It took off from the airfield, and they share it with the military. And the Vincennes, you go back in the history. This is interesting. They thought Vincennes. They thought that it was an F-14 that was coming in at an angle to attack them. Well, there was a ferry flight that they always flew back and forth. There was an Airbus that flew back and forth across the Gulf routinely, and it was on descent. It peaks out. It's a very short flight across the Gulf. When you fly in 350, 400, 450 miles plus miles an hour. So they fired off a standard wind. I mean, I was in the Navy, a Standard missile, which is basically fire and forget. You can't really recall it per se. And boom. And much to our horror, we shot down a civilian airliner. God. Well, it turns out, even though there was an instrument panel that showed it, it was an F-14 squawking on the airbase, but it got mixed up. And in the heat of the battle, and you got to remember the dynamics. And that was one of those periods where they were sending out their little boats and needling like a flea, right? Just in the Vincennes is Typhoon class cruiser. So,
Right.
but a whole bunch of civilians lost their lives.
Yeah.
But it was an international incident of major proportions.
Steve just found a great animation of that TWA-800 flight. I guess they somehow, based on the trajectory of all the debris, they figured out like what the explosion looked like and how it ripped the plane apart. Go ahead, play it, Steve. So the head of the airplane just freaking came off, got decapitated.
Yep. Wow. Actually, that's the first time I've seen this. I've never seen the animation.
I imagine these guys are blacked out already, right? They're unconscious.
Oh yeah, it's just the forces involved.
Right. And then the people that are in the plane.
Well, you're at altitude. That's the other problem. You immediately. We went through special chambers to learn what would happen if you lost air or had a blowout or whatever, or even got hit at altitude. You had to go on oxygen almost immediately.
Right.
Because you would lose consciousness.
Right.
There wasn't enough pressure to keep the oxygen, the air in your lungs.
Yeah.
Wow. You saw what happened to the plane that was coming in on about 300 feet off. This is the helicopter that ran into.
Oh yeah, just recently. What was the story with that?
The commuter jet.
Oh, the private jet. Was it a private jet?
It's commuter. It's Eagle. It's Eagle. It's a subsidiary.
I saw two things. I saw one thing that was like a midair collision. It looked like, and another one where a private jet just nosed off into this highway.
That was apparently some kind of a meta flight. They were actually on their way to the central part, the heartland America, and then going into Mexico. Someone got flown in for special treatment in the Baltimore area. Philadelphia area.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't. That one's like wow. It was like a missile. They were talking. It's incredible. I mean, just dropped out of the sky,
straight down.
Yeah, super steep angle. It put an 8-foot hole apparently for people on the scene, and there was scattered debris everywhere. But that was
God.
But you saw what I'm saying is how quickly that commuter jet broke up. It got hit. You can see that helicopter. The UH is plowing right in the UH-60, which is their kind of the workhorse helicopter. It goes back 40, 50 years now.
Can you find a video of it, Steve?
The UH-60?
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with that because we used to, some of the missions, you would see them flying around besides the Apaches and everything else. But the UH-60 is a workhorse. And it's like you didn't even know it was there. It's pretty clear. There was no evasive maneuvers. It flew right into it.
Oh, the video's really kind of hard to see.
300 feet because it was basically just before 9 o'clock on Wednesday. It just flew right into it.
That's all it is.
And everybody's dead.
Yeah,
including the helicopter.
How does that happen, man?
Well, that's there's been a lot of close calls, as it turns out, a lot, because they have all these helicopter routes. You're now, and Reagan has been expanded. Thank you, because if you're in Congress, you want to get home as quick as possible. It's right there, but it's basically it's in downtown. It's that close.
Yeah,
and it's just a very congested area.
And this was also near Philadelphia.
No, this is D.C.
This is D.C.
Reagan. This is Reagan, he's on final approach. Yeah.
It's just crazy that this is all happening like right on the heels of all that drone controversy.
Yeah. Oh, the drone stuff. That's
I think the Trump just came out and said that they said that it was surveillance, some sort of surveillance thing combined with hobbyists.
Yep. You don't hear about it anymore. You're not hearing about it. You don't. It became this thing. It reminds me of War of the World. People start seeing all kinds of things. People were showing people, hey, here's a whole nother one, and it's got regular blinking lights. It turns out there's all kinds of there's all kinds of airfields, both public and private, and military in that area.
Right, everywhere.
People just started. You're talking New York, the New York area, right? The greater New York, New Jersey, right? As people come in and out of airports, and they're saying they're UFOs.
They were definitely conventional drones, but like why? Yeah, like why all came out? One, that they were looking for like a rogue nuke.
I heard that. Plus, there's all kinds of people. There are training exercises, and sometimes with the training exercises in the military or sort of the secret side of government, they do it under the cover of civilian, right? It just makes it more real. We used to do that,
right?
Look, I'll give you. You want another example? We used to fly all kinds of training flights with the Compass Call was a wartime mission. Remember, it was combat support, right? Wartime, but conflict. You just didn't routinely go out and jam stuff. You didn't. We had a special. It was basically an oil bath where you could send the signal, the jamming, right, electronic, into this. It never radiated outside. We had a special. It was basically called a cheese cutter. Mm-hmm. It never radiated outside of the airplane. So, but there was a switch, and it was actually because it was a weapons system. It was technically an electronic weapons system. It was controlled by an officer. So I reported in the back of the plane. There was the front end crew. I reported as a mission crew supervisor to a mission crew commander, right, an officer. I was a non-commissioned. He was commissioned. But he had a switch. In the switch, there was one that's live or it's the oil pot. The oil pot, right? So you had to flip the switch to an on position for any radiation that was electronic, a suppressant is a suppressant version of an electronic signal, multiple frequencies, depending. You could target it, you could broadband it, you could be and you had to flip a switch. Well, we were flying a certain part of the western U.S., and we had special permission because we'll get to this, the whole thing with you can't listen in, spy on, collect on Americans,
right,
without a warrant.
Yeah.
Not that it matters anymore, but that's part of the Constitution.
Right.
It's part of the reason why we're Americans, because we had a revolution, for Christ's sake. And we're flying around, right? And of course, that plane flew a lot lower. We're talking about 20,000 feet, 15, 20,000 feet. It could go higher, but that was sort of its normal operating thing. Mm-hmm. And it's a prop plane, turboprop, 4-engine. Accidentally flipped on the switch. And shut down. Good news, rather remote part of the western part of the United States, shut down radio stations in the area.
Oh my God.
People were calling in saying, what happened to the radio station, right? Whoops.
Oh, man.
What plane is this?
EC-138.
EC-138.
Compass Call.
All right, so let's jump back to your story and let's get into the good stuff.
The good stuff?
Well, I mean, let's start that trajectory at least.
All right. Okay.
So I think we left off when you were in NSA and it was 1993, that whole terrorist thing. You were working on the terrorist
Navy.
That was Navy.
On the terrorism desk.
Okay. Cool. And then how did you get from there to NSA?
So I was also a contractor at NSA. This is where I was at Booz Allen Hamilton and later with a couple of boutique.coms doing management information technology consulting.
Okay.
So I had become very, very familiar with NSA. and I was actually working on a special program called Jackpot, which was an out-of-the-box program, separately funded, had 5-year funding. It was actually part of, interesting enough, Al Gore's Reinventing Government initiative. Now, Al Gore did not invent the internet. That's popular meme at the time.
Yes, yeah.
It was basically expand internet, enhance internet. But under Reinventing, the number of agencies were given special money to take the best of American ingenuity and innovativeness in the IT digital space and bring it in NSA. Okay. NSA had become very institutionalized. It had become very reliant on its legacy. This gets into, you can remember, it was designed to deal with a very rigid command and control system called the Soviet Union primarily, even though it had a worldwide mission, but that was its primary focus.
Okay.
Even when I flew in RCs, the bulk of the linguists, the crypto linguists, were Russian. Not all of them. And I had to know enough Russian to understand it. Just another part of my job.
Yeah.
But the primary function, in terms of the set of people that were on that plane were Russian.
Okay.
Just by virtue of the priority.
Right.
So, Cold War ends. I'm sitting on desks that are dealing with emerging threats, but it was being basically ignored or dismissed by those in power.
Yeah, you mentioned the general came in and basically said, I don't give a shit about a couple of
Wasn't. That's right. Yeah. So, but I was working on this special program at Jackpot, so we're now bringing in the best because they realized, here's the kicker, the key, but it's the kicker, they did study after study after study. Some are pretty significant, including a RAND Corporation study. There was others, including stakeholders with the oversight committees. Remember, they was formed late 70s under Carter because of all the scandals that emerged and all the spying and everything, Operation Chaos and the field intelligence program with the military spying on Americans, the Operation Minaret, the Coin Intel Pro with FBI. It's just going crazy, right? And it all culminated under the Nixon administration in terms of, of course, that's when I grew up. I grew up as a young teenager during that period. So I'm working on this program because the NSA realized they had a problem. How do you deal with all this data? How do you deal with these new non-state actors? They're murky. It's hard to figure them out, let alone follow them. A lot of times they don't use any normal means of regular means of communication that we're used to. So part of my job at the time, and this is where it got very technical, but it was also on the management side. Okay, how do you form organizations? How do you create organizations to deal with this new digital age? Analog to digital. Okay. The analog didn't disappear, believe me, but now increasingly it's digital. So they just sat there staring at their navel most of the time because it would require change. And in a large organization, and this is the challenge we're seeing now emerge with Trump 2.0. You're seeing institutionalized, very rigid organizations who have gotten used to the way they do business. And that way that they do business is business as usual. The last thing they want to do, and some of it's justified in part, especially when they're supporting directly like Social Security payments, right? Medicare, for example, those built on systems, basically COBOL, which I'm very familiar with, COBOL, Common Oriented Business Language, right? But very difficult as an organization to change. Yeah. Never mind corruption, never mind, right? So in this space, right, I'm coming in from the outside, and I'm basically saying, and even as a contractor, we weren't looked on very kindly. We would go into organizations and actually do a full scope, basically a full scope. We call it we had ways we did this. Technical examination of the organization in terms of what they were creating, their projects and programs. We also examined the leadership and management structure. And we would create a report. And we invite all the key principals, including basically the entire organization, into like a conference room. A lot of the managers in particular leaders, right? Some quite senior, did not appreciate this, right? Because they're being exposed, even from within. Even though it's a safe environment, they're still being exposed, right? Took great exception to it. Just to give you an indication of how difficult it is, even when it's for all the right reasons and when it's actually necessary for the continuance and the sustainment of the mission. Remember, the whole thing, my upbringing was mission, mission, mission.
Right.
So, bringing in outside expertise, and it's ironic because this is what NSA is like, well, and it started in the mid-'80s, by the way. We're just going to go buy solutions, spend tons of money. We can't do it. We don't want to do it. So we'll go to the corporate America, military-industrial complex, or some of the new emerging Silicon Valley companies that we mentioned earlier, like Google, for example. I'm actually responsible. I'll take credit, but with some embarrassment, responsible for bringing the first Google appliance in NSA, which then got summarily rejected. We'll get to that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because of what it found.
Right.
These are the boxes that would send out to all the little spiders to pick up all the, right? Well, It turns out, even, I'll just mention it, I might as well say it now, NSA, even at NSA, even though I had a very high clearance, beyond the high clearance, there were special red zones, special compartmented programs, off limits to very few people. Most people wouldn't even known about them. Some of them for legitimate reasons, why you're protecting very, very, very sensitive sources and methods. Certain operations overseas, certain types of technology you're employing that you don't want anybody to know about outside those that are using it. I knew what that were like when I was involved in SAP and SAR in the military. Only the people that are inside that compartment, with that mission compartment, would know and would have access to the information.
Okay.
Even the commander of our unit wouldn't know. You just know that this is how you protect for legitimate reasons. You don't want to compromise, remember, military operations, especially when they're hypersensitive.
Right.
Okay. So the Google appliance went right through what they thought was the firewalls, bypassed the firewall, went cruising right through. It's in essence cataloging all these hypersensitive, hypersensitive programs. Of course, you can imagine the embarrassment if your NSA leadership shut it down. To shut it down.
It was penetrating firewalls.
Yes.
Of what?
Inside NSA.
Oh,
we
NSA
remember
files.
NSA. Their way, they just kept. It's Rube Goldberg. Remember, it had its own net, old school, right? But there was a point where they were even arguing whether an individual should even have access to email. That's how bad it was in the early days. So what they did is they built this very complex Rube Goldberg, just kept adding and adding on, and we called it NSA net. It's like internet, but it's inside NSA.
Got it. Okay.
It's all network. Everything's network.
Yep.
So there was a net. This goes way back. This goes back, right? But it was very difficult post 9/11 to figure out what you had, what's important, what's critical, how do we keep. I mean, it's just staggering amounts of data, right? We're not just talking regular internet. We're talking about the vast, just volumes of information, data, raw data streaming in from all the collection sites, from everywhere.
Right.
And that's the vast enterprise.
And where was it all being stored?
Various places, right? There's a huge data center now in Utah. Now they had to be developed because they're running out of room, quote unquote, physical room to even put the servers up, which had, we're talking at the petabyte level. Okay, all the data. So now there's an entire facility which can actually grow even more if they needed to. So there's locations, physical locations, without mentioning where they are, on the campus, you call it the NSA larger campus at Fort Meade, where they would have special buildings that are all cool, air chilled, right?
Yep.
Chillers and everything else, vast. Some are underground, some are in special buildings, right? Where they would store all the data, and where you end up, this data is being stored in databases. So this Google appliance was, in essence, to figure out what we had, right? It was is part of the network. But of course, it does its job really, really well. It just goes out, finds it, and brings it all back. It was an attempt for the right reasons to help facilitate communication, to help provide sharing of information within NSA. But it found things that they didn't want the rest of NSA to know about, which were these special red zones, compartmented programs, highly sensitive. Because they thought, the techs thought, oh no, our firewalls are strong enough that it'll never penetrate. We're not talking a physical barrier. We're actually talking firewalls at the software firmware level, which would prevent even other parts of NSA, because as soon as
through it,
right, it would just reject it, any attempt.
And it was a Google appliance.
It was a Google appliance, but they didn't realize the power of the Google appliance. I did, because I was spending all kinds of time in Silicon Valley consulting. I had this dual thing. It was an interesting place. I just happened to be there. That's you say, where's Waldo? Well, I was Waldo. Now I'd work in a super secret world. Then I'm going out into the burgeoning explosion of internet in terms of commercial. And where am I going most of the time? Silicon Valley. Learning, just fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Doing consulting, I was even allowed to engage with separate, basically consulting efforts, projects when I was there.
And what kind of consulting were you doing?
Management and technology. But I was also part of my entree. I was doing what we were doing inside NSA, but I was even doing now both ways. So they're getting the benefit of what I was doing inside NSA. They're willing to share its national security. Right? Remember,
they can share everything with you.
Well, not everything, but this wasn't surveillance.
Right.
We're just talking about. I'm going to different labs. I actually went to Park, Palo Alto Research Center. Fascinating trip. I went to AT&T Bell Labs. It doesn't exist anymore. Up in New Jersey. Fascinating. Phenomenal stuff, right? Leading edge, but all in labs. People don't even realize this extraordinary thing about America in terms of inventing, because we have this mentality, problem solve it. Why wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Necessity, the famous phrase, necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
Why not? Why would you stop that from happening? Why would you prevent that from happening? So, I'm at NSA. I begin, because I'm bringing back, right, new thoughts, and then there's people at NSA that because I had an enterprise responsibility. I'm going through the ends. I even went overseas in a couple of cases. So I'm going to the ends of NSA to find the very best projects, the very best programs to help those improve themselves at the same time. And that's why we were doing these special reviews.
Okay.
In the course of doing all that, just to compress all this to get to 2001, SIGINT Skunk Works, like Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, it built the U-2 in the SR-71. Okay? Phenomenal. Because NSA was realized, in the 90s in particular, they faced a huge challenge with the digital age. They couldn't just, that's the only thing they knew. Oh, we'll just bring everything back, store it, and figure it out later. Bring everything back, store it.
Yeah.
How do you suck the ocean dry? Can you just, wait a minute, leave the ocean where it is? Just keep track. And this is how I was taught, even on the RC-135, essential elements of information, metadata, the critical information, the things that you need to know about. The stuff that's routine, you just keep track of that. It's only when it turns to something other than routine that you care.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the signal to noise ratio. When it rises above a certain level, you then say you notice it, but you can't notice everything.
Right.
I can't always look at every straw in the haystack, can I? I need to know though if one of the straws, right, turns. How do I know that? Well, I have to know when it turns or it catches on fire. Okay. I got to know about that.
Right.
That's part of indications of warning as well, ultimately in terms of how you provide that to support, which is stated in the preamble of the Constitution, providing for the common defense of the United States. I not only just took that to heart, I lived it as well as others did, silent warriors, for years and years and years. That's how I was taught. It's what I experienced. It's what I provided the American people in secret in the national security space. So NSA kept pushing back, resisting, because it meant change. They were so wedded to their legacy systems that they weren't willing to look at something differently. You know the famous quote from Einstein, keep doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's a form of insanity. This is institutional insanity. As I was told at one point after I got to NSA, well, joined NSA as a senior executive, Tom, you just don't understand. That's not how we do things around here. So, but this is actually going to improve how we do things around here. Oh, that's not how we do things. They just were wedded to how they did things. So, huge resistance. In fact, they tried to shut the program down because it was embarrassing. But I'm bringing back, and then I'm meeting people inside NSA super frustrated because the new director, now it's 1999, Michael D. Hayden, who's central to my story, central to my history, central to what then happened with, as though he's done a very good job, okay, of faking and diluting. He's very articulate, and he has a lot of respect still, you know, as a former, and he didn't become CIA director after he was the principal deputy director of the new director of national intelligence. So it's 1999. He said, nope, this is the same thing as we encountered in World War II, Manhattan Project. We got to treat this as a Manhattan Project. We have to partner with industry. We need to buy this solution. And it's going to cost a lot of money. You know why? Because it's a really big problem. Why is it a big problem? Because all kinds of data. It's a big data problem. They actually called it that, the big data problem. Mm-hmm. Here's the funny thing. In the 90s, particularly the latter part of the 90s, NSA historically, for a number of years, had published their 5 top challenge problems. They had more than that. But the 5 top were the priorities. One of them was the big data problem. So you can imagine NSA, the necessity being the mother of invention, let's go solve it. I met the engineers, met the program and project, and a whole collection analysis, right, and reporting to do exactly that on behalf of the American people. They solved the big data problem, the core of it, prior to 9/11. Had already solved it. But NSA, nope, the corporate decision is, and people actually got punished for this internally. Punished. We've already made the decision. We're just going to go to, and they spent, we're talking the initial version of this transformation, this whole transformation effort, which I was actually a part of. I was in the inside of it. But it became clear all they wanted to do was create a contract vehicle to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars. Now, I'd already gotten an insight on that back in the late 80s.
By partnering with private industry.
Yes.
Okay.
Commercial,
And
private, but military. We're talking those who had access and had the proper security clearances or could. We're talking like the SAICs of the world. We're talking about the Booz Allens of the world.
Right.
We're talking about the IT portions of those companies.
Yes.
Okay.
So just to clarify, when you say you had already solved it, you had already solved it by doing what?
NSA had already solved it internally, not by buying it. They were going to make it, but that was the historical legacy of NSA. They had contractors going all the way back.
Yep.
But they weren't just going out to industry and just wholesale here. We'll just give you a bunch of money, figure it out.
Right.
Remember what Eisenhower warned the nation about in his farewell address in 1961? The rise of military in the halls of the rise of the military industrial complex. Now it's a military industrial intelligence complex.
Right.
If you're a contractor and you have shareholders, well, guess what you're going to perversely incentivize to do? Why solve the problem?
You're going to live.
I started seeing it. I was seeing it in the 90s. I was already seeing it on this program. People were like, "We're going to buy lines of code." Well, if I'm a contractor, okay. People, there's a joke about it. I'm just going to code in Yuba Winnebago today because I could just crank a bunch of lines of code just to get paid more. There was one project that we analyzed. They literally, the government was paying the contractor $8,000 for every line of code. So that's what you do. More lines of code. It's not about lines of code. It's about the functions that provide support to the mission, fulfill the mission.
Yes, right.
provide for the common defense on behalf of the American people. That's your responsibility. And you have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that the money is spent wisely and that you account for it.
Right.
So he decided Trailblazer is the program.
Trailblazer.
Pre 9/11, 1909. He was on Newsweek magazine front page. He was inviting reporters and wining and dining him at his residence on Fort Meade. I mean, he went political, and he was dazzling the overseers, the oversight committee, because he carried that, and he had those 3 stars, right? He's sitting there in front of them, and he was not a technologist. That's the last thing he was.
Right.
He actually used to be a Bulgarian linguist in the military. At one point, he actually headed up one of the units that I was a part of in the military. Not one I was in, but he goes all the way back. Okay, but he also worked, interesting enough, in George Bush first. He also had been part of basically the military, the intelligence side of the National Security Council. So he had inroads. He was operating with the players, as it were. That's one reason he was called when he was in Korea. Hey, I would like to become the director of NSA.
Right.
So he's going to buy the solution. The original program was just shy of $4 billion. The amount of money that was spent originally on one of the programs, this is one of them. We don't have time to go into all of them, but there was a number of these really skunk works that were solving these challenge problems at NSA that they actually had defined as a challenge problem. This wasn't like, we're just going to go off and just play. No, there were labs that they did that too. This was to solve the problem. So a little over $3 million solved it well prior to 9/11.
Thin thread?
Thin thread. But if you're spending millions, but then you've got this other program that's billions, and you're going to buy it, not make it, why would what was happening is that people's careers, promotions are being based on how large you grew your organization.
Right.
How much money did you bring in? How much money did you allow out to a contractor? You didn't. In fact, you became further and further away from the day-to-day of and even the big contractors got all kinds of pass-through fees because they're just giving it to the subs to actually. They didn't. In a lot of cases, didn't even do the real work themselves.
Right.
Who's doing real work? Oh, it's not about real work. Look, I had already blown the whistle on an earlier program, one of at the time the most expensive automated data processing system at NSA, called Minstrel. Anytime you bring up Minstrel at NSA, probably not as much now because most of the principals have gone or are dead. It was super, super embarrassing. At the time, it was incredibly expensive. You're talking 1905, it was awarded, right? For almost 200. We're talking almost $200 million. That's a ton of money for an IT system. They bought a bunch of hardware, right, at inflated prices, and then it never delivered. They ultimately spent about $250 million on it by the time they were finished. The same core people that were on Minstrel got another bite at the apple under Trailblazer, but way bigger. But this is going to catapult NSA because they were under a huge pressure. You're falling behind, you're becoming less relevant, you're going deaf,
right?
Literally. Bringing all this data back can't make sense of it. Or you're getting to know more and more, and this is sort of a twist here about what I'm saying, knowing no more about less and less. So you become myopia, right? Get incredibly narrow,
right?
Because there's all this stuff that's just like as they would say, it's on the cutting room floor in some database, obscure database somewhere. How do I know its value? This problem was solved. Now I was part of that because what I was doing was advanced analysis. On the technical side, I was analyzing software and how it was being developed, how it was being designed and developed and deployed. So we're talking soup to nuts, full, we call it life cycle, okay, including maintenance, operations, O&M, operations and maintenance, where a lot of the contractors knew they would get even more money just because they could just milk it. We used to joke about that at Booz, we just will milk it. And if we can't get them to milk it, we'll just repackage it and sell it to some other government agency and milk it some more. So I developed using very advanced script technology at the time, okay? Because guess where I had been when I was on another contract, when I was before Minstrel, I was in the AI set. This is early. This is just part of my background. I was part of an AI department in this government contract office in the late 1989, summer, fall of 89.
Really?
Yes. Expert systems, machine learning.
And who was developing this?
This was GTE. It doesn't exist anymore.
GTE.
GTE is a contract. It used to be one
I
of the
remember
largest
GTE.
rural telephone payphone carriers, right? Rural. But they had a government operation. So I blew the whistle on that program. Long story short, but remember this. I mean, I went jump back, but this gives you sort of the grounding of what I was confronted with already as a contractor before I even joined NSA as a senior executive. I went to. I won't go into the details of how I blew the whistle. That's a story all by itself. But we're talking the 91 timeframe. I got kicked off the program. Okay, I was a test engineer. Customer specialist, basically a specialist. I had because I had the background, but at the time I was operating, and then later I was actually part of the software engineering team on the voice processing system. It was supposed to basically catapult NSA into the digital age when it came to voice processing, which was a space I worked on for years when I was overseas.
Right.
So. They, in their infinite wisdom, had issued this contract to GTE. I blow the whistle. NSA itself was getting antsy about it because years had gone by. Now it's 6 years in, and look, where are we going? Where's the delivery? Where's the delivery? So.
And the AI was the voice processing.
No, but this is before that. I just happened to be there. I'm just saying this gives you. I mean, because AI is huge now. That's a whole nother conversation. AI, which I'm also playing with that myself, even at home. It's stunning. I mean, but there are risks. There are issues. There's lots of how do you hold AI accountable? What are its ethical obligations? Wait a minute, AI? Well, it's not actually. It can be artificial at best, but it's definitely not intelligent. I did a whole talk on this at my opening remarks in Berlin at a conference recently, back in late November, when I was invited to come to this conference. Mm-hmm. So here we are. So they actually had an investigation. The general counsel comes out from Mountain View. That was their home office. It was Mountain View, California. He comes out. He does his own internal investigation, brings in a lot of us to interview. And I looked at him and I said, weren't we remember, my background, right? My background already, just the summary of it. He's sitting there in his chair, and I looked at him at one point in his interview, and I said, weren't we under an obligation to deliver something that actually worked? No, we weren't. Contract plus. All we had to do is show best effort. My jaw just dropped. He didn't care whether or not the program delivered. All he cared about was the funds kept flowing. It didn't matter what was developed. It didn't matter it didn't work. It didn't matter that it was a piece of crap, and I'm being polite when I say that. It didn't matter. This was my now dawning realization after having worked with extraordinary people that you'll never hear about in the field when I flew, right? Especially overseas. Dedicated to the mission. Not to just lining their pockets. Yeah, I get in American capitalism, make a profit.
Right.
But now you're talking obscene levels of profit. And then, wait a minute, it didn't matter that it's one thing you spend a lot of money and you actually deliver something. It's a whole other thing to spend a whole lot of money and not deliver. Increasingly, they weren't delivering. And then they would just, because it's what they call sunk costs in the economics, you just keep dumping more money into the hole, right?
Right.
So, long story short, in February to give you a background, that I was very sensitive now to corruption, to fraud, waste, and abuse. Had already been a whistleblower. I was even a whistleblower in the military, but that's another story. When I was on the Compass Call mission, Big Safari, right? Big Safari is another issuing program. It's sort of the umbrella program. It funds a lot of this, including what I was doing overseas.
Mm-hmm.
February 2001. I just moved in a new house where I live, right, in Maryland. I was doing really, really well. Okay, I had special projects, contracts. I was working with like the University of California, Riverside. I was still doing all my consulting. I even expanded. I was now a principal in a boutique.com. This is the 80, 98, 99, 2000, early aughts. Flying all over. I used to fly in the Nerdbird flight. They call it the Nerdbird flight. Dulles to San Jose. A lot of spying went on in that plane.
What was that about?
The Nerdbird, because people are flying back and forth. Tech lobbyists. This is when the sort of the growth of the tech bros, venture capital, Silicon Valley, venture capital got involved in all of that, right? Okay, including up to Sand Hill Road to make the case for small boutique.coms who were given a bunch of venture capital money, nondescript office, technology level playing field. They had a, good-looking secretary sitting up front just so anybody came to the front door, but the building itself was nondescript. It's an office complex. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, in the back room, the couple of 3 or 4 or 5 back rooms, depending how much money they got, they had a bunch of code cutters, say that loosely, developing the next killer app. That became the phrase. We got to develop the next killer app. Because internet had exploded.
Yes.
Okay, and the interview, just in the last, especially with the web. Mm-hmm. Okay, and browsers.
Right.
And it's like, how do we exploit this? We're going to make, and people were it was staggering amounts of money being dumped. And the conferences that I went to, this was the heyday of you would go into where they have all the companies, and they all started outdoing each other. Who had the fanciest stand and all the little things they would give away, and some got really fancy. I mean, it was quite something. It was a world, right? It was quite a world.
.com bubble.
And I could tell, I even almost moved to San Jose. I almost moved there. But I realized it had become a gambling environment. People were just rolling the dice. Right. Fact is about actually made it. And then they usually get swallowed up by some bigger company.
Okay.
I saw all this happen, right, all in front of me.
Right.
So I'm sitting there February 2001. NSA was under huge pressure because they weren't solving the problem, to say it simply. Huge pressure from stakeholders and other studies, like, you got to do something. Maybe you need to strip the gene pool. Maybe you need to bring in senior people with outside experience, both government and industry, and bring them into NSA, put them in senior positions, and let them make the necessary changes. I was part of about 6-month period, roughly. There was a couple of people who had been hired in a little sooner, where about a dozen of us were hired in from the outside. I applied. They actually went to careerbuilders.com. Remember monster.com?
Oh, yeah.
They tried to do this like high-tech ITs would do, or startups. How do you hire people? Mm-hmm. They realized on the government they couldn't go through the normal government cycle because it would just take too long.
Right.
Way too long. And they had to have security clearance on top of that.
Right.
So they accelerated, compressed it all. I went through, even though it wasn't the position I originally applied for, I went through a multi-month process, but for NSA it was basically 2 months, and then I started going up. I kept making the cut, to the point where I made the cut. 2 of us made the cut with the person I ultimately reported to when I was hired. And I got hired. They accelerated because I already had a clearance. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that only took a couple of months. I started in late August. I had a different color badge. I took the oath, and this is critical. I'm now taking the oath as a senior civilian, Defense Intelligence Senior Executive Service. I'm taking the oath for the 5th time in my career to do what? Support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign to domestic. I'm taking an oath, not loyalty, not to a person, not to an agency, not to secrets or secrecy, not to corruption, not to cover up. I'm taking the oath to a piece of paper
to defend the Constitution.
The thing that defines who you are as a country and makes us Americans, with all the amendments, particularly the first 10. Fifth time, I had done, twice in the Air Force because I had re-upped.
Yep.
Once in the Navy, once at CIA as an officer there, and then now as a senior executive. In fact, all the jobs I had when I was at NSA over a 6.5 year period, my supervisor was always reporting to the top deck, the civilian head, which was the deputy director, who then reported to the director as a military head.
Okay.
So, first day I reported to my new duty station as a senior executive was 9/11. And this is where life rapidly shifted in short order a little bit later that morning. And I pause because even to this day, and I feel it right now emotionally, okay? You're probably going to see it in my face. Because almost 3,000 people were murdered that day. They never should have disappeared. They never should have lost their lives. It never should have happened. I literally am haunted the rest of my life with that reality, the what ifs of history. I still wake up sometimes in, sweating over the what ifs of history. I pause again because did I know, even though the system was blinking red since 1998 per George Tenet, the CIA, they knew that Al-Qaeda was up to something. Remember 93 when I was sitting there on the terrorism desk? Yep. It's not like we didn't know. Remember, we already had Cole Incident, Kaibar Towers, a bunch of others. But it wasn't a priority. Bush was the new president. Wasn't a priority. Counterterrorism was not even on the list. It was on a list, but it wasn't where it mattered. Just wasn't. And I went home, and I remember calling in very early the next morning. Of course, I sat in front of the TV. I just sat there, just absolutely, it was hard to break away.
Everybody went home?
I went home because I was so new.
Right.
They had crisis teams. Remember, there had been crises.
Yeah.
This clearly was going to be something way different. And remember, there were other planes that they had attempted, or one of them we know, Shanksville, right? Pentagon, right? It would have been way worse if they hadn't hit the part of the Pentagon that had just recently been modernized. And then, of course, the two towers. People don't realize those towers were actually quite susceptible to that type of terrorist attack.
Right.
And it wasn't like there hadn't been attempts. Bohica had been exposed where they're going to hijack airliners. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Remember. But 93 sort of had been forgotten, I guess. Remember what they said. Remember the general, what he said to me personally, right?
Yep.
I was right there when he said it.
Yep.
So I went home because I wasn't part of a crisis team. I called in later, said, yeah, you better come in. And then the next 4 months are a blur, total blur. It would take hours and hours, if not days, to unwind those next 4 years. But it's critical that I then tell you what I was confronted by. Because what I was confronted by was the very thing that I had taken an oath to support and defend. And yet I was confronted in the secret world with what happens if your own government decides to violate the Constitution willfully as an act of commission. Not omission, commission. I mean, I'll even ask this rhetorically to any and all of your listeners, okay? Right? Subscribers. What if you're confronted? You just, as I was, look the other way? So I'm in 4 months later. I didn't even become feeling normal again. I was sitting there in a Marriott hotel in New Orleans celebrating Mardi Gras in mid-January with family. So what happened after 9/11? A whole bunch of meetings were taking place. Cheney, who had basically been given the national security portfolio by Bush, just kind of ceded that to him, plus energy. They went into deep emergency mode. Right? And there were certain, may have heard of COG, continuity of government.
Yep.
I used to be a part of that in terms of what happens if, right? special procedure put into place, and there's actually emergency executive orders on the books, right? So they went into a version of that.
Yeah, can you explain that to people who may not know what it is?
So what happens if, it could be extreme natural disaster, it could be war, right?
Yep.
Where the president, as the executive, does have where certain emergency powers are allowed to invoke. You can invoke certain emergency, and there's basically a standing set of executive orders, basically, that, and some are acts, right, that prescribe what you do. And there's facilities where government can reassemble, right? You can go through training for that, right? So he's down in the Situation Room, which is underneath the White House. Cheney in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, Bush would be there too, but Cheney basically was leading. And of course, they're having these meetings right after 9/11. What else can we do? What else can we do? Are there any other authorities? There's certain executive orders, without getting into the weeds, that allow the government to increase their ability, right, to provide protection for the country. Still has to be within the bounds of the Constitution. You're not allowed, even under emergency circumstances, to basically suspend the Constitution. You're not, right? But there are things where you have some flexibility. Okay? Even under FISA, I'm going to introduce FISA, under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, we had annual training to ensure that, because of the scandals in the 70s, to ensure that we did not, without a warrant, right, we couldn't just routinely collect, except under special training circumstances.
Sure.
And even then, it was highly controlled.
Right.
You couldn't collect, analyze, etc., because that's sacrosanct. It's the Fourth Amendment. Okay, right. Super high bar. But right. You can, and even under FISA, there was provisions to hot pursuit. Meaning, you could go after somebody, foreign intelligence, U.S. person, U.S. citizen, resident, basically foreign but resident, right?
Okay.
Legal resident, right? / visitor, but legal. Could be visa, could be green card, or some equivalent, or there's different visas.
Okay.
Or, interestingly enough, U.S. corporation. That's not just stateside, not just boundaries, but also overseas.
Okay.
Which means even when I was in RC 135, we couldn't just start collecting. Now, we did have a emergency support mission. If someone was in distress, ship in distress, or in distress, we then could help assist. But that was specifically to help save lives, or
right.
Rescue, search and rescue.
Right, sure.
So, FISA had criminal sanctions. You violate it, $10,000 fine, 5 years in prison for every incident in which you violate the Fourth Amendment rights of a U.S. person. Criminal, the 18, U.S. 18, right? That's the criminal code. I pause because here I was. Shortly after 9/11, I discovered that they were taking the vast power of NSA, extraordinary power in which they essentially had carte blanche to do just about anything when it came to collection. But now use that vast power, in addition to overseas, use that vast power. Remember, they had failed. Remember, that's why Pearl Harbor, what happened was so critical. Because the whole thing, this whole national security establishment was set up after the end of World War II was to preclude another surprise attack. Yeah. Here, not only were we, I'll say, surprised, we weren't, failed to keep 3,000 people. We did not keep them out of harm's way. That's our fundamental, right? We failed the nation. The workforce knew it. Management leadership went into denial mode. They just could not accept, right? Workforce. I could tell you just horror stories about what it was doing to the workforce, because this is not supposed to. It's on our watch. We are the watchers. We're the protectors of the nation electronically. We failed, and they're asking what you can imagine. Congress is now asking questions. What the heck happened? Now, was it? I will be the first to acknowledge it was a systemic failure, and there's a lot of reasons for that. But NSA had a critical part of all this in terms of what they should have known, could have known, and didn't provide the report, even with the mess of their IT and the databases and everything else that I mentioned earlier.
Mhm.
I'm finding out that they're now turning the vast years of NSA in partnership with certain key corporations for access and retrieval on the U.S. U.S. was always blacked out, and allies, right? We didn't just routinely spy on your friends, quote unquote. We didn't. Sort of. It was
When did this
bad.
happen?
It was bad form. This is September. Remember September 11th. So in the 2 weeks after 9/11, I'm finding out the decisions had been made in the deepest of secrecy, super hush hush.
Right.
We're going to essentially suspend the Fourth Amendment. We will bypass FISA. There's special procedures. Even at one point, I was part of the affidavit process. We go up to the secret court, which is housed in the Department of Justice, to provide affidavit to say we need a warrant from the secret judges, which are actually on rotation, appointed by the Chief Justice.
You bypass the secret judges.
Bypass FISA. They wouldn't even know about it in the early days, early years. Didn't even know about it. Bypassed it. So, I mean, you talk about what do I do? I'm saying, wait a minute. I took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Now my government is suspending that part of the Constitution because under the imprimatur of national security, it's necessary. I began to blow the whistle within September, within channels at NSA. That's where I started. Office General Counsel, stopped there. So then I went to Inspector General later. Okay. Office General Counsel. I'm on a phone call with him. This is early October.
How much thought did you put into this before you started to blow the whistle?
A lot, but it was all super compressed. Because remember, I had a full-time job. I was leading a team, communications. How do you keep people informed as they're coming in round the clock? People are burning out. You can't get people burnt out. You can only stay in crisis mode for so long. Right. So usually about a week or two, and then you just start getting fried. People are having heart attacks. People are collapsing. People are sleeping in the cars out in the parking lot.
Jesus Christ.
Because they realize, oh my God, you can imagine people's guilt, the guilt they felt.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they're doubling down, but they're burning themselves out.
Right.
And I was in all the leadership team meetings, right? The only ones I weren't in were the ones that were my supervisor, who was the number 3 person, the signals intelligence director. She would have special meetings with the very top jet, right? That was a much smaller, even smaller. I was part of sort of the 40, but then there was sort of like the 7 or 10.
And by the way, sorry just to clarify, who specifically was making the orders to that, or who was specifically telling you or instructing you that now we're going to start bypassing the secret court and FISA?
Well, this is where I had my moment of truth.
Okay.
True moment of truth. I already was aware that they were shifting equipment, buying equipment from like the HPs of the world to put them on U.S. networks to quote unquote consume and just suck up all kinds of data.
Okay.
Just raw data. No constraints. Didn't matter. Okay. Bulk collection is what they called it, but it's really mass surveillance.
Right.
Without getting into deep, but they starting with phone calls, starting emails, later expanded very quickly.
How long of a time period are we talking?
Oh, only a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, phone calls, emails.
So I already started. Remember, I already had the capacity to do all that. I already had all that. Yes, I became directly aware of it. Then I started poking around. Okay. I was making trouble already. Good trouble. Okay. Good trouble. Early on. I was already being tagged. I remember, I was a new hire, and I'm already being tagged. So what do? So I confront the Office of General Counsel. Now, it turns out, because this program is so secret, it was in its own compartment. The name of the program was its own compartment, which was inside what they call exceptionally controlled information, ECI, which is way beyond even SCI. But it had its own compartment. Its own compartment was the name of the program. This program name in itself was classified.
You never said it.
Oh, no, I can say it now.
Oh, you can't?
But back then, people who said it was way under their breath.
What was it called?
Stellar Wind.
Oh, okay.
We called it, colloquially between us, cosmic fart.
That's amazing.
Okay, so Stellar Wind, interesting name, but there's a whole office that handles program project names.
Very famous.
But the name itself, right? The program name itself, which is extraordinarily rare, because the program in itself is used as a cover. This program was so secret. It turns out
More secret than secure what is it, SCI?
Yes.
Compartmented.
sensitive compartment information.
Yeah.
Now there's handling caveats, which are basic compartments for pending.
Right.
How do you distribute? Right. There's classified, secret, top secret, standard. But then there's the SCI world and above. Okay.
Got it.
And it just gets hyper, you get super secret. The more there's Q level, what we call Q level clearance, which was for like nuclear stuff.
Okay.
My mom is a secretary at Barksdale, where she met my dad because he was, in Strategic Air Command back in the mid '50s. Had a Q clearance because she was the secretary for one of the senior officers.
Holy shit!
Because she's looking at stuff that's quite sensitive, right?
Yes,
Even though she was an administrative assistant, right?
Right. Okay, I got it. Wow.
So,
just a couple of weeks before they start sucking up phone calls and emails from from everybody.
They thought, they didn't know there was another attack. I understand why they did what they did. I understand. I get that. And I remember under a short term, you're allowed to go after threats without a warrant, but you still have to go seek it shortly thereafter. It's all prescribed in FISA. But they didn't say, we don't have time for that. Forget it. Don't have time for it. Just bypass it.
Right.
They just wanted the data. Now, why? I'm incredibly alarmed at the developments within just a couple of weeks.
Okay.
First week in October, turns out it's also, I didn't know it at the time, was officially when the President's Surveillance Program went into effect. It's called the PSP under Bush. PSP. President Surveillance Program.
Okay.
Umbrella program authorized by the president. The primary umbrella program at NSA, which became the executive agent, right, for the program was Stellar Wind. That was the umbrella program itself, encompassing a number of other sub-programs.
Got it.
There was one council that I'm aware of, and based on my understanding even to this day, there was one particular lawyer in the Office of General Counsel. He was actually interviewed once as part of a larger NPR Frontline report. Actually, I was interviewed for that. Myself, Diane Rourke, Bill Binney, Kirk Levy, Ed Loomis. I'm on the phone. I said, what are we doing? We're violating the Fourth Amendment. FISA is and there was a whole set of internal NSA. Nothing is done without, you have to have authorities, right? And it goes all the way down to just like individual procedures, standing procedures. NSA had and been refined over the years based on the FISA. FISA had been updated 5 times to keep up with the times since 1978.
Wow.
Most people don't realize that. So they had special procedures for handling FISA because you're quote unquote spying on a U.S. person with sometimes without a warrant initially, but the normal procedure was you have to get the warrant right up front. Mm-hmm. So I said, what are we doing? He says, exigent conditions apply. Direct quote, exigent conditions apply. We just need the data. Don't ask any more questions, Mr. Good. I say, wait a minute.
This is the attorney.
The attorney inside the Office of General Counsel who happened to be read into the program.
Oh, thank you, Steve, for defining it for my 3rd grade. Situations that allow law enforcement to conduct warrantless searches and seizures under certain urgent conditions. Okay. Exigent circumstances apply. We have to go outside the Constitution.
Yes. Right there. Yeah. Now, hot pursuit, That is allowed. Hot pursuit was allowed under FISA for a short period of time.
Oh, okay.
It was. It wasn't, exigent, but it was. There was a legal standard built into FISA, Fourth Amendment compliant, but you could temporarily, because sort of the immediacy of it,
Yeah.
you could actually go after, surveil a U.S. person. What if they were intending harm? What if it was that immediate? Remember, okay?
Sure.
That's one reason it was there. That was actually in the FISA. All that was bypass. Okay, I mean bypass meaning it was going to be a permanent, warrantless, basically a general warrant, which is actually unconstitutional. Now, some would say, people even then said, Tom, you don't understand. You didn't make a decision. Shut up. Be quiet. Things will take care of themselves. This is a crisis. Sometimes, we have to do things differently. I kept talking, so back to the conversation with this attorney. I said, well, then why don't we go to Congress? Congress legislates. One of the things that's happening now, you see this in Trump 2.0, where even Congress, you get into this whole thing about can the executive override or can they well, I guess that's another conversation. Legislates. If the law of the land and FISA, which applies in this case, is no longer sufficient. Remember, they passed the Patriot Act a couple months later, or actually late October,
Right.
basically, which is another component in all this. To begin
literally the next month, right?
To begin legalizing what was okay. To begin legalizing, they did through acts, which is ex post facto, which in itself ex post facto law, which in itself that's unconstitutional. You can't pass a law to, in essence, legalize what you were doing or conducting, even executive action, that was unlawful or unconstitutional, particularly if it's unconstitutional.
Right.
But remember, FISA ultimately falls under the Fourth Amendment. Okay? It is a statute in law with criminal sanctions if you violate it. Didn't matter anymore. All this didn't matter. I was told it's a quaint document. It's another conversation. Dustbins of history. We live in different times now, Mr. Drake. Okay. Different times. We're just going to be different. We're just going to take the thing that makes us American, the very thing that defines the foundational law of the land. Go to Congress. I'm talking to the attorney. Go to Congress. Change the law. He says, with what we want to do, they would say no. In that moment, right as he said it, hair standing up on the back of my neck. Because I realized in that moment of truth, it didn't matter what law was. It didn't matter. We're not going to even bother. If they were so worried that if they went to Congress would say no, because they wanted to get away with this. They wanted to do this anyways. Didn't matter. Like, law doesn't matter in this regard, which is, to me, central to even why we have the United States of America. I could argue that the First and Fourth Amendment, because of all the abuses of the colonists, colonial America, because of the severe abuses that rose to such a crescendo and got to such a fever pitch, that we ended up having a violent American Revolution to cast off King George III and all of his officers that would literally show up at people's homes with a piece of paper and say, I can take your effects, your papers, and even you with just the piece of paper, a general warrant. That's why we have a Fourth Amendment, which Louis Brandeis later, one of my all-time favorite Supreme Court justices, said it's a right to privacy. Wrote his phenomenal paper on it. What defines us as America, right? This is free speech. You get in, remember, okay, First Amendment. Those are two things. That's really the basis for what it means to be American. He's saying, I said, wow, we're going to suspend all that too, permanently. It's like permanent now. This is not even temporary. We're not even going to go back. We're not even going to like even what's the phrase? Even show even face value. We're not even going to pretend. We're not even going to pretend. We're doing all this in secret because you protect.
Did you talk to anyone else, any of your colleagues that felt the same way you did? That expressed your sense? Yeah.
Thin thread people in particular.
People, right?
Here's why. Again, without getting all the details, Thin Thread had already solved the big data problem, also protect the privacy of U.S. persons. They could go through vast amounts of data, leave all of the ocean where it was, leave the sand on the beach, don't touch it, just see what changes.
Yeah.
It protected U.S. persons. It encrypted. It also provided basically 2 levels of suspicion. Didn't go any further, right? But they decided they would not allow ThinThread to be employed even after 9/11. I begged them. We have the program. Nope, we're not going to. Didn't matter. There were solutions, not just ThinThread, that were never put into the fight after 9/11. Wouldn't you think because of the failure you want to put the best you had, even if you hadn't used it before?
Yes.
Would you think you would want to put the best you had in the fight? You got to protect more people from getting placed into harm's way.
What do you think the ultimate motive is for this
Just-
way of going about it?
Why?
Yeah.
Because they were so. This is just psychology.
the competence of
We need
this
to make
whole
a
bureaucracy.
We need to make. That's part of it. But we need to make. You would say, hey, in general, we just need to make Americans feel safe again. That's not in the Constitution to make Americans feel safe. And it's not like we're pansies that we have to be afraid. But it was actually, you have to do the reverse psychology thing. It was, they knew they had failed. They had to project it. Their way was, oh my God, even he's argued, if we had all this technology prior to 9/11, 9/11 probably wouldn't have happened. They actually had the technology prior to 9/11.
Right.
He's in denial about what NSA.
And not only did they have the technology, they had the intel.
Yes, had that too. Oh, I hadn't gotten to that story, which is the punchline for me when it comes to ThinThread.
Right.
What do you do? This is a moment of truth for me. I was already incredibly alarmed. I'm already gone to the most senior people at that time. I've already gone to the Office of General Counsel. I've already confronted the director of the Signals Intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
In that moment, as I got off the phone with that attorney, I said, I cannot remain silent. If I remain silent, I am complicit in the subversion of the Constitution. I took an oath to support and defend basically my entire military career, government career.
Right.
I'm not going to let the government violate the Constitution. You can have both. This thing about it's black or white, liberty or security. You actually can have both at the same time and compromise neither. There's that famous Benjamin Franklin quote.
Right. Security
For those who, yes, he said both. They aired, and even Hayden himself admitted, we drew that line. He always
What was it? What is the exact? Is like when you trade your freedoms for securities, you have
a little bit. Those who seek a little will lose both. Basically, will lose both.
Right.
Yeah, a little liberty for security will lose both. There's a larger quote around that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
In that moment, I knew I could remain silent. But I knew by not remaining silent, I put myself at extraordinary risk. I'm a senior executive. I have taken the oath.
Sure, yeah.
I have a fundamental responsibility.
But you decided to go about doing it
all through channels.
Through the correct legal way it should be done.
Yes. So I'm going to accelerate this because then how was I punished? Right? And this is where life literally was turned upside down for me. Because even then, I was being tagged as a troublemaker. Okay? So I decided to blow the whistle. I went to the Inspector General. I then went secretly, which was allowed under the Intelligence Community Whistleblower Protection Act, an actual act of Congress.
Right.
I could go, at the time, they modified it later, I could go directly to the intelligence committees oversight, both HIPSI and SISI. I'm just without expanding it, but that's the secret. I could go to them to share my concerns in private. Now, there's a risk that I could be exposed. It turns out every channel that I went to, all the official channels were exposure channels. So I'm disclosing, but I'm being exposed at the same time. You could argue in part the intelligence communities were already co-opted, owned by the intelligence community. In large part. Right, they're beholden. Remember, it's secret, right?
Yeah.
You go to a secret chamber, even in the Capitol, right?
So you went to these proper secret channels.
Then I was subpoenaed, equivalent of being subpoenaed, prima facie testimony, material evidence, and testimony to 2 9/11 congressional investigations. One was Saxby Chambliss. There had been a recently formed Homeland Security provided all kinds of information to them, which was basically the precursor to the joint 9/11 joint inquiry. Both of the committees.
Okay. Wow.
All of that was suppressed. No one to this day can find my testimony or the highly classified information I gave them.
Really?
And I didn't keep it at home. And I didn't secret it away.
Right.
I didn't hide it somewhere in a basket or in a pumpkin.
Right.
So I can laugh about it now. Okay, but that's spring, fall, or summer. I was not part. People think I was interviewed by the 9/11 Commission. I know why I wasn't, because they didn't want me on the record.
Oh,
But no one can find. In fact, I was told later that what I provided the joint 9/11 inquiry was so classified it couldn't be in the classified report. What does that tell you? They covered up. They helped cover up for NSA. NSA had a lot of egg on its face. Now it's
and some of the stuff that you said, you still can't even say today.
not the classified stuff,
Right, not the classified stuff, right?
but they were at the heart of the failure. There gets into great detail because I'm about this is what happened. So I was able. I couldn't put any of these programs, and the ones I was telling you about, including Thindred and a bunch of others, weren't allowed to go operational because they were continuing to spend. They were in fact. Oh no! I was sitting in a meeting, and my supervisor, the director of the Signals Intelligence Directorate, says 9/11 is a gift to NSA. We're going to get all the money we want and then some. And that's certainly what happened. Congress just opened it up. They opened up the coffers and just started pumping even more billions.
Who said 9/11 was a gift to NSA?
My supervisor, the Signals Intelligence Director. It was just it's now this haunting quote sitting right next to her, where she says 9/11 is a gift to NSA. I was in a meeting. We were going around together because this part I led the communications part of my leadership and communications team. We're going around to the workforce because people, they needed to be held. People were just really taking this hard. I encouraged her to go around, not just to console, but to be seen and explain, what are we going to do? And she's sitting in this meeting, in this one particular meeting, saying, I'm just sitting there with my, where she says 9/11 is a gift to NSA, we'll get all the money we want and then some. Because they're always, we never got enough money. If we just had enough money, we could, no, it's not about the money. And you'd already solved the core challenge problems already. So, I then was part of I believe the thing about this Department of Defense Inspector General. My other colleagues, I was anonymous because I was still working. They were all retired, including Diane Rourke, who was the staffer on the House Determinant Select Committee. She had the primary NSA account, Republican primary NSA account. I had made secret connections with her to give her a heads up on what the heck was going on at NSA early on, okay, after 9/11. Okay. But remember, then I was with formal, right, with investigators. In fact, under 9/11, they were so hyper about. See, NSA wanted to put childminders along with me. They wanted to know exactly what I was going to share. The investigators, to their credit, said no. So, but I was spirited down to basically a secret. It was a nondescript government building where I was then interviewed in this building. I wasn't interviewed like NSA or for the joint inquiry,
right?
Because that's what was happening. All this pushback, because it was exposing a lot of embarrassing details about how the entire intelligence community had failed to prevent. And all Congress said, how do we stop this again? How do we prevent another 9/11? That was the big, how do we prevent another 9/11? So I was part of this DOD Inspector General investigation. Went on for a while. I was the primary source. Thousands of pages, corruption, the fraud, the billions in waste, the Thin Thread versus Trailblazer, Thin Thread versus Stellar Wind, which was obviously super classified. At that time, and it had been for several years, as it turns out, right? That went on for a while. I was flagged and tagged left and right. All kinds of retaliation, reprisals started occurring. I started getting shifted. That's how I ended up at the National Defense University, out of sight, out of mind. We accelerate to November of 2005. I make a fateful decision. And by the way, as a side note right now, this is about the furthest and longest I've ever publicly said how all this transpired. There's a lot more behind what I said in terms of details and fascinating human dynamics, right? But I've never really gone this far, right? Because most interviews don't last very long.
Right.
So here it is, November 2005. I decided I had one last chance to make my case to the new director of NSA, Keith Alexander, who actually was much more technologically savvy. He did not take kindly to my blowing the whistle. I sent him a letter. Caused quite a stir. But the last thing, Trailblazer, they had decided Trailblazer, he got canceled in 2006.
Okay.
But he was convinced that he could do it better. And there was a follow-on program called Turbulence, all these T programs. Yeah, T programs. See, this is the kicker for me. I'm just on a kind of a weird masculine level.
Yeah.
We had the T at NSA. The T in NSA had already been fully demonstrated. Okay? But low T is what they focused on.
Right.
As much as they projected high T, I've never said this before, it was low T for sure. Look, if you take on and you solve the problem, that has its own reward. It's not about spending money. You want to make sure you create and deploy systems that actually provide for the common defense.
Yep.
So he didn't like it. Shortly thereafter, middle of December, this above the fold old school print newspaper, New York Times, Eric Lichtblau, James Risen, publishes for the first time a exposure of this warrantless wiretapping program that had been in existence just after 9/11. Now, there's a huge scramble in the entire intelligence community, but particularly the NSA. They went apoplectic. Bush, there's public statements. You go on the internet, you'll see public statements from Cheney and Bush and a bunch of others about, oh my gosh, they just blew. It was one of the most secret programs.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most secret programs in history in modern America.
What year did this come out?
This was December 2005. Still out there.
Okay.
The article itself.
And
there was updates to it.
When did Snowden blow the whistle? Or
2013.
2013. Oh,
way later.
Wow.
Way.
Okay.
Remember, I've been following all the developments internally. The program was rapidly metastasizing, even before it got out in public. Remember, I'm going through channels. I'm spending lots of time in front of investigators, sharing with them what I know.
Right.
At great risk.
Yeah.
Extraordinarily risk. I was already. So, the article comes out. 2 weeks later, a massive national security leak investigation is launched by the DOJ. I knew, even when the article came out a couple weeks earlier, in December 2005, that I would be immediately targeted. Right. Because so few people do. In fact, this program was so secret that the only authorizing document was a memo. It was stored in David Addington's safe, chief of staff / attorney for Cheney, in his office safe.
Wow.
Even NSA sent their own attorneys down to get the authorization because they were so worried they wouldn't have cover. You're always looking at what's the cover. You want a lawful order. You get into lawful orders. I know that from the Uniform Code of Military Justice. You only have to follow lawful orders. Nuremberg trials principle.
Yep.
Which was their excuse. We're just following orders. No, lawful orders. It wasn't lawful to break the Constitution. Then there's lawful means to update the Constitution. But national security just had this huge carve out, like this huge exemption. Remember, exigent conditions, but now it's permanent. We're now in 2005. So accelerate forward. I knew that I became a target, a person of interest, and a target as of spring 2006. Back up just a couple of months. I wrestled with this for quite a while after my last email with the director of NSA. there was one last route I could go, but it wasn't authorized. I grew up in an era when I became intimately familiar, until I met him later, but intimately familiar in terms of the history, Daniel Ellsberg.
Oh,
Pentagon Papers.
Pentagon Papers, yeah.
Yes. He went through channels. No one would listen to him. In terms of the bright and shining light of Vietnam, a whole nother story. He was part of the study that showed it was, but it was buried, it was classified. Not all of them, there was some stuff in there that was quite secret that he didn't release to the press. He ultimately went to the press. Unauthorized, ended up facing 115 years because of government malpractice. The judge threw the case out. I was there wrapped around a young teenager. Right?
Danny Sheehan.
Yes.
Big part of that.
So I had one last route. I could touch the third rail, go to the press. And NSA, if you go to the press without authorization, and I knew what it was like if you have to have something published. I had something published based on my work I did on Jackpot in IEEE Computer Magazine in 1996 when I was doing all my really highly technical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I had to go through the whole with a classification review officer just to make sure it was good.
Yep.
Took months.
Right.
Here, I'm going to go to the press without any authorization. But at that time, it only violated administrative policy. It didn't violate the Constitution. It was not a crime. It wasn't criminal to go to the press. However, I knew if I did, I could end up just like Ellsberg. I already knew that. Some people thought I was stupid and naive and didn't know that. That's not true at all. I knew exactly what the risks were. I knew not only could I lose my job, probably would, but worse, I could be charged on the SBA. I knew that. So, how do you go to the press? Where and this is, I wouldn't get into all this. Part of it is still technically classified.
Yeah, wasn't NSA spying on the press?
Yes. They had a special program as part of this larger. It's called First Fruits. Where they were monitoring certain media outlets and even individual reporters and journalists because they were so scared that something would come out, not just about the secret surveillance program, but the torture program.
Right.
Torture program came out way before this one did. Okay, Abu Ghraib.
Yep.
Yeah. Sly Hirsch.
Right.
Eli, that's where he became famous as a journalist. Mm-hmm. So I had that choice, and I won't go into all the details, but I had one chance to make contact with a reporter, which worked, and ended up anonymously communicating with the reporter for about a year before I knew that I would ultimately have to go face-to-face. And so I actually, through 2007, I was having infrequent aperiodic face-to-face meetings with this reporter at even greater risk, because as things progressed, I was under extraordinary electronic surveillance. I knew they'd eventually catch up with me. I knew that I might find myself being pulled out of my house or having my house raided or my office down at the National Defense University, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, let me ask you this. What was it like when you realized, or was there like a specific point when you realized that the NSA had turned all of the surveillance onto you?
This is my technical background. I knew that they would start monitoring me electronically because they could.
Via
their own means. I could see. I set up logs. I could see where they're attempting to break into my system. I had a network at home. Now, I've been in long into this.
Okay.
I was back in the early days, pre-internet,
yes.
BBSs. So I was before the internet was internet in terms of public back in the 80s.
You had stuff in place monitoring.
Yes.
You were prepared.
Weird things like the Verizon DSL box would get reset. I'd call them up and they'd say, you have to, it's like, wait a minute. Yeah, they were remotely resetting it, but I had multiple firewalls, both hardware and software.
Wow.
See, I don't ever believe, although it's possible, I never saw that they actually got into my computers.
Oh, really?
No, that's right. I don't have any. In some ways, I take some pride in that. I knew what they had, what their capabilities were. But the problem was, there's what's called zero-day exploits. There was always possible, right? So I had to assume I was compromised anyways. But see, people say, well, gee, if you know that, why didn't you get rid of everything? I had nothing to hide to use that, which I don't like that phrase, because that comes from Joseph Goebbels. right? If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about. So who cares what we know about you? Wait a minute. That's not the point. I used to do exercises on privacy, and people get the point, oh, yeah, no, that's me. Why is it you? No, because I don't want them to know. Why? Because that's me. Oh, so there is some ownership here in terms of your own privacy. Right? Mm-hmm. Privacy is essential to even live it.
Yes.
100%. As much as people want to dump stuff out there, right? It's amazing what people put out there, right? But there is something about who we are, the essence of, but that's a different conversation.
Yes.
So I'm getting, then they start physically surveilling me. It was covert. This is where John Kiraku knows that really, really well, better than I do. But it was clear that and then it started to be overt. They wanted to make clear that we're on to you. Like they were now
they want you to know that they're following you.
Wanted me to know. I was getting stopped quite frequently. They would have random searches. My searches weren't random at all. Coming to the gate, right? They had already alert based on the tags, the car description.
It's intimidation.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Huge. Yeah. So that went on until my colleagues, NSA, all retired, and then Diane Rourke were raided all on the same day in July of 2007. I knew that I was now the primary target, and probably had been for a while. I was still at NSA. They probably had suspicion that I was in contact with a reporter. Although later they actually thought I was really in contact. They actually thought that was a cover, a cutout. That was like a cover, and that I was at like a convenient hangout, as they call it, right? Just a
limited hangout.
A limited hangout with her. But I had really been in contact for a longer period of time in the New York Times.
Really?
They later made up a whole chronology that it turned out I wasn't. Right? I'd never had any contact with the New York Times.
That's crazy.
So I knew in July that I was now the target.
Yeah.
And it was clear based on the last couple of meetings with the reporter, Siobhan Gorman, who at the time was working for the Baltimore Sun. Mm-hmm. Later went to the Wall Street Journal. Now she's more in private. In consulting practice, has been for quite a while. I knew that there were agents in the room, including, by the way, I found out later that they were actually using a significant number of agents from the Mole Hunter unit at FBI. Those are the ones that are trained to go after spies,
like legitimate spies,
foreign spies. But that's how I was being treated worse than a spy. That's clear. I was now the threat. I was the leaker. I found out later that Cheney had issued a fine and fry the leaker. He just said, fine and fry them. I don't care. Just make sure it's someone, apparently, it has to be senior enough. But burn them. Make an object lesson of them. That's how I interpreted it.
Right.
So, late November, I'm getting ready to go to work. I had two vehicles at the time. I had my hybrid, which is a Prius, and then I had a Toyota RAV4 EV, which was all electric. It was a limited run. I'm getting ready in the other bedroom, right? They get in my car, go down to the metro, and go down, and then there was a bus that would shuttle me over from the Coast Guard headquarters take me to one of the metro stations, drop me off by bus, a government bus, and then I walked to my office where I was teaching, had been for a couple of years. It was actually during that time is when I met, we'll probably want to take a break here shortly, but that's when I met Johan Huss.
Oh.
During the time I was at the National Defense University, where I was teaching in the Industrial College of the Armed Forces.
Okay.
And I was a co-lead on their space industries team. That's how I ended up going to SpaceX. With some students.
Okay.
Yeah. A bunch of different. We went to Cape Kennedy. We went out to We went out to Cheyenne Mountain. Went inside the Cheyenne Mountain. Right. We went to a number of different sites. Right? So I'm getting ready for work. I look out the window and I see a bunch of agents streaming across the front yard and a bunch of cars pulling up as they're piling out.
Oh no!
And that's where, the moment is another one of those moments because, this is years later, right? But that article had come out, right, almost 2 years ago, right? This is talking And so, remember, they've had this multi-million-dollar National League investigation going on as to who were the sources for the New York Times in particular. I got caught up in that for all the reasons I gave earlier because so few people knew about the program. Even though they argued later, just some disagreement between two programs, Synthread Trailblazer, while that was like the limited cutout as to why they came after me, when in fact it wasn't that at all. It was the fact that Step of a Wind had been revealed, even though I had not provided any classified information about the program to anybody outside of channels.
Right.
Not even the reporter.
Right.
So you can imagine knocking on the door. They said, they told me later if you hadn't opened it, they knocked twice. They had a battering ram with them. No kidding that they would have used a battering ram to punch through the door. And then you can file a claim for damages.
Your son
answered the door because it's upstairs. I said, Zachary, go answer the door. He's got the presence of mind.
And you knew. You didn't say.
Oh, I knew.
You didn't tell him.
I hadn't told anybody. Man, I kept this a secret from my own family.
No, I mean, you didn't tell the FBI's at the door.
No, of course not.
How old was he?
He was okay. 95. He would have been 12. Middle school. So normally my spouse would take him to the middle school, right, in the local town, and then I would pick him up, right, after school. So, yeah, a bunch of agents come in. They start sweeping the house. I had a choice. They read me Miranda rights. I didn't have to cooperate, obviously. I could have said, you're going to have to deal with my attorney. I didn't have an attorney at that time, right? At that moment, I didn't have an attorney. So I said, this is one final time to blow the whistle. I named president, the vice president, senior people, including Hayden, about what had gone down over the last 6+ years. No, we're not here for that. We understand you violated, certain laws, and so we're here to collect evidence. And we can interview you, or we don't have to. I didn't have to be interviewed. Obviously, I had Miranda rights. I could have remained silent. I said, no, it was sort of an interview, as interrogation. That was one of 3, by the way. They took notes. I knew anything I said would be,
right, of course,
used against me. It was. That was an interesting experience all by itself. I remember at one point there was an anecdote where one of the techs is coming up from the basement. I was really into computers, a lot of retro stuff going way back into the 70s. Mm-hmm. This was a highly modified, my first computer that I owned was an Atari 800 home computer. That's where I learned everything. Right? That's where I learned computing, programming, networking, dial-up, right, all that, right? And it was a highly modified, basically it was a closed circuit version, modified in box. Mm-hmm. I looked at him and said, the last time they modified that operating system, it's a 10K, was back in the late 70s. You really think you need that? And he stopped at the top of the stairs going into the basement in my office, and he looked down, looked up at me and said, nah, we don't need it. He went back and put it back on the shelf. But they took a bunch of Amiga stuff. I was also into Amiga. Right? That was kind of follow-on to the Atari 8-bit in terms of technology. Went through all of my library. I mean, they just ransacked the house. That's all. Meanwhile, they're ransacking my office and my car, looking for evidence. I knew in that moment that I was behind several 8 balls. And I knew that I would probably get charged. I knew that. I interviewed twice more. The last interview was in April of 2008. I was placed on administrative leave in November 2007. The last interview was in April. It was a setup. They brought in the chief prosecutor. It was the first time I met the chief prosecutor at the time. It was a different one later. But the chief prosecutor said, we have more than enough evidence, just short. He confronted me. He said, we have it in a windowless room in an FBI facility outside of D.C. Right? It was the windowless room right behind where the mole hunters were. I'm no kidding. He said, we have more than enough evidence to put you away for a long, long time. You better start talking now. because he said, how would you like to spend the rest of your life in prison? And you can imagine, I'm sitting there. We might be able to, 25 years, 20 years, no guarantees. That's better than life in prison. In 2008, I had just turned. I hadn't quite turned yet. I was 52, right? I knew I could no longer continue having any. Said, nope. You're gonna have to deal with an attorney from now on.
Yeah.
They were moving to revoke my clearance because I was a senior executive. It was either you could have a set of your peers or the director himself.
Right.
Okay. I said, I'm just going to resign. I resigned. Got an attorney, criminal defense attorney. They tried to get me to plead out multiple times between April of 2008, the first time, confronted by the chief prosecutor, and April of 2010. Now we're in a new administration. I wasn't indicted. Obama. Bush, it's important to note, even though it began under Bush, I was not indicted under Bush. They had a draft indictment. I have a copy of that. But I was not indicted under Bush. I was indicted under Obama.
Wow, the irony.
Huge irony. And the reason Bush even made sort of passing reference to it in his memoir, right, biography, his autobiography, where he says, why go after? Because it's like, for him, it wasn't like, I think even he had problems with Cheney later. I mean, they kind of went their ways a little bit after the second administration.
Yeah.
There's a passage in the book that makes sort of indirect reference to, because I think you realize he had actually, without even admitting it fully, that he had gone over the line, right? Because he had listened to Cheney.
Right.
So I'm working at Apple now. Man, I had no job. I couldn't get any work. That's a whole story myself. I couldn't get work. I was persona non grata. I was hot potato. There's literally persona non grata.
Yep.
No one would hire me. I formed my own company, a small LLC. No one would touch me. In part, when they would find, even my security clearance didn't show anything was negative, they said, you're under national security investigation. We were doing I understand. So here it is, April 2010. I'm sitting at lunch. I'm working at Apple in Bethesda, Maryland, one of the stores, where I worked for 13 years. Quite a jump, quite a distance going from senior executive to wage grade specialist in a retail store. Okay. I'm sitting there. I get a call from my attorney. My attorney says, where are you? And remember, I had this attorney now for 2 years. He said, I'm at lunch. He said, did you know you were just indicted? Now, there had been it was Kafkaesque. Again, we'll go into the detail, where he, myself, and the prosecution team with NSA personnel were there in that same windowless room again. It was clear that they were moving to indictment. And it was basically, you're on notice. Right? We're on notice as to why we're doing this. And they actually, in essence, had the outline of the indictment.
Wow.
So I got indicted. I was not pulled off the street. I ended up it was an arraignment. I pled not guilty to all 10 charges, 5 under the Espionage Act, 1 for obstruction of justice, 4 for making false statements to FBI agents during the interviews, which themselves were actually true.
Well, when your lawyer called you, didn't he also tell you that they approached your wife?
Yes.
How did that go?
Not very. She still works there.
And what exactly did he say?
Oh, they had one of their security officers inform her that her husband had been indicted and was facing 35 years in prison.
And then what?
Yeah, I don't want to cost the family. I mean, this is pretty. So, and then what? Well, my criminal defense, I'd spent umpteen money. Remember, there's a whole lot of history I just bypassed because
John told, when Karaoke was in here, he was saying that they gave her an ultimatum.
They later interrogated her. So but then they interrogated her and they tried to get her. There's this thing called basically sort of the pillow privilege, where
you have
spouse.
Yes, right.
I never told her anything. She had nothing to share because I never told her anything anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But they were threatening to take away her clearance. Remember? That's
And she worked.
Still does.
She had worked at NSA and still does to this day.
she's worked at NSA her entire life.
Wow.
Or related contracts. She's been a contractor other two for a short time. She worked summer hires, intern, then hired.
And she had not been aware
No.
of this whole investigation.
I never told them. Of course, I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't want to expose them. I had to protect them too.
That's so
I'm protecting the nation, but then I have to protect the Constitution against my own government, and I got to protect my family at the same time.
All these years, you're going through all this shit, and
Yes.
you didn't say a word to your
No word. Well, I had learned how to be silent.
Right. No,
Yeah, remember.
I know. It's just like,
I
it's hard to...
could keep secrets.
Yeah.
Is there the irony
man.
there in there?
I just can't
It's-
imagine how fucking hard that must have been.
Oh. I'm unwinding it now. I'll share something off the record with you, maybe during the break, but because I don't really want. There's certain things I don't advertise still. This.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick
sure.
break right now. I gotta pee anyways, and we'll
Okay.
come back. All right, where were we? We just talked about how you got news from your lawyer.
Yes.
That you were indicted, and one of the special agents, I guess, contacted your wife and let them
Yes.
know you were indicted. And
I'm now facing a very dark future
right,
because the indictment included 5 counts under the Espionage Act. It's the same Espionage Act that was used against
John.
Well, yes.
Okay.
It was the same.
Ellsberg.
At this time, I was only the second American, in this case, a whistleblower who had been charged. Ellsberg was the first.
Ellsberg was the first
for non-spy activities.
And for context, can you explain for people who aren't familiar with him? He was involved in the Pentagon Papers leak.
He was a senior. He was a senior. Very similar in terms of his position in government, and he was part of the study, but then exposed the Pentagon Papers to the press, caused a huge stir. It was no doubt partially responsible for the demise of the Nixon administration. So, and he ended up facing 115 years in 115 years in prison, and went to trial. And the trial went on for a couple of years until they broke into a psychiatrist's office looking for dirt. And the judge threw the case out because of malpractice.
Oh, so
misconduct on the part of the prosecution.
So did that count as some sort of precedent?
Yeah, well,
or did that
always
screw it up?
Yeah, the Supreme Court left room open to go after a source with the same charge. Got it. There was more protections. This gets into a whole, press reporting, right?
Right.
Is the press liable or is it the source? Now, that's changed, especially in Obama, where it was clear they were also saying, hey, press, you could be next. And then in terms of Sterling, he's another one charged on the Espionage Act, Jeffrey Sterling, another CIA employee.
Not familiar with that one.
Ended up in prison. They tried to get James Risen, right? This is the same one who was the co-author of the December 2005 article. Wrote this article about Operation Merlin. Interesting, and they thought that Jeffrey Sterling was the source, and they ended up trying to get him to testify against his own source, alleged source. Several times until they dropped it. Remember, all under Obama.
Oh wow!
There's
Merlin. Involving providing flawed nuclear weapon design information to Iran.
Yeah, it backfired.
The leak aimed to expose the CIA's missteps and potential dangers to national security.
They're sharing actual nuclear technology, okay, even though it's quote unquote flawed,
right,
as a way to get inside their program.
Like a Trojan horse type
Yeah,
thing?
kind of like that, but it was this is sort of the arrogance of, I'd say the arrogance is that we'll be able to get away with it. It backfires.
So, like, if we give you
Yes.
the technology,
yes.
we'll now understand the technology.
Slip it in, that's right. And they'll think it's real, and they'll take advantage of it, because they have cutouts, right? There's cutouts.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of the operational limited hangout. I mean, limited hangout can be used, but in this case, it was actually an operational cutout.
Wow.
Not a limited hangout, it was a cutout. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's all kinds of programs like that.
That's so crazy.
Think about Switzerland. We're supposed to be a super secure system. Look that one up. That's a good one.
Which one was that?
So this one had to do with certain types of encryption. These are devices that protect like secrets of Switzerland. U.S. had already managed to compromise that too. It's fascinating. I mean, the spy. I mean, this you get into the combo of the technology of James Bond you see in movies, and John Le Carre, which is a pen name, and just all the games people play, right? All the games. Spy versus Spy. Actually, a game I used to play on my Atari 8-bit.
Oh, wow.
Spy versus Spy. There's a whole comic book series on Spy versus Spy, and it's hilarious. Sort of like Tom and Jerry, or Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner, right? It's just funny. It's funny, but it's real. It's real stuff, and it has consequences. Mm-hmm. Right? People don't realize the extent. I mean, the games, the cutouts, the distractions, the misinformation, the propaganda. Mm-hmm. In my world, when I was in, there's ways you can, what's called meakening, right? Meakening is a way to fake out somebody. This is electronically. They think it's a real signal, like a nav signal, but it's actually fake.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think obviously can cause disruptions and. I wouldn't even get it. There's classified means by which I used to engage, right? Certain types of signals. Get inside the decision, literally, or the command stream.
Oh, wow.
Fascinating stuff. But, it's all, you got to keep it all under wraps for obvious reasons. Mm-hmm. It was similar to what happened. We actually had Osama bin Laden's cell phone. There's a different system that's used. So you have a couple of different protocols in terms of cell phone technology, the communication protocols. There's an international. Oh, I say international. Then there's, I have Verizon, AT&T. Verizon kind of uses is a CDMS without getting all the different types of waves inside the cell phone frequency band. Mm-hmm. Well, he was using a cell phone that would access a satellite. There's satellite comms out over the Indian Ocean. Well, some intrepid reporter exposed the fact that we had a cell phone number, of course, which I would consider to be a secret that at least was worth keeping for a while.
Yep, I would think
That's one of those. And, of course, he stopped using it. And he went to a courier system, which was way more secure. Way more. How do you get it? So and then this guy's playing games trying to get inside the courier network. Yeah, so there's a lot
of weird shit about bin Laden. There's the stories of Billy Waugh, who was tracking and taking photos of him. I'm not familiar with Billy Waugh. He was in Vietnam, and then he
I'm not
really, really old. He got really, really old, and he kept going to CIA headquarters. He's like, send me back over there. Or send me back over there. He was like 80 years old in the Middle East. And he was like spying on bin Laden, taking photos of him and stuff. He was like right across the street from him many times. Tried to ask them, like, can I take him out? Can I take him out? They would never let him engage in Billy Waugh for probably legal reasons, or in Osama bin Laden. And he was like, crazy stories, how he was jogging right by his compound every day. Like, he was like watching him pull up in his Mercedes, walking into the mosque every day. And Billy Waugh was fully dressed up as like an African American going for a jog. Crazy shit. Like, one day he says, there was one story where he said Osama's dog, one of his guard dogs, was like chasing him down the road. The kicker was he was right outside a military academy in Abbottabad. Right.
Just crazy. John would probably get a lot more insight on that. It's just, and it was under Obama that we ultimately took him out.
Right.
We had him though at Tora Bora. That's the kicker. But see, the decision was made. Iraq. We got to go into Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Nothing.
Have you ever heard the story about how he had Stephen? We pulled this up before, but bin Laden had some sort of like pancreas disease or kidney problem, and he was flown to a hospital in Saudi Arabia and escorted by CIA agents into a hospital.
That I hadn't heard.
Can you find that, Steve?
Jeez, that one I hadn't heard. I knew I had heard about the pancreas and being kind of spirited out, right, for treatment, but I hadn't heard about that one. Jeez, it wouldn't surprise me. But
Find the article.
Wow. Yeah, that's another dynamic in 9/11 that was kept. There was the pages that were kept out of the report. The missing pages.
Oh yeah, what was the story with that?
Because of the links to the Saudi government protecting. Now this gets into details that we don't have time to go into.
Right.
But this is where what was missed with the hijackers. But there were a couple of them were living in California.
Yeah, California,
being supported. Right. And where was that support coming from? Well, follow the money. There was this whole thing. We had a whole thing in NSA, follow the money.
And there was a Saudi intelligence guy who I think set up the safe house for them in California.
Yeah, and what I skipped over the part where I was able to take thin thread, point it to the main databases. This is right after 9/11. I was given a couple $1 million based on all I had for my background, everything I learned in terms of agile development. So you develop, you iterate, okay, and then you go back. So you code a little, test a little, code a little, test a little, deploy, code a little, test a little, deploy. And you just keep doing that in very, very tight cycles. We ended up, I begged, right? I begged to deploy thin thread to the 18 most, so there's a whole nother storyline here, which again, we don't have to go into. The Defense Authorization Act has an intelligence component. There was $14 million set aside to deploy thin thread. I am not kidding you. It was, remember, language is authorizing language that once it's approved, you appropriate the money. You are then the executive branch then actually has to execute. If it says 18 million or 14 million, 9 million of it was supposed to deploy thin thread to the 18 most critical, which are classified terrorist collection sites in the world. Some very interesting locations. You'd say what they are. Operational. Congressional language. Signed into law by the president. This goes back to 2002, late 2000, because they delayed because of 9/11. Another 5 million, different program, another one I'm easily familiar with, called Sweep Forward, which is an extraordinary, out-of-the-box skunkworks, an analytic program using non-traditional means of various types. Culture, history, just a much, and even esoteric sources, I'll just say it that way, which gets into another part of someone I ended up meeting who actually predicted 9/11. He's a precognitive psychic, completely non-linear. Got to know him really, really well. That's a whole story in itself.
I had a guy in here once. We don't have to go down this rabbit hole. It's just an interesting little side bar. This guy he's dedicated his life to studying precognition and dreams people were having that would predict the future.
Yep.
And there's like hundreds of cases of people having dreams about 9/11 before it happened.
He had a crisis in his life, and when he came out of it, he had this special gift, and he can't even fully explain it. It's one of those things because it kind of, remember what Arthur C. Clarke said?
Yeah, imagine.
And for some people, it's weird stuff. How do I explain it if I can't explain it? It sounds too kooky. Why? But he actually had worked with police. This is not unusual in the U.S., where you have psychics working in police departments to track or to go to the site of a crime or alleged crime, and they would pick up additional information. He got very good at it. He was even on special undercover operations, right? Even at great risk himself. He had a dream about 9/11, went to the authorities, and they couldn't believe. He's a very unassuming man, right?
Right.
It's like, what are you talking about? You had a dream, right? We all have dreams, don't we? We all have dreams. He dreamed about 9/11 before 9/11. There was also an entire communication system set up by the terrorists, which I won't go into detail here. It was used. How do you communicate worldwide with the cell? It's a cell, and the cell itself is broken up. How do you communicate in the open without anybody knowing about it? Well, without going into the details, they did, right? That was fascinating. Well, anyways, so I'm leaving it hanging.
Yeah.
$5 million was set aside for this special analytic program called Sweep Forward. NSA completely ignored it, defied the Authorization Act.
Crazy.
Why? Circle the wagons. Even though Congress is signed into law, we got a better solution. They didn't have any solution. That was the problem. But the thing was, neither program was ever part of what they call the official production chain on the analytics side, nor on which, and it sort of was both. So it was convenient to just ignore it. So I got $2 million. I ended up becoming the executive, basically the program manager, the executive program manager. I had an actual program manager that reported to me unofficially, right? This is why I was still in the signals intelligence. So this is like November, December, January. We just rapidly evolved ThinThread to make it even better. They wouldn't let us go operational. Remember, we didn't. So I remember this came out. That thing came out later. This is before the Intelligence Authorization Act. So I was able to get permission to point ThinThread against the databases, NSA, the primary databases. So vast, we're talking terabytes on end of terabytes of data.
Right.
And we set it up, we turned it on for about roughly 24 to 36 hours, and guess what? One, we found out that about 40% of the database was corrupted, the databases. Then we found all kinds of information pre and post 9/11 regarding the plot in terms of movement and a lot of other evidence that they had not been able to uncover or discover. ThinThread did because of the way it worked. So what do you think if you have a responsibility to look at yourself to be better going forward so another 9/11 doesn't happen, what would you think once that you would want to improve the way in which you discover information, even from the existing databases, the traditional RDMS, the relational database systems? Why would, nope, guess what they did? Immediately shut the program down. Famous scene, first Indiana Jones movie. Warehouse. Ark. On a crate with on a cart with wheels. You see it going down what appears to be this incredibly long aisle. Turns left, never to be seen. Whoops. Yeah. It's never to be seen again. Well, they figured it out later, right? Because of certain powers, magnetic, right?
Right.
That's what happened to ThinThread. This Sweep Forward was summarily shut down. It was a research project, shut down. This is how I live with all this. I'm an American. I was brought up in Texas and Vermont, two republics before they became states. Vermont, in fact, a lot of the Constitution of what then became the United States of America was based on the Vermont Constitution. It became the 14th state. So there I was. Okay, I'm facing 35 years in prison. What do? I had spent umpteen amounts of money to my private criminal defense attorney. He no longer wanted to represent me, in part because I had no money left.
How much did they say it would cost?
$1 million. $1 million between the point I was indicted and just the start of the trial.
Jeez. Do you think it's possible that they got to your attorney?
No.
No.
He was being practical, in part.
Right.
He agreed to stay on. We tried to get other high-powered lawyers to take it pro bono, without cost, because certain law firms are required as part of their community service, quote unquote, to take pro bono cases for cases in which they're significant enough, but the person, in this case the client, doesn't have the money. Guess what? The firm said, yeah, you can represent Mr. Dre, but you got to leave the firm. And they weren't going to leave the firm. Right. And the reason why is because of conflict. because they had senior government clients.
Right.
So I'm in front. So the public defenders. I was indigent. I was literally formally declared indigent by the court, which meant I was now eligible to be represented by the federal public defenders. Deer in the headlights.
Mm-hmm.
The last time it was the Nicholson. You might remember he was a spy, Navy spy. The last time that court, and we're going back 30 years. It was the year of the spy. It was 1985. The so-called year of the spy. Pollard. There was a number right during that period. The court had no institutional memory, right? Of there was all kinds of special procedures put into place. They had a special skiff built inside the courtroom. Just I could meet with my attorneys. So I'm behind several 8 balls. I'm staring into Pandora's box, and guess what's staring back at me? The abyss. I also knew I had to influence the court of public opinion. But the problem is, you say anything outside of in the federal court, guess what? They can actually use that against you. But I knew I was going to have to influence the court of public opinion. I also knew that I was going to need someone, and so I just this extraordinary individual, Jessalyn Radak, had written an op-ed in the LA Times just after I was indicted, and I ended up. She became my primary. She's not a criminal defense attorney, but she became my primary whistleblower. So she provided legal counsel, advocacy, and she was the liaison with the press. So I met her in May. You sign an agreement, right? It's a representation letter. Excuse me, at the time she was with the Government Accountability Project. So, and then there was other attorneys as well. And my original criminal defense attorney agreed to, at the government rate, which was nowhere near, he was charging me, originally $550 an hour and gave me a $50 an hour break. You know how fast your money goes? Even though I had middle class America, but I'm a senior executive, I've done really well in industry, right? I'm pulling down $200,000 a year plus, right? But you know how fast your money goes when you're being charged? Over 2 years, $500 an hour. So I couldn't afford $1 million. There's no way. Other attorneys later, they wouldn't want either. They said, no, it'll be $750,000. Nope. So public defenders was basically the only people I could rely on for criminal defense.
So once you're at the public defenders, how long did that process take? It took them then, and the time you had to actually go in front of the judge.
There was an initial hearing in October-November timeframe. That was after they got the clearance. They had to have the clearance. Everything is. Remember, the government's saying that I had not just damaged national security. I had not just grave damage. It was exceptionally grave damage. It was the highest level of damage.
Right.
And you're dealing with top secret, sensitive compartmented information, allegedly. So they had to have a clearance. They didn't have a clearance of this kind, not even close. They basically what called collateral. It's like basically just a national background investigation check. And that was it. I mean, it's basically straight secret. Mm-hmm. So they had to go through that whole process, which in itself was, that was a journey for them.
Right.
Okay? Right. We used to talk about it. So the hearings began in the fall, and all kinds of shenanigans were played, right? Because it unwinds week after week, month after month, because they kept alleging that I had really damage. I was worse than a spy because not only did I give up secrets like a spy does, but I give them to a press outlet, a reporter, which means everybody got to see the secrets.
Yeah. Did they ever how many times did they try to come at you with some sort of a plea deal?
Once I was indicted, there was no further attempt at a plea agreement.
Okay.
They already tried and failed prior. I didn't even tell you the other attempts.
Right.
So we get to the spring. Things are starting to develop rather quickly. So it's important to note. Remember, I said Jessalyn Radak, my attorney on the outside, although she was partnered with the public defenders, right? She filed briefs, right? There's there was an advocacy brief that she provided on my behalf, right? And the judge actually accepted it. It was one of his first orders of business, right? Was he actually accepted the brief. Remember, one of the few public hearings, because practically every hearing had to be behind closed doors. They had there was a special security officer. They had to basically empty the room. Only certain people were given access. There was a special court recorder, right? Because it was national security. So it, in essence, became a star chamber. So most of the hearings were, again, in secret. We get to the spring. I was awarded the Ridenour Truth-Telling Prize for what I did. It's out there. I gave a speech. Jesslyn introduced me. Mm-hmm. Jane Mayer had met with her off the record with Jesslyn, ends up dropping, she's an investigative journalist of some renown. She dropped everything she was doing. This is in early 2011. And remember, we're now, think about when I was raided. Now this has gone on for a while. She dropped everything she was doing, did a compressed investigation of my entire case in history. Sources that were willing to talk with her off the record. Mm-hmm. Most were off the record. But you could quote, right? But you couldn't attribute. Sure. So that came out in the New Yorker in May. The Secret Share, long-form article, many, many thousands of words. Then I was interviewed by Scott Pelley, 60 Minutes. Mm-hmm. That's the one where all kinds of people ended up seeing because it's 60 Minutes. Right. That was pretty dramatic. That was a very interesting experience in itself. Washington Post and other publications started weighing in. It's like, maybe he is a whistleblower. And the Post, kind of remember Watergate era, right. Woodward and Bernstein. So it came to a fever pitch. So the week before, a week and a half before I was scheduled a trial, we were going through the final days was actually selecting the jury. Mm-hmm. Right, and there's strikes and everything else. You have to have the 12 and the alternates, and there was 4 selected. Mm-hmm. So they came in the well of the courtroom. They approached. I didn't know it at the time, but I knew something was up. And remember, in the press, it's like, what's going to happen? Ellsberg was willing to fly all the way out from Kensington, California, to be out on the federal courthouse steps to say how critical. Wow. Oh yeah. So, in the well of the Senate, the chief prosecutor, William Welsh, interesting history, reported at the time Laney Brewer, head of the criminal division, who reported to Eric Holder, who I actually confronted earlier in the Apple store because he loved his Apple products. Whole story in itself. So he approaches right after that. So he approaches my public defenders in the well right below the dais where the judge sits and says, we would like to enter into, if the defendant agrees, we'd like to enter into plea negotiations. That was an extraordinary 7 days. From that Friday all the way to Thursday of next week. Remember, this trial is scheduled to start that following Monday, basically the 40th anniversary of when the Pentagon Papers were released. Wow. Kind of interesting juxtaposition in terms of history. I remember I got to know Ellsberg really, really well at this point. They then tried to get me multiple, I lost count. It was 5, 6 attempts. First, 5 years in prison. Then it was 2 years in prison. And then it was 1 year in prison. And then it was still pleading out as a felon. Pleading out to a felony. I had told them back in April of 2008, when I was the original chief prosecutor confronted me, that I would never plead bargain with the truth, and I wasn't going to do it then. But you can imagine the pressure I was under. Oh yeah. And it gets sensitive for me in terms of my criminal defense. But they actually tried to strong arm me into pleading out under the criminal code to 2 years. So you can handle 2 years. There was no way I was going to plead out to something I hadn't done. And I already admitted during the interviews that I had gone to the press even though it was only administrative policy violation. Right. So I got in the press way back in 2006 and 2007. Long story short, this was just, I mean, it's just, right, they come to my house, the public offenders, they're putting pressure on my spouse. It's like, you know what they do to you in prison? They try to pull all that angle, and this is our bread and butter. We know how to do plea agreements.
Right.
Last break of the day, that Thursday prior to the Monday when the trial began. I would never plead out, but if there was an off-ramp that emerged, however faint or slim it was, you better take it. Here's why. Because if you don't, they could basically just do an interlocutory review, have the higher court, this is the Fourth Circuit, review the decisions. They're already starting to complain about the judge. Have it in review, and they could just suspend it. They did it with Jeffrey Sterling. They basically hung him out to dry for almost 2 years before they came back, waiting for the decision. It's a way to suspend it, takes all the heat off the press, right? I was still being pressured to plead out, okay? I'm talking to Justin Radak. I'm on the phone out in the hall of the courtroom, right outside. They kept changing the language, right? Because the last thing he wanted to do was hook me on classified. I said it cannot. There was no classified. It already demonstrated that, in fact, it was acknowledged by both parties that no classified information was released. So plea agreement, no jail time, no fine. There was an administrative fee, and 240 hours of community service. Misdemeanor for doing what? Under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. Because it's a federal, remember I was charged in federal, you have to stick within the federal crime under Code 18, U.S. Code 18. So it was for doing what? Exceeding authorized use of a government computer.
Jesus Christ.
I know. Huge relief. Pro forma sentence. The judge still had, but we're now agreeing to a plea.
Right.
The proviso was they drop all the felony counts and no time in jail and nothing involving classified. So that's what happened. And huge victory. I mean, it was just like, wow. I mean, all these years.
No jail time.
No felonies, no jail time, 204 hours of community service. That was on July 15th of 2011. The judge didn't know at the time. I was sent to Fort Detrick to the community service director. At Fort Detrick, this is outside of Frederick, Maryland. Mm-hmm. It just so happened that he was a civil engineer, but he also was part of the Veterans History Project at the Library of Congress. He said, "How would you like to interview veterans, given you saw my military background?" Because the community service, we're not going to have you paint rocks. That's not who you are. So that was they were paint rocks on base.
Yeah.
or go bust up rocks, not just paint them.
Right.
Or dig holes and fill them in again, or the equivalent. Sure. We're not going to do that.
Right.
I ended up over the next number of months. We took the paperwork. I had a probation officer. The first two that came out realized they thought I was some hardcore. I had really done something bad, and they realized, nah. So one of the probation officers about to retire shows up in his motorcycle, visits the house. They had that right to visit your house. Visited me one time, and the rest was just over the phone or through the mail.
Oh, that's great.
So guess what I did is my community service. Interviewed veterans from World War II to the present day, including veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, and I got to interview Daniel Ellsberg, who had never been interviewed for the Veterans History Project.
Oh, wow.
Fascinating. Joint Chiefs of Staff, chiefs, veterans from the Battle of the Bulge, sheet metal machinists from World War II, Korean War, in between campaigns.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and Afghanistan and Iraq. Stunning. I mean, and all kinds of interviews, press, everything you can imagine.
Yeah.
This is 2011. Now, I didn't know at the time, although I had obviously secretly hoped that someone like Snowden would reveal how far all these secret surveillance programs had metastasized.
Mm-hmm.
But this is 2011, so I was on the circuit for quite a while, overseas, Europe, Canada, Australia, and I had to find a way to, after a shattered life, how do you end up rebuilding it? And just the psychological, there's a whole lot that the ordeal created a lot of suffering. I had PTSD. At one point, I was actually, it's a weird condition. I was actually, people sweat. I actually started sweating blood. Yes, sweating blood. It was weird. I thought, like, what the heck's going on?
Like blood coming out of your skin? Just
blood
out of
started
your pores?
coming out of pores. If you look it up, it's a special medical condition. It's really interesting. It's the stress. Let's put it this way. I'll give you the
hematidrosis.
Yes, that's exactly what
hematidrosis, also known as hematidrosis, is a very rare condition where a person sweats blood. It occurs when capillary blood vessels that feed the sweat glands rupture, causing blood to be exuded.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Holy shit is right. I am not kidding you. It was like dramatic. So imagine an anvil. That's how I share. What was it like up until the plea agreement? And then the pro forma sentencing. Felt like an anvil had been sitting on me, just crunching, pressing for all those years. Never mind the whistleblowing before 2007. You know what it was like when the anvil released itself? But the anvil, so I was just being compressed, like in a press, like hydraulic press.
Right.
Life turned inside out. The only thing I had left was my integrity. What else was left? They took everything else away and were about to take away my life in terms of confining it to a prison. I had PTSD. I didn't know it at the time. This was one of the symptoms, though.
How does your wife continue working for the NSA after all this? That's so crazy to me.
Awkward is a very simplistic way of awkward. I was actually separated for a while because it caused some real issues, as you might imagine. Yeah, I used to, where I located myself. A battle fatigue. My father used to call it battle fatigue. That's what they would refer to it. That was a term for when we did PTSD. Right?
Yeah,
Vietnam. I know now exactly what it's like to stare into the abyss at a distance and be completely empty. Not pleasant. Everything you ever stood for, everything you ever took an oath, the Constitution, all of your service to the country, faithfully serving the country, completely blown apart.
They systematically dismantled your life for...
I took an oath. Remember, the fidelity to the oath.
Mm-hmm.
That meant something to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the CIA missed a couple things in your psychological evaluation.
Probably did. Now, they did profile me. It's really interesting. You know what they said later? So part of what happened with me is they actually said, and this came out after Snowden, if you go out there, you'll see a chart. Basically, it's a rogues gallery of spies. Guess who's also on there? We're talking the real spies in U.S. history. Snowden's on there, and I'm on there. They all have flags under the countries to which they, quote unquote, gave up secrets or were operating on behalf of. No flag.
Where's this?
You'll see it. If you go out there and do a search, it's the Insider Threat Program. They gave briefings. They actually formed a joint committee. I'm not sure it's joint DOJ, D&I, a joint, right? They formed a joint task force, Insider Threat Task Force. And they put together briefings, and they kept updating them. And for the longest time, and I understand even recently from another source, I'm still being flagged as representative historically of an insider threat to the government. You know what they said about me? I self-radicalized. So underneath our portraits, and by the way, the picture they had there was from the Ridenour. It's a picture, ironically enough, for my truth-telling prize. It was a picture, a press picture. All the spies had flags under their portraits, quote unquote. Remember, rogue gallery. No flags under Snowden or mine. None. We were men without a country.
Basically, an image of the U.S. Constitution next to your guys' faces.
Well, it's just...
Well, Snowden's was different because he was a contractor, right?
Yeah, but I did one like him. Remember, he worked at Booz Allen one time, so did I.
Right.
But you're right. I was a senior executive when all this happened. He was a contractor working in Hawaii.
Right.
And he was faced with a similar thing. But he saw what had happened to myself and the others, and he said he knew, given what he was going to bring out, that he would end up in prison for the rest of his life. Yeah, right there.
You right next to Snowden.
So, but do you see a flag?
Nope.
All the others have flags.
Couple guys, 4 guys at the bottom.
Right. But we don't have flags.
Didn't this guy like shoot up his
yeah,
base?
that's how we're in the same league.
Yeah.
Same league. You're sitting across from a real, bad guy.
Do you think the NSA is still fucking with you? They're still tracking you, paying attention to you?
No. It'll be interesting. Well, what I told you off the record. It'll be interesting to see. Anytime, technically, if you speak, you're supposed to run it through.
Oh, yeah, because you were an employee of the...
Correct.
You were an employee,
there is what's called a lifetime obligation. But the non-disclosure agreements I signed, which they technically think are loyalty oaths to secrecy, they're not. Actually reflects directly the paragraphs in the executive orders governing classification. You cannot use classification, and it's still on the books, to use as cover for embarrassment, cover for wrongdoing, cover for violations of the law. How ironic. Because they kept throwing that in my face. You signed multiple times military, NSA, non-disclosure agreements. Okay, so what takes priority? The oath to the Constitution or the non-disclosure agreement? I realized joining this secret system, deep state, national security system, that you are giving up certain rights. But you certainly don't just give them all up.
Right.
They're just have some restrictions. I had restrictions in the military.
It's a fucking crazy story, man.
Yeah. So it took a while to, I kept working at Apple. And you go back to a quieter life. But then when Snowden, of course, that just reignited everything.
Right.
I was on you can imagine, every major, Dobbs, for example, had me come. I lost track after a while. I was getting special permission to leave work at Apple just for these interviews.
Wow.
Because there were so few people that could talk about what had happened to Snowden.
Right.
I ended up going to Moscow in 2013.
Oh, really?
First Americans with myself, Colleen Rowley, Jocelyn Radak, and Ray McGovern. And we went there to present him the San Adams Award. He was a candlestick holder. We spent many, many hours with him one day.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a very interesting experience in Moscow.
Also, let's go back. What was the story with Musk again? Let's tell the story with Elon and SpaceX.
Thanks. Okay, so now we'll the things where I didn't elaborate. You want to hear?
Yes.
Live. Okay, so I mentioned I was teaching. I was actually the NSA rep to the the Defense University in ICAF. There was actually one over at the War College, and then there was one at ICAF. They had just created, it was a new position. Okay. So NSA chair at ICAF, Industrial College of Armed Forces. Because of the Industrial College of Armed Forces, they have civilians, military, and even overseas. They actually come, it's a compressed master's program over about a year. Full-time the companies that send them, they still get paid full time, and then military or civilians still get paid full time, but their full time job is being in this master's program. Fort McNair in DC. Okay, beautiful. You look across to the cherry blossoms in the spring and the Lincoln Memorial and this. So Anacostia. So I was teaching strategic leadership information technology. Cohort groups, right? 15 to 20 students. And each of the professors would lead up an industry team. I ended up on you had choices, right? And I ended up on this because of my background in parts, national technical means. I ended up on the space industries team. In the spring of 2007 is when that portion of the master's program kicks in. So there's local sites that includes government, Goddard, contractors. We went to JPL, the California trip. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. We went to Cape Kennedy. We went out to Colorado. On the trip to California, which at the time was SpaceX headquarters, we of course I'm leading in this. I'm the one that's leading the team at this point. We ended up going to SpaceX and meeting Musk, and it was amazing. We sat there in the lunchroom, right? Lunchroom, which is basically off sort of the main. It was amazing. Sort of the early Dragon mock-up was there. Yeah. They were still working on improving the original Falcon, the Merlin engine, but the early Falcon, there's like a Falcon 1. Remember, this is before any successful launch occurred. Okay. So you imagine they were under enormous pressure. Remember, he was also at Tesla. You have to remember, that's the other thing, is Tesla, but the Roadster hadn't come out yet. Mm. It was in advanced development, but the Roadster hadn't come out yet.
Right. Oh, yeah, this was very, very early on.
2007.
Yeah. I just graduated.
Musk, it was amazing. He's in his mid-30s. I remember we walked into sort of the office, right? Into like a startup office. He says, yeah, that's where he sits, right? But we don't see much of him there. Because you imagine he's very out and about, right? Mm-hmm. And very hands-on. Very much the entrepreneur, very much the marketing, very much, right? That's who he is. Right. And he regaled us. I have to say it this way, right? Mm-hmm. No matter what else you think of Musk and what's going on right now with him, right? Right. And his association with Trump. And all that's apparently unfolding within the government, where he's taking teams and visiting certain agencies already. Mm-hmm. He regaled us for over 2 hours plus his entire vision of becoming a spacefaring species, why he wanted to go to Mars, the technology, right, behind all this, and why he also wanted to commercialize space as well. I mean, it was just an amazing, and incredibly passionate. And of course, this is in like an open cafeteria. Clanging noises, machines, right. Forklifts going by. I mean, there's all like just the hubbub and activity. Sometimes he very much like that's where he kind of gets his energy from. Yeah. And he just was fired up, and it was just fascinating. It's like he walked away and says, "Wow, right? He could sell ice to the Eskimos." I mean, that's yeah. So that was. I'm reminded more of that because this is before Musk went political. Yeah. Yeah. Way before.
Well, it's just interesting to see the rise of people like Musk and Peter Thiel, who made so much money off government contracts.
Well, this is kind of irony and hypocrisy at the same time. I'll be very blunt. The bulk of his money, even on the Tesla side, because credits. Yep.
Federal money.
This reminds me to remember the era I grew in was Steve Jobs, Bill Gates.
Yes.
But these are the tech bro, the emergent one. They came out of the 90s. Mm-hmm. They're now in their 50s, most of them. Mm-hmm. And now they're ascendant, and they want to create a technocratic utopia. I'll just say it. That's sort of their vision, and there's different flavors of it,
Right.
and there's different people are trying to sort of speak to this philosophically or with political philosophy, like what does this mean to create this technocratic utopia? Some of them are at a very personal level, right? I'm going to live longer than normal, right? Cryostasis type stuff. I mean, it's just some of it's kind of out there, right? Almost like interstellar type technology, right?
What do you make of Palantir?
Palantir. See, for me, Palantir was before. I mean, I'm well aware of Thiel. Another tech bro, billionaire. Palantir is very much in the surveillance business.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They started picking up very aggressively a lot of some of the early contracts, where when things became privatized, in terms of when things started coming, all this exposure, as I was a part of, right? You have to remember, there was a bunch of things that hit the press during the time I went, in the 2006, 2007 timeframe. Mark Klein, that special room, right? The AT&T room, where we actually had special, like NARS devices just sucking up everything in the optical networks.
Yeah.
I used to consult to Nortel networks before they collapsed. This is again my background. I just was on a contract in Triangle Park, North Carolina, deeply involved in what do you do? It's just like we have all this dark net, right? Dark optical. What do we? We're talking like 40 gigs like capacity in terms of bandwidth. What do we do with it? Like, what do we do with it? People, this goes back, right? We didn't know what to do with it. We have to develop programs. So they're buying up at super high inflated prices. All these small companies, they were building apps, right, and services for the new net, the high-end net.
Yeah.
Palantir is head over heels and then some, and fully embedded in the national security establishment.
Right. Money from In-Q-Tel and all this stuff.
Well, In-Q-Tel actually goes back. So I'm familiar for my CIA, and then I'll just say it this way, I'll go into detail. Even at NSA, I was liaison. There was a time period where I was lead. Because 9/11 happened. How do we had to, oh my gosh, we better, like, what else, are there any other pockets out there? What are other people doing? How do we help? This is like predicting the future at one level, but I also have to develop technology and processes, even organizationally, to deal with, quote unquote, the new threat or emerging threats.
Right.
I spent some time at CIA going over and exploring this. We're talking like really getting into it. We're like talking workshopping it, as they call it, workshopping it. Yeah, fascinating. But In-Q-Tel was an early. This was one of those, early seeds. I mean, basically they were seeding, and they were giving significant amounts of money to promising companies,
right?
And some existing companies that were.
I think Google was one of them, right?
In-Q-Tel is just one. There's a number, but that was a more public form. I mean, it was their own, in essence, a government. There's all these like special government entities. John Hopkins University.
Right. Wow.
Tom. But then that's the sweep.
Yep.
There's a whole lot of all kinds of other background to this. But then the last few years, I've had near-death experiences in my life, and that's a whole story in itself. What is it like to be like, not just on the edge, but in the tunnel, and coming back? But a few years ago, when I was at Apple, something was happening to me in terms of my health, and it turned out I actually had a very rare form of lymphoma. And it was the equivalent of stage 4. It invaded my kidneys, and invaded my bone marrow, and I had to retire early. I realized I had to devote whatever energy I had left. I was 65 years old. I was planning on working a few more years before I wanted to move on, maybe go back to teaching. But then I'm confronted by an expiration date that appeared to be rapidly approaching. The closure distance, like 2 fighter planes, far faster because the closure, right?
Yeah.
I could see the event horizon. of my own death appearing in front of me, and it wasn't far into the future. So they did a diagnosis in October of 2022, and then I had a relapse. I was in the hospital for 2.5 weeks. Had another relapse in early 2023. I was put on a very advanced therapy, which had severe reactions.
What year were you diagnosed?
2022.
Oh, wow.
October. Holy shit. Had a relapse. Was put on a first-generation targeted therapy after immunotherapy and chemo booster didn't work.
Yep.
I then had another. They had to take me off all of that. That goes back to September 23. Mm-hmm. A long story. Ended up at NIH with a new diagnosis. They realized something wasn't right. Advanced blood tests determined the rare form of lymphoma. It's the Waldenstrom variant. I had to really get into this. I took this on just like I did anything else in life. I said, you know what, lymphoma, you showed up, you're about to kill me, but you're an uninvited guest. It's time for you to leave. So I partnered as my own advocate with an extraordinary set of doctors, right? Just extraordinary. And I'm now, I say, the second path of recovery, but it looks like I'm pretty stable. I'm on a second-generation version of the therapy. It's a pill I take every day. Super expensive, but it's a pill I take every day.
What is the pill called?
Acalabrutinib. Calquence is the brand name.
And what is the mechanism of action?
Targets a special protein where the lymph cells basically go malignant. There is a particular marker, and it basically that's how it hones in. This sensor. You're basically it's because obviously my immune system was totally overwhelmed.
Right.
I couldn't do the CAR T, which they take blood out, they super energize your T cells, put it back into you because my kidneys are compromised.
Yeah. What is the CAR T? CAR T is what they do with kids, right?
Well, CAR T is it's very expensive, but it's basically a one and done. But some people have psychotic reactions. You have to be in a special facility. Psychotic because. Oh yeah, because it's really intense.
Okay.
But I didn't qualify.
Okay.
They wanted me to go that route if things got, but I didn't qualify. At one point, I even thought I was going to do bone marrow, but 10% of people who do bone marrow die. And I wasn't gonna. That's worst case scenario. So then I was like, okay, what do I do? I can control everything I eat. Now it's what's the cause of it? None of the doctors could say for sure. They said it could be environmental. It could be triggered by a whole host of things. I talked a little bit about, I was putting enormous pressure, the anvil, the hydraulic press for many, many years. Yep. Who knows? I don't know, right? I don't know for sure. I can suspicion, but I don't really want to conjecture. Some people say, a lot of people have a small number of people will have kind of a lymphoma, but it's called smoldering. It never manifests. It just the immune system keeps it
keeps it at bay.
That's correct. If you looked at the CAT scan and the PET scan, which is they put a small vein that's a radioactive isotope, and basically in a sugar solution, and it's IV'd into you, pretty much every lymph node in my body was lit up. Whoa. And it was getting to the point where I was going to have problems on the urinary side of the house, to be a little bit more TMI, where it was going to close off, right? So they were really worried because the last thing you want to do is to go in. I mean, remember, this is a blood cancer. It's a liquid cancer. Mm-hmm. It's not in the form of a tumor. It is, it's a tumor, but it's a liquid. That's right. It's like, wow. So I'm now on a second generation, which is this Calquence, and I'm on a renal friendly diet. There's certain things I have to avoid or minimize. Like what? I can't eat a whole lot of tomatoes. Basically, I can't eat bananas. Alcohol's out. Yeah. Broccoli's out. Spinach is out.
Did you ever try the ketogenic diet?
Yeah, well, there's aspects of that I'm incorporating, but as long as it's renal friendly.
Okay.
There's certain fruits, like I can't eat grapefruit but that's not unusual for a lot of people with these types of medicines because it would interfere with the absorption of this pill. And then I have certain dietary supplements to help boost my immune system and just stabilize me. And there's still some things that are balancing out because they thought, this is interesting, they thought, just to indulge a bit, because it's obviously extremely personal to me, because I'm there, right? They thought when they first began to run the blood test, they actually came into my bedroom in the hospital, and they said, "Are you vegan?" All the indicators was I was hardcore vegan.
Really?
But I'm not. There was a time in my life that I was lacto-ovo, right, for other health reasons, because I was very sickly as a kid. I was not vegan by not even close.
Right.
But the profile of the blood test was that I was vegan.
Wow.
Hemoglobin was in the 5 range. Anybody that knows about I was incredibly anemic, super anemic. Oh yeah. I had 20, I lost count, 20 units of blood over a period of 4 months just to keep me going. So life, and I get a little emotional still, okay? Life is incredibly precious. And so I just live each and every day. I got up in the morning, right? In the hotel and pinch myself virtually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still here. I get to live another day, seize it, live it to the fullest, each and every moment. What else do I have? Against the backdrop of my entire life. Because I realize we have an expiration date at a certain point, but I'd rather it be further in the future.
Did you have any kind of autoimmune issues prior to this?
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Now I'm wondering.
Did you ever get COVID?
No.
Never got
Interesting
COVID.
enough, no indication that I got COVID. None. Apparently, some people don't believe that. So everybody.
I never got it.
No.
Not that if I got it, I was asymptomatic. But I got antibody. I got antibody tests, and I didn't have the antibodies.
Well, it also turns out that certain blood types, interestingly enough, are more immune. I'm O positive.
Okay.
And apparently, even when the O positive, I happen to have apparently, this is what I've been told, that my blood type makes it harder for the COVID to.
Interesting.
Yes, with the spike proteins. Now, having said that, because I worked at Apple, initially it wasn't required, but then they forced, if you wanted to continue working, and remember, I'm in massive debt, right? I'm still crawling out of it. Have nowhere near the income I had, discretionary or otherwise. Basically, I have no retirement, right? I have a 401k from Apple. I have a small annuity from. I was able to convert. There is an annuity, but nowhere near.
Right.
Okay. And obviously, my salary, my hourly rate, Apple is nowhere near what I used to make or what I made in the industry. Okay, it's not. Even though Apple pays pretty well and has a lot of benefits. So I ended up having the original COVID shots. We're talking Pfizer, Moderna, multiple with several boosters. Oh wow! Over the intervening 2 years. But the last one that I took,
and this was what year?
This is you're talking. So remember, they took. They did the again. Trump. I say Trump to his credit. They put everything they could. Into the accelerating warp speed, literally, right? Into coming up with the RNA, right? The mRNA,
right?
And it would have been. I'm just thinking. It was. I was in actually Australia in late 2019, just ahead of the wave, as it turns out. So that would have been. It would have been into 21. So starting in early. I'm just trying to remember now. Early 2021, when they started to release.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it was 2021. There was that first, and then you had to get another one 4 or 6 months later, and then I was still there all the way through until the fall of 2022. Yeah, although for part of that time I worked from home.
Okay.
So I didn't. I'm aware of people that have had, reactions. I'm aware of people that have gotten have had other, especially with the multiple.
Yeah, people had strokes.
People are
myocarditis.
Yep, I'm aware of that, and
yes.
And I won't go down the path because I've wondered, but I don't. Part of it is the lymphoma itself has its own sort of unique. It's sort of what happens to you is sort of the later stages.
Sure.
One of them, and then it turns out when you have the targeted therapy that I did, it has side effects. They're known. There's a small percentage of people, usually over 60, that develop rapid heart palpitations as a result of the therapy. Okay.
This therapy.
Yes.
Okay.
So imagine your resting heart rate, whatever that is, average person somewhere between 55 and 75. Imagine that triple to 4 times. How would you feel?
Not good.
Imagine that not just for seconds or minutes. Imagine that for an entire day plus.
Ugh.
That's what I experienced. I had to have a whole bunch of heart tests to make sure that because you can't sustain that. You just can't. It's like I used to run. I used to run competitively. So it turns out I had an extremely robust heart, but they did say there's a point at which it's just going to start breaking down. So,
and that subsided.
Oh yeah, I do take special medicine, very small dose, but this second generation, there is actually a third generation that's emerged in the last couple of years, but there's no need to change it as long as this one is. Now because I'm in a recovery mode, it's more of a suppressant. It's not like it doesn't have, because even after the first one, within months, it got rid of all the malignant cells, literally cleared them. Wow. With only 4 left, but those 4 started coming back after I had the severe reaction from the first generation. So, it's just like our bodies are just these incredible biological, machines. They're stunning. It's stunning. But, life's precious. I'm just going to say that.
You are a testament to that, man. You have been through hell and back.
Well, still just going to keep showing up. People. Well, there's people who say, "Why do you do this, Tom? Why do you even bother with interviews? Why do you do interviews?" I said, "Well, part of this is for history, but part of it is for the next generation."
Right.
My youngest son is 29. I mean, I worked with a lot of young people at Apple. I mean, what world are we leaving behind? What world do we want to keep? Yeah. Remember what happened when Franklin came out of the Constitutional Convention? Yeah. There was a movement reporter. Reportedly asked him, "What did you guys do in there?" "Create a republic, if you can keep it." "Yeah, well, that's the great experiment, right? That is the great experiment of America." I don't want to see that disappear. And we don't need to compromise ourselves. We just don't.
Yeah, man. I mean, everything that you just alluded to and described in your story and what you were trying to expose, unfortunately, seems like we've seen continue to rot over decades, and it doesn't seem like the country's in a great spot in regards to the control of this private military industrial complex that seems to run the world and be connected to fucking everything.
That's a very street language way to express what we're facing.
Yeah.
And part of it is like, well, then how do we see? Part of it, I think we're in retrograde. That's the fear I have, is we're in retrograde. I thought we're supposed to. I mean, this is the great promise of America. What do you leave behind, right, for the next generation? You think of you're young, right? You're a young one. I mean, I think even though my son's 29, my youngest son's 29, his future, his history. What are we inheriting?
Right.
I don't want them to inherit the wind.
Right.
So I've said this, but I'll say it again. Where do I center myself? I go back to the origin story. Constitution, before that, the Declaration of Independence, that extraordinary document. The one that has the certain inalienable rights. Well, I've dedicated the rest of my life to defending what? Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
It's a beautiful story, man. You're a good man, Tom. That was the first 5-hour podcast I've ever done. Wow. You got the record.
A first.
A first.
Broke the mold.
And now we got Patreon questions.
Okay, go for it.
So thanks again for coming, man. Tell people that are listening and watching on YouTube or Spotify where they can, A, get a hold of you, find out more about you, anything like that.
I'm on social media, both Blue Sky and on X.
Okay.
That's probably in terms of public.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. I'll link that stuff below.
So people, if they can follow up there or just follow me there.
Okay.
And I've had people that DM me and then follow up from there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks again, man. This has been incredible.
I appreciate the space that you provided in which I could show up and share a far greater insight into what happened to me and some fascinating history that apparently people find rather interesting, just given everything. I just happened to be there. This is sort of the Waldo. Where's Waldo? But This was Waldo. Remember, he always comes back to, well, who was I representing? See, I was spying for a minute. I was actually serving the nation and providing for the common defense for who? The American people. Period. Now, have I gotten to know a whole lot of people around the world as a result of being an asterisk American and being semi-public? Yes. But
you paid the price. You're doing the right thing.
Yeah. But I would do it all over again. There'd be some tweaks here and there, but I'd do it all. Ellsberg had said that.
Right.
He just wished more people would have, said something. But a lot of people knew what he knew. They just remained silent.
Mm-hmm.
But then guess what? In silence, right? If you remain silent. I mean, at one point they were telling when all this sort of broke, and remember, this goes back, it's like, even Clapper, right? He used to be very senior in DOD. He actually said, I just wish people in the national security base, I'm paraphrasing him, just be like this is how he said it, be like my grandchildren, seen and not heard. Quote, seen and not heard. This probably says more about who he is as a grandfather,
right,
and who he is as a person. I met him. That's all. I met Clapper when he headed up the advisory board at NSA. We used to have meetings with the advisory board. Seen and not heard. Just what? Shut up. Do your job. Follow orders.
Right.
Follow orders. Wow.
That's how you climb the ladder.
My father ended up on the ground for 6 months doing what? Fighting the Germans. Have we forgotten history? Well, history doesn't necessarily repeat, but it certainly rhymes.
It's a fact.
Yeah. But life is life. And, I have a garden and I've got my hobbies and I hold family and friends, right, close, because that's what matters. Remember, in the end, what matters? What does matter? Like, what really matters?
Right. Very, very powerful story, man. I'm really happy we were able to do this.
So, Patreon questions.
Patreon. All right, that's it for YouTube. Good night, everybody. What's up, Jesse Michaels?
What's up, Danny Jones?
Like I just said to you, bro, you're going to have to pull me back into the believer. Make me a believer again, because the more I learn about UFOs, the more I am just out on this topic lately.
That's understandable, and I'm not here to bring you back. I'm not an evangelist. I do think...
Damn it.
I'm sorry. I do think if the question is the topic worthy of further investigation, then is there something very interesting at the bottom of all of this? You get to the final room, is there something interesting going on? My answer would be, I think yes.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to evangelize. I think in many ways, interest in UFOs is maladaptive and a distraction for a lot of people. It doesn't make sense. So.
Yes. There's a lot of you got to cut through, bro. Like, not just if you want to talk about like psyop stuff, like sure, there's a lot of stuff you got to cut through with that. But then there's a whole nother layer of people monetizing this. There's a business, right?
Yep.
Like, we're doing a podcast in a spaceship about UFOs because my audience loves UFOs and I'm going to make money talking about UFOs. Half the books on that shelf are about UFOs. So it's a huge business too.
Yep.
Which muddies the water even more.
Yeah, it totally muddies the water, and it's a weird dynamic. And I think when you have a topic that's kind of pointing at the sacred, it might be the tip of the iceberg. It's not the rest of the iceberg. Like, it's just an unidentified flying object.
Mm-hmm.
Is not necessarily what you're going for. I think a lot of people that are into it are like ultimately meaning seekers, and they want they want to understand the reality of religion. They want to understand metaphysics, and so I think UFOs are just a foray. They're just one kind of route in. But I think combining that with money is a very weird thing. I mean, then it's like sort of the modern Catholic indulgences or something.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really work.
Right. Yeah, totally, man. And we were just talking before we started rolling about that movie, The Adjustment Bureau.
Mm.
And there's some crazy people, like some deep, dark, secretive people in this whole UFO world that aren't public. That I guess we can talk about the guy, right? Like, he's fully the reason I'm scared to talk about this guy, is because my podcast today with Chris Bledsoe, completely got nuked off YouTube.
Yeah, should we tell this story? Because you told me some really interesting stuff on a phone call.
I did?
Yeah.
What did I tell you?
Well, you said that.
Did you say? I don't care.
Okay, cool. You said that the views were like, it was like doing 50K a day.
Oh, yes.
And then it cuts off.
Yeah.
You speak to some reps at Google, and they're like, we don't know what the hell happened here. It doesn't make any sense given the click-through rate, average view duration, which should basically define the video's performance. He goes, the one other time I've seen this is with Jesse's David Grush video.
Exactly.
Performance fell off a cliff.
Yep.
So,
and he said that my video with Bledsoe and your video with Grush, neither of them broke any YouTube rules or had any internal red flags that he was able to see.
Yep.
And he goes, whenever this happens, which has happened one other time recently with David Grush, it's basically the floor above me that I have no access to.
Yep.
Something above my head that I don't know what the hell's going on. So what the hell is going on? Why are they doing this? Erasing podcasts with people who talk about getting abducted by aliens off of the internet. I feel like they have way bigger fish to fry.
You would think. I don't know. There's something very interesting about Chris Bledsoe's story. It's like, why is, Jim Semivan, very high up at the CIA, why is he showing up at Chris Bledsoe's, place in Fayetteville, North Carolina, when he, starts to kind of attract UFOs, he talks to the lady or whatever, you know the whole story.
Yeah.
He's definitely attracted the attention of some very interesting people. We were just talking about, Tim Taylor.
Yes,
who
that's the guy.
I would always mention pseudonymously. He was written about in this great book by Diana Pasulka, religious studies professor, called American Cosmic, and then he was kind of doxed by Chris Bledsoe on your show, actually.
Right,
So,
which I thought that might have been the reason that video got completely blasted off the face of YouTube because of him talking about him. Right, because if I'm that guy, and I have all these connections that he allegedly has, I could probably make a call or send an email to somebody at YouTube being like, nuke this thing.
Totally. Yeah, well, that's what, and Bledsoe even says in the story that Tim Taylor gives him a whole brief about UFOs, and then he says you can't send this to anybody, and then he sends the email or something to his wife or somebody very close, and immediately gets a call from Tim being like,
knowing that he forwarded it.
Yeah. And so who knows if that's like a test, and sort of being psyoped, or I don't know. I think even Bledsoe thinks that maybe he was being messed with initially when he sort of entered his life. And even when I think he was giving him a tour of Kennedy Space Center.
Oh yeah, he said when you walk through the security, when you walk past the security tower, he goes, just play a song in your head.
Yeah, so they can't access your thoughts.
So they can't access your thoughts, right?
Yeah.
And I asked him, what?
Yeah.
I'm like, who's in there?
Yeah.
And he didn't know. He's like, mind readers. I don't know. I don't know if they're aliens or humans, but they read your mind.
Yeah.
And then he also said some shit that I'm like, I don't even know if I want to say on camera, but he
say it, Danny.
He told me some stuff. Okay, essentially, I'll dumb it down so it's not too technical, but he basically told me that this fella showed him a real life Men in Black neuralizer.
No way.
That wiped your memory.
No way.
This is what he told me.
How can you know
And
it's a neuralizer?
We actually cut the segment out of the podcast because I was like, there's no way I'm putting this on the podcast. It was like a 10-minute chunk of that Bledsoe podcast where he explains everything about it, how it works, where they got it from.
No way.
Yeah, bro.
Why didn't they neuralize him after they described the whole neuralizer?
That would seem like you would think they would want to do that, right?
Yeah.
But like that is like essentially is like one of the explanations for the missing time stuff. And he had another story about like missing time when they were like walking through a forest.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with that one, but they were him and Tim were walking through a forest with somebody like looking for something, and then all of a sudden they started over. Well, like they almost like started back to where they were an hour ago, with like in an instant, like almost it was like a loop, like they looped through time or something.
It's fascinating. I don't know. Well, I just we were talking earlier about I did a piece on this guy Thomas Townsend Brown, who I think is just a fascinating character.
One of the best documentaries I've ever seen. It is incredible.
Appreciate that. Yeah, well, he's amazing. He's I think like a forgotten hero in American history. I think he made all sorts of breakthroughs in the world of gravity. But in general relativity, gravity and time are related. So the kind of subplot of his whole biography, it's a great biography called The Man Who Mastered Gravity by a guy named Paul Schatzkin. Recommend you all read it. The subplot is that he's obsessed with time travel. He talks about time travel constantly with his wife, Josephine, his daughter, Linda. And here's where it gets really weird. Apparently, Tim Taylor told Chris Bledsoe that he was part of a secret time travel group in Nassau in the Bahamas. And the president of that group is Thomas Townsend Brown. Now, I would think that was I would dismiss that out of hand. I would be like, that's sort of, madness. But I know from my own research, independent research on Thomas Townsend Brown, he spent a ton of time in Nassau in the Bahamas. And he was just extremely interested in time travel. And he was spending a lot of time with this guy, William Stevenson, who was James Bond's super spy. He was the inspiration for James Bond. He was Winston Churchill's super spy. But he was, Ian Fleming's inspiration for James Bond. He's just like fascinating kind of, he's, coordinating a lot with Wild Bill Donovan, early OSS, or late OSS, early CIA, involved in the formation of the CIA, was working out of the Rockefeller Center in New York and kind of calling a lot of interesting shots as, almost part of like a shadow government, if you will. So he's close with Thomas Townsend Brown. They're in the Bahamas a lot. And then you have, Ryan Bledsoe saying that Tim Taylor told his father that he's part of the secret time travel group with Thomas Townsend Brown. Just very, very interesting. And then you we were talking about this before the show. You said, that Tim Taylor told Chris Bledsoe that the Adjustment Bureau was like, his life or whatever. And that's all about like changing one little variable. Like, it's like if I were to freeze this room and like, I don't know, move your mic like a little bit, right, and you get this butterfly effect style multiplicative effect down the line or whatever of like, changing timeline. It's madness. It sounds kind of crazy.
Complete madness.
Yeah,
science fiction.
It is. It's sci-fi, and I'm not proposing that that's a real thing, but it is fascinating that there are some connections there. And then the final connection I made is Townsend Brown's daughter is an amazing woman.
She was in the documentary, right?
She was in the documentary on the phone call, and her name's Linda Brown, but it was Linda Leach for a while. And she has an Amazon review on Tim Taylor's biography. Tim Taylor's biography is called Launch Fever, and he wrote 2003, 2004.
Right.
And in 2012 or 13 or 14, like early, well before Diana Pasulka even pseudonymously published about Tim Taylor under the pseudonym Tyler in American Cosmic in 2018, Linda Leach is writing a review on Launch Fever saying this is, wonderful homage to, the space program or whatever. So clearly there's a connection between Townsend Brown and Tim Taylor, it's pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So you have this mid-century inventor who I think, at the very least, like we have an FBI file on Thomas Townsend Brown, saying he's the lead radar scientist in the entire Navy. Like, this guy's a real guy. You can say he didn't crack anti-gravity, that's fine. I'm like totally open to that. Like, you have to think probabilistically around that. I have a lot of evidence that he did. But say he didn't do that or whatever. He's like a very real guy, and he's talking about time travel constantly. And then there's this really interesting connection with the modern NASA mission control. I don't know. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Going to the Adjustment Bureau comment that he made, do you think that there's a thing that happens to people, and I wouldn't know because I don't have the personal experience, but do you think it's possible there's something that happens to somebody or certain individuals when they have tons of super, super top secret information that they have and nobody else has, where they sort of feel like their life is, for lack of a better term, they're living the Da Vinci Code. And they sort of like fall into that, and they sort of like look through their entire life through that lens, right? Like I am living this movie, or like I am this superhero character because I hold these secrets that like literally would change the power balance of the world if I let them out.
Yeah.
I wonder what that does to your brain. You know what I mean?
I do wonder that as well. And then I wonder how much of it is like human clearance systems versus like, have you ever experienced synchronicities in your life?
Oh, all the time.
Things popping up,
All
showing
the
up
time.
like really in really cool, interesting, fun way. So maybe there are people that are more tapped into that in sort of a weird way.
Well, that's what this guy tries to do, right? Mm. He's trying to tap into this other thing. He's trying to get these downloads that in her new book she talks about, like all these. Diana Pasulka in her new she talked in that one. She talks about encounters. Yeah, it's great, awesome book. Shout out to Diana. All these protocols that he goes through every day by not drinking coffee, and like going outside, getting sunlight and all this stuff in the morning, and like trying to download some sort of cosmic shit so he can make more patents.
Yeah, it sounds so woo-woo and wild, and like I don't know what to say about it. I think that's more how thinking works than the average person realizes it. I'm a big fan of the transmission theory of consciousness. When you're daydreaming, you're not actively producing those thoughts, right? It's like you're like a receptacle for the thoughts. And so I think it's this important kind of epistemological question: is are we locally producing the content in our minds, or are we somehow downloading it from elsewhere?
Yeah, sure.
I think that is probably going to be proven by some sort of scientific model of the future. Right now, electromagnetism, as we know it, decays over and attenuates over space-time, so we don't have a good model for like how that transmission might occur. Neutrino information transfer. But increasingly in vogue is this extended electrodynamics model, which NASA and not the DOE, the National Science Foundation and NASA just launched this podcast, and like Hal Puthoff and all these interesting like kind of figures in UFO world, but also with some pretty impressive bona fides just in science as well. You got a former Skunkworks guy, some Navy scientists. And they're all speaking about extended electrodynamics, and this is basically a model that involves a scalar field. So, unlike classical electrodynamics, you don't get the attenuation over space-time. So you can have it basically in classical electrodynamics. You just have one electromagnetic wave, a transverse Hertzian wave. So you have a magnetic field, an electric field, and wave propagation, and all three are perpendicular to one another. And so because of that, you get this attenuation, you get electrons pairing off, and you get this decay function on the signal. But in the scalar field, you can get like scalar longitudinal waves. You get all these interesting wave types, and you don't get the same decay. And so maybe we are downloading thoughts via one of these sort of scalar field waves. That would just be one thought experiment. I don't know.
Right.
But I do think something like that will get proven out. Just given the phenomenology of shot or invention, where like a wheel pops up in Africa at the same time as South America.
Yes.
This is, you look at the phenomenology of science, it looks way more like revelation than it does like
mechanics or something.
It looks like something's popping into the person's head every single time, whether it's Dirac staring at the fire at Cambridge, coming up with the Dirac equation, or Einstein at his death as a patent clerk. Like it literally, it's the exception to the rule is like, I just finished the equation on the whiteboard. No, you're like in the shower, or you're like, there's so many examples. So yeah, I think, Heisenberg at Helgoland, making all these downloads about, how electrons make quantum leaps and, electron cloud.
Yeah.
Like, it's sort of constant. So Tim Taylor saying that, it's like, yeah, I think that's real. But then I don't know. It's hard to sift through some of the other claims. I don't want to endorse any of the stuff that he says is definitively real, but
Yeah.
it's interesting.
He seems like the most. I mean, it's because he's so elusive. I think it makes him so interesting.
Yes.
Especially the way she talks about some of the stuff that he was involved with. Like you've met the dude, right?
Yeah, I had like a 20-minute call with him.
Really?
Yeah.
How did that come about?
I can't say, because I will say anything on any podcast to always be public, but I want to protect
Sources.
sources, exactly. I just don't want to burn relationships.
Sure. Can you tell what you talked about him with? What you talked about with him?
Yeah. Well, the impetus on my end. So I invest.
Yes.
In venture capital.
Steven, did you leave your phone out? We got to put our phones out there. We got Palantir in the building, bro. We can't let all our info get sucked up.
Get out of here, dude.
He's a Palantir honey trap. Jesse Michaels.
I am not.